Lin Feng, bearing the memories of his past life, transitioned into a shrewd merchant. In his relentless pursuit to amass 500,000, he unexpectedly exceeded his own expectations. Though I am absent from the martial world, the entirety of it is woven with my legends. There is nothing that money cannot resolve, however. The only limitation is the insufficiency of it. The state of chaos in the world is dictated by my will. Lin Feng emerged as the preeminent arms dealer in the realm of online gaming, the leader of a top-tier guild, an unparalleled expert, and an eminent magnate. His invincibility commenced with the trade of arms. Lin Feng, the gaming helmet has arrived. Wake up. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, greeted by the excited visage of his younger brother, Lin Wen. Look, it's the helmet for the world. Before him lay two gleaming gaming helmets. Lin Wen could not contain his exuberance, dancing with glee. I never imagined that merely submitting a questionnaire would actually earn us two helmets. The game has just launched, and I've heard that one helmet has already been sold for 80,000. If we sell them, we can afford to pay for Mom's medical treatment. Mom? Medical treatment? The launch of the world? A look of astonishment spread across Lin Feng's face. Have I returned to 5 years ago? What 5 years ago? Have you lost your mind? Get up. We need to sell the helmets. I've already contacted a buyer. Regaining his composure, Lin Feng seized Lin Wen's arm. We cannot sell them. Lin Wen, bewildered, stared at Lin Feng. Not sell? Then what shall we do? We will play for ourselves. What? Are you insane? That's 80,000. Are you joking? Lin Wen looked at Lin Feng as if he were deranged. Lin Feng shook his head, his gaze resolute. Trust me, we cannot sell them. At least we must keep one. Years ago, they sold their gaming helmets to cover their mother's hospital expenses, yet ultimately, they lacked the funds for her surgery, leading to her demise. After her passing, Lin Feng entered the game The World, becoming a merchant and earning a substantial fortune enough to have funded his mother's surgery, but she never had the chance to receive it. This was Lin Feng's deepest regret. However, later events transpired, resulting in his death. Now that he had been reborn, Lin Feng would not allow such a tragedy to repeat itself. Lin Wen glared at Lin Feng, shaking off his grip in anger. You're out of your mind. Are you that desperate to play a game? That's our mother's hospital bill. If not for the memories he carried, Lin Feng would have thought himself mad. This gaming helmet is our sole opportunity to change our fate. Give me 1 week, and I will procure the fund for Mom's surgery. Trust me, allow me this chance. 1 week later would be the optimal time for his mother's operation. Lin Wen stared blankly at Lin Feng. 1 week? You truly have lost it. At a full 500,000, plus subsequent treatments. How could you possibly earn that from playing a game? Lin Feng's gaze remained steadfast. Trust me. Let me try. He lacked absolute certainty. But without an attempt, how could he know? As Lin Wen's agitation gradually subsided, he recalled their shared upbringing and understood Lin Feng's character well. With a clenched jaw, Lin Wen held the gaming helmet and declared, "You will regret this." With that, he stormed off, taking one helmet with him. Lin Feng picked up the other helmet. Taking a deep breath, he affirmed, "I will not regret this, nor will I leave any room for remorse." Cradling the helmet in his hands, he donned it gently, the world around him plunging into darkness. Suddenly, a brilliant light ignited. Iris scanned successful note. Once bound, the helmet's target cannot be changed. Would you like to bind the helmet? Bind. Ding. Binding the helmet binding. Successful. Welcome to the world. As Lin Feng's vision brightened, he beheld a grand and magnificent Xenia dragon soaring through the heavens. Magma surging through the earth, flames engulfing all in their path. Humans battled against countless monsters, beasts, and tribes. This was the opening animation of the world. Brave warrior, you are about to enter the world and become one of its denizens. Please do not be anxious. The system will begin scanning your body. Before Lin Feng appeared a game character clad in simple robes, resembling him closely. This character was created based on Lin Feng's likeness after the helmet scan. Would you like to use this appearance to enter the game? Lin Feng replied, "Do not use randomize." Affirmative, randomizing. The character before him began to change randomly. Ultimately, Lin Feng selected the image of a slender man. Confirm. Character creation successful. Please name your character. Another dialog box appeared before Lin Feng. Merchant Emperor. Would you like to name your character Merchant Emperor? Confirm. This was a name he had borne in his previous life. since he had resolved to enter the game as a merchant. Merchant Emperor was a fitting name evocative of commerce, yet grand and memorable. Ding! Congratulations, player Merchant Emperor. Creation successful. Welcome to the world. May you achieve great success within its realm. As the system's motivational narration concluded, darkness enveloped Lin Feng once more. Seconds later, a cacophony of sounds filled his ears, surrounding him. As he slowly opened his eyes, he found himself in the center of a small village. Around him stood others clad in simple robes, both men and women, their expressions blank and astonished. The world employed the most advanced neural imaging technology, rendering the experience nearly indistinguishable from reality. It feels so real, like a true world. That 80,000 was worth every penny. The modest village bustled with activity. At the village entrance, an enormous chicken, nearly human-sized, flapped its wings, squawking as it ran past. Behind it, a horde of novice players chased after it with sticks. In the distance, in the fields, rabbits and pigs appeared, only to be swiftly dispatched by a mob of players. A brief, yet brilliant life was extinguished in less than 2 seconds. The village square was abuzz with liveliness. Forming fixed teams for players must log on for 8 hours daily. Looking for a wealthy boyfriend must be financially capable in reality to fund my gaming. I'm 150 centimeters tall, weighing 150, a plump little fairy. Small health potions, 1 gold each, buy in bulk. Lin Feng glanced at the time. Half an hour had passed since the server launch. Every new player entering the game automatically received a beginner's guidance quest. Beginner guidance quest. Kill 5 playing chickens at the village entrance and report to guard Wang Hu. Quest reward. 1 beginner weapon, 5 small health potions, and 100 experience points. New players, still reeling from their initial shock and confusion, joined the ranks of chicken hunters. Lin Feng, however, chose not to undertake the quest. Instead, he opened the quest log and selected the beginner guidance quest. Abandon quest. Ding! Are you certain you wish to abandon the quest? Note: once abandoned, the beginner guidance quest cannot be accepted again. Confirm. Quest successfully abandoned. Automatically removed from the quest page. After completing his tasks, Lin Feng turned and ventured deeper into the village. I remember it being around this spot. At the farthest reaches of the village stood a tavern, a wooden building that seemed out of place in the novice village. While other players were fervently engaged in quests, the tavern housed only a handful of patrons. The tavern owner, a sultry woman with exposed shoulders, leaned against a post, a pipe in hand, revealing her long legs and swaying her fox-like tail as she exhaled smoke. Several players stood on tables, gazing down at the tavern mistress from a vantage point. From their position, they had a clear view of certain indescribable depths. Damn, this girl's a real looker. Huh, I told you the world is fun, you didn't believe me. Absolutely delightful. These few were indeed exploiting a glitch. All being men, they understood well. Lin Feng smiled knowingly as he approached the enchanting tavern mistress. A few novice players hurriedly cautioned him. Brother, don't go over there, she won't give you the time of day. Look at his lecherous demeanor. Is he planning something untoward with the NPC? You're overthinking it. I tried to touch her just now and nearly got booted from the system. Amidst the mocking gazes of those around him, Lin Feng arrived before the tavern mistress. Greetings. The anticipated scene of him being dismissed did not unfold. The tavern mistress scrutinized him from head to toe, releasing a plume of smoke as she spoke, her crimson lips parting slightly. Ah, young man, a newcomer to the divine spirit continent. I see you possess shifty eyes and a rather unscrupulous appearance. You would make an excellent merchant. Would you care to become a cunning trader? Chapter 2. Class Change. The Shrewd Merchant. Congratulations. You have triggered the unique hidden class, the Shrewd Merchant. Note: once you change your class, it cannot be altered again. Please choose wisely. Class: Shrewd Merchant. Description: upon becoming a Shrewd Merchant, you will be unable to learn any combat skills, engage in regular attacks, and can only hire bodyguards for protection. Passive ability: tax exemption. No taxes will be levied on stalls, trades, auctions, shops, etc. Passive ability: mobile stall. You will enjoy a prestigious sign for your stall, unrestricted by location, allowing you to set up in dangerous areas. Passive ability: double inventory. Your inventory capacity will be double that of an ordinary player. Unique active skill: Summon bodyguard. 1 selected. This choice cannot be changed. Please choose with caution. The hidden class, Shrewd Merchant, has stringent yet simple requirements. Only upon entering the game for the first time, without having slain any monsters or taken on any quests, can one trigger this opportunity with the tavern owner in the novice village. The only way is to, like Lin Feng, enter the game and forego any quests. While the Shrewd Merchant class may seem ineffectual, it holds significant importance for Lin Feng. Selection confirmed. Ding. Congratulations to player Shang Tianzi for changing to the unique hidden class, Shrewd Merchant. Ding. You have received a class change reward, 1,000 gold coins. You have received class change equipment, Merchant's travel shoes. As the notifications faded, Lin Feng's skill bar vanished entirely. His inventory swelled with an additional 1,000 gold coins and a pair of shoes. Truly, as a hidden class, it grants a remarkable sum of gold. The currency in the world is interchangeable with real money at a ratio of 1:10, meaning 1,000 gold coins equate to 100 yuan. The attributes of his shoes are commendable as well. Merchant's travel shoes, crafted from comfortable leather, durable and practical, enhances movement speed. Grade, blue, level requirement. Level 0, class requirement, Shrewd Merchant. Movement speed for health recovery. Equipment rating, 142 points, bound and non-tradable. These attributes are indeed quite utilitarian. Automatically accepted quest. Recruit bodyguards. Quest description. As a Shrewd Merchant, you must navigate perilous situations, find a tavern matron, and recruit bodyguards. The system notifications finally ceased. The tavern matron beamed. Brave young man, as you traverse the world, protecting yourself is paramount. I have 3 bodyguards available for your selection. Before Lin Feng appeared 3 cards. A white card featuring a bandit from Blackwind Stronghold, warrior. A white card depicting a little girl wielding an axe, warrior. And a green card showcasing a night cat demon, assassin. Lin Feng gazed at the 3 cards with intrigue. The artwork is impressive. The tavern matron chuckled. Bodyguard can also change classes alongside you. In the corner of the interface, a green button beckoned, stating that it costs 10 gold coins to refresh the selection. Bodyguards are categorized into 8 grades: white, green, blue, purple, yellow, red, gold, and multicolor, corresponding to equipment levels. As a novice Shrewd Merchant, Lin Feng could only refresh to purple grade, with a 1 chance for purple, 9 for blue, 30 for green, and 60 for white. For just a single gold coin, why not give it a try? Refreshing the selection, Lin Feng clicked the button, and the card spun and vanished, only to reappear anew. White card, a girl riding a pig, hunter. White card, a lovesick swordsman, swordsman. White card, a lecherous constable, dagger master. Refreshing again. Lin Feng hesitated not a moment. The trio before him paled in comparison to the first set. White card, a masked dagger master, dagger master. Green card, a toxic maiden, poison master. Purple card, a century-old zombie, fist master. Lin Feng's eyes widened to the purple card. Purple. The tavern matron exclaimed in delight. Little brother, your luck is impeccable. The grade indicates the number of skills they possess. Purple has 3 skills. Initially hoping for a mere blue, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised to find a purple. Without hesitation, he declared, hire him. Ding. Are you certain you wish to hire him? Hiring fee, 500 gold coins. The price seemed reasonable. Lin Feng felt no regret at this expenditure. Confirm hire. As the words left his lips, 500 gold coins were automatically deducted from his inventory, and the card transformed into equipment, binding itself to Lin Feng's gear slot. The tavern matron smiled, saying, congratulations, little brother. Your luck is truly remarkable. Lin Feng nodded. Thank you, tavern matron. She playfully swayed her foxtail, lazily leaning against Lin Feng's shoulder, her lips brushing against his cheek as she whispered softly, may the god of cunning bless you. Indeed, the NPCs in the world exhibit a certain boldness. Other players in the tavern gazed in stunned disbelief. How did he manage that? Please, tell me it isn't true. No way. He asked, resorting to seduction. What the hell? Why do I get a system warning if I try to do the same? Amid their astonishment, anger, envy, and curiosity, Lin Feng resolutely stepped out of the tavern. The first step proved even smoother than he had imagined. Observing the bustling novice village, Lin Feng clenched his fists. Time is of the essence. His mind replayed the game as content. At this moment, pig hair and rabbit hair should still be undiscovered. Upon arriving at the village entrance, it was teeming with players, all entering the game. At the village's edge, chickens were refreshing, and beyond lay the vegetable garden, inhabited by pigs and rabbits wielding sticks. With so many players and few monsters, any monster that appeared would be swiftly defeated. Brothers, let us team up for quests. We need everyone to kill pigs. If one is missing, just message me directly. Lin Feng sat cross-legged amidst the crowd, announcing, "System, commence stall." In the astonished gazes of onlookers, Lin Feng boldly set up a stall. A golden sign floated above his head, radiating a dazzling light, emblazoned with the words, "Purchasing rabbit fur and pig hair." How is he able to set up a stall in a monster zone? Why is the sign golden? How cool. Curious players clicked on Lin Feng's stall, which offered no items for sale. Only a buy option for rabbit fur and pig hair, exactly what the pigs and rabbits in the vegetable garden dropped. These items are useless. Why is he buying them? He must be a fool. The general store buys them for 1 gold coin. Yet he is offering 2 gold coins. I'm selling. Quick. There's a fool buying rabbit fur and pig hair. Players rushed back to the village's general store to sell, but Lin Feng's offers were far more appealing. In no time, Lin Feng's business flourished, converting his remaining 480 gold coins entirely into rabbit fur and pig hair, 120 of each. Others regarded Lin Feng with a mix of pity and confusion. Meanwhile, Lin Feng fretted. I'm running low on funds. It seems I'll have to recharge a bit. Chapter 3. The frenzied acquisition of rabbit fur and pig hair in the realm of business. The greatest fear is a lack of capital. Lin Feng opened the recharge interface. Ready to add funds. In the world, one could recharge a maximum of 1,000 yuan at a time. In his previous life, the distinction between ordinary players and wealthy ones was evident in their spending habits. Ordinary players would boast, "I've recharged this much," while the affluent would declare, "I've been charging for this long." Lin Feng, however, faced no such dilemma. His total assets barely amounted to 842.52 yuan, the remaining budget for this month. Asking Lin Wen for help would yield no support from him now. Without hesitation, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and recharged 800 yuan, leaving 40 yuan for takeout later. The 800 yuan converted into 8,000 gold coins. Lin Feng resumed his stall, calling out, "Limited time offer. Purchasing rabbit fur and pig hair at double the store price. No need to return to the novice village. You can sell it right here." Brother, what on earth do you need these for? These items state they are useless and can be sold to the general store. One player inquired, suspicion evident in his tone. They were not fools. Lin Feng's actions naturally raised questions. Lin Feng scratched his head and grinned. "I think this might be useful. Let us gather some first." Truly, a foolish person with an abundance of wealth. Perhaps his mind is not quite right. Who knows? One must seize the opportunity when it arises. He set up his stall in the wilderness, and soon everyone was eager to sell to Lin Feng. Items were being sold as they emerged, each transaction brisk and lively. In half an hour, he had acquired 8,000 gold coins, along with 2,000 rabbit furs and 2,000 pig furs. This was despite the slow spawn rate of rabbits and pigs. After collecting the last strand of fur, Lin Feng hastily dismantled his stall. He could have purchased at 1 gold coin each, but that would inevitably slow down the acquisition process. Time was of the essence, and he believed players would soon realize the value of rabbit and pig furs. Instead of returning to the novice village, Lin Feng ventured deeper into the jungle, clad in merchant's shoes. His movement speed was approximately 30 faster than that of ordinary players. In no time, he had distanced himself from the novice village. The monsters he encountered transitioned from level 1 and 2 creatures, such as chickens and pigs, to level 4 and 5 wild boars, monkeys, and wolves. The number of players dwindled while the monsters increased. Lin Feng made every effort to avoid drawing the ire of the beasts. Yet he found his path obstructed by a wild boar lurking behind a tree. Blocking wild boar, level 3. Health, 200 points, can be tamed. The wild boar's essential information floated above its head. With only level 1 and 100 health points, Lin Feng dared not let it come into contact with him. Summon. Ding. Summon of henchmen successful. A dark whirlwind effect appeared before Lin Feng. The ground cracked open, and a dilapidated coffin slowly rose from below. With a loud thud, the coffin lid fell away, revealing a zombie clad in official attire. Its long nails glinting as it leapt out and positioned itself in front of Lin Feng. Centennial Zombie, Purple Henchman. Level, Attack, 30 Defense, 30 Speed, 13 Passive Skill. Zombie Body regenerates 1 health per second. Level 1. Passive Skill, Zombie Claw. Attacks have a chance of poison, dealing 1 health damage per second. Level 1. Passive Skill, Incredible Strength. Attack power increased by 10. Level 1. Though all 3 skills of the Purple Henchman were only at level 1. The Centennial Zombie's attributes were formidable. Lin Feng, satisfied, commanded, "Take down that boar." The Centennial Zombie hopped towards the wild boar, claws extended. Ding! Blocking wild boar poisoned. 22. 2 numbers appeared above the wild boar's head, indicating its high defense. Indeed, the level 3 wild boar was no trivial foe. The wild boar retaliated, striking the Centennial Zombie and inflicting 15 health points of damage. It was important to note that the Centennial Zombie had only 150 health points. However, with its regeneration skill, it quickly recovered 2 health points. Despite the level disparity, the Centennial Zombie, bolstered by its 3 passive skills, managed to defeat the blocking wild boar just as its health dwindled to 10 points. With a final strike, the wild boar let out a mournful cry and collapsed. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the blocking wild boar. Experience gained, 200. Gold gained. For coins, wild boar hide obtained, 1 piece. Equipment obtained, wild boar leather armor. Although Lin Feng's experience points surged significantly, he felt little joy, for he recalled that his destination was still quite distant. Encountering more wild monsters on the way would be troublesome. Would he have to wait for the zombie to fully regenerate before proceeding each time? That would be an egregious waste of time. Time equated to money. Just as Lin Feng was mulling over his predicament, 2 astonished voices broke the silence. "Wow, brother, what is that? A zombie? Incredible. Is it a pet?" 2 burly players approached, undeterred by the terrifying appearance of the Centennial Zombie, curiously inspecting it. Their IDs read, "I love eating pig trotters, and I love pig intestines." Clearly friends in real life. Both had reached level 5 and were grinding nearby. In this game, the PK function only unlocks at level 10, Lin Feng thought. Unfazed by the 2, he smiled and replied, "Just lucky, that's all." The 2 exchanged envious glances, exclaiming, "You really are lucky. Didn't you just obtain some equipment?" We've taken down dozens of blocking wild boars, and Haven T seen a single piece drop. "Yes, sheer luck. I see you both are level 5. Would you like to help me level up?" "Absolutely, shall we?" Lin Feng regarded them with a bemused expression. They were rather forward. "Thank you. But I'm not interested in leveling up." "Huh? There's someone who doesn't want to level up? What a peculiar person. They might have their own motives, or perhaps genuinely wish to befriend him." However, Lin Feng's purpose in this game was clear: to amass wealth. Noticing their disappointed expressions, he suddenly proposed, "Could you take me to the entrance of the skeleton cave? In return, I'll give you the wild boar leather armor I just acquired." Chapter 4. The first bucket of gold. 210,000 gold coins. You're heading to the skeleton cave? There are level 7 and 8 skeleton monsters in there. We were planning to go too, but aren't you just walking into a death trap? Lin Feng did not waste time with idle chatter. He directly retrieved the wild boar leather armor from his inventory. Wild boar leather armor. Slot. Upper body. Equipment level 6. Grade. White. Defense. 25 points. Equipment rating. 102 points. Upon seeing the leather armor, the 2 exchanged glances. "All right. I'll escort you to the skeleton cave." Lin Feng was elated. This armor may not be particularly valuable, but it could fetch a few dozen gold coins in the early game. Spending that to secure passage to the skeleton cave was a worthwhile trade. Ding. "I love eating pig trotters has invited you to join a party. Do you accept?" "Accept." With pig trotters and pig intestines by his side, they faced no issues with monsters along the way. The creatures were merely novice village mobs, easily dispatched by players of the same level. The Centennial Zombie assisted as well. An hour later, the trio arrived at the entrance of the skeleton cave without incident. Their levels had also increased. The pig trotters reached level 7, while Lin Feng ascended to level 5. Without any main quest, leveling up so quickly was a boon, thanks to that leather armor. At the skeleton cave entrance stood a soldier-like NPC, surrounded by a throng of players. Judging by the time, most players had likely completed their quests. A group encircled the NPC, angrily berating it. Are you kidding me? We've spent over 2 hours journeying from the novice village. And now you want us to go back? This game is a nightmare. Damn it. I can't believe we have to return to hunt rabbits and pigs again. It's a round trip of at least 2 hours. What advantage do we gain in leveling up? I refuse to accept this. Let's enter the skeleton cave. I just want to slay a few skeletons. Their main quests had led them to the entrance, yet they were barred entry by the NPC, clad in golden armor and wielding a silver spear, who politely stated, "I'm sorry, without a protective talisman, I cannot allow you entry. Please provide rabbit and pig furs, and I will craft talismans for you." Lin Feng observed the crowd with gleaming eyes. I've struck gold. In pursuit of profit within the game, one must act swiftly. As the game commenced, no one was aware of the true value of these items, but he was. Now that everyone was enlightened, the prices of rabbit and pig furs in the novice village would likely skyrocket. Merchants would flock to buy them, rushing here, but once they arrived, the prices would plummet. Calculating the time, Lin Feng had at least an hour to sell. Hey, what is that? Whoa, a zombie? Is it a boss? Is that guy his pet? The Centennial Zombie was indeed a showstopper in the novice stage, drawing astonished gazes from all around. Lin Feng, followed by a lively zombie, bounced into the crowd and cheerfully proclaimed, selling rabbit fur and pig hair for 50 gold coins each. Limited quantity. First come, first served. With that, he boldly set up his stall amidst the throng. What? So expensive. 50 gold coins is equivalent to $5. 1 rabbit fur and 1 pig hair cost a total of 100 gold coins, which is $10. Why don't you just steal it? Lin Feng replied with a grin. I'm faster than stealing. Ah, how shamelessly he admits it, scoffed a bystander. TSK, you poor folks, I'll take it. Running for another 2 hours is a minor inconvenience. What matters is that I'll leap ahead in the rankings. Lin Feng had estimated that those who made it here were largely the strongest from the novice village. Each of them, having completed quests, possessed around 1 to 200 gold coins. Although 100 gold coins seemed steep, it was worth it. Ding. 1 rabbit fur sold. Ding. 1 pig hair sold. The system notifications kept popping up. As soon as people started buying, others followed suit, fearing that if they waited too long, they would miss out on leveling up in the skeleton cavern. Despite the risk of financial ruin, they were determined to make purchases. Lin Feng, overjoyed as his coin pouch swelled, reveled in his success. In just 1 hour, he had sold 2 120 pieces of rabbit fur and 2 120 pieces of pig hair. His pouch was left barren, save for the 20,000 gold coins he had earned. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. Within a mere 2 hours, he had transformed an initial investment of 800 gold coins into a staggering 20,000. The two brothers, known for their pig trotters, remained gazing at him in astonishment. Brother, this is outrageous profit. Sorry, I didn't save any for you. No need to apologize. We've gained a great deal of insight. Thank you for bringing me here. I nearly forgot to give you this. He then traded them a wild boar leather armor. Haha, thank you. May our paths cross again. Ding. I love pig trotters has added you as a friend. Do you accept? Ding. I love pig intestines has added you as a friend. Do you accept? After clicking accept, the two brothers curiously inquired, Brother Shang Tianzi, may I ask why you don't take action yourself? Yes, you seem to have a hidden profession, letting your pets do all the fighting without lifting a finger. Lin Feng, clearly unwilling to divulge his secrets to these newly acquainted individuals, chuckled. I prefer to maintain an air of mystery. Not taking action makes me appear skilled. He anticipated that such a casual remark would become his defining trait. Ah, makes sense. After bidding farewell, the two brothers resumed their quests. Lin Feng, however, was not dazed by the 20,000 gold coins. His goal was to earn enough for his mother's surgery within a week, and he still had a long way to go. He set up shop right at the entrance of a skeleton cavern, displaying a golden sign that read, Buying useless bones, fast shoes and life recovery accessories purchased, miscellaneous goods, cash on delivery. After an hour, most of those who had entered the skeleton cavern for quests began to emerge. Lin Feng's stall was too conspicuous to be overlooked. Hey brother, what do you buy these for? Useless bones? Are they really of any use? I'll keep one. They scrutinized the useless bones, which, much like the rabbit fur and pig hair, were clearly labeled. Useless bones, skeleton bones without any function, sourced from the skeleton cavern. Value, 15 gold coins. Selling to a shop would only yield 15 gold coins, yet Lin Feng was offering a staggering 50 gold coins. With a smile, he remarked, I'm just buying for fun. You can keep one for emergencies. If you don't need them, sell them to me. You're a straightforward guy. All right, I'll sell you 2, just to recoup what I spent earlier. They had entered the skeleton cavern, spending 100 gold coins, and now they could earn it back immediately. Who could resist such a good deal? Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Straightforward? Have you ever seen a shrewd merchant who is honest? However, many kept their wits about them and refrained from selling their bones to Lin Feng. After half an hour, he managed to collect around 500 bones, spent gold coins on potions and gear, specifically those enhancing movement speed and life recovery, amounting to a total of 100,000 gold coins. Meanwhile, a number of merchants arrived at the skeleton cavern entrance, all having come from the novice village to sell pig hair and rabbit fur. With dozens of merchants competing, profits dwindled as prices plummeted to 5 gold coins per hair, earning them barely enough to cover their efforts. To Lin Feng's dismay, as he focused on acquiring useless bones, these merchants began to follow suit. It was clear that the window of opportunity was closing. The essence of business lies in racing against time. If everyone caught wind of it, the item would lose its profitability. Though he had collected everything he hoped for, Lin Feng decided to pack up and leave. Just then, a girl cautiously approached him and asked, Boss, do you buy this? She handed him a blue book, inscribed with the title, Sharpening. Lin Feng's pupils constricted, a passive skill, sharpening. Chapter 5. Utilizing old tactics. Profiting from recognition, sharpening was a universal skill that increased weapon attack power by 10. While this passive seemed modest, Lin Feng recognized its potential for upgrades. Sharpening 2 and 3. Only by mastering sharpening could one learn the advanced versions. As the game progressed, its value increased, and it had previously fetched 1 million gold coins at an auction. He expected to find it in the novice village's skeleton cavern. The girl SID, heart full of flowers, was quite poetic. Lin Feng, inwardly stunned but maintaining his composure, asked, This is a level 10 skill. How much do you want for it? Heart full of flowers sighed. I don't know. I can't learn this book. Plus, a 10 increase seems negligible. It feels useless. Not understanding its true worth was fortuitous. Lin Feng feigned distress. It truly isn't that useful. How many useless bones do you have? I have 6. How about this? I'll give you the price of 7 bones if you sell me the book. He felt both guilty and hopeful as he made the offer. Heart full of flowers pouted, It's only 50 gold coins. Come on, give me a little more. Is there no discount? Lin Feng frowned, seemingly deep in thought and visibly conflicted. This book really doesn't offer much value. If I buy it, I'll surely incur a loss. Beautiful lady, wouldn't you feel sorry to see me suffer a loss? You seem so kind. Heart full of flowers' eyes lit up. If you say it like that, I suppose I can accept. How about for 8 bones? All right, I've said too much. I would want you to think I'm not generous. 8, it is. Ah, you're so nice. Heart full of flowers joyfully traded her 6 bones and the sharpening book to Lin Feng. He chuckled to himself, pondering how she would react upon discovering he had turned that 100 gold coin purchase into 1 million gold coins. It was evident that when a merchant praises you, they're also preparing to fleece you. Heart full of flowers smiled brightly. You're such a good person. I'll sell you my good items in the future. Ding. Heart full of flowers has added you as a friend. Do you accept? Lin Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. However, given her presence, he couldn't refuse. Accept. Miss, let us keep in touch. After bidding farewell to her, Lin Feng opened his friend list. Ding. Are you sure you want to remove Heart full of flowers? Block. Ding. Successfully removed friend and added to blacklist. Lin Feng had no desire to be pursued by a woman, interrupting his grand plans for wealth. Having completed his business, Lin Feng departed from the skeleton cavern, navigating through the woods. Just as he was leaving, four shadowy figures stealthily followed behind him. Lin Feng was acutely aware that the four individuals were following him, curious to ascertain the utility of the seemingly useless bones. In such a scenario, it was impossible to indulge in the luxury of consuming meat. Thus, he called out to them, "Brothers, since you've come, why not join me on this journey?" Their responses were light-hearted. "Ah, ha, we are merely passing through, traveling the same path." Lin Feng, perceiving their intentions, smiled and said, "Since our levels are not particularly high, let us form a party and slay some creatures along the way to level up." "Indeed, I concur." With 5 members in the party, Lin Feng was relieved of the burden of worrying about the wild monsters they might encounter. As the others sought information from him and fought fiercely against the monsters, Lin Feng refrained from summoning zombies, allowing him to gather experience amidst the throng. Suddenly, one of them inquired, "Brother, what exactly do you intend to do with the bones?" As they neared the mountains, all eyes turned to Lin Feng. With a mysterious smile, he replied, "We are almost there. You will soon find out." "How many bones have you all collected?" "I have gathered 15. I have 24. I have a bit more. I collected 110, and it cost me 51 gold. We can hardly gather any." "Brother, your stall shines like gold while ours resembles that of beggars. Considering we managed to collect anything at all, we are fortunate." "Brother, just tell us, what can bones be used for?" "You eat meat, so do share your soup with us." Lin Feng cleared his throat and said, "It's certainly possible. But I have one condition. We shall set the price at 500 each." "What? 500 each? Isn't that a bit too harsh? Will they even buy it?" "It's only an hour from here to the skeleton cave. Isn't 500 a bit excessive?" Lin Feng chuckled. "While 500 is indeed steep, there are plenty of buyers. Rest assured." "Good grief, brother, you are truly ruthless." Before long, they reached their destination, a mountain encampment bustling with dozens of NPCs, far more than in the novice village. A throng of players, all freshly arrived from the skeleton cave, crowded around. "Look, the merchant is here," one exclaimed. "Finally, we've been waiting for you." Another chimed in. "Yes, brother, you've finally arrived. Please return our bones." At level 10, they were already at the pinnacle of their progression, while Lin Feng had only reached level 7 after battling through. Yet, he was surrounded by a crowd of level 10 players. With a smile, Lin Feng said, "Of course, I shall set up my stall immediately." The 4 merchants who had accompanied Lin Feng exchanged knowing glances and promptly set up their stalls at the entrance of the encampment. As the golden name of Lin Feng's stall appeared, astonishment rippled through the crowd. 500 gold. Why not just rob a bank?" "Hey, you've already said that line." "He said it's faster than stealing. I just sold you for 50, and you're selling for 500? I feel like a fool." "That's outrageous. 500 gold means 10 bones for 50 gold. Let us go back to the skeleton cave." "Merchant Tianzi, just wait. I swear I'll make you pay if I see you again." It wasn't that they couldn't afford it. They were simply outraged by the price. A few players left in a huff. The 4 merchants in the party communicated in their channel, "Brothers, it seems we miscalculated." With a smile playing on his lips, Lin Feng sat down and said, "Don't worry, just wait. Someone will buy." Indeed, after a few left, more players chose to purchase from Lin Feng's shop. "Ding! Congratulations! You have sold 10 useless bones for 5,000 gold." The system notifications continued to chime. The other 4 merchants soon opened their shops as well. Staring at their stalls in disbelief, they exclaimed, "How is this possible? Why are they selling?" The response came from a buyer. "This is the place for job advancement. 10 useless bones are part of the job quest. Completing the quest requires venturing out into the vast map. Most importantly, the journey to and from a skeleton cave took over an hour, and players had to battle skeletons there. Given the current situation, there were more players than monsters, and securing skeletons was becoming increasingly difficult. Now, the players present were the elite, having surpassed others in level and quest completion. They were unwilling to relinquish their advantage. With 10 bones priced at 10 gold each, it wasn't long before the useless bones were sold out. Lin Feng's gold surged from initial 100,000 to an astounding 850,000. In just one afternoon, he had recouped the cost of his helmet. "Not bad. Let us keep it up." Suppressing his excitement, Lin Feng closed his stall. The four merchants who had accompanied him hurried over. Brother, wait a moment. Chapter 6. The big spender turns out to be the landlord with a gentle smile. Lin Feng inquired, "What is the matter? Is there something else?" "Brother, thank you for letting us share in your profits. I earn 1,000 gold. Yes, this is simply capitalizing on the time gap. When the next batch of players arrives, prices 1 TB is high." The game featured an integrated forum where many experts and streamers shared strategies. It was likely that posts regarding the job advancement quest items had already emerged, making it challenging to earn more. "Brother, where are you headed next? Could you take us along?" "Yes, brother, please take us with you. We pledge our loyalty to you and will share our earnings." The group looked earnestly at Lin Feng, who, with a wry smile, replied, "I'm just making educated guesses. Naturally, I'm off to grind levels." "Huh? Leveling up? Is there really no other way?" The group clearly aspired to be professional merchants and showed little interest in leveling. Noticing their disappointment, Lin Feng suggested, "Since you're not leveling, why not head to the skeleton cave to acquire bones and sell them here? At least you can earn a bit more." "Yes, many might not know we can score some good deals." "That is a good point. We'll take our leave now. Until we meet again, brother." "Farewell until we meet again." Just as the four were about to depart, Lin Feng called out to them, "By the way, I have shoes that increase movement speed. Would you like some? With these shoes, you'll at least be a bit faster." "Yes, of course." "Haha, a bargain at 1,000 gold for speed 1, 2,000 gold for speed 2, and 3,000 gold for speed 3. The four responded, "I have something to attend to, so I must leave." "Well, I'll take a pair of speed 1 shoes." "Brother, thanks to you, I made over 1,000 gold, so I'll buy the speed 3 for 3,000 gold. The four quickly purchased 3 pairs of shoes and left in haste, fearing they might be further exploited by Lin Feng. Consider yourselves lucky. These shoes had been acquired by Lin Feng for just 100 gold each, and he was reselling them at 10 times the price, which was still a discount. After job advancement, the speed-enhancing shoes would surely be in high demand. With only 200 slots in his inventory and no stacking for equipment, selling a few was inconsequential. Once the four departed, Lin Feng checked the map, determined his direction, and made his way to a main road. There, he encountered monsters like horned deer, wild boars, and mutated insects, all at level 68. The area was bustling with players, primarily level 10, heading to the encampment for their job advancement tasks. Few were engaging these creatures. "Arise, my century-old zombie," he commanded. As the words left his lips, the century-old zombie emerged dramatically from its coffin. It was time to grind levels. Lin Feng, prioritizing his job advancement, had set aside the main quest and focused on battling monsters here. He unleashed the century-old zombie to engage in combat. As these monsters had low attack power but high defenses, making them suitable for leveling, Lin Feng settled cross-legged on the ground, setting up his stall once more, acquiring miscellaneous goods, books, health-restoring items, and speed-enhancing gear. A peculiar scene unfolded on the main road. A lone individual manning a stall, while a zombie fought off monsters nearby. Passers-by couldn't help but be intrigued. What is this? How can he set up shop in the wild? Good grief, it's that guy again. I just saw him collecting items. Ah, the professional merchant. Lin Feng's recognition is exceedingly high. Many people know him. System, activate stall mode. Ding, entering stall mode. You may remove your helmet. Your game character will not log off. Stall mode is a feature of the world that allows for idle gameplay, usable only while trading. Currently situated in the novice village, there is no one around to PK him. He sets the century-old zombie to patrol and slay monsters. After completing all preparations, he finally removes his helmet. Outside, darkness has enveloped the surroundings. He picks up his phone and orders a bowl of pig trotter rice for 15 yuan. Glancing at Lin Wen's phone number, he hesitates before dialing. Just before the call connects, Lin Feng is met with a disconnection. Perhaps it's best to wait until he truly earns some money. Lin Wen is on duty today, caring for their mother, and will return to school in due time. Lin Feng has just graduated from university and has yet to find employment, while his brother, Lin Wen, is still pursuing his studies. The family savings have all been spent on their mother's medical treatment. Lin Feng gazes at the dilapidated rental apartment and silently vows, "I will earn 500,000 yuan. Knock, knock, knock." At that moment, a knock reverberates through the door. Open the door, hurry. Is the delivery service this fast now? Confused, Lin Feng opens the door to find a serene girl standing outside, appearing to be around his age. Where's the takeout? As Lin Feng sizes up the girl, she does the same to him. Frowning, she waves her hand in front of her nose, her face contorted in disdain as she says, "What takeout? Are you Lin Feng? My mother said you owe 3 months' rent, a total of 6,000 yuan. When will you pay?" It appears the landlord has come to collect the rent again. The rent here is indeed quite high due to its proximity to the hospital, making it convenient for caring for their mother. Lin Feng awkwardly replies, "I'm sorry. I'll pay in a few days." The money in the game serves as capital. An additional 6,000 yuan can accomplish a great deal. The girl furrows her brow and impatiently states, "You don't work all day, and you think you can deceive me? You either pay the rent today or get out. You've ruined my good house." The place is indeed a bit messy, but Lin Feng hasn't had time to tidy up. The girl angrily strides into the room and happens to catch sight of the gaming helmet. "Oh, the helmet for the world. You can't pay rent, but can still afford to play the world? That was a gift from a friend. I didn't buy it." Lin Feng stammers, attempting to deflect. Unexpectedly, the girl seems intrigued by the helmet for the world. With her round, sparkling eyes, she giggles. "Is the world fun? I haven't had the chance to play." The merchant's nature shines through as he lies effortlessly. The girl rolls her eyes and suddenly exclaims, "All right, I'll give you 1 day. Once you level up, take me to grind levels, and I'll extend your payment deadline." "What?" Lin Feng exclaims. "What do you mean? If you don't agree, then move out. I won't rent this place anymore," the girl declares triumphantly. Lin Feng never anticipated being threatened by a woman. In the world, the act of leveling her up could be quite valuable, enough to cover the rent, and then some, not to mention the grace period. How could he possibly take her to level up? Who she thinks she is? No amount of beauty can stifle his desire to earn money. Lin Feng grumbles inwardly, yet the girl states directly, "Fine, that's settled then. When you log in, add me as a friend. I'm Li Yu, and my game ID is Heart's Flower." Lin Feng blinks in surprise. "Huh? What did you say?" "Heart's Flower. Remember it." Chapter 7. The leaderboard is activated. Lin Feng makes the ranks. Lin Feng stares wide-eyed at Li Yu. That has quite a name." "Of course. Don't forget to add me. I'm only giving you 1 day." Li Yu leaves no room for Lin Feng to backtrack, departing with a smug smile. Little did Lin Feng know that the woman he had wronged in the game was the landlord's daughter. He wonders if she knows the truth, and whether she would still be so pleased. What mess. Damn. It seems he needs to earn money and make a quick exit. Lin Feng laments the coincidence. The map of the world is vast, and there are numerous novice villages, not just one. Players from the same city enter the same novice village based on their location. Yet, it just had to be the landlord's daughter. At that moment, the delivery arrives. Nothing is more important than food. Lin Feng quickly devours the pig's trotter rice, dons his helmet, and re-enters the game. Stall mode deactivated. You may now control your game character. Lin Feng opens his eyes once more, finding himself back in the world. He checks his level and inventory. The hired zombie still diligently carries out its duties. In just over half an hour, Lin Feng reaches level 8. His equipment inventory has also expanded with several items, mostly shoes that enhance movement speed. It's a modest gain. The surrounding players have begun to increase in number, most of whom are around level 10, all engaged in their job transition quests. The monsters in the vicinity are dwindling. Lin Feng remains in place, sitting on the ground as he calls out, "Buying speed shoes, life recovery accessories, whatever you have, I'll take it. Price is guaranteed to satisfy." The gleaming golden signboard stands out prominently along the avenue. For the next 3 hours, Lin Feng finally fills his entire inventory. Normal players have an inventory size of 100 slots, while Lin Feng, as a merchant, possesses double that, 200 slots. He collects a full 200 pieces of equipment, averaging 200 gold coins per item. Excluding the equipment he already had, he has spent a total of 40,000 gold coins. His level successfully reaches 10. Congratulations! Your level has reached 10. You automatically accept the job transition quest. At last, a quest. I thought merchants didn't have job transition quests. Lin Feng mutters as he opens the quest page. Merchant Job Transition Quest. Provide supplies to each NPC for the Mountain Pass Guard. 10 medium health potions, and 10 medium mana potions each. Is the merchant's job transition quest really this simple? Along the way, Lin Feng has also collected a fair number of health and mana potions, making them perfect for the quest. He packs up his stall, recalls the hired zombie, and heads toward the mountain pass. At this moment, the mountain pass is teeming with players, all there to complete their job transition quests. Once completed, they can teleport to the vast map. Suddenly, the system's voice resonates. Congratulations to player Swiftwind / the first to enter the vast map from Novice Village 225. Reward: a full set of professional gear. Congratulations to player Eternal Night Monarch, the second to enter the vast map from Novice Village 225. Reward: a full set of professional gear. Congratulations to player Big Watermelon, the third to enter the vast map from Novice Village 225. Reward: a full set of professional gear. Lin Feng recalls that the first 10 players to enter the vast map receive rewards. While the rewards may not be grand, the server-wide announcement carries weight. Over 100 players have entered the vast map, successfully activating the leaderboard feature. The leaderboard will include power rankings, equipment rankings, mount rankings, pet rankings, guild rankings, dungeon rankings, villain rankings, and level rankings, 8 distinct lists. Each leaderboard will be settled weekly, and players on the lists will gain prestige points. All games revolve around fame and fortune. The leaderboard is a stage for both. The instant the system's announcement echoes, all players hurriedly check the leaderboard. However, another system voice suddenly rings in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations, player! Merchant Sun has entered the equipment rankings, 13th place, and the pet rankings, 1st place. Would you like to hide your name? Lin Feng is momentarily stunned. He quickly opens the equipment rankings. The 13th place on the equipment rankings reads, Skeleton General's Accessories, Grade, Blue, Level, 10 Equipment Attributes, Health Recovery 5, Attack Power 20. So, it's this piece of equipment. Lin Feng is pleasantly surprised, yet it makes sense. The health recovery attribute is crucial, and soon others will know. Being first on the pet rankings fills him with even greater joy. The hired zombie actually counts as a pet. The hired hands are exclusive to merchants. Lin Feng never expected that the hired hands would be classified as pets. Fortune favors me. What a stroke of luck. Display my name. What hidden identity. The merchant values profit and reputation. Reputation brings business. With fame, who needs to worry about clientele? Lin Feng was well aware that the world would continue to thrive, attracting an increasing number of players. In the future, there would be city rankings, and every position on the current leaderboard of 100 was crucial. Moreover, Lin Feng held the first position, with a commendable rank of 13 on the equipment chart. Once he opened his shop, it was bound to be a tremendous success. With no intention of concealing his identity, he boldly declared, "Show your name." Almost immediately, the system's voice echoed again. Congratulations to player Merchant Sun for achieving the top spot on the pet leaderboard with the 100-year zombie. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but check the pet leaderboard. Aside from the guild rankings, the villain rankings, and the mount rankings, every other leaderboard was filled to capacity. The pet leaderboard, however, was unique, showcasing only Lin Feng's name. This significantly elevated Lin Feng's reputation. Discussions about him erupted in the game and on forums alike. Merchant Sun, what an audacious name. Indeed, isn't Merchant Sun's pet a nine-tailed fox? Ha ha ha. Do you think you're amusing? The 100-year zombie is already impressive. This ranking is merely temporary. Just wait until tomorrow. Everyone will have to change their names. As Lin Feng passed through the Transmutation Mountain Pass, he was quite pleased with the buzz surrounding him. With his upcoming shop, he had no fear of lacking customers. Ignoring the chatter, he began his own transmutation quest. The world is a globally unified game. Due to variations in geography, culture, and traditions, professions, monsters, and architectural styles differ across regions. In the Great Xia, where Lin Feng resided, the aesthetic naturally mirrored that of the Great Xia. The basic professions include Taoist, healer, swordsman, assassin, killer, brawler, blade master, warrior, goo master, and hunter. 10 foundational professions in total. There were numerous hidden professions as well. After reaching a certain level, Each basic profession could further specialize, contributing to the vast and intricate vocational system of the world. Thankfully, Lin Feng possessed an ample supply of red and blue potions, enough for 100 uses. After distributing 10 potions to each of the 10 transmutation NPCs, the quest updated once more. Congratulations, you have gained the trust of the Transmutation Master. Next, please assist in eradicating the monster menace in the mountain pass. Quest details. Enter the Transmutation Dungeon and defeat the monster Trant. Quest difficulty. Extremely difficult. Upon completing the dungeon, Lin Feng exhaled in relief, glad that his quest was identical to those of others. Within the mountain pass, there was a cave that served as the Transmutation Dungeon. Outside the cave, a throng of players had gathered. Need 10 level 10 players for the Trant Dungeon. Must have level 10 weapons. Send weapons to join. Ladies, come join us for the dungeon. Come on, the Transmutation Dungeon is a breeze. If it were truly that easy, successful transmutations would be far more common. Lin Feng had no intention of joining a subpar team. He was unable to join a good team due to the lack of a weapon. However, he was well acquainted with the intricacies of the Transmutation Dungeon and decided to create his own group. Merchant's Son, for the Transmutation Dungeon, I need 5 affluent players. I am an experienced player. We will complete it in one go, 1000 gold per person. Chapter 8. Level 10. Transmutation Dungeon. The Transmutation Dungeon posed significant challenges, and the forums were rife with discussions about it. Yet, none dared to claim expertise. Those around Lin Feng looked at him in astonishment. Is he out of his mind? Trying to profit from the Transmutation Dungeon? Merchant's Son. That name sounds familiar. I remember you. He is the one atop the pet leaderboard. Soon enough, someone recognized Lin Feng's identity. Being first on the pet leaderboard had its advantages. Lin Feng shouted, and someone sent a weapon screenshot. Purple iron sword. Grade. Purple. Level requirement. 10 attack power. 100 poison. Normal attacks can poison the opponent, causing a fixed loss of 2 health points per second. Oh, what a fine item. Are you selling that weapon? Weren't we supposed to team up to clear the dungeon? Lin Feng slapped his forehead, almost forgetting. Apologies, professional habit. He promptly sent a group invitation to the other player. Ding. Jiangnan Swordsman requests to join the group. Do you accept? Accept. Jiangnan Swordsman, a youthful lad of about 20, entered the group. Upon seeing his name, Lin Feng froze. It's him. Do you know me? Jiangnan Swordsman asked, puzzled. Of course, how could I not know you? In my previous life, you ranked 5th on the power leaderboard. Later, you transitioned to the Qing Tian Swordmaster, becoming nearly invincible in one-on-one combat. The Jiangnan Hall you founded is among the top 3 guilds in the Great Xia. How could I not recognize such a figure? Jiangnan Swordsman wasted no time and promptly sent a trade request to Lin Feng, transferring 1,000 gold. What a true affluent player. Lin Feng remarked casually. Aren't you worried I might betray you? Jiangnan Swordsman chuckled. I trust you. It's clear you're a merchant. There is no need to tarnish your reputation for a mere 100 gold. We might have future collaborations. Indeed, I won't. I appreciate your straightforwardness. Let's collaborate in the future. Lin Feng continued to recruit players. It was indeed challenging to find players willing to pay for dungeon access. After some time, he finally gathered a full team, with the last member being Gongzi Wushuang. The moment Gongzi Wushuang joined, he immediately questioned, since we're all novices, are you certain you're experienced? You're not trying to scam us, are you? If you doubt me, feel free to leave the group. Time is of the essence. Pay first, then we'll proceed to the dungeon. I have to be accountable to the other players. The others remained silent, promptly sending Lin Feng their payments. Only Gongzi Wushuang continued to privately insult Lin Feng, prompting Lin Feng to block him. The world is not short of affluent players. Their gaming experience hinges on speed and efficiency, striving to surpass others. A troublesome player could ruin the team's chances. It was better not to recruit them. Lin Feng was offering a service. Soon, he found another teammate. Once the group was full, Lin Feng addressed them. All right, when we enter the dungeon, follow my lead, and I guarantee we'll succeed effortlessly. All right, we trust our captain. Lin Feng strode towards the cave. Ding, are you ready to enter the Transmutation Dungeon? Do you agree? The system prompt resonated with every member of the team, all having paid, so there was no dissent. In the next moment, they vanished into the cave. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a pitch-black cavern, where intertwining roots of trees snaked through the soil. The cave resembled a tree hollow, with droplets of water rhythmically falling. Not far away, monsters roamed, a swarm of insect-like creatures the size of human heads. Cave tree worms. Cannot be tamed. Level 10 Captain. What is the plan? Should we charge in? With our equipment, we should have no problem taking them down. Lin Feng smiled. I will ensure you receive value for your gold. Come forth, 100-year zombie. As the other 5 stared in astonishment, the 100-year zombie emerged from its coffin. Is this really the top pet? How grotesque. Damn it, this is so cool. It looks incredibly lifelike. Can I touch it? Lin Feng, exasperated, replied. Stick close to me and don't stray too far. Let us go. He dashed deeper into the cave, with the 100-year zombie leading the way. The monsters were drawn to the zombie, yet Lin Feng instructed it not to attack. Wearing speed-enhancing shoes, the zombie was faster than the average monster. No creature could close the gap, trailing closely behind Lin Feng and his 5 companions. In no time, they were followed by a horde of dozens of worms. Captain, aren't we attracting too many? We haven't even transmuted yet, and we lack area skills. Will we end up wiped out? Let the pet take the hits? Then we can clear the aggro? That might actually be a good idea. The others simply followed Lin Feng, needing not to attack, and began chatting leisurely. Suddenly, Jiangnan, swordsman, interjected, Captain, is your pet for sale? I'll offer 1 million cash. Wow, what a wealthy player. Brother, you seem to be a bit misguided. Early game pets aren't worth that much. Are you out of your mind? Lin Feng was taken aback, nearly losing his composure. Others might not believe it, but he understood that the Jiangnan swordsman was capable. Unfortunately, a century-old zombie is not a pet. It cannot be traded. Lin Feng felt a wave of despair. If it were sellable, he would have done so long ago. However, he did possess something of value. Merchant, I'll explain in detail once we exit, said the Jiangnan swordsman. All right, ding. The Jiangnan swordsman has added you as a friend. Would you like to accept? Yes. As he accepted the friend request, he simultaneously lured a multitude of monsters. Captain, are we going the wrong way? Look at the map. The boss is over there, right? Indeed. You've led us to a dead end. If we get wiped out, you'll have to refund us. At that moment, 2 others expressed their doubts. Lin Feng ignored them and continued down the narrow path. Soon, a large puddle came into view. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he shouted, Everyone, get in the water! Despite their doubts, no one caused a disturbance. The team members jumped into the puddle one by one, with Lin Feng being the last to enter. As he plunged into the water, he recalled the century-old zombie, drawing all aggro towards him. Hundreds of wild monsters lurked around the puddle, but refused to enter it. Are they afraid of water? Captain, how did you know? Our breathing time is running out. Aside from certain professions, players have a limited breathing time underwater. Just before their time expired, the dungeon monsters finally dispersed, returning to their original spots. Wow, incredible. I can't believe this works. Indeed, this was no novice. With so many dungeon monsters, it would typically take at least an hour to clear them. Haha, Captain, I misjudged you. Lin Feng smiled nonchalantly. It's a trivial matter. The boss's cave is just ahead. There are 12 monsters to clear on the way, but it won't take long. Chapter 9. Successful Job Change. The Great Merchant. Heading to the grand map, the Jiangnan swordsman asked curiously, Brother Merchant, how do you know this dungeon so well? I've been here before. Lin Feng replied casually. You've been here once and already know it so well. That's impressive. Indeed, the payment was worth it, 100 for 2 hours. I have a feeling this dungeon is rather simple. That was indeed a misjudgment. Lin Feng knew well that these monsters were significantly stronger than the level 10 monsters outside. If their execution faltered and they attracted too many monsters, they would be wiped out. Fortunately, everyone's gear was decent, and they cleared all monsters along the cave's edge. Finally, they arrived at the boss's lair. The boss was a tree monster rooted to the ground, a level 10 entity. Its stout trunk bore hollow eyes, and countless vines extended like tentacles. Tree demon. Boss. Untrainable. Level 10. The most challenging aspect of this dungeon was the initial wave of small monsters, which could easily wipe the party. The boss, however, was manageable. They could wear it down. When its health reached half, they should cease attacking, abandon aggro, and consume health potions. Remember? Got it. Oh, and when it dies, it will emit a piercing scream. Make sure to jump at that moment. Understood. Let us commence. Under Lin Feng's direction, the group began to take turns attacking the tree demon. Without a class change or any monster drawing rolls, they alternated tanking. Each time the boss's health fell to half, Lin Feng reminded them to retreat and drink potions, while he controlled the century-old zombie to attack. Unfortunately, the zombie's poison effect had no impact on the boss. Otherwise, it would have been extraordinarily advantageous. 78, 65, 72. The boss's health steadily diminished. In no time, it was nearly depleted. The massive form of the tree demon collapsed. That was quick. Indeed, this 100 was well spent. Everyone reveled in the joy of completing the dungeon. Suddenly, Lin Feng shouted, "Attention, jump!" As expected, at the very moment the tree demon perished, it let out a chilling scream. Spikes erupted from the ground in a flurry. However, the spikes came swiftly and vanished just as quickly, disappearing with the tree demon's death. Congratulations on defeating the tree demon, completing the job change quest. Everyone couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Had they not jumped in time, they would have faced total annihilation. After the tree demon's demise, a dazzling array of treasures was left behind. Wow, there's even equipment. What a pleasant surprise. There were over 100 coins and, crucially, a piece of yellow equipment. Tree demon's spirit accessory. Rank, yellow. Level requirement, to spell attack, 100 to mana recovery. One equipment rating, 746 points. Wow. This is a remarkable item. 746 points for a yellow piece. How do we distribute this? Lin Feng hadn't anticipated the tree demon's spirit would yield a yellow item, especially one that restored mana. What luck! The Jiangnan swordsman commented, "I think this equipment should go to the captain. Without him, we would have cleared it so swiftly." Yes, the captain is indeed impressive, but we paid for it. This equipment ranks 5th on the leaderboard. Currently, only the top 10 items were yellow, with a score of 746. The tree demon's spirit was quite valuable. Everyone who had participated in the dungeon felt it unfair to give it all to the captain. Aside from the Jiangnan swordsman, no one agreed to give it to Lin Feng. He felt frustrated that he had forgotten to change the looting mode when forming the group. Now it was set to random looting, and he had lost the initiative. Not wanting to waste time, Lin Feng stated, "Let us divide the spoils." Hey, that is a good suggestion, Captain. Money is the most straightforward. Who wants this piece of equipment? I don't want it. I can't afford it. Everyone exchanged glances, remaining silent. The Jiangnan swordsman was the first to speak. "I'll take it. I'll buy it for 100,000 gold coins. Does everyone agree? 100,000? Isn't that a bit low? Not really. It's just a level 10 piece. In a day or two, it won't be worth much." Huh. If you think it's low, then bid. Lin Feng knew well that 100,000 was sufficient, even on the higher side. The equipment was only rated highly. Its other attributes were average. All right, 100,000 it is. They changed the looting mode to auction looting. Once everyone agreed, the mode was successfully altered. The Jiangnan swordsman wasted no time and directly purchased the tree demon's spirit for 100,000 gold coins. That was a thrilling dungeon run. I made 2,000 bucks. Captain, let us collaborate again next time. I'm off. Job change successful. See you in the new map. The others left the team. Content. Once everyone had departed, only the Jiangnan swordsman and Lin Feng remained in the cave. The Jiangnan swordsman then initiated a trade with Lin Feng. "Wait, what are you doing?" With a smile, the Jiangnan swordsman replied, "Brother merchant, I know you're a trader. Help me sell this. I'm changing to a swordsman, and this equipment is of no use to me." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. "Aren't you afraid I'll take it for myself? This is just the beginning, brother. I plan to establish a guild and sincerely invite you to join. You have leadership skills, decisiveness, and a unique understanding of the game. Rest assured, if you join my guild, I'll definitely place you in a high position." Being part of the Jiangnan Guild's upper echelon was a tempting offer. In his previous life, Lin Feng had heard that high-ranking members of the Jiangnan Guild earned hundreds of thousands annually. However, Lin Feng shook his head. "Apologies, brother Jiangnan, but I'm a merchant. I intend to pursue business and wish to avoid the turmoil of guild disputes. This item is beyond my means. As he spoke, he attempted to return the tree demon-esque spirit to the Jiangnan swordsman. Yet, the Jiangnan swordsman refused the trade. No need, just keep it for now. I don't need it temporarily. Sell it and give me half. Finally, the heavens had bestowed a stroke of fortune upon Lin Feng. Lin Feng accepted the situation with grace. Rest assured, I will compensate you. I may be a shrewd merchant, but I am not a deceiver. He chuckled. My brother in commerce, you jest. Farewell, until we meet again on the grand map. Oh, by the way, I have always wanted to ask you something. What is it? Jiangnan's swordsman inquired, his face a mask of confusion. Why do you always let your pets do the fighting while you merely stand by and observe? Yet again this question, Lin Feng replied with a smile. It simply does not warrant my intervention. Goodness, this fellow. I shall give him full marks. I'm off. After they exited their party, they were transported out of the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, the crowd had swelled, many regrouping after previous failures, now more cautious, demanding weapon maps. The majority had become trapped in the class transition dungeon. In contrast, Lin Feng leveraged his understanding of the dungeon to surpass the main group, recovering the ground lost during his earlier stall at the market. He approached a merchant nestled in the far corner among a cluster of class transition NPCs. The cunning merchant. You have finally gained the recognition of all the masters. Remember, you are a merchant, cunning yet not deceitful, lest you jeopardize your own future. The merchant NPC lectured Lin Feng before granting him his class change. Ding! Congratulations! Player Merchant Emperor has successfully transitioned to the Great Merchant. Great Merchant. The system will directly grant you a level 3 main city shop. Shop. Non-transferable, cannot be traded. Acquired active skill. Revive henchman. Revive henchman. Revives a fallen henchman. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Ding! Congratulations! Henchman evolution successful. Millennium Zombie. Attributes enhanced. All skill levels increased by 1. After the class transition, various attributes saw significant enhancement. Lin Feng opened his attribute panel. Player, Merchant Emperor, level, 10 experience needed for next level, 100. 000, health, 1150, mana, 690, attack, 0, defense, 139, movement speed, 18 skills, summon henchman, revive henchman. Lin Feng's attributes had improved markedly, and the Millennium Zombie's enhancements were even more impressive. Henchman, Millennium Zombie, health, 2000, mana, 0, attack, 840, defense, 1390, movement speed, 18. Such formidable defense astounded Lin Feng. At this stage of the game, you must be the strongest tank. Ding! Congratulations on successful class transition. Please use the teleportation array to proceed to the main city. Chapter 10. Stepping into the main city. The world begins nearby. The teleportation array buzzed with activity as players entered. This was the gateway to the grand world of the world. Lin Feng hesitated not a moment and stepped directly into the array. A radiant light enveloped him, and in the next instant, his form vanished from the novice village map. Congratulations on arriving at the world grand map. Detected Merchant Emperor's unique hidden class. Automatically accepting main storyline quest. Main story quest. The Path of the Cunning Merchant. The Path of the Cunning Merchant. There are paths for men and demons. Cunning merchants have their own way. They do not participate in worldly conflicts, but can influence them, establishing their own guild while maintaining neutrality. Quest objective. Travel to Willow Leaf Town and inquire about the guild token. Quest reward. Guild token. Bound. Lin Feng was taken aback, freshly transitioned. He was already being urged to establish a guild, with such a captivating main quest. Am I to create a guild all on my own? He thought, a wry smile crossing his face. The brilliance faded, revealing him in the heart of a bustling plaza. This was a vast urban square, encircled by teleportation arrays and dominated by a 3-story fountain. Many players lounged on the ground, setting up stalls, while others hurried past, engaged in quests and monster hunting. Beyond the square rose grand, resplendent buildings, predominantly styled in ancient Chinese architecture, stretching as far as the eye could see. This was the main city of Ningxing, Ningdu. The layout of the world mirrored real geographical positions, with novice villages and main cities appropriately assigned. Those who could teleport here were predominantly from Ningxing. Ningdu was indeed the main city for Ningxing's inhabitants. The developers of the world had meticulously crafted a world rich with territorial disputes, guild rivalries, and regional conflicts. Upon reaching level 10, players could engage in PvP outside the city without restriction. Death would entail not only the loss of equipment and items, but also a drop in level, intensifying player conflicts. The status quo of a novice village would soon be disrupted. Lin Feng, however, gave little thought to these matters, as they bore no relevance to him. He opened his system interface to locate the transition reward bestowed upon him, the shop. While others saw their attributes enhanced and skills increased, Lin Feng was gifted a shop, quite a boon indeed. As he made his way to his shop, he glanced at the rankings. He remained first on the pet leaderboard. His shop was situated on the largest commercial street, just outside the square. Lin Feng was elated. This street housed the class transition and skill-learning NPCs, as well as the auction house and storage NPCs, marking it as the most prosperous avenue in Ningdu. The shop gifted by the system was positioned right in the heart of this vibrant marketplace. Truly, the perks of a unique hidden class. Gazing at the expansive shop, Lin Feng felt a swell of satisfaction. Alas, the shop was non-transferable. Had it been otherwise, it could have covered his mother's medical expenses. The shop came with an NPC, a girl, who bowed and smiled upon his entrance, greeting him with boss. The shop interface sprang to life. Ding, please name your shop. Great Merchant Dynasty, Lin Feng declared without hesitation, envisioning his name as the shop's banner. Congratulations, naming successful. Great Merchant Dynasty. The plaque above the door gradually materialized with the 4 characters of his shop's name. The shop interface was straightforward. Level 1 shop. Tax, 15. Selling space, 1,000. Shop owner, Merchant Emperor. The tax is quite steep. Many items yield only slim profits. At this moment, the advantages of being a cunning merchant became evident. Lin Feng was exempt from tax. He began to organize his inventory, displaying potions in the showcase, pricing them identically to the apothecary. Each piece of equipment was marked with a price. Speed 1 shoes for 3,000 gold, Speed 2 for 6,000 gold, Speed 3 for 9,000 gold, Health Recovery 1 for 3,000 gold, Health Recovery 2 for 6,000 gold, and Health Recovery 3 for 9,000 gold. He placed a total of 190 items on display, clearing his inventory in a heartbeat, leaving only a book and the spirit of the tree demon. Suddenly, Lin Feng slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to sell the knife sharpening technique book to Jiangnan swordsman. What a missed opportunity. Having made acquaintance with such a major buyer, Lin Feng opened his friend's list and reached out to Jiangnan swordsman once more. Big shot, do you want this item? He forwarded the attributes of the knife sharpening skill book to Jiangnan swordsman, who replied with a single word, want. 100,000. What the hell, brother? Why don't you just go rob someone? I'm actively seeking. After a brief silence, Jiangnan swordsman continued, I trust your judgment. Do you believe it's worth 100,000 gold? If you say it's worth it, I'll buy it. Not worth it. It's only worth around 50 to 70,000. Jiangnan swordsman fell silent, left speechless by the cunning merchant's honesty. You could be a bit more tactful. It would lighten the hearts of those being deceived. Lin Feng shot back. However, possessing this item will enable you to acquire knife sharpening 2 and 3. Then, on the power rankings, you will shine. Knife sharpening 1 is scarce, a rare item. After a moment of contemplation, Jiangnan swordsman replied, want. Lin Feng's eyes widened. Really? Yeah. Meet me at the fountain. Engaging with affluent individuals certainly had its rewards. Lin Feng, brimming with excitement and clutching the knife sharpening book, hurried to the fountain's location. Yet, Jiangnan swordsman was nowhere to be seen. Where is he? Charging his account. Chapter 11. Another 100,000 gold earned, targeting territory well then. The big shot is reloading his account. After what felt like an eternity, approximately 5 minutes, Jiangnan swordsman finally arrived, accompanied by several teammates, standing before Lin Feng. The Jiangnan swordsman wore a broad smile as he greeted, Brother Shang, you've kept us waiting. Lin Feng responded in kind. In matters of profit, what's the delay? I bear no grudge against you. Haha, Brother Shang is a man of character. Allow me to introduce you to the merchant, Shang Tianzi. Quite amusing. Isn't it? These are my companions, with whom I indulge in gaming. The players behind Jiangnan's swordsman gazed curiously at Lin Feng. Nothing special. Every merchant has their schemes. Jiangnan, do be cautious around him. These individuals were friends of Jiangnan in real life, destined to become high-ranking members of Jiangnan Hall. Lin Feng recognized nearly all of them, future luminaries of the game. Yet, at present, their fame paled in comparison to his own. Sensing the potential awkwardness, Jiangnan's swordsman swiftly proposed, "Let us trade. We still need to level up." Ding, Jiangnan's swordsman requests a trade. Do you agree? Yes. The trading interface opened, and Lin Feng placed the whetstone in the trade box. After a brief pause, a row of zeros appeared in the counterpart's trade box. With bated breath, Lin Feng began to count. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. Excitement surged as he recounted. Indeed, it was 1 million. Noticing Lin Feng's prolonged silence, Jiangnan's swordsman inquired, "Brother Shang, what is the matter?" "It's nothing. I was just pondering whether I might have undersold it." Yu Jiangnan chuckled, "Just kidding. Let us finalize the trade." Both confirmed the transaction, and 1 million gold coins were credited. Lin Feng gazed at the 1.8 million gold coins in his inventory, struggling to contain his exhilaration. His family was not affluent, and since his mother fell ill, they had been scraping by. This 180,000 gold coins came at a most opportune moment. "Brother Shang, I hope you'll reconsider my last proposal." "Well, I must take my leave and focus on leveling up." Lin Feng teased, "I didn't realize even the wealthy are so industrious. How can others get by?" Alas, I too did not foresee such fierce competition in this game. It seems I'll have to grind through the night. Let us not dwell on that. We likely missed our chance to level up while we've been away. Ah, it matters not. Consider it a medicine purchase. Lin Feng suddenly remarked, "Isn't it cumbersome to run back and forth for potions?" Jiangnan's swordsman's team was well equipped. He himself was a swordsman, boasting high attack, but low defense. His group included a warrior to draw aggro, a healer for support, 2 priests for crowd control, and an assassin to clean up the battlefield and return to purchase supplies. Their efficiency in battling hordes was undeniable, albeit at a high cost. Indeed, the healer's mana is perpetually depleted. What of it? Brother Shang, do you have any tricks to enhance our efficiency in monster hunting? Lin Feng replied with a smile. I may not have many potions, just a few hundred, but I possess gear that boosts movement speed and health regeneration. At this early stage, monsters had low attack power. Equipping the warrior with speed-enhancing gear would allow them to evade attacks, while health recovery items would significantly increase their efficiency in battling hordes. Ah, that makes sense. Jiangnan, swordsman enlightened. No wonder I saw you acquiring such equipment at the novice village. Boss, it seems our newly acquired gear lacks these attributes. Jiangnan's swordsman observed Lin Feng with a peculiar gaze. Brother Shang, you must have stockpiled a considerable arsenal. Arsenal was a euphemism in the game, referring to various equipment, potions, and consumables collectively. Lin Feng smiled knowingly. To be candid, I own a shop, located right there. Let us pay a visit to Brother Shang's shop. Wow, how impressive. To have your own shop upon entering the grand map. Let us go check it out. Lin Feng's shop was adjacent to the square, just a few steps away. Upon seeing Lin Feng's pricing, the group exchanged incredulous glances. Is it not exorbitant? 3,000 gold coins for a level 3 piece of equipment? Indeed, I could purchase level 10 gear for just 100 gold coins. Uncertain of the gear's effectiveness, their expressions hinted at skepticism. Jiangnan swordsman, however, remained magnanimous and wasted no time purchasing speed-enhancing boots and health regeneration accessories for everyone. Brother Shang, let us test these first. If they prove effective, we'll buy more. Haha, if they do work, please help promote my shop. It's open 24 hours, welcoming all patrons. Of course, for bulk purchases, I can offer a discount for the esteemed Jiangnan. Excellent, let us try them out. Do come again. Lin Feng replied with a grin, recognizing the potential of this lucrative patron. As he watched Jiangnan's swordsman depart, Lin Feng began contemplating his next moves. The next valuable item would likely be the faction token. However, it seemed unattainable. Faction tokens only dropped from outdoor bosses on the grand map. The faction token in his quest was bound and could not be sold. Let me think. After faction tokens, the most valuable asset would be territory. In his previous life, Lin Feng had not joined the game immediately upon its launch and relied solely on his memories. Yes, territory. He recalled a prime piece of land that was worth millions in the early game. If he could acquire it, once more factions emerged a few days later, he would profit handsomely. Suddenly, Lin Feng smacked his forehead. Of course, the main quest. The main quest was located in Willow Leaf Town, the most coveted territory near Ningdu. Without hesitation, he resolved to purchase Willow Leaf Town. Chapter 12. The arrogant killers dance away before heading to Willow Leaf Town. Lin Feng visited the auction house to acquire a full set of defensive gear. With maximum movement speed and health recovery, he felt secure enough to depart. Upon exiting the city gates of Ningdu, he was greeted by a throng of players in the wilderness. His intention to slay a few monsters along the way was thwarted. There were simply too many players competing for the same targets. Lin Feng consulted the map. Aside from Ningdu, the rest was shrouded in darkness. To reach the quest location of Willow Leaf Town, he would need to navigate and inquire with NPCs. However, he was unperturbed. In his previous life, he had traversed the route between Willow Leaf Town and Ningdu countless times. The distance was short, approximately half an hour on foot. Without a mount, he set his direction and began his journey towards Willow Leaf Town, gradually distancing himself from the city gates and ascending the mountain path. There were still many players present. As Lin Feng ascended the mountain, two individuals suddenly blocked his path. The area ahead has been claimed by us. You'll have to level up elsewhere. Both were assassins with an arrogant demeanor. Upon hearing their name, Lin Feng's heart sank. In his previous life, the name Killers Dance Away was notorious. Not just infamous, but infamously dreadful. It was an organization formed by a group of wealthy second-generation heirs, notorious for their ruthless behavior. After establishing their faction, they engaged in rampant killing. They ranked among the top 20 in the faction leaderboard, with half of their members on the notorious list, renowned for their disruptive and troublesome nature, skilled in player killing. It was surprising to see them already active at the game's launch. The mountain ahead was called Longio Mountain, home to two outdoor bosses. Killers Dance Away was certainly after faction tokens. Perhaps they hadn't formed their faction yet, hence their current restraint. Otherwise, they would have long since engaged Lin Feng in combat. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng smiled. Gentlemen, I am merely a merchant passing through. I assure you, I will not steal your kills. Spare us your chatter. Didn't you hear us telling you to scram? Hey, if you don't leave, we'll take you down and send you back to the main city. To bypass Longjiao Mountain and reach Willow Leaf Town would take at least 3 to 4 hours. Lin Feng couldn't afford to wait. I am Shang Tianzi. If you have any doubts, you are welcome to accompany me. Oh, a celebrity, are we? Shang Tianzi, the only player in the game with a pet. The two assassins regarded Lin Feng with newfound interest. While you could pass, hand over your pet, and I'll escort you. Indeed, give us your pet, and you'll be one of us. Ha ha. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, realizing that a peaceful resolution was impossible. Resolutely, he declared, "Summon my backup." A chilling gust swept through the air, transforming the dilapidated wooden coffin into a resplendent mahogany one. The crimson paint flowed like blood, solidifying in the eerie atmosphere. A series of unsettling creaks echoed, causing the two assassins to instinctively retreat a few steps. Lin Feng had undergone a class change. The century-old zombie had evolved into a millennium-old one, though the manner of its emergence remained unchanged, while the effect had altered dramatically. With a resounding crash, the coffin lid slammed onto the ground, startling the two assassins. They beheld a sharp, clawed hand emerging from the coffin. The face of the millennium-old zombie was strikingly pale, devoid of the grotesque horror of its predecessor. It was far more unnerving. The two assassins, visibly tense, stammered, "What do you intend to do? Are you seeking death?" Lin Feng's gaze turned icy. "I shall reiterate my demand. Let me pass, or I shall take your lives. Are you certain you wish to engage us in a deadly dance?" One of the assassins retorted, "You'd best leave, as we are in a generous mood and might spare you." A merchant avoids conflict, valuing harmony above all, with profit as the ultimate goal. However, when trouble arises, one must possess the means to confront it. A great sage once proclaimed that wielding a sword and having no sword are two vastly different matters. Kill them, Lin Feng declared nonchalantly. The millennium-old zombie soared into the air, launching an attack with blinding speed. The two assassins had not anticipated that Lin Feng would strike first. Ding! You have been attacked by the Merchant Emperor. You may now retaliate without accruing evil points. The system's voice chimed. Instantly, a red number 245 floated above the assassin's head. What immense power! The assassin gasped in shock. Although he had changed classes, he possessed the lowest health pool of any profession, barely exceeding 600 points. A single ordinary attack from the millennium-old zombie siphoned away half of his health. Hold your ground. I will take him down, shouted the other assassin. Hold. You try holding. Both were freshly inducted into the deadly dance, lacking adequate equipment and skills. Hence their assignment as sentries. Faced with the millennium-old zombie, their only option was to flee. Yet, the zombie, inheriting Lin Feng's swiftness, pursued them relentlessly. With a couple of slashes, it dispatched one assassin, leaving a scattering of debris that faded into light. Ding! You have killed a player. Evil points increased by 10. The other assassin rushed toward Lin Feng. You little brat, perish! He brandished his dagger, which glimmered ominously with blood-red light. The assassin's core skill, blood stab. The number 59 appeared above Lin Feng's head. The assassin was momentarily stunned. Why is it so low? Assassins are renowned for their formidable single-target PK capabilities. Clad in defensive gear, Lin Feng was equipped as a tank, rendering him impervious to the assassin's assault. As the assassin executed his skill, he feared Lin Feng would seize the opportunity to counterattack. Slipping away from Lin Feng's vicinity, he was unprepared for Lin Feng's unexpected move. Instead of retaliating, Lin Feng dashed toward the millennium-old zombie, moving with astonishing speed, even faster than the assassin. Before he could react, the zombie was upon him, delivering 3 swift strikes that ended the assassin's life. Lin Feng's evil points soared to 20. Upon reaching 50, he would be marked as a criminal, risking the loss of all his belongings upon death. Not only would wild beasts turn on him, but even NPCs would seek his demise. A grudge had been firmly established. Muttering to himself, Lin Feng began to collect the spoils. The assassin's equipment was subpar, yielding no valuable treasures. After gathering the loot, he gazed toward Lanrua Mountain, pondering why no one had come to assist him. Were they occupied with a boss fight? Logically, both should have called for reinforcements, yet not a soul was in sight. It was highly probable that they were preoccupied with a boss battle. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, a wicked smile creeping upon his lips. Since I have already made an enemy, I shall see this through to the end. With that, he set forth toward the summit of Lanrua Mountain. Along the way, he encountered no wild creatures to contend with. After traversing a small expanse of thicket, he finally stumbled upon the large contingent of the Killing People and Dancing Guild. As anticipated, they were engaged in a boss fight. Lanrua, Mountain Siren, Wild Boss. Cannot be tamed. Level 20. The Lanrua Mountain Siren was not particularly difficult. The guild had already whittled down 3/4 of its health. It was no wonder they had not sent aid. Watching from a distance, Lin Feng could not suppress a malicious grin. I shall grant you a delightful surprise. Bring forth your grandmother. Chapter 13. Taking grandmother to kill Lanrua Mountain Harbor's 2 bosses. Lin Feng recalled that the Lanrua Siren specializes in single-target attacks, capable of whittling down health points. The other boss, known as the Lanrua Treant, was humorously dubbed Grandmother by players. It possessed area attacks and would likely prove challenging to defeat at their current levels. But what if the 2 bosses were to converge? If it can be done, I shall do it. Following his recollections, Lin Feng located the Lanrua Treant. This colossal boss, its true nature obscured, bore a human upper body atop its trunk, presenting a grotesque sight. After clearing away the small creatures surrounding it, Lin Feng's level rose to 11. He commanded the millennium-old zombie to approach the Lanrua Treant. Landing a hefty blow, the Treant roared in fury, and roots erupted from the ground, striking the zombie. A number 158 appeared above its head. As a tank, the millennium-old zombie had a health pool of 2,000 points, making the damage quite manageable. Lin Feng too was struck by roots, with a number 257 appearing above him. The attack range was greater than he had anticipated, approximately 25 meters. The true prowess of the tank class manifested itself here. As long as the target remained within his line of sight, Lin Feng could command the millennium-old zombie, unlike typical pets that would return to their master after a certain distance. With this advantage, Lin Feng climbed a tall tree, directing the zombie toward the Lanrua siren. By the lakeside, the Lanrua siren's health had dwindled to 1/5. The guild leader, a notorious rogue, sensed victory approaching and rallied his comrades. Brothers, we are on the brink of triumph. The first kill of the Lanrua siren is ours. Each of you shall be rewarded with 2,000 gold coins. The guild leader was a prominent figure, the most ostentatious heir in Ning City, ranked 32nd among assassins. Thank you, boss. The boss is so generous. We shall feast in his honor. Cheers erupted among the members of Killing People and Dancing. The first kill yields the highest drop rates and receives a regional announcement. The promise of 2,000 gold coins was a substantial incentive. Just as the jubilations reached a crescendo, a lookout rushed in, panic-stricken. Boss, it's bad. We're doomed. You're the one who's doomed. Can't you see I'm moments away from our first kill? Are you cursing me? The guild leader kicked the lookout to the ground, cursing him further. No, boss. The Treant is coming. You fool. Are you forfeiting your reward? Get out of my way. Just as the guild leader berated the lookout, a cacophony erupted. A massive Treant pushed through the thicket and appeared before them. The guild leader's eyes widened in shock. What imbecile attracted the Treant? Boss, look. There's a zombie in front of the Treant. What the hell is going on? The guild leader's expression turned grave. They had surveyed the area upon arriving at Lanrua Mountain, knowing that the Treant was far too formidable for their current level. Even T would struggle against it. Everyone, fall back quickly. Move the siren away. Do not let the Treant catch our attention. He maintained his composure, directing his subordinates to alter their formation. Lin Feng, perched on a nearby tree, observed this scene with admiration. No character that could make the leaderboard was without merit. Yet, if I act this way, how will you respond? Withdraw the zombie, he commanded, and, as the words left his lips, the zombie vanished into thin air. The old witch, having lost her target, immediately turned her gaze toward the members of the killing dance. A furious roar erupted as she unleashed her ground attack. Players within a 25-meter radius became her targets. And in an instant, a stream of health points erupted from the members of Killing Dance. The notorious villain's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it. You all, move him away quickly, or we will be annihilated. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lin Feng was too close, merely 20-some meters away from the female ghost. All the tanks holding off the Banshee were within the old witch's attack range. Coupled with the Banshee's formidable single-target assault, a significant number fell in an instant, leaving behind a sea of corpses. The notorious villain trembled with rage, fully aware that all their efforts had been in vain. The Banshee returned to the lake's surface, aimlessly wandering. Who, which bastard, which son of a gun? I will kill him. The notorious villain stomped his foot in fury. Boss, it must be that suddenly vanished zombie. Zombie? How could there be a zombie here? Such matters were easily investigated. Shortly, the two assassins tasked with guarding the mountain returned after respawning. The notorious villain unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at them. I told you to guard the mountain. Where the hell have you been? Damn it. Boss, it was that guy named Shang Tianzi. He killed us and made it up the mountain. Yes, his zombie was too powerful. I couldn't withstand 3 hits. The two assassins looked utterly aggrieved. They were merely peripheral members of Killing Dance. How could they possibly compete with a player ranked first in the pet leaderboard? The notorious villain squinted. Shang Tianzi? Are you certain? Boss, Shang Tianzi's pet is indeed a millennium-old zombie. It must be him. Lin Feng killed the two of them, and then the old witch came. It can't be anyone else. You bastard, how dare you offend me? I will make you pay. The notorious villain gritted his teeth. After such a long time of effort, the elite members of Killing Dance had gathered to slay the Banshee of Lanrua Mountain, only to waste all that time and suffer a total defeat. As time passed, more players arrived at Lanrua Mountain. Killing Dance had lost any opportunity to defeat the boss. At that moment, Lin Feng had traversed the entirety of Lanrua Mountain. Damn it, what a waste of half an hour. From the mountainside, he could already see a small town appearing on the horizon. He estimated he would arrive in about half an hour. The players here were few, likely to encounter wild monsters. Come forth, millennium-old zombie. Summoning henchmen successful. From the inky ground, a coffin slowly rose, crashing down with a loud bang. Lin Feng remarked with displeasure, "Must you always make such a racket? Can't you be a little quieter?" Indeed, that sound had reverberated throughout the forest, attracting the attention of a few curious onlookers. "Wow, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's Shang Tianzi. Huh, good to see you again, Brother Shang." Chapter 14. The approaching blacksmith and alchemist, two burly figures, emerged from the nearby thicket. "I love pig trotters. I love pig intestines." It was the two brothers. "Oh, what a coincidence. What are you doing here? We arrived a while ago. We just saw you leading the old witch across the road." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. "You saw that?" "Of course." Brother S' actions were truly gratifying. "Yes, that killing dance is utterly disgusting. They drove us out." "Don't worry. We'll keep your actions a secret." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng sighed in relief. He wasn't afraid of killing dance. Rather, he deemed it unnecessary. As a merchant, being versatile was paramount. He might need to conduct business with them in the future. "By the way, I remember your levels weren't very high. What brings you to this place?" Lin Feng looked at the two in confusion. Their levels were just at 10. This area was hardly suitable for their training. "I love pig trotters." "Hey, brother, I was just about to tell you about this. I love pig intestines. Ever since we parted ways in the novice village. Your money-making methods have astounded us. We wish to become merchants too. So we emulated your techniques, starting with high-priced acquisitions of quest items. Then, we couldn't sell them. Indeed, it was exactly the same. The prices were identical. How did it not sell? We lost a total of 5,000 coins. Lin Feng. These two must be the epitome of foolishness. They love pig trotters and intestines, but have no taste for brains. So we decided to change our approach, focusing on potions and equipment, which should be more profitable. We searched and truly found a way. Then we both became a blacksmith and a doctor. To be precise, they became a blacksmith and an alchemist. Lin Feng stared wide-eyed at the two. A blacksmith and an alchemist? What the hell? These two professions are coveted. If Lin Feng remembered correctly, blacksmiths and alchemists were hidden professions, and though not entirely hidden, they could only be chosen at level 10. Missing the opportunity would mean losing it forever. In the early stages of the game, these two professions might not seem significant, as equipment and potions were readily available in the city. However, in the later stages, city-sold equipment only reached level 50. Weapons forged by blacksmiths often possessed unique attributes, making them highly sought after, a vital component in arms trading. Alchemists were no less significant. The red and blue potions they concocted restored more health than ordinary ones. Astonishingly, they could create various attribute-enhancing potions, including invincibility potions, making them equally popular professions in the future. The two wore foolish expressions, oblivious to Lin Feng's shock, continuing to chatter. "After we changed professions, our quests changed, sending us to this place to gather herbs and mine. But we were driven away by killing dance. Yes, after changing professions, we gained many attack skills, significantly boosting our strength. But we can only gather herbs and mine. Our basic attacks struggle against monsters of the same level. Sigh, we are so unlucky. This game is not fun at all. I'm considering quitting. But the helmet is so expensive, already bound, can't sell it. What a shame to quit." The two sighed deeply, faces filled with lament. Truly, they were unaware of their own fortune. "Huh, Brother Shang, could we follow you in business? We want to earn some money." "Yes, Brother Shang is so capable. Surely you can help us." After much preamble, the two finally expressed their intentions. Lin Feng regarded them, pondering for a moment before speaking, causing the two brothers to feel anxious. In truth, Lin Feng was contemplating his future path. While it seemed lucrative now, once stabilized, it would no longer be so profitable. His mother would require substantial funds for treatment, even after surgery. To earn money in the game, there was but one avenue: arms dealing, and these two individuals before him were the future arms creators. With that thought, Lin Feng's gaze became resolute. "Brothers, I can take you along." "Really? That is fantastic. I will establish a guild soon. Don't worry, this guild will only recruit merchants. If you're willing to join, we can work together. You will handle potion making and forging, while I provide materials and handle sales. Together we can profit. What do you say? The brothers exchanged glances, brimming with joy. It sounds incredible. Haha, we will finally be merchants. Brother Sean, what shall we do now? These two lively characters made Lin Feng chuckle wryly. Of course, we each have our tasks. You go gather herbs, and mine to level up your skills. While I will find a way to establish the guild. The higher the skill level, the better the items they can craft. A heartfelt thank you to Brother Sean. Brother Sean, you are truly kind. We will not let you down. It is quite touching to see how sentimental these two strong men have become. They're on the verge of tears. After bidding farewell to the two brothers, Lin Feng silently realized he had underestimated the situation. Beyond the territory, the demand for medicinal herbs and iron ore would also increase. Many individuals would pursue secondary professions, engaging in both monster hunting and mining. Currently, everyone is busy leveling up, and these items are not particularly expensive. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng opened the shop interface and added several commonly used herbs and ores to the acquisition list. The herbs included poria, sunflower, isatus root, mugwort, and white peony, each acquired at a price of 2 gold coins. The ores included iron ore, copper or aluminum ore, willow wood ore, and iron sand ore, each acquired at a price of 5 gold coins. Other ores and herbs had not yet appeared, nor did they have the required gathering levels. Having completed this, Lin Feng arrived at Willow Leaf Town. Stop. To enter Willow Leaf Town, you must pay a toll of 1 gold coin. The NPC at the entrance directly blocked Lin Feng's path. Without hesitation, Lin Feng paid the toll. This is the benefit of having a territory. Once a guild is established, territories will be set up. The territory generates tax revenue, toll fees, and even a commission from the medicines and equipment sold by NPCs. It is a never-ending source of wealth. Lin Feng wondered if he could purchase Willow Leaf Town with a substantial sum he had. If he could, it would be a fortune. Instead of seeking the main quest NPC, he headed straight to the mayor's residence. Upon arriving, he was once again blocked. This is private property. Players are not allowed inside. Beep, you are not a member of this territory and cannot enter this building. Lin Feng wasted no time. Call your mayor out. I want to buy this town. Chapter 15. Purchasing Willow Leaf Town currently. Willow Leaf Town is in a state of being unclaimed. However, that does not mean it lacks an owner. The mayor is the owner. The old NPC hurriedly emerged from the courtyard. You wish to buy the entire town? Yes. Name your price. Lin Feng's time was precious. He did not wish to waste any. The old man wasted no words either. As everything was pre-programmed, 1 million gold coins will grant you the mayoral position of Willow Leaf Town for 1 year. Next to him was a speech bubble. Clicking on it revealed a price list for various levels of territories. Level 1 territory, 100,000 gold coins per year. Level 2 territory, 500,000 gold coins per year. Level 3 territory, 1 million gold coins per year. Small town, 2 million gold coins per year. Large town, 5 million gold coins per year. Main city, 10 million gold coins per year. Willow Leaf Town is currently a level 3 territory, the highest level in the vicinity of Ningdu. To elevate it to a small town, development is necessary. Upon seeing the prices, Lin Feng exclaimed inwardly, what a ripoff. In accordance with real-world proportions, there are countless cities in this world, each with dozens of territories. This company dedicated to territory sales must be the largest real estate mogul in the world of gaming. Moreover, it is all rental income. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. I'll rent it. Do you wish to spend 1 million gold coins to rent Willow Leaf Town? Yes. Beep. Congratulations, player. Shang Tianzi has rented Willow Leaf Town, becoming the mayor of Willow Leaf Town. Time, 365 days. The transaction was complete. Lin Feng had become the owner of Willow Leaf Town. After struggling so hard to earn 8 million gold coins, he was now left with only 800,000. He wondered if anyone had obtained the guild token. Although Lin Feng felt a pang of regret, there was no turning back. He opened the forum to check. Most posts were about acquiring guild tokens, but he did not see anyone offering them. It seemed it was still too early. Just as Lin Feng was about to close the forum, he suddenly spotted a post. Shang Tianzi, you are doomed. Lin Feng frowned and clicked on the post. Do not think we are unaware. If you offend us, you will pay dearly. I will ensure you face the consequences. We will hunt you down until you quit the game. From this day forward, the killers, will kill you on sight. This post was directed at Lin Feng. It seemed they had discovered his identity. Lin Feng cursed under his breath. These killers were truly arrogant. However, since he had already acted, he would not regret it. It was already 3 in the morning. Wearing the game helmet, he did not need to sleep, but prolonged gaming was indeed exhausting. Lin Feng did not plan to rest. These next 7 days were crucial, and time was of the essence. He opened the quest list, which contained only one main quest. Main quest, The Way of the Merchant. Quest content. Go to Willowleaf Town and inquire about the guild token. Quest reward. Guild token bound. Quest reward. Experience points. 100,000. Being in Willowleaf Town, the quest updated automatically. Quest content. Find a Willowleaf Town. Xiao Yezi Alley, number 25, Willow Merchant Association. Seek out the president. Xiao Yezi Alley is just the street next door. ISNT it. The mayor's residence and the Merchant Association are located in the most prosperous area of the town, not far apart. Lin Feng did not walk far before he found the president of the Merchant Association. Upon meeting the president, Lin Feng was taken aback. Wait, old man, weren't you the mayor? How did you become the president of the Merchant Association? Indeed, the president of the Merchant Association was none other than the former mayor. The old man stroked his beard and chuckled. Young mayor, NPCs are limited in number. It is quite reasonable for me to hold multiple positions, especially since our game is in dire need of funds. Lin Feng, is this a sarcastic remark from the official narrative? Young mayor, aren't you also a merchant? He chuckled. You're here for the main quest, aren't you? I must admit, the NPCs here have a high degree of freedom. Sometimes, Lin Feng even suspected that these crucial NPCs were actually GMs donning helmets to play their roles. Yes, please tell me about the guild token. I happen to have a guild token. The old man struggled a bit before producing a guild token. Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Such a trick exists? Instinctively, yes, it was instinct, he reached out and snatched the token. Hey. Young mayor, you are a merchant, not a bandit. Unbeknownst to him, although the old man appeared frail, his grip was like iron. He looked at Lin Feng with a teasing expression. If you truly attempt to steal it, the system will eliminate you. Lin Feng clapped his hands. So how do I obtain it? It's quite simple. I have 2 choices for you. Beep, quest updated. Old mayor S, 2 choices. Choice 1, purchase for 1 million gold coins. Choice 2, assist the old mayor in finding his long-lost son. Damn, 1 million? Are you robbing me? Indeed, this is quicker than robbery. We are both merchants. The old mayor's demeanor mirrored Lin Feng's when he was selling items. What a crafty merchant. Lin Feng could not help but frown. He did not have 1 million gold coins at this moment. Moreover, he did not intend to establish a guild, let alone spend 100,000 to create one. Although guild tokens on the market were already priced at 10 million gold coins, this token was bound and could not be traded. Without hesitation, Lin Feng chose option 2. Beep, quest updated. Quest content. Assist the old mayor in finding his long-lost son. Quest hint. 10 years ago, the old mayor's son expressed a desire to venture out and has not returned for a decade. The old mayor has only learned that his son is currently in Ningdu, likely working at the auction house. Is this a joke? Am I being sent back to Ningdu again? Lin Feng could not help but curse. The former mayor exclaimed, that million gold coins. Damn it, I'm certain you're a game master. This is utterly ridiculous. Lin Feng grumbled as he made his way towards the post station, merely venting his frustrations. There was no need for him to walk back to Ningdu. The town of Liuye had a post station that directly connected to Ningdu, and renting a carriage would take merely 10 minutes. After paying the fare of 100 gold coins, Lin Feng settled comfortably into the carriage, which jolted and bumped as it made its way to Ningdu. During the ride, Lin Feng continued to ponder his situation. He still had 800,000 gold coins at his disposal. He could purchase several plots of level 1 land. The remaining funds would be reserved for business endeavors. After considerable reflection, Lin Feng resolved to establish a guild, recruiting more blacksmiths and alchemists. Selling arms would ultimately be the most lucrative venture. If I am to do this, I shall become the largest arms dealer. He opened the forum and posted a message. The great merchant dynasty is recruiting blacksmiths, alchemists, craftsmen, tailors, and various hidden profession specialists. Generous compensation awaits, materials for skill training provided. The guild will handle the sale of finished products with a 55% profit share. Chapter 16. Earning 300,000 in a day. The pet ranked first. The owner of the first shop in Ningdu. Lin Feng's reputation among merchants soared. As soon as the post was published, numerous individuals began to contact him. Old Blue. Hello, merchant son, I wish to join your ranks. I'm a craftsman, freshly transitioned to level 1. The white-clad monk. Greetings. I'm a talisman master, eager to join your guild. Please accept my friend request. Bloody Disco. I initially aimed to be an assassin, but ended up a craftsman. My accessories are top-notch. In no time, Lin Feng's friend list began to light up. Many sought to join his guild, while some trolls attempted to disparage him, accompanied by the usual raucous revelers. Boss, that merchant's son is recruiting. Go, infiltrate his guild, and let him enhance your forging skills before returning. Huh, such a sweet deal. Plus ES buying materials. ISNT that just foolish? Naturally, Lin Feng's method of recruitment attracted numerous spies who added him as friends. In his previous life, the world was another reality rife with spies, traitors, and betrayals. Lin Feng was well aware of this, but understood that development was inevitable, regardless of sincerity. He accepted all friend requests and unified his response. The guild has yet to be established. I will notify you all once it is up and running. After delivering this message, he promptly closed his friend list, choosing to disregard them. Spies? Traitors? Huh, they were merely our laborers. Does capital fear the fleece? It fears the absence of engagement. Prior to posting, Lin Feng had devised a complete plan. He assured himself he wouldn't incur losses. Initially, while their skill levels were low, the arms would hold little value. He still needed to devise a means to earn quick money. As he contemplated these matters, the carriage arrived at the post station in East Ningdu. Despite the late hour, the streets were bustling with more people than before. Swordsmen led teams on tasks, seeking a consistent teammate. They were purchasing poisonous insects and weapons for martial artists, and there was a significant demand for red and blue potions. The street where Lin Feng's shop was located was teeming with activity. The area beside the auctioneer was filled with vendors, and Lin Feng's shop was equally crowded. Unable to resist, he opened the shop interface. What on earth? So many. Lin Feng was stunned. His gold coin count had reached an astonishing 500,000. He had sold half of his equipment, moving 100 items in just one night. Had he not procured a considerable amount of herbs and ores, the figure would likely be higher. Damn it, selling arms really is profitable. With a satisfied expression, Lin Feng withdrew 400,000 gold coins, bringing his total to 1,200,000. He set aside 100,000 to continue acquiring herbs and ores, knowing these would be essential for his arms dealing aspirations. He added various other materials to his inventory, such as leather and fur dropped by monsters. Although the profit margin was minimal, it was a straightforward acquisition. Having completed his tasks, Lin Feng made his way to the auction house. The auction house and the auctioneer were two distinct entities. The auctioneer served as a public auction accessible to all, while the auction house was a physical structure that would host bi-monthly auctions, specializing in high-value items like guild tokens. As he walked, contemplating his thoughts, he neared the auction house when suddenly a notification sounded from his helmet. Do. Someone is knocking on the helmet. Who could it be? Lin Feng exited the game and removed the helmet, sunlight flooding into his room. He squinted at the window. Dawn had arrived. Unbeknownst to him, time had flown by. Lin Feng, enough already. Had he been playing all this time? Lin Wen glared at Lin Feng, visibly upset. His absence had lasted a full day, and from the room, it was evident that Lin Feng hadn't left at all. You've lost your mind. You truly have. Although Lin Wen scolded Lin Feng, he began to tidy up the messy table, placing the breakfast of soy milk and fried dough on it. Lin Feng said nothing, silently opening the bag and starting to eat the fried dough. It's your turn tonight to take care of Mom. Don't forget. Did you sell your game helmet? Yes, for 80,000, all deposited in a Mom's account. But as you know, it only lasts for a week. Speaking of a week, Lin Wen looked at Lin Feng with a troubled expression. His gaze mirrored that of a concerned elder watching an immature younger sibling. Lin Feng was the older brother, yet here he was the one fretting. I'm busy. Hire a caregiver. Lin Wen stood up abruptly, incredulously staring at Lin Feng. Are you out of your mind? Lin Feng, tell me the truth. Have you become obsessed? Lin Feng had no intention of sharing. After all, a man should not speak of his endeavors before fulfilling his promises. He yearned to gather all the funds in a week to help his mother undergo surgery. Yet, seeing the disbelief and glistening tears in Lin Wen's eyes, Lin Feng sighed. I'm not playing games. I've made some money. Money? Through power leveling? Selling potions and equipment? How much can you possibly earn? 30. Huh. Lin Feng, you're quite the comedian. You're going to give me a heart attack. 100 what? You only want to play games, don't you? What? 100. Lin Wen's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Feng. While munching on fried dough, Lin Feng replied, if I convert all the money, it could be 300,000. 300,000 in a day and night? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Wen's expression shifted to one of deep concern. Lin Feng, what have you done? Don't do anything reckless. Forgive our ancestors. Bah, what nonsense. Kid, when you're excited, you curse a bit and it's over. Is your brother that kind of person? Earning 300,000 in a day. How did you manage that? You're not just saying this to play, are you? Lin Wen remained skeptical. Lin Feng shook his head. Regardless, you don't need to worry. For these 7 days, you work hard, care for Mom, or hire a caregiver. Once I gather enough money, I'll pay for her surgery. Did you really earn 300,000? Lin Wen asked again. Having nearly finished his meal, Lin Feng grew impatient. Get lost. Don't you have class today? Hurry up and leave. With that, he ushered Lin Wen out of the apartment. Just as he closed the door behind his brother and wiped his mouth, another knock sounded. Lin Feng, annoyed, opened the door, grumbling, what is it? I didn't want to talk to you, and now you insist on not believing me. Damn it, I'll take out 100,000 to show you. Let you see that I will always be your brother. Chapter 17. The Gullible Heirloom. Marked by attention, Lin Feng grumbled as he opened the door, only to find a beautiful woman standing there. It was none other than the landlord's daughter, Liu, with the game ID Heart's Flower. Yes, this was the very person who had been a source of irritation for him. Upon seeing her, Lin Feng recalled the conversation from the previous night. A sudden realization struck. Oh, it's you. My apologies. I've come into some money, and I shall pay you right away. Little did I know that Liu was beaming with joy as she grasped Lin Feng's arm. No, Lin Feng, let me ask you. Was that person just now your friend? Lin Feng glanced at Lin Wen's departing figure. Oh, you mean that young lad? Liu's gaze was fixed on Lin Wen, her eyes sparkling with admiration and infatuation. From Lin Feng's position, he could not see Liu's expression and casually remarked, he's not my friend. Oh, really? Liu's voice tinged with disappointment. He is my brother. Huh? Your biological brother. Huh? Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Indeed, he is my biological brother. Rest assured, I wouldn't bring dubious individuals to my rented place. I'll transfer the money to your mother right now. Last night, a few thousand yuan was a concern, but today, it was no longer an issue. Lin Feng was not a deadbeat. It was impossible for him to serve as Liu's training partner. Since he had the funds, he might as well pay. Just as he turned to leave, Liu abruptly seized Lin Feng's hand, exclaiming, Brother. Huh, brother? Yes, big brother. You don't need to worry about the rent. No didn't? Hey, I genuinely don't have time to help you level up. My own level is still quite low, and I don't need you to level for me. Liu gazed at Lin Feng with her enchanting big eyes. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, suddenly widening his eyes in surprise. Wait a moment, beautiful, what do you think I am? You have quite the discernment. Come on in. Liu, ecstatic, skipped into the room, unconcerned about Lin Feng's untidy surroundings, and plopped down on the worn-out sofa. Lin Feng examined Liu from head to toe. Her skin was flawless and rosy, a perfect score. Her features were charming and playful, With large eyes and a prominent nose, outstanding. Her figure was tall with a slender waist and alluring curves, impeccable. However, her intellect seemed somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, her flaws could not overshadow her merits. While Lin Feng assessed Liu, she excitedly exclaimed, "Brother, since you're Lin Wen's brother, could you introduce him to me? If I can invite Lin Wen to dinner, I won't need to pay you any rent." Lin Feng had just removed his jacket, but promptly put it back on. Ahem. You know Lin Wen? Yes, he is quite the celebrity at our school, always ranking first in his studies, an excellent basketball player, handsome, and has a great temperament. She rambled on with sparkling eyes. Wow, I had no idea he was so captivating. You see, many girls wish to pursue him, but he has turned them all down. He is the most enigmatic male idol. I can't believe you two are brothers, biological brothers. Wait, what does that puzzled expression mean? Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Adjusting his stubble and fixing his hair, we look exactly alike, all right? For goodness sake. Although such naivety might be hereditary. Lin Feng did not hesitate to exploit Lin Wen for his own gain. A few thousand yuan was at stake. As long as he secured the contact details, why not benefit? After providing Li Yu with Lin Wen's WeChat, she joyfully departed. Lin Feng sighed in relief. She is visually appealing, though not particularly bright. A wife like this would be utterly perfect. My dear brother, you are indeed fortunate. While reflecting on this, he began tidying up breakfast. Initially, he intended to wait until their mother's surgery was complete before introducing his brother Lin Wen to the game. However, seeing Lin Wen's impressive standing at school, excelling in every subject with a bright future ahead, he decided to let him forge his own path. What Lin Feng needed to focus on was earning money to alleviate any burdens. With this thought in mind, he locked the door, donned his helmet, and resumed his gaming. Welcome to the world. A flash of light enveloped Lin Feng as he materialized outside the auction house. After organizing his thoughts for a moment, he continued with his quest. As he approached the auction house, he was halted by a guard at the entrance. Apologies, brave warrior. The auction house is not yet open. Entry is prohibited. Just as Lin Feng was about to respond, he noticed the guard's name and was left utterly dumbfounded. Auction house guard, son of the former town mayor. Indeed, the guard's name was astonishingly straightforward. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Could this be a stroke of good fortune? Just moments ago, Liu had left him perplexed. Lin Wen had learned of Lin Feng's earnings of 300,000. While Lin Feng discovered Lin Wen's excellence and a beautiful girl at his doorstep. Now, while undertaking a quest, he encountered an NPC pertinent to his mission. Was this not sheer luck? Lin Feng boldly stated, "I do not wish to enter the auction house. I am here to find you. To be precise, your father sent me to seek you." The town mayor's son scoffed. "Nonsense. I have no father. Please leave at once." "What? Your father is the town mayor and the president of the Merchant Association. Please leave." The town mayor's son brusquely dismissed Lin Feng from the auction house. Lin Feng, bewildered, thought, "Isn't the quest supposed to update? Your father is wealthy. Why not return and enjoy life as a rich heir instead of working as a guard here?" But the town mayor's son ignored Lin Feng entirely. This scene was witnessed by numerous onlookers, one of whom was particularly captivated by Lin Feng and quickly opened his friend list, identifying the first entry as the notorious villain. Boss, I found the merchant prince. He's at the auction house." The notorious villain replied, "Good. Keep an eye on him and report his movements at all times. Brothers are stationed at the 4 city gates, ready to strike as soon as he emerges." "Understood, boss." Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, after several attempts, the town mayor's son continued to expel him each time. What was going on? What part of this was going wrong? Young man, this approach won't do." An elderly guard, chuckling, approached Lin Feng. This individual was also an NPC and had initiated contact with Lin Feng, indicating he must possess some valuable insights. "Elder, do you know what's going on?" Ish. I watched him grow up. I certainly know. It's just that my fondness for wine has clouded my memory a bit." Ding! Quest updated. Find the town mayor's son. Requirement from the elder guard. The town mayor's son's reaction has left you puzzled. The elder seems to know something. Bring the elder a jug of Qing Wexian's wine. To Lin Feng's surprise, the quest objective was not the town mayor's son, but rather the elder guard, and the requirements were quite high. Qing Wexian's wine. Lin Feng recalled that Qingyue was a roadside tavern located outside the eastern city. The wine there was delightful, offering no attributes but attracting many patrons. Lin Feng promptly made his way toward the eastern city gate. Unbeknownst to him, someone was stealthily trailing behind him. Boss. He has exited the city. The merchant prince has left through the eastern gate. Good. The notorious villain rejoiced. I'm right here in the eastern city. This time, I shall have my vengeance. Chapter 18. Surrounded and ambushed, Lin Feng remained oblivious to the fact that he had become the target of others. As he observed fellow players enjoying their leveling experience, he couldn't help but feel envious. Merchants indeed thrived, yet the joy of gaming was unparalleled. Once he earned enough for his mother's surgery and stabilized his arms business, he would focus on leveling up and climbing the various leaderboards. While lost in thought, a group of individuals suddenly surrounded him, encasing him within their ranks. Lin Feng frowned. What are you all doing? Merchant Prince, I've been searching for you all night. You finally dared to leave the city? The notorious villain pushed through his subordinates, fixing a fierce gaze on Lin Feng. Upon seeing the villain's ID, Lin Feng's expression changed dramatically. This was the notorious troublemaker. Their intentions were all too clear. Nonetheless, he inquired, "What do you want with me? I'm not a woman. Don't play coy with me. You think I don't know? If it weren't for you, I would have already slain the Lanrua Siren and obtained the guild token. Now look, the Lanrua Siren is just floating there on the lake, and not a single person dares to strike. Such wild bosses were most vulnerable to interference. With more players changing classes, the number of players leveling up at Lanrua Mountain had increased significantly. The number of individuals engaged in killing and dancing was insufficient to secure the venue. Lin Feng shook his head and remarked, I have no idea what you're talking about. I have a mission to complete. The notorious rogue sneered. You think you can escape? I want to kill you. I'll surround you for 3 days and nights, so you understand the consequences of offending us. The leader was not mistaken. Their numbers were indeed overwhelming. Our brothers are just nearby, leveling up. We want to lose anything. The members of the killing and dancing group began to mock Lin Feng. He recognized that feigning madness would no longer deceive them. Returning to the city was out of the question, as Qingyue Inn was merely 500 meters away. If memory served, Qingyue Inn was also a safe zone. He resolved to reach Qingyue Inn. With determination, Lin Feng glanced at the assailants surrounding him. A few hunters and assassins, being frail, should be easy to eliminate. By leveraging his speed and defense, he could withstand their assaults and reach Qingyue Inn. The theory was sound. Without hesitation, Lin Feng declared, "Arise, thousand-year zombie." As his voice echoed, a black teleportation array materialized on the ground. A coffin slowly emerged from the earth, and with a loud thud, the lid fell. The thousand-year zombie appeared before the onlookers. Ready to attack. Kill him, commanded the notorious rogue, leading the charge. A dagger, shrouded in dark smoke, struck Lin Feng. 2 numbers appeared above his head. 150, 15. Ding! You have been attacked by the notorious rogue and have entered a poisoned state. True to his reputation as a top assassin, Lin Feng lost 1/8 of his health. As the other's attacks rained down, he quickly consumed a health potion and pointed at a hunter, shouting, "Zombie, eliminate him." The thousand-year zombie roared and charged at the hunter. In moments, Lin Feng's health was nearly depleted. If he remained surrounded, death was imminent. Simultaneously, the thousand-year zombie dispatched the hunter, creating an opening for Lin Feng. Seizing the opportunity, he broke free from the encirclement, sprinting while consuming potions. Kill him. Don't let him escape. They shouted in disbelief at his speed. Boss, he is out of range. Pursue him. Ranged attackers, eliminate him. As Lin Feng ran, he commanded the thousand-year zombie to attack, positioning it to block the most significant threat, the notorious rogue. The melee fighters were unable to keep pace with Lin Feng. Spells and arrows from the Taoists and hunters rained down upon him, causing his health to plummet. If he perished now, the mission would fail, and escaping the city would be impossible, as the killing and dancing group would surely ambush him. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng decided, recall the minion. Summon the minion. In the midst of his frantic dash, he abruptly recalled the thousand-year zombie, only to summon it again instantaneously. The coffin stood behind him, shielding him from the onslaught of spells, and arrows. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Feng consumed potions to restore his health to a safe level. At this juncture, his speed proved invaluable. The melee attackers could not catch him, and while the ranged fighters attempted to strike, he repeated his strategy of recalling and summoning the minion. Utilizing the minion to absorb ranged attacks, Lin Feng sprinted 500 meters, ultimately reaching the sanctuary of Q Ing Yu Su In. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Damn it, are you all useless? How could you let him escape? Boss, this is a safe zone. What do we do? What do we do? Call for reinforcements and surround this place. I want to rest until he is dead. Subsequently, the killing and dancing group began to rally more players. The notorious rogue approached Lin Feng and stated coldly, Shang Tianzi, do you think you're safe here? Oomph. There are no teleportation arrays or way stations. Let us see where you can run. While consuming potions, Lin Feng replied with a smirk, you all have truly exhausted yourselves. I return home. Feel free to guard it. Waving at the notorious rogue, Lin Feng entered Q Ing Yu Su In. At that moment, the establishment was bustling with curious patrons observing the confrontation between Lin Feng and the killing and dancing group. Many began taking screenshots and posting them on forums. Brothers, the top pet ranking player Shang Tianzi is battling the killing and dancing group. Unbelievable. Dozens from killing and dancing couldn't defeat Shang Tianzi. Live from the eastern outskirts of Ningdu at Q Ing Yu Su In, players eager for excitement thrived on the spectacle, as both parties were renowned figures, eagerly anticipating a clash. The officials even had events on the forums, rewarding quality posts with prizes, thereby indirectly enhancing the game's visibility. Upon entering Q Ing Yu Su In, Lin Feng approached the NPC vendor and purchased a jug of the establishment's unique wine. Wine, description, a subtly fragrant, exquisitely smooth wine, exclusively sold at Q Ing Yu Su In outside Ningdu. Price, 500 gold coins. Attributes, none. This 50-coin wine was far superior to any costing hundreds or thousands in reality, a true blessing for connoisseurs. Drinking it provided a sensation without any harm to the body, which was one reason why Qinsha was promoted globally. After acquiring the wine, he intended to return to the city. However, at that moment, outside Q Ing Yu Su In, dozens of killing and dancing players had gathered, their contemptuous smiles indicating they awaited Lin Feng's humiliation. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Damn it, do they really think Shang Tianzi is easy prey? He resolved to charge out. Chapter 19. The Revenge of Killing and Dancing. Lin Feng trapped numerous onlookers witnessed the scene. The killing and dancing group became increasingly arrogant. The notorious rogue laughed heartily. Did you see? Offending us means you won't have it easy. This is the fate that befalls those who cross us. Shang Tianzi, you can forget about thriving in this game. It was a perfect opportunity for the promotion of killing and dancing. Just then, gasps of astonishment erupted. Lin Feng summoned the 1,000-year zombie in front of everyone. This was the first time many had witnessed him summon a pet, and recording was activated. Look, killing and dancing has cornered Shang Tianzi. Shang Tianzi, the first player in Tianxia to possess a pet. Wow, his pet looks impressive. As the dark energy array flickered, the coffin's lid gradually descended with a thud, resonating in the hearts of all. The 1,000-year zombie leaped from the coffin, and upon seeing the horrifying creature, the notorious rogue wore a mocking smile. A pet? Do you dare to face us all alone? Lin Feng pointed at the notorious rogue. Kill. With a single word, the 1,000-year zombie charged at the rogue like a madman. Exiting the safe zone, it struck the notorious rogue with a powerful swipe. Smack! 225. The notorious rogue stared blankly at the 1,000-year zombie. What? Such a maneuver! What a high attack! Everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Feng remained within the safe zone, sending a pet to strike outside. Pets could be utilized in such a manner. The notorious rogue quickly regained his composure. Kill. Get rid of that zombie. Though he was an assassin with good gear, he had only 1,000 health points. He could not withstand several hits from the zombie. The members of Killing and Dancing surged forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks on the 1,000-year zombie. However, being a brawler, the 1,000-year zombie boasted high defense, absorbing all their assaults while continuing to assault the notorious rogue. Noticing something amiss, the notorious rogue realized the 1,000-year zombie was stronger than he had anticipated. His health dipped to half, while the zombie still had half of its health left. Had it not been for the healer supporting him, he would have been defeated long ago. At that moment, the zombie's claws suddenly emitted a green light. It was the 1,000-year zombie's passive skill. Zombie's Claw. Attack has a chance to poison enemies, dealing 2 health loss per second, level 2. Although the damage was minimal. The critical aspect was that once poisoned, the rogue could not recover health. In contrast, the 1,000-year zombie, thanks to its passive skill, Zombie's Body, at level 2, could heal itself every second. In this predicament, the Millennium Zombie could still be taken away before its demise. If it were to kill him in front of such a multitude, both his and the Dance of Death's reputation would be utterly tarnished. The infamous rogue dared not confront the Millennium Zombie any longer. He turned and fled, shouting, "Kill him! Quickly, hold him off for me!" At this moment, he found himself in a rather disheveled state. Yet, as fate would have it, he stumbled and fell to the ground, terror-stricken, exclaiming, "Damn it! Healer, heal me! Martial artist, restrain him!" With a couple of slaps, it appeared that the notorious rogue was on the brink of demise. Ultimately, the Millennium Zombie dissipated into a radiant glow under the blade of death. Indeed, the Millennium Zombie had been vanquished, and the rogue's face was thoroughly sullied. Lying on the ground, he felt a lingering fear. Damn, that was formidable. Brothers, did you see that? The 39th ranked assassin was actually forced into such a state. It's unbelievable. Brothers, this has shocked my 19 years of life. Pets can be wielded in such a manner and possess such strength. Perhaps we should rename this world to Pet Realm. They were merely astonished, unaware that Lin Feng was the sole hidden class, with all his prowess resting in his summoned allies. The notorious rogue gazed at the astonished and mocking faces of the players nearby, as if they were deriding him. Rising in anger, he glared at Lin Feng. "Is this it? Huh, just this? I'm doing just fine. Come out if you dare, pet. I'll reduce your pet to level 0. In a strategy guide released with the game, it was stated that pets, like characters, possess their own levels. They would siphon 10% of the player's experience when leveling up, making it a challenging endeavor, and upon death, they must be resurrected at a dedicated NPC. Sadly, they were oblivious to the fact that Lin Feng's summoned allies were of a fundamentally different nature. Observing the furious rogue, Lin Feng smirked. "Oh, really? Then I shall see how many times you can kill it. Revive the summoned ally. Summon the ally." As soon as he finished speaking, a dark formation emerged once more. A coffin reappeared before the crowd. To their astonishment, the coffin and zombie re-emerged. The Millennium Zombie, now at full health, charged out of the safe zone, targeting the rogue. What the hell? How is this possible? How can it revive? Full health? Damn it, boss, run. It's coming for you again. The Millennium Zombie burst forth from the safe zone, its 10 sharp claws lunging at the rogue. In a panic, the rogue fled, desperately trying to avoid the onslaught. The zombie was at full health, while his own health was only half, with poison still coursing through him, draining his life. The healer was barely managing to keep him alive. Should another attack land, he would surely perish. The rogue fled, the Millennium Zombie pursued, with a throng of dancers following behind, creating a comical scene that elicited laughter from all. Is this the Dance of Death? Such a domineering name for such a cowardly leader. Is this leader a fool? With such a performance, he dares to encircle the Merchant Prince. The notorious rogue, exasperated, shouted, "Ranged players, keep an eye on the Merchant Prince. Melee, take down the zombie." To prevent Lin Feng from seizing an opportunity to escape, the dancers focused their attention on him, inadvertently granting the Millennium Zombie a chance and leaving the rogue in a dire predicament. Ultimately, though he met his end in the northwest, the rogue dared not approach the safe zone too closely, angrily cursing from a distance, twice now. "Huh, you bastard. Let us see how many times that broken zombie can die." This fellow was all talk, his body weakened while his bravado remained intact. Indeed, after being beaten to such a state, he should have fled. The idea of encircling the Merchant Prince was utterly laughable. The rogue's face quivered with rage. What do you know? Pets are merely strong in the early game. In the later stages, they are nothing. In this world, it's not about who can fight, but rather who wields greater influence. Merchant Prince, you are doomed today. Mark my words, Not even Jesus could save you. Chapter 20. The Rogue's Dilemma. Lin Feng scoffed. Kill me? I alone am holding off your entire dance of death. You must be a fool not to do the math. No matter what you say, I'm going to confront you today. The notorious rogue found himself in a deeper quandary than Lin Feng. With so many eyes upon him, including several streamers, the forums were likely already abuzz. The Dance of Death had long since declared their intent to eliminate Lin Feng. If they failed to do so, their reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Lin Feng summoned the Millennium Zombie once more, causing the members of the Dance of Death to tense up. The rogue crouched down, preparing to flee at a moment's notice. Yet, Lin Feng, under the gaze of all, boldly sat on a bench, calling out, "Waiter, bring me some wine." The waiter, an NPC, shrugged off the dust from his shoulders and cleared the table for Lin Feng. One must admit, the atmosphere was palpable, reminiscent of a bygone era. A jug of wine for 50 coins. One could only wonder at its taste. Amid the strange gazes of the onlookers, Lin Feng leisurely sipped his drink. "Boss, if he doesn't come out soon, we'll be in trouble." "Indeed, boss, we can't just wait indefinitely. Everyone else is grinding hard for levels, and we're losing out. If he doesn't emerge, or if he logs off shortly, what shall we do?" The rogue's expression grew increasingly grim. He was acutely aware of what his subordinates were saying, but with so many witnesses, he could not afford to lose face. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Stay vigilant. Each of you will be compensated 100 coins for every hour. Boss, if you say that, I could guard the game until it shuts down." "Hush, keep such thoughts to yourself." The most uncomfortable of all was the notorious rogue. Allowing Lin Feng to escape into Qinghua Pavilion would mean their failure. For the sake of pride, he was determined to endure. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained unperturbed, sipping his wine while browsing the shop interface. The shop was operational, allowing him to view and manage purchases, cancellations, and listings. To his surprise, all the equipment in the shop had sold out. The shop's funds had increased by approximately 300,000 coins. Originally, there should have been 400,000, but 100,000 coins had been spent on acquiring herbs and ores. He had procured around 10,000 ores and slightly more than 20,000 herbs. These resources were sufficient for 10 individuals to level up their crafting skills. However, for Lin Feng, it was far from enough. Given that herbs and ores were easy and inexpensive to collect in the early game, he aimed to acquire more. Lin Feng decided against withdrawing the funds, opting instead to reinvest everything into acquiring herbs and ores. Once all was arranged, Lin Feng casually remarked, "Millennium Zombie, step out of the safe zone." The Millennium Zombie hopped out of the safe zone, causing a ripple of concern among the spectators. The notorious rogue, nearly dozing off, suddenly spotted that fearsome figure and shouted, "It's out! Quickly attack it! Don't let it come for me!" With that, he instructed his subordinates to assault the Millennium Zombie. "Ding! Your Millennium Zombie is under attack from Player Wind and Chaos." As the system notification sounded, Lin Feng commanded, "Take out that Poison Master." The Millennium Zombie lunged at the Poison Master, who, aside from the assassin, was the second most fragile class, and he was not as well equipped as the rogue. The Millennium Zombie absorbed all the attacks and ultimately dispatched the Poison Master. Though it too perished in the process, Lin Feng faced no significant loss. The Poison Master, however, would lose a level. Lin Feng sneered, "I'm waiting for my notoriety to fade." "What are you all waiting for?" The notorious rogue glared at Lin Feng in fury. Earlier, Lin Feng had attacked first, causing his name to turn gray, meaning that attacking him would not accrue hatred points. Now that the time had come for them to attack Lin Feng first, he belonged to the retaliatory category, incurring no increase in evil points. This was sheer mockery, a blatant taunt. They were left powerless to respond, utterly humiliated. The rogue's complexion shifted from dark to pale, and then back again before he bellowed, "Bug. This is a blatant bug. You've exploited a glitch. You all bear witness to this. I will report you, just wait." Everyone could sense his growing desire to retreat. "Just wait, Merchant Prince. I shall ensure your account is banned." Chapter 21. Two paths, one costlier than the other. This fellow must be out of his mind, for he speaks without restraint. The world of games is governed by a super-intelligent brain. No one can participate in its operation, and bugs are an impossibility. Lin Feng, however, remains unperturbed, sipping his drink and occasionally sending his ancient zombie out to do some killing. But his counterpart grows anxious. The notorious rogue sends a friend request. Lin Feng, intrigued, clicks to accept. The notorious rogue, less reconciled, just give me some face. Lin Feng casts a bemused glance at him. The rogue clears his throat, awkwardly turning away. The notorious rogue, don't look at me. I'm a man who values face. Your actions leave me quite embarrassed. Lin Feng's interest peaks. Merchant Tianzi, what kind of reconciliation are you proposing? The notorious rogue, I'll berate you. You keep silent, and then I'll leave. We'll meet again as friends. Merchant Tianzi, as a businessman, I value harmony. Perhaps you could become my client in the future. However, as a shrewd merchant, I cannot allow you to take advantage. The notorious rogue, what do you want then? Merchant Tianzi, money makes the world go round. I am quite greedy. I offer you two choices. First, I apologize, and you leave. Price, 1 million gold coins. Second, I go out and let you kill me. Price, 10 million gold coins. Upon reading the terms, the notorious rogue's eyes gleam, thinking Merchant Tianzi is quite shrewd. But upon seeing the prices, he curses under his breath. Damn swindler. Merchant Tianzi, boss, while an apology is nice, being killed by you would be more satisfying. After all, I am a prominent figure in the game, the first to possess a pet. Being killed by you for 10 million gold coins is a bargain. A bargain indeed. That is 100,000 in cash. An apology for 10,000 cash. Not to mention, the notorious rogue could easily spend that to block Lin Feng for half a year at 200 a day. How many would be willing to engage in such a blockade? The notorious rogue, don't push your luck. Merchant Tianzi, 10,000 gold buys the reputation of your entire guild. Quite a deal. I should inform you, acquiring guild reputation for 10,000 is no easy feat. You could also use 100,000. If you were to agree, Lin Feng could promptly gather his mother's medical expenses. Sadly, the notorious rogue seems far from willing. Gritting his teeth, he retorts, what a ridiculous bargain. Merchant Tianzi, then there's nothing more to discuss? Is this the attitude of negotiation? If we can't reach an agreement, let us move on. He is more anxious than Lin Feng. The private chat only underscores this urgency. Lin Feng summons his ancient zombie once more. Upon seeing the zombie, the notorious rogue feels a chill run down his spine. Everyone assumed Lin Feng would execute another masterstroke when suddenly someone shouts, look over there. Someone else coming. So many of them. Wow, their gear is impressive. A large group, estimated to be around 40 to 50 players, approaches, outnumbering those engaged in killing and dancing. Leading them is none other than Jiangnan swordsman. I heard someone is targeting my brother Merchant Tianzi. Oh, so it's Merchant Tianzi's people. It turns out Merchant Tianzi has backing. Onlookers marvel, as it's quite remarkable to gather such a number without a guild. The notorious rogue's face pales. Lin Feng shakes his head helplessly. Jiangnan swordsman, you really know how to make an entrance. Jiangnan swordsman, seemingly undeterred by Lin Feng's mockery, steps forward with a hearty smile. Who dares to trouble my brother merchant? They are opposing us from Jiangnan Hall, no matter who it is. His sword points directly at the notorious rogue. The crowd of killers and dancers is no match for Jiangnan Hall, as their levels and gear fall short. The notorious rogue finds himself in a bind. Gritting his teeth, he commands killers and dancers retreat. It appears they are conceding, yet it is more of a face-saving maneuver. If they were to be bested by Lin Feng alone, it would be utterly humiliating. But now, with double the opposition, retreating doesn't seem disgraceful. Lin Feng watches them leave, sighing, if you're not coming back. The price is negotiable, 50,000 gold coins will do. The notorious rogue dares not linger, leading his group away. Jiangnan swordsman, brother, I heard you've been surrounded for an hour. Why didn't you send me a message? Lin Feng gives him a sidelong glance. Thanks, brother, but I have 100 ways to escape. Worst case, I can log off. Now, thanks to you, I've gained some exposure. I think you owe me money. You're quite the shrewd merchant. Thank you. Now that the matter is settled, I'll take my brothers to level up. If you encounter any trouble, do seek me out. It's clear he didn't come specifically for Lin Feng, but rather to lead his team for leveling, fortuitously passing by and offering a favor. Lin Feng chuckles softly, shaking his head. Business is for the wealthy. Next time I buy something, I'll give you an 11% discount. As he watches Jiang and Hall depart, Lin Feng heads toward Ningdu City with the wine he promised. Old man, here is the wine you asked for. Can you tell me now? Upon returning to the auction house, Lin Feng presents the wine jug to the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper takes the jug and begins to drink heartily. Ah, good wine. Since you're so sincere, I shall divulge the truth. The girl that the young man fancies was driven away by the town chief and perished on Lanroa Mountain. To reconcile the father and son, you must find the girl's soul. Congratulations. Task completed. Task updated. Locate the town chief's son. Task details. Slay the Lanroa siren to obtain the girl's soul. Damn it. Lin Feng feels like flipping the table. For the sake of 10,000 experience points and the guild creation token, he has wandered for half a day. Now he is tasked with slaying the Lanroa siren. What a turn of fate. The heavens spare no one. Just as he thought he was nearing the end of the quest, he encounters the greatest challenge yet. The Lanroa siren is a level 20 outdoor boss, and he cannot defeat it alone. Never mind. He'll go take a look. Lin Feng makes his way to Lanroa Mountain. If the situation proves unfavorable, he will abandon the quest for now and return at level 20 after his second job advancement to challenge the siren. Delaying the guild creation 1T affect much. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Feng summons his ancient zombie and slays monsters on his way to Lanroa Mountain. The area is bustling with players, most having reached levels 12 or 13. Lin Feng skillfully ascends to the mountain's peak, only to be astonished by a sight. A group of around 30 players is engaged in battle with the Lanroa siren. Lin Feng's eyes widen in surprise. It's you. Chapter 22. You offered 10,000 to help me with my task. Lin Feng hadn't anticipated running into familiar faces while hunting the Lanroa siren. This group is none other than the Killers and Dancers, with the notorious rogue at the helm, who now shows none of the urgency from earlier. Instead, he commands the group adeptly. Seeing this, Lin Feng's eyes sparkle. Just when he was troubled about how to confront the Lanroa siren, fate has delivered a solution right to his doorstep. You there, assist me with my task. As he approaches, the notorious rogue's expression tightens upon seeing the ancient zombie. Damn it, he back. Initially, they had left Xinyue Pavilion, thinking they could take advantage of the numbers to farm the siren again. Fortunately, the Lanroa siren was unclaimed. With so many players on Lanroa Mountain, they couldn't monopolize the area and had to take the risk of engaging in battle. Little did they expect that, after just taking down a third of her health, Lin Feng would appear once more. Lin Feng cheerfully greets them. Oh, isn't this my brother the notorious rogue? The notorious rogue grits his teeth. Who is your brother? What is this? No longer inclined to kill me? Lin Feng strolled over with his hands tucked in his pockets, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Kill you? Don't be absurd. You're not so easy to eliminate. It would take more than a dozen people to do the job. Meanwhile, the skilled assassins are occupied with slaying the female demon. The smile of a notorious rogue was more grotesque than sorrowful. Shang Tianzi, did we not agree? Our grievances are settled, and in the world of martial arts, we are not enemies. Why would I want to kill you? Lin Feng's smile was enigmatic. The notorious rogue had surprisingly softened, though a tad awkward. His words were intended for his subordinates. Lin Feng discreetly sent a message. Notorious rogue, if you want me to refrain from causing trouble, it's possible. The rogue's expression darkened. He knew Lin Feng was a shrewd merchant, yet he gritted his teeth and replied, Speak. How much? 2 million gold coins. Are you trying to rob me? The rogue responded, Calling you a merchant is a compliment. Thank you. That's impossible. How much can one earn from killing this boss? I might as well not kill it. Lin Feng shrugged. Don't think it's too expensive. There are numerous bosses in the surrounding area. Only 2 here remain unchallenged, and as of now, no guild tokens have dropped. The likelihood of this boss dropping a guild token is quite high. The rogue gritted his teeth. It can't be 100% chance. Fine. If you don't want to pay, it's simple. I want to join your party and help you slay the Lanroa female demon. What? No need for that. Here's the deal. You pay me 100,000 gold coins to hire me, and I'll help you defeat the demon, but I must deliver the final blow. The rogue, not a fool, sensed something was amiss. Do you have a mission? Indeed, I have a mission. Do you agree or not? Lin Feng shamelessly admitted it. His gaze seemed to say, I have a mission. What of it? Will you agree or not? The rogue fell silent for a moment and finally said through gritted teeth, 50,000 gold coins. I assist you with your mission, and all items obtained belong to me. 50,000 coins were not out of the question. However, Lin Feng was a merchant. No, 100,000. I will count to 3. Fine. 100,000 it is. Pay me first, then we proceed. The rogue, in a daze, handed over 100,000 gold coins. Lin Feng grinned. The money of the wealthy is indeed easy to earn. The rogue felt as though he had been deceived, but couldn't pinpoint where it had gone awry. Rest assured, I am a merchant, not a swindler. There is a fundamental difference. Add me to your party. With the money paid, what else could he do? The rogue added Lin Feng to the group. In the realm of team play, a party could have a maximum of 6 members, and without establishing a guild, forming a larger team was impossible. The rogue included Lin Feng in the most formidable group, the one assigned to the Lanrua female demon. Other members, though curious, said little since the guild leader had invited him in. At this moment, the Lanrua female demon had about half of her health remaining. 1,000-year zombie, seize her, Lin Feng commanded. His male ghost pursued the female ghost relentlessly. 1,000-year zombie activates passive skill, Zombie's Claw. Lin Feng controlled the zombie from afar, inflicting 300 to 400 damage per hit, while ordinary players dealt only 100 damage to the Lanrua female demon. The zombie could be summoned infinitely and did not fear death, allowing Lin Feng to control it from a distance. Hunters could tame certain wild creatures for their own use, but they could only tame ordinary ones, making it impossible to compare with a 1,000-year zombie. The rogue watched in envy. Your zombie is incredible. Would you sell it? I offer 1,000,000 gold coins. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. I wouldn't sell it for 10,000,000. In this world, one's identity is self-assigned. Saying such things is merely casual banter. The rogue gave a thumbs up, truly impressive. Indeed, Lin Feng's main body had no offensive capability. The 1,000-year zombie was his entire strength. All his equipment attributes were tied to the zombie. Could it not be powerful? 30 players together attacking a level 20 boss, and within 10 minutes. The demon's health was nearly depleted. Suddenly, Lin Feng recalled something and quickly said, prepare your healer to dispel the poison. Otherwise, we will face total annihilation. Huh? Lin Feng almost forgot. Although the Lanrua female demon was relatively easy to defeat, she possessed a skill that activated when her health dropped to 1/10. It would inflict poison on all nearby players. This poison was exceedingly potent. Mere healing wouldn't suffice. Only dispelling would do. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Oh. The rogue hurriedly messaged everyone. This was also due to the lack of a guild. If they had one, he could simply shout it out. Just as he finished messaging, the demon's health reached 1/10. Suddenly, she stopped, letting out a mournful scream. A visible layer of green light spread outwards. Wherever the green light touched, players became enveloped in a sickly hue. 400, 400, 400. Damage numbers blared out. The potency of this poison was undeniable. With Lin Feng's defensive gear and health equipment, he only had 500 health points. Players who were accustomed to slaying and dancing typically had average equipment. With health around 1,000, they couldn't withstand 3 seconds before succumbing to the poison. The first to fall were the fragile ones. After 3 seconds, half of the 30 players lay dead. Lin Feng's expression turned sour. Are your subordinates fools? Didn't you issue any commands? Damn it, dispel the poison. Healer, dispel the poison for the brawler. The rogue quickly shouted. He still had some wits about him. In the end, only 5 tanks were saved. The healer managed to provide distant healing, preventing total annihilation. However, after switching to defense, the brawler's damage output was limited, and it would take ages to kill the demon. At this moment, Lin Feng's 1,000-year zombie also succumbed to the poison. Revive the fighters, summon the fighters. 1,000-year zombie, attack her. Chapter 23. Guild creation token acquired. The male and female ghosts were merciless in their attacks, seizing their targets without a sound. Witnessing the ferocity of the 1,000-year zombie, the rogue's eyes gleamed with excitement. Go your own way. What about your guild members? They will take at least 10 minutes. From the resurrection point to here, it would take at least 10 minutes. Lin Feng cursed internally. Tell them to hurry. Didn't you buy speed increasing boots? Next time, let them go to the great merchant dynasty to buy shoes. How can you expect to establish a guild with such frugality? If you had that money, why not update your equipment? Fool! Yes, wait, that is not right. I spent money. Just moments ago, they had been enemies, yet now. Lin Feng was scolding him like a subordinate. The rogue could only swallow his anger. All right, next time for sure. Is there even a next time? Lin Feng muttered. What should have taken about 2 minutes to deplete 1/10 of the demon's health ended up taking 10 minutes, fought only by a few brawlers and the 1,000-year zombie. Finally, with a mournful cry, the Lanrua female demon collapsed. Congratulations on defeating the Lanrua female demon. You gained 20,000 experience points. You obtained a quest item, Soul of the Girl. As the system voice faded, a soul item appeared in Lin Feng's inventory. Experience increased by 1/5. Bosses indeed provided high experience. Since only he and the healer from Lin Feng's team survived, they received 20,000 experience points. Look, the equipment belongs not to me, but to their team. As expected, the loot distribution was for Lin Feng's party. He swiftly dashed towards the location where the demon had fallen. Seeing Lin Feng's speed surpassing his own, the rogue cursed under his breath. Damn it, I should have bought movement speed shoes. Fearing that Lin Feng would monopolize all the loot, he hurriedly followed. The spoils amounted to a mountain of treasures. Lin Feng quickly scanned the area, but found no guild token, feeling slightly disappointed. Only a pile of equipment remained, none of which were yellow-grade items. The best was a purple garment and 2 purple weapons, worth several thousand coins at this stage. He glanced back at the rogue, who was rushing towards him. Lin Feng jestingly remarked, I have declared, I am a merchant, not a swindler. Are you truly afraid that I would steal your belongings and flee? The notorious rogue, feeling slightly awkward, stubbornly replied, I merely wish to ascertain whether there were any gang tokens. Reputation is bestowed by the masses. I conduct my business with principles. So let it be, I shall take my leave. With a graceful flourish, Lin Feng exited the group, accompanied by the ancient zombie, turning to depart. The rogue, watching Lin Feng's receding figure, gritted his teeth and declared, Let's put our grievances behind us. I will certainly purchase from your shop next time. Lin Feng waved his hand, acknowledging the truth in his words. In business, reputation holds paramount importance. Lin Feng was not here to vie for supremacy. Whether one is good or evil, it bears no significance to him. Prosperity often comes through amiability, and one never knows when they might engage in business with him again. Though Lin Feng had taken down the boss, the total loot dropped was still less than what the rogue had paid him. It was precisely due to Lin Feng's burgeoning reputation that his future arms dealings were poised to flourish. Grievances resolved. We welcome your next visit. Upon leaving Lanrua Mountain, Lin Feng hurried towards the city. After a brisk run of over 10 minutes, he arrived at the auction house, seeking the mayor's son. Lin Feng promptly presented the quest item, the girl's soul. The mayor's son was overwhelmed and burst into tears upon receiving the girl's soul, and subsequently played a poignant CG animation depicting the tragic romance between the wealthy mayor's son and the girl. The visuals and music were profoundly moving. However, Lin Feng promptly clicked skip, showing no interest in such matters. Thank you, Merchant Sovereign. I have decided to assist you. Auction house guard. The mayor's son has entered follow mode. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, relieved that the quest was nearing completion. It had been exhausting. He escorted the mayor's son onto a carriage, grateful that the route to Willow Leaf Town had been established. The journey took merely 10 minutes. A crucial matter for Lin Feng. With the mayor's son in tow, they sought the cunning old mayor. The journey was uneventful, and yet another CG animation played, which Lin Feng again chose to skip. The old mayor finally wiped away his tears and approached Lin Feng. Thank you, young brother. Without you, our father-son bond would remain fractured. Here is your gang creation token. Notification. Quest completed. Help the old mayor find his son. Quest reward. Gang creation token. Quest reward. 100,000 experience points. Quest update. Auto-accepted quest. Merchant's gang. Quest details. You have obtained a gang token, Please create a gang. Quest rewards, 50,000 experience points. Quest rewards, Mirchanesse Legends. As the system's notification concluded, a radiant light enveloped Lin Feng, signifying his level up from 11 to 12. Despite minimal changes in his gear, his attributes remained largely unchanged. Player, Merchant Sovereign. Level, 12. Experience points required for next level, 120,000. Health, 1450. Mana, 810. Attack, 0. Defense, 369. Movement speed, 19. Skills, summon minions, revive minions. Upon reaching level 10, Lin Feng could equip level 10 gear, significantly enhancing his defense. His current attributes surpassed those of a typical brawler. After reviewing his attributes, Lin Feng opened his inventory to behold 21 million gold coins alongside the long-desired gang creation token. Gang creation token, bond. Used to find the NPC for gang creation. Lin Feng sighed in regret. Alas, it is bound. What a pity. If it were not, I would have struck it rich. On the forum, the unbound gang creation tokens had reached a staggering price of 2 million or even 3 million cash. Regardless, they were valuable yet scarce. The primary reasons were the formidable boss battles and the abysmal drop rates. The official announcement stated that the probability of obtaining a drop from a wild boss was 1 in 10,000, meaning one would have to defeat 10,000 bosses for a chance at one token. Currently, all players were just starting their classes and could not defeat so many monsters. Lin Feng inhaled deeply. It seems this immense fortune is destined for me. The first gang in the entire network shall be mine. Without further delay, who knows if someone might snatch it away. He boarded the carriage at the station, spending 10 minutes to return to Ningdu City. The gang creation NPC was located on the busiest commercial street, not far from the auction house. Lin Feng boldly approached the NPC, declaring, "I wish to create a gang." Chapter 24. First gang creation successful. The vendors surrounding him cast peculiar glances at Lin Feng. "Brother, you need a gang creation token to form a gang." "Haha, you're the 325th person to attempt to create a gang. Fool, instead of wasting time here, go level up." "Hey, isn't he the merchant sovereign? What of it? Merchants are even less likely to form a gang." The vendors ridiculed Lin Feng, none believing he truly possessed a token. After all, those who set up stalls often frequented the forums. The gang creation tokens had skyrocketed in value on the forum, with no one willing to trade a house for a gang. Amidst the mockery, the gang creation NPC monotonously stated, "Creating a gang requires 1 gang creation token and 10,000 gold coins." 10,000 gold coins? By this point, Lin Feng was unconcerned. He produced the gang creation token and, along with the 10,000 gold coins, completed the transaction with the NPC. "Congratulations! You meet the conditions for gang creation. Please name your gang." A dialog box appeared before Lin Feng. "Please enter gang name. Great Merchant Dynasty." Since his shop bore this name, he decided to remain consistent, aiming for a name that would reverberate across the land. "Hey, did you see that? He just handed the NPC something. Could it be a gang creation token? You must be mistaken. Haha, anyone can create a gang. Only the merchant sovereign cannot. He wouldn't sell it." At that moment, the entire server echoed with the system's announcement. "Congratulations to player, Merchant Sovereign, for successfully creating the gang. Great Merchant Dynasty, Ningdu City. Great Merchant Dynasty, not participating in any gang disputes, absolutely neutral, only recruiting merchants and players of life professions. Interested players may contact privately. Congratulations to player, Merchant Sovereign, for being the first to create a gang. System reward, 3-level gang residence, permanent. Congratulations to player, Merchant Sovereign, for being the first to create a gang. Experience points, 100,000. A radiant light, signifying a level up, enveloped Lin Feng once more, ascending from level 12 to 13. Everyone stared at Lin Feng in disbelief. "How? Is this possible? Wow, he truly created it. Brother, let me join." The crowd erupted in chaos, realizing the jester had been themselves. The system announcement resonated throughout the game, replayed thrice. Every player was aware of it. The world erupted at that moment. Numerous big shots wore scowls, They had toiled all night and spent money desperately acquiring gang creation tokens, only to be outpaced by a mere merchant. How could they not be furious? Absolutely neutral? Damn, he stole my first gang. I will make him pay. Merchant Sovereign. This fellow is drawing too much attention. The saying goes, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Without strength, claiming the title of first gang would be ill-fated. On the leaderboard, the first gang was the Great Merchant Dynasty, and the first pet was the Merchant Sovereign. One individual dominated the top of both charts, basking in glory. Outside the game, the forums were also ablaze. In the vicinity of Ningdu City, the first gang in the entire game has emerged. The first gang in the game has appeared. Merchant Sovereign has struck gold. About Merchant Sovereign, a hidden Big Shots backstory. Various threads about Lin Feng were pushed to the forefront on the forums, with one post leading the charge. It was precisely Lin Feng who had recently posted a message. The Great Merchant Dynasty is recruiting blacksmiths, alchemists, craftsmen, tailors, and various hidden profession players. Generous compensation is offered, with materials for skill cultivation provided, and the guild will handle the sale of finished products, with a 55% profit share. The comments beneath the post had already surpassed 100,000 and continued to grow. However, Lin Feng had no time to peruse them. He opened the guild interface. Guild, Great Merchant Dynasty. Guild level, level 1. Guild residence, Moonshadow Town, level 3, permanent. Guild leader, Merchant Sovereign. Deputy leader, none, maximum 2. Guild officials, none, maximum 8. Guild members, none, maximum 200. Lin Feng was astonished. Wow, is the first guild this fantastic? Although it was merely a level 3 territory, its permanence was a significant advantage. The experience points, however, were the least rewarding. He hoped that the second guild created would not have residence rewards. Otherwise, his stockpiled territories would be at a loss. Little did he know that he was speaking too soon. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the system's voice rang out once more. Congratulations to the player, Unrivaled World, for successfully creating the guild. Unrivaled Alliance, Hydus City. Unrivaled World. Unrivaled Alliance seeks high-end players, hidden professions, and the top 1,000 players in the level and equipment rankings. Private messages to join. Congratulations to the player, Unrivaled World, for creating a second guild. System reward acquired. Level 2 Guild Residence, permanent. Congratulations to the player, Unrivaled World, for creating a second guild. Experience points, 50,000. In just a matter of minutes, a mere 5 minutes had passed. Lin Feng regarded the announcement and sighed in relief. Thank goodness it's not within the range of Ningdu City. As long as it was outside of Ningdu City's jurisdiction, it would not affect his territories. Having embarked on this path, he was determined to pursue it further. Lin Feng resolved to begin recruiting players for life professions, intending to vet each one carefully. Having 200 life profession players to assist him in arms production should suffice for the early stages of weapon trading. As the guild level increased, he would be able to recruit even more life profession players. I will assemble the finest life profession players in the entire game within my guild. Lin Feng harbored ambitious intentions, aiming for nothing less than excellence. With renewed vigor, he closed the guild interface, intending to return to his shop. However, he was taken aback by the sight before him. 800 players encircled him. Yes, 800 thickly packed. So much so that Lin Feng could hardly move. Merchant Sovereign, I'm your fan. Let me join. Merchant Sovereign, I'm a merchant. Add me. I've learned blacksmithing. Add me. Alchemy level 2, seeking an invite. The players surrounding him were all eager to join the guild. Lin Feng felt a surge of anxiety. He despised such situations. Who should he accept? The crowd was a mix of individuals, and it was evident that half of them were likely spies from rival guilds. Lin Feng was no fool. He understood the intentions of other guilds. Why should he cultivate talent for others? It was out of the question. Yet, the crowd pressed in relentlessly, and he could not even make his way to the inn. With no other choice, Lin Feng logged off. You are about to leave the Tianxia game. Please move to a safe location before logging off. Log off. Lin Feng's vision faded to black. Log off successful. You may now remove your helmet. Once he removed the helmet, Lin Feng let out a deep breath. The room was enveloped in darkness. He had lost track of time and realized it was already evening. His stomach growled with hunger. Foregoing the light, He donned his jacket and exited the rental apartment. Chapter 25. The Guild S Formation. Recruiting talents after playing for 2 consecutive days, Lin Feng felt invigorated rather than fatigued. This was the benefit of the gaming helmet. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so expensive. Naturally, the thrill of earning money also contributed to his excitement. As summer waned, the nights grew cooler. Lin Feng withdrew several thousand yuan from the nearest bank and indulged in a feast of grilled meats at a barbecue restaurant, washing it down with a bottle of beer. Sated, he stopped by a nearby fruit shop to purchase some fruits before meandering towards the hospital. Initially, he felt indifferent, but as he approached the hospital, his anxiety heightened. The parting in his previous life had been agonizing. In that life, he had been devoid of money. In this life, he must not harbor any regrets. Lin Feng was uncertain of the outcome. When he stood at the hospital entrance and peered through the glass, he saw the frail figure on the bed. His heart sank. It had been 5 long years since their last meeting. Inside the ward, Lin was feeding their mother Kanji. "Why haven't you seen your brother these past few days?" Their mother's weak voice inquired. "He has been up for several days taking care of me. He must be fine." "Ah, he is a sturdy fellow. What could possibly trouble him?" "Cough, cough. You two must look after each other. He will be your only family from now on. Support one another with a united heart." "Mom, what are you saying?" Hearing their conversation, Lin Feng took a deep breath, ready to enter the room. Just then, a doctor in a long robe approached. "Ah, Lin Feng, I haven't seen you in several days." "Dr. Liu." The man was indeed Liu Mo, their mother's attending physician, a middle-aged man. "You arrived just in time. I have something to discuss with you." "Please go ahead. Your mother's condition cannot wait any longer. I've assessed her, and there is a matching surgery available next Wednesday. Do you wish to proceed?" Liu Mo's expression remained neutral, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Perhaps he had grown desensitized to life and death after witnessing so many farewells. Lin Feng nodded resolutely. "Yes, let us do it. I must inform you that the success rate of the surgery is not high. Consider it carefully. If you choose to proceed, it will be best to deposit the funds into the account within the next couple of days. 500,000. We will proceed, Dr. Liu. I will have the money ready." "Very well, then. I must be off," Liu Mo concluded, leaving without even entering the ward. Lin Feng watched Liu Mo walk away, his resolve hardening. This would be the most significant gamble of his life. 500,000 yuan, wagering on his mother's life. He took a deep breath, a smile gracing his face as he stepped into the ward. What Lin Feng did not realize was that after Liu Mo departed, he sneered, "Poor fool. What money does he have? Preparing funds? I suspect he should prepare for discharge." At that moment, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Liu Mo immediately donned a congenial smile. "Hello, Mr. Li?" Yes, of course, we have everything you need. Now that you mention it, our entire hospital is at your service. All right, we'll be waiting for you. Rest assured, everything will be perfect." His demeanor shifted completely, a stark contrast to the previous encounter. After spending an hour in the ward, Lin Feng and Lin Wen left when their mother had fallen asleep. "You've worked hard these past few days. Don't skimp on the money. Hire a caregiver." "Ah, it's nothing. I'm robust. I can handle it. Don't squander that little money." Lin Feng shot Lin Wen a glare. "Do you think I'm worried about a few thousand yuan? We're short tens of thousands. Understand? Have you become foolish from your studies? Do I still need you, a student, to step in?" All right, I understand. By the way, has that girl contacted you?" "I've blocked her." "What? TSK, you're unyielding, aren't you? Enough of that. Let us head home." Lin Feng said little more, handing Lin Wen the few thousand yuan he had withdrawn from the bank before sauntering home. After a couple of hours, he wondered if the crowd had dispersed. With a mix of trepidation and anticipation, Lin Feng donned his helmet. The dark helmet gradually illuminated. Welcome to the world of Tianxia. Preparing to enter the game. Each time he entered the game, a different welcoming phrase accompanied by invigorating music played, which he appreciated. The scene before Lin Feng slowly came into focus, revealing the very spot where he had logged off. Although there were still numerous players setting up stalls around him, fortunately, the crowd had vanished. Lin Feng took off running without a moment's hesitation. "It is the merchant prince. He has come online. Quick, pursue him." Unfortunately, they were a tad too slow. Those who were setting up stalls or browsing them could not catch up, as he had already vanished into the crowd. Lin Feng let out a long breath. The gang's headquarters was a small house. They would be trapped if they blocked the entrance. Without any terrain issues, they could genuinely not hinder his progress in an ordinary location. Although there were people nearby eager to join the guild, Lin Feng chose to ignore them for the moment. First, he proceeded to the shop to retrieve the ores and herbs he had acquired. Transactions in the shop could be adjusted in the shop interface. Yet items still had to be collected from this location. Subsequently, he added numerous items to the acquisition list, such as equipment, consumables, and potions. These goods represented hard currency. Despite the slim profits from buying high and selling low, the renown of the great merchant dynasty ensured a high volume of trade, allowing him to earn tens of thousands of gold coins in a day. Once everything was arranged, Lin Feng made his way towards the post station, simultaneously reaching out to his confidants, the brothers I love pig intestines. Merchant Prince, where are you? Are you free? I love pig intestines. Absolutely free, merchant brother. Or should I say, big merchant? We've been waiting for you to find us. His voice message conveyed palpable excitement. These two individuals were gems, hidden professions within the realm of life skills. Without hesitation, Lin Feng sent them a guild invitation. Player, I love pig intestines has joined the guild. Player, I love eating pig trotters has joined the guild. Suddenly, the guild swelled by 2 members, feeling akin to an increase of 200. I love pig intestines exclaimed. Wow, I joined. I am now the 2nd member in the entire Ningdu city. The first is Big Merchant. I love eating pig trotters retorted. No way, I am the 2nd. You are the 3rd. What? Want a brawl? Real life PK. Allow me to ponder. Lin Feng observed with amusement. It was evident that these two were genuinely enjoying the game, relishing every moment, far surpassing his own enthusiasm. Merchant Prince, I am en route to the guild's headquarters. You both should come over shortly, and I will provide you with the materials. Does our guild even have a headquarters? Are you foolish? Didn't the system announcement mention it? Boss, we'll be there shortly. These two were a bundle of joy. Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head as he began reviewing the posts he had made. He started to add trustworthy comments beneath the posts, one by one adding them as friends. As the instigator of the game, he naturally had the authority to set the rules. The conditions for joining the Great Merchant Dynasty were straightforward. Merchants were required to pay a 5-transaction fee to the guild. These stipulations had already been established, and Lin Feng could adjust them within the guild options. Moreover, deceit was intolerable. Anyone caught deceiving would be immediately expelled from the guild. Although the terms for merchants were somewhat stringent, the benefits for life skill professions were quite generous. Upon joining the Great Merchant Dynasty, Lin Feng would provide all necessary materials for leveling up, ores, timber, leather, herbs, facilitating their advancement in life skills. However, the goods they produced would be sold by the guild's merchants, who would retain 10 of the profit. This created a closed-loop system. Chapter 26. The Rules of the Great Merchant Dynasty. 50,000 gold coins security deposit. The journey to Moonshadow Town took approximately 10 minutes. On the carriage, Lin Feng contemplated how to enhance the guild's operational rules. The strength and longevity of a guild heavily rely on its regulations. After several revisions, he inscribed the rules in the guild's notice board and added a few more. What if life skill practitioners honed their skills and left? What if merchants absconded? What if merchants tarnished the guild's reputation? These scenarios were not merely hypothetical. They were highly probable occurrences. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his eyes sparkled. Indeed, a security deposit. I may be a shrewd merchant, but I will not allow my subordinates to behave unscrupulously. He excitedly penned in the notice board. Merchants joining the guild, utilizing the guild's reputation for business stalls, must pay a 5-transaction fee and a security deposit. Security deposit must remain in the guild for 1 year, with no incidents of bad reputation or fraud. Deposit refunded. If violations occur, it will be confiscated. For life skill professions, he would not impose a fee. It was not due to a lack of desire, but because there was little profit to be gained from them. They relied on this to earn a living. Lin Feng also needed to profit from them. If he charged, few would be willing to pay, as the Great Merchant Dynasty's reputation benefited them more than it did him. After much contemplation, he settled on a security deposit of 50,000 gold coins. 5,000 coins would lack the necessary deterrent effect, while 50,000 gold coins was a substantial sum. Any merchant who could not produce such an amount should reconsider their career. Most importantly, if he could recruit 100 merchants, Lin Feng would immediately gain 500,000 gold coins in cash. He was determined to proceed. With each new merchant added, Lin Feng disclosed his terms up front. Several merchants, upon hearing the conditions, directly labeled Lin Feng as a shrewd businessman. However, most merchants were astute enough to recognize the value of the merchant prince's name and the great merchant dynasty's reputation. The 5,000 coins were neither too much nor too little and were deemed acceptable. The 5-transaction fee, though substantial, was also reluctantly accepted. In no time, Lin Feng had recruited dozens of merchants, with many more eager to join. Several life skill practitioners also signed on, and Lin Feng remained oblivious to how many spies might be among them. In this game, trust would be earned over time. Nevertheless, the rules he established ensured he would never incur a loss. Crafting equipment required vitality, and the items produced by life skill practitioners were currently in high demand. Lin Feng had stated there would be a 10 profit margin, from which costs would be deducted, ensuring he would not incur a loss. At worst, if trained individuals chose to abscond, Lin Feng would still have profited. Engaged in his tasks, he pondered any additional aspects to address. Before he knew it, they had arrived at Moonshadow Town. Lin Feng paid little attention to the surroundings, squatting at the post station to continue gathering members. Ultimately, he successfully recruited 100 merchants and 97 life skill practitioners, feeling immensely satisfied. He posted on the forum, "The Great Merchant Dynasty is now full. Thank you all for your support. We will notify you when another spot opens up." After posting, Lin Feng opened the guild chat interface. "Merchant Prince, everyone, gather at the guild headquarters. I will wait for you for 1 hour. Those who do not arrive will be expelled." Having formed the guild, he felt confident. Anyone who did not show up would be ejected. An hour was ample time. Lin Feng exited the post station, gazing at the expansive Moonshadow Town, feeling quite content. Although its location could not compare to Willow Leaf Town, it was indeed larger. Most importantly, it was free of charge indefinitely. Willow Leaf Town had been rented at a hefty price. Moonshadow Town was desolate at the moment, with few inhabitants, as it was situated far from the leveling zones where the surrounding monsters were mostly at level 20 or 30. It was entirely reasonable for no one to be grinding there. The town's NPCs were not numerous but were comprehensive, featuring an auction house, various equipment NPCs, profession NPCs, life skill NPCs, storage NPCs, potion NPCs, everything one could desire. These NPCs would serve as significant sources of revenue for the town in the future. As long as purchases were made, the town would generate taxes. A bustling town, akin to Willow Leaf Town, would surely recoup costs. Securing a permanent level 3 town was a tremendous success. Lin Feng wandered near the storage area, where a mailbox stood. With a mix of apprehension and anticipation, he opened the mailbox. Inside lay 100 letters, precisely those sent by the 100 merchants in the guild. 50,000. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement and clicked to extract the items. The sound of coins jingling filled the air. His inventory, which had held 21 million gold coins, now swelled to 21 million gold coins. Looking at the wealth in his inventory, it was impossible to conceal his exhilaration. Merely 2 days had passed since he had stated it would take 7 days to accumulate wealth, and he had already earned 620,000 gold coins. Although the 50,000 gold coin security deposit was not his money and would need to be returned after a year with Lin Feng's current capabilities, the wealth he possessed would be a mere trifle a year from now. It was sufficient, more than enough. Were it not for the gathering of the entire guild at this location, Lin Feng would have seriously considered logging out of the game to transfer the funds to the hospital. With a deep sigh of relief, he thought, "Now that I have enough, the road ahead will be considerably easier." The weight that had burdened his heart was finally lifted. Not long after, "I love eating pig trotters and I love pig intestines" arrived, and the guild members began to trickle into Moonshadow Town. The once desolate Moonshadow Town has come alive. Lin Feng found a stage for performances and gathered everyone together. Clearing his throat, all eyes turned to him in anticipation. First and foremost, I extend my gratitude for your trust. Without hesitation, please transfer the deposit to me. Boss, you're too polite, came the response. Indeed, I trust your name. Your name has become a brand now. It's merely 5,000 coins, and we can earn it back. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. All right, I've outlined the rules to you all. I hope these deposits will be returned to you in a year, rather than being expelled from the guild. Today, I will reiterate the rules. From now on, consumables, potions, and charms will have standardized prices to avoid infighting. Yes, boss, they replied in unison. Furthermore, those in crafting professions are exempt from paying deposits. They are our treasures and the source of our future wealth. I trust you all understand this. Lin Feng gathered them not just for the sake of business, but specifically for these crafters. In essence, we support them, and in return, as they level up, they will support us. Mutual help is key. All merchants can purchase materials from them to craft equipment and potions. I will begin. I have 100,000 herbs, 50,000 leathers, and 50,000 ores. All crafters may come to me shortly to collect materials for their trade. The crafted items should be returned to me for sale, and the profits are already posted in the guild notice. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the 200 members gasped in astonishment. 100,000? Wow, boss, you're incredible. Truly the #1 merchant in the game. I admire you. I knew I joined the right guild. Lin Feng raised his hand with a smile. Of course, the most important point, if anyone is bullied, do not seek revenge on your own. Inform us. As merchants, we unite to obliterate our enemies. Boss is formidable. All right, everyone, one final note. Moonshadow Town is our guild's base. Everyone must complete a guild task daily. We must elevate our guild level to accommodate more members. We will thrive together. Now let's get to work. Crafters, come collect your materials. With nearly everything addressed, the guild meeting came to a close. Lin Feng busied himself for quite a while, distributing materials to the crafters. Almost everyone received 2,000 materials, sufficient for several levels of advancement. He particularly favored his two brothers. I love poor trotters and I love poor contestants, giving each 10,000 materials. Watching the members diligently engaged in guild tasks, Lin Feng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This guild did not need to be powerful to become immensely strong. While these merchants and crafters may not have high levels or equipment, their future influence would be remarkable. It was time to collect the payments. Just as Lin Feng approached the inn, before he could board, the friends list suddenly lit up with a message from Jiangnan Swordsman. Without opening it, Lin Feng had a good idea of what it was about. However, when he did open it, he was still taken aback. Player, Jiangnan Swordsman has sent you a red envelope. Claim the envelope. Congratulations, you have received a gold red envelope. Envelope message. Damn it. When will I receive the guild token? Wasn't it agreed that you would sell it to me? Lin Feng shook his head with a wry smile. Is this what it feels like to have wealthy friends? A red envelope worth 10,000 coins, and we've only known each other for a few days. His inventory now held 31 million coins. Jiangnan Swordsman sent a few congratulatory messages, and Lin Feng responded without hesitation. Thank you. Hey, for what? You just stole my thunder. What's that? Did you get the token already? You listen. Suddenly, the system's voice chimed in. Congratulations, player. Jiangnan Swordsman for successfully creating the guild. Jiangnan Hall, Ningdu City. Jiangnan Hall. Jiangnan Hall accepts high-level players, hidden professions, and players ranked in the top 1,000 in level and equipment. Private message to join. Congratulations, player. Jiangnan Swordsman for being the third to create a guild. Au revoir. Level un guild résidence permanent. Congratulations, player. Jiangnan Hall for being the third guild created. Experience points, 20,000. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. Are you serious? Ajun? Ha, go away. Next time you buy something, give me a discount. Don't worry, I'm a regular. Damn, you're busy. I'll catch you next time. Lin Feng understood that creating a guild involved a myriad of tasks, so he refrained from bothering Jiangnan Swordsman. Building good relations with such prominent figures would greatly benefit future business, considering they were significant clients. He planned to prepare a gift for Jiangnan's swordsman once things settled down. After all, he received a 10,000 coin red envelope and should reciprocate. However, the most pressing matter remained his mother's surgery fee of 500,000. Closing the friend chat, he withdrew 3 million coins, equating to 530,000 cash. His inventory still held 1 million coins. It must be noted that the game's system was remarkably efficient. The 3 million coins appeared in his account almost instantly, within 3 seconds. After completing everything, Lin Feng logged off. Unbeknownst to him, the forum was abuzz with activity. In just one day, 3 guilds were established, with 2 located in Ningdu City. The locals were filled with pride as they boasted about the guilds. Merchant Heaven, Great Merchant Dynasty, Jiangnan Swordsman, Jiangnan Hall, Invincible Under Heaven, and the Invincible Alliance. 3 individuals, 6 names, had made a name for themselves that day. Many play games to achieve fame, don't they? Lin Feng resolutely removed his helmet. Outside was still the dark of night. Checking the time, it was 3 a.m. He carefully placed the helmet down, took a shower, and crawled into bed, falling into a deep sleep. For 3 days, his nerves had been on edge. Now that he had money, his anxious heart finally eased, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful slumber. He slept until midday the next day, awakening at 11. Stretching. He felt refreshed as he dressed and headed out. He grabbed a quick bite on the way, filled with excitement as he arrived at the hospital. Dr. Lu Mo was in his office, engrossed in writing something. Lin Feng knocked on the door. Lu Mo looked up briefly before returning to his work, saying, "Oh, it's Lin Feng. What can I do for you?" "Dr. Lu, I'm here to make a payment." Lu Mo jolted, looking at Lin Feng in disbelief. "What did you say?" "My mother's surgery fee. I came to pay today," Lin Feng said confidently, pushing his bank card toward Lu Mo Pay. "You really managed to get the money?" "Yes." Lu Mo's expression changed slightly. Lin Feng, sensing something amiss, asked, "Dr. Lu, what's wrong? Is there an issue?" No. No problem." "How could there be a problem?" He just paid into your mother's account." Though he said that, Lin Feng felt something was off with Lu Mo's demeanor. He pressed further. "Dr. Lu, you mentioned she couldn't endure much longer. Can we schedule earlier?" "Nonsense. How can we move it up?" "This is all arranged by the hospital." "All right, then can we proceed next Wednesday?" "Lin Feng, rest assured. If I said it can be done, it certainly will. Now, I must get back to work." "Understood. I'll want to take up more of your time." Lin Feng exited Lu Mo's office and pulled out his phone, realizing he had recorded the entire conversation. Having learned from 5 years of life experience, Lin Feng was no longer the naive youth he once was. He understood the importance of caution, especially regarding matters involving his mother. Even though Lu Mo was a top expert in Ning City, Lin Feng remained vigilant. At the payment desk, he transferred 500,000 into his mother's account and received the payment receipt. Lin Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. The gamble had begun. "My chips are in place." Whispering softly, he returned to the hospital room. His mother had just finished her meal and was asleep. Lin was playing on his phone beside her. Lin Feng shot him a glare, pulling him out of the room. "Weren't you supposed to find a caregiver? Reluctant to leave?" "It's fine," Lin Feng said, handing Lin his bank card. "I've already covered the 50,000 for the surgery. Here, 30,000. Use it to hire a caregiver, and the rest is for your living expenses. Your task is to focus on your studies." "Got it. What did you say?" Lin stared, eyes wide with disbelief, as he looked at Lin Feng. "Remember, this family relies on me." Chapter 28, Back Online. I become a warlord. These 5 words carried the weight of 1,000 burdens. Lin gazed at Lin Feng, unable to calm his racing heart. Is this really happening? The surgery is next Wednesday. The hospital will call to notify you. Once you find a caregiver, come back when you have time, Lin Feng instructed. Okay. Lin seemed not to have heard Lin Feng, continuously muttering okay. "What are you waiting for? Go pay for it. I'll take care of Mom." Lin left in a daze, uncertain whether he felt joy or something else, clutching the card tightly. Lin Feng opened the hospital door and walked cautiously to his mother's bedside. Her familiar yet strange visage stirred memories within him. Sitting there, he observed her pale face, marked by suffering. Lin Feng was lost in thought. Once she had been a stunning beauty, and now he watched her transform from a vibrant woman into this. His mother slept with a furrowed brow, clearly in pain. He gently caressed her rough hand. She had devoted herself to raising both Lin Feng and Lin Wan, sacrificing so much. Forget 50,000. He would stake anything to ensure her survival. Wind, you're here. Just then, Lin Mother awoke, her gentle gaze settling on Lin Feng. Lin Feng forced a smile. Mom, my child, you must be exhausted these past few days. I wanted to discuss something with you. Exhausted? What is it, Mom? I want to be discharged, Lin Mother pleaded, looking at Lin Feng earnestly. I don't want treatment anymore. Everyone understood her concerns. Lin Feng replied, displeased, Mom. What are you thinking? Do you know what I've been doing these past few days? I won the lottery, 10 million. What? Lin Mother, who had intended to persuade him, was momentarily taken aback. Hey, you didn't know? The day I left the hospital, I bought a lottery ticket on a whim. Guess what? I hit the jackpot. I just want to claim it. Lin Feng excitedly danced around, trying to sound convincing. If he explained it was from a game, she wouldn't understand. So he opted for grander numbers. Upon hearing 10 million, Lin Mother stared at Lin Feng in astonishment. Well, I didn't think it was impossible to treat you. Maybe we could try to save you. Haha, Mom, you're still so humorous. Don't worry, you will get better. Lin Mother had always been a cheerful person. If not for her illness, she would be like her peers, binge-watching shows, shopping, buying clothes, or even playing games with him. Those carefree days felt like a distant memory. Lin Feng spent the afternoon in the hospital, and as dinner time approached, he finally left. On his way back to the rental apartment, he grabbed a quick dinner and purchased several daily necessities, instant noodles, and snacks. After arriving at his apartment, he took a shower, lay on the bed, and donned his helmet. Would you like to log into the game? Log in. Initiating iris scan. After identity verification, Lin Feng entered the game. The screen before him gradually illuminated until he materialized in Moonshadow Town. Boss, you're here. Hello, boss. Upon logging in, the followers of the great merchant dynasty greeted Lin Feng warmly. He smiled in return. Boss, I placed my gear in the guild warehouse. The warehouse is almost full. Could you manage it? Lin Feng opened the warehouse and was taken aback. The entire screen was brimming with gear and potions. Staring in disbelief, he muttered, Is my arms trade about to commence? Chapter 29. The first arms deal opens. The warehouse was filled to the brim with an array of gear and potions. Though the equipment varied in quality and price, the potions were all crafted, unobtainable in stores, with excellent healing effects and low cooldown times. Some potions even boasted temporary enhancements to attack and speed, essential for combat. According to the agreement with his followers, he would provide the materials and handle sales, while living players would receive 10% of the profits. This was already substantial, and as his crafting skills improved, the percentage would rise correspondingly. Mutual benefit was the key to longevity. The potions could stack to 100, taking up little space, but the gear was overwhelming. Lin Feng meticulously sorted through the items, placing them into his inventory. Even 200 felt insufficient. I've cleared out 200 spaces in the guild warehouse. We can continue using it. Everyone, remember to label the gear and potions you submit. Understood, boss. Once he finished delegating, Lin Feng hopped onto a carriage and headed toward Ningdu City. The shop had been struggling with inventory. Now, he could sell for a long while. Although the gear was rather ordinary, the material prices had doubled, making 20 to 30 coins per item a reasonable expectation. Gear with desirable attributes like health regeneration or speed enhancements could fetch hundreds or even thousands. Both high-end and low-end markets were vital. As their crafting skills improved, business would flourish. As Lin Feng envisioned the future of his business, a message notification popped up from his friend list. Jiangnan Swordsman. Bro, do you have any low-tier gear? Nothing too fancy. Merchant son. Sure, how much do you need? Jiangnan Swordsman. Whatever you have. Merchant son. Meet me at the guild warehouse NPC in Ningdu City. Jiangnan Swordsman. On my way. Without further inquiry, Lin Feng arrived at the guild warehouse, where Jiangnan Swordsman and a few members of his guild awaited. Skipping pleasantries, he initiated a trade with Jiangnan Swordsman. As items were placed in the trade window, Jiangnan Swordsman quickly interjected, Wait, we haven't discussed the price yet. Lin Feng grinned. For the grand opening, first order is on the house. You've hit the jackpot. After completing the trade, Lin Feng retrieved 200 pieces of gear from the warehouse, leaving Jiangnan's swordsman dumbfounded as he handed over more than 500 pieces of equipment. Whoa, that's enough. Jiangnan's swordsman gasped. Where did you get so much? What is the cost? I said it's free. Congratulations on your guild's successful establishment. Consider it a gift. Lin Feng replied with a smile. The value of 500 pieces varied, averaging around 25 coins each if sold individually, but for bulk, Lin Feng aimed for about 20. Jiangnan's swordsman stared at him, bewildered. Did the merchant lose his touch? Not all. Just make sure to frequent our great merchant dynasty shop. After a moment of contemplation, Jiangnan's swordsman nodded. Of course, thank you, bro. In his mind, Lin Feng had made a loss. He was aware of the prices from previous purchases at the auction house. Otherwise, he would have come to support Lin Feng's business. Just as he turned to leave, Lin Feng suddenly wore a mischievous expression. Oh, by the way, your guild is looking for a duel, right? I have potions too, 100 coins each. Interested? Chapter 30. Thanks to the boss for the 3 million coins with pleasantries concluded. It was time for business. Jiangnan's swordsman's eyes lit up. You have potions? Of course, I have potions, special ones, charms, whatever can be made I have. The shop's inventory consisted of traditional red and blue potions for sustained and instant healing. The realm of pharmaceutical production in this profession stands distinct, often referred to as the realm of special potions. For instance, there are elixirs that restore life within a mere 10 minutes, enhance defense, and boost attack power, among others. These potions may be combined with skills and equipment for amplified effects. The charms are even more extravagant. Early-stage charms function akin to skills. Take the lightning charm. For example, it unleashes a single strike of lightning upon activation. Enchantment charms can augment weapon damage, and while the effects of lower-tier charms may be modest, they typically command prices ranging from 120 to 150 gold coins in the auction house. Lin Feng offered them at 100 coins each, and the Jiangnan swordsman eagerly accepted, exclaiming, Really? How many do you have? I want them all. Is it truly so? Lin Feng regarded the Jiangnan swordsman with a peculiar gaze. The Jiangnan swordsman insisted, Yes, indeed. Come on, my friend, give me a discount. I'll reciprocate your kindness. With a chuckle, Lin Feng directed, Right this way. Let us conduct our transaction in the warehouse. Unbeknownst to the Jiangnan swordsman, this was the wholesale price Lin Feng had already established. To monopolize the market, he needed to undercut others. At 100 coins, Lin Feng would earn approximately 15 to 20 coins per potion. While that may seem negligible, upon opening the trade window and presenting the potions, the Jiangnan swordsman exclaimed, So many. Indeed, there were not merely a few 5,000 health restoration potions, each restoring 5 health points, and an additional 5,000 minor potions that offered a 5 attack boost and a 5 defense boost. Altogether, the assorted potions amounted to over 20,000. But wait, there's more. Lin Feng, with a genial smile, began to display his charms. The Jiangnan swordsman gazed in astonishment at the numerous charms inscribed with quantities in the thousands, unable to suppress a gulp. The charms, while not excessively abundant, totaled over 10,000. Once Lin Feng finished displaying the charms, he cheerfully announced, My friend, a mere 301,000 gold coins. We're old acquaintances. I'll give you a discount. This discount amounted to just 200 coins. Even in this virtual realm, Lin Feng noticed the Jiangnan swordsman's muscles quiver slightly. What is wrong, my friend? Are you feeling unwell? The Jiangnan swordsman awkwardly replied, Well, I need to recharge my funds first. The esteemed gentleman turned to recharge his account. Moments later, Lin Feng observed an addition of 301,000 gold coins in his inventory. He clapped his hands, beaming, My friend, having acquired such splendid goods, why the long face? Is it a natural disposition against smiling? The Jiangnan swordsman gritted his teeth, declaring, In the future, I shall acquire all high-quality items. Just a response I was hoping for. My brother, I'll prepare a grand feast at Wanyue Tower, awaiting your triumphant return. Excellent. The Jiangnan swordsman turned to the executives of Jiangnan Hall nearby, commanding, Distribute these potions. They should suffice. Inform everyone not to skimp on supplies. Understood, boss. Yes, boss. Several high-ranking members hurried away. With the purchase of low-tier equipment and potions, the intentions of Jiangnan Hall became evident. During Lin Feng's offline period, several factions emerged in Ningdu City, one named the Joyful Sect, which clashed with Jiangnan Hall over a boss, resulting in mutual losses. A duel was scheduled in half an hour in the southern part of the city, as both factions were among the earliest established. The victor would claim the title of the premier fighting faction in Ningdu City, a fact Jiangnan swordsmen held in high regard, willing to invest heavily. Meanwhile, atop the city walls, a throng awaited eagerly, gazing down at the plains south of the city, anticipating the impending battle. Chapter 31. The Significance of Munitions. Jiangnan Hall's absolute domination over their adversaries. Lin Feng stood amidst the crowd on the city walls, observing as the two factions gathered on the southern plains, clearly delineated, each amassing their elite fighters. The Joyful Sect, an inconsequential guild from the previous life, had surprisingly emerged so early, indicating a later decline. The Joyful Sect displayed remarkable momentum. Indeed, until now, apart from the great merchant dynasty, only Jiangnan Hall and the Joyful Sect held prominence within Ningdu City. The experts from both factions were primarily ranked players, leaving speculation about which faction was superior. An announcement had long been made stating that factions could establish their own sects in the later stages of the game, a factor Jiangnan swordsmen clearly valued. The onlookers on the city wall split into two factions, one favoring Jiangnan Hall, the other supporting the Joyful Sect. However, it was undeniable that whichever faction emerged victorious would find recruitment considerably easier thereafter. Additionally, some unaligned experts observed the battle, eager to witness how a factional duel would unfold. As anticipation mounted, the plains became densely populated with over 300 participants, with each faction contributing more than 170 fighters. Jiangnan swordsmen and the Joyful Buddha, the respective leaders, stood before their followers. Jiangnan swordsmen, you're quite audacious, slaying our members. The Joyful Buddha retorted. Be humble, for I, Jiangnan Hall, am engaged in battling the boss while you resort to thievery. You break the unwritten rules. Joyful Buddha scoffed. Rules? Who established them? Ma makes right. Jiangnan swordsmen boldly countered. Very well, I relish this. From now on, wherever Jiangnan Hall treads, the Joyful Sect shall steer clear. If we cross paths, it shall be a fight to the death. Huh, who knows who LL prevail? Brothers, let us annihilate them. Damn it, Joyful Sect. I shall obliterate you. The crowd did not have to wait long before the clash erupted, a thunderous roar echoing across the southern city. Footmen, nothing is more exhilarating in gaming than this moment, and even the spectators felt a rush of adrenaline as the battle commenced. The formations of both sides were similar, frontliners consisting of brawlers, warriors, and swordsmen, with assassins following closely behind. The rear was occupied by priests, healers, sorcerers, and hunters. As the two factions drew nearer, the tension among onlookers escalated. However, just then, the frontliners of Jiangnan Hall revealed their charms. With a cacophony of sounds, crackles, and explosions, the skies filled with lightning, fireballs, and ice spears hurled at their opponents as if they were mere trinkets. The Joyful Sect was momentarily stunned. The frontliners, despite not having engaged in combat, were already afflicted with bleeding, burning, and paralysis effects. The first wave of brawlers unleashed their skills, swiftly entering a defensive stance to bolster their defenses. As the rear players stepped into the fray, Jiangnan Hall's members unleashed their charms with reckless abandon, and before contact was even made, the frontliners of the Joyful Sect had already lost half their health. The Joyful Buddha was taken aback, urgently shouting, heal, use potions. But the burning status effect halved their healing efficiency, making it impossible to recover the frontliners' health. Attack! Before they could even react, Jiangnan Hall's fighters surged forward, their spells raining down mercilessly upon the Joyful Sect. In the chaos of casting, Jiangnan Hall frequently interrupted their opponents' spells with charms. Upon contact, the frontliners of the Joyful Sect were on the verge of collapse. The spectators atop the city walls were left dumbfounded. Is this truly charm usage? Are they throwing charms like paper? Who taught them to play like this? Such wealth. Is this a battle or a money-burning contest? Lin Feng smirked slightly, Without needing to witness the ensuing chaos, he knew Jiangnan Hall was assured victory. The high cost of early-stage charms was certainly justified. Indeed, after being bombarded by charms, the frontliners were unable to withstand the onslaught, falling one after another. Without the protection of their frontliners, the fragile rear ranks stood no chance. This was merely the first wave of assault, and the joyful sect was utterly annihilated. As the situation grew dire, some players began to flee, unwilling to sacrifice a level. The joyful Buddha, positioned at the rear, frantically commanded, "Don't run. What are you fleeing from? Hold your ground and counterattack. Don't you have charms?" How absurd with a newly established faction and a leader unwilling to invest. How could loyalty be expected? His futile roars yielded no effect, and in a matter of moments, the joyful sect members were either fleeing or perishing. The spectators atop the city walls couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Just a few minutes, and the gap is that vast? The members of Jiangnan Hall exhibited such professionalism. Professionalism? This is sheer wealth. They must have thrown at least 1,000 charms. Did you not see the buffs on them? They're all special potions. In the tumult of battle, it is indeed money that reigns supreme, as the saying goes. No one anticipated that the first large-scale armed conflict in Ningdu City would conclude in such a manner. The joyous Buddha was slain amidst a flurry of blades, and the jubilant cheers of Jiangnan Hall resonated through the air. The Jiangnan swordsman raised his long sword high, exclaiming with fervor, "Jiangnan Hall is invincible." He had not foreseen how effortlessly victory would be attained. The talismans proved exceptionally effective in this group skirmish, costing him less than 200,000 gold coins of the 3,000,000 he had spent. Just as the thought of having purchased too much crossed his mind, it was interrupted by the ecstatic shouts around him. "Invincible! Invincible! Jiangnan Hall is invincible!" On the city walls, a throng of scattered players focused their gazes upon the Jiangnan swordsman. Gradually, he pointed his sword toward the city gate and called out to the players of the joyful sect, retreating to safety. "Listen well, people of the joyful sect. From this day forth, if you see any member of Jiangnan Hall, you are to steer clear or face annihilation." "Ha! Worthless trash. I thought you were formidable. From now on, keep your distance." The members of the joyful sect, rendered speechless, lowered their heads and turned away, with several even quitting the guild on the spot. The Jiangnan swordsman surveyed the city tower with satisfaction. With so many eyes upon him and numerous live streams capturing the moment, he certainly would not let such an opportunity slip by. Taking a deep breath, he shouted again toward the tower, "Jiangnan Hall is recruiting top-ranking players. Join us, and you shall be brothers. If interested, message me privately." This advertisement would spread through videos and live streams among all players, proving far more effective than any system announcement or conventional advertisement. Lin Feng leaned against the wall, a smile gracing his lips, and turned to leave. However, in that moment, the Jiangnan swordsman interjected, "I must express my gratitude for our victory to one individual, Merchant Tianzi. All our talismans and potions were procured from him, and they were invaluable. They were also quite affordable. So let us all support the Merchant Dynasty's business." Lin Feng's expression tightened, and he nearly erupted in anger. This little imp could hardly bear a loss in his business dealings. While it seemed as if the Jiangnan swordsman was promoting him, was he not also drawing him into their camp? Whispers began to circulate around him. So, it is Merchant Tianzi. No wonder the Jiangnan Hall players appear to have an abundance of gold. It seems both factions are intertwined. Others speculated, the Merchant Dynasty profits and sustains Jiangnan Hall, making them truly invincible. Merchant Tianzi was merely a pawn for others, and indeed, their assumptions were misguided, entirely contrary to Lin Feng's business principles. As rumors twisted and turned, Lin Feng cleared his throat. "Thank you all for the kind words." Suddenly, all eyes were upon him as he strode to the front of the city wall, beaming with a smile. "I stand here to congratulate Jiangnan Hall. The Jiangnan swordsman is correct. Every resource they possess was supplied by me. We, the Merchant Dynasty, have an abundance of such materials, fully capable of supporting one-on-one duels, group skirmishes, guild wars, boss battles, and various scenarios. Of course, if the joyful sect wishes to purchase, I welcome them. All prices are wholesale, cheaper than market rates, and bulk orders will receive preferential treatment. Please be sure to recognize the Merchant Dynasty Guild, as we have sales at street stalls and shops. Not wishing to monopolize public resources, Lin Feng concluded, "I wish you all a pleasant gaming experience," and descended from the city wall. Though it seemed a mere few words, he had effectively established the Merchant Dynasty's position. They were in the business of commerce. Open to all. The Jiangnan swordsman shook his head with a wry smile. "It's still not that simple. Brothers, let us go. I shall treat you all. Eat and drink freely at Wanyue Tower." Cheers erupted. Long live the leader. Long live Jiangnan Hall. Thus, this grand battle, the center of attention for many, concluded, precisely as Lin Feng had anticipated. In the previous life, guild wars were merely contests of financial prowess, gear, potions, and talismans. This conflict merely highlighted the significance of resources. Jiangnan Hall had acquired 3,000,000 gold coins worth of supplies, sufficient for them to sustain numerous battles. As their levels rose and better potions became available, these resources would lose their value. Lin Feng mused, "I must also thank Jiangnan Hall for helping me offload so many potions." With a murmured thought, he exited through the northern city gate, heading toward the town. Beyond resources, the acquisition of guild territories was paramount. There were a total of 20 territories surrounding Ningdu City, with only 2 level 3 territories, Liuya Town and Yueying Town, both under Lin Feng as control. The latter was a permanent territory gifted by the system, which Lin Feng named Merchant Town and could not be traded or sold. The second-level territory, Jiangnan Town, belonged to Jiangnan Hall, while the Joyful Sect rented a first-level territory. This left a total of 16 vacant territories. Lin Feng had yet to undertake the main quest, for he aimed to swiftly acquire these territories. With his mother's medical expenses covered, he felt at ease spending gold. In the span of half a day, Lin Feng purchased 11 first-level territories, spending 100,000 gold coins and 5 second-level territories, totaling 2,500,000 gold coins, resulting in a grand total of 3,600,000 gold coins. He had monopolized all the territories around Ningdu City, with 510,000 gold coins remaining in his inventory. Phew! In the coming days, the prices of land will surely soar. After completing this endeavor, Lin Feng took a glance at the shop where numerous materials had been acquired. He methodically placed them into the guild's warehouse. 1/5 of the warehouse was designated for materials, with permissions set so that only he could withdraw equipment and potions placed by guild members. However, all members could access materials, albeit with a daily limit of 200 items. The system would automatically track who took what and who contributed. Lin Feng did not need to concern himself with that. Having finalized these arrangements, Lin Feng announced in the guild channel, "Merchant Tianzi, brothers in business, from today onward, our trade should flourish. I have compiled a price list. Henceforth, all items from our merchant dynasty will adhere to these prices uniformly. Only by mastering pricing can we reap substantial profits. Any unauthorized price adjustments will result in expulsion from the guild, jeopardizing everyone's livelihood. Indeed, the leader speaks the truth. Leader, business is booming. I set up a stall, and it's gone in an instant. Crafting brothers must also put in extra effort. I produced several hundred today. I'll recoup my helmet cost soon." Merchant Tianzi added, "Of course, let us not neglect our levels. While we do not impose level requirements, a higher level unlocks greater opportunities." "Understood, leader. I'll finish here and then tackle quests." With spirits high, Lin Feng believed that as the guild level rose and membership expanded, he could establish a monopoly, allowing everyone to profit, a true opportunity for substantial earnings. After closing the guild channel and settling business matters, it was time to embark on quests. Opening the leaderboard, he noticed the highest level had reached 17, whereas Lin Feng was merely at level 13. All business endeavors required a level foundation. His mind was consumed by thoughts of commerce. When the guild reached level 2, he could recruit more members, perhaps even a few experts to undertake dungeons on behalf of others, another avenue of business. He envisioned a future where he monopolized all commerce. With aspirations of a grand dynasty in his heart, he clicked on the Quest tab. Level 13 Merchant Quest. The Horse Bandits of Iron Horse Stronghold. Quest summary. Everything is in place. You have established your own trading company, yet trouble looms. In a mountainous region south of Ningdu City, a band of horse bandits plagues your business with frequent robberies. Head to Iron Horse Stronghold and teach them a lesson. Quest objective. Eliminate 10 blocking horse bandits, 10 ferocious horse bandits, and 10 roaming horse bandits. The battle in the southern city has drawn to a close. A few players are scattered about, leveling up. Not far ahead lies the Qinghua Tavern, and beyond it stretches an endless expanse of dense forest. Within this forest lurks a multitude of monsters, all ranging from levels 10 to 15, ideal for current leveling and quests. Lin Feng's quest monsters also reside in this woodland. Most of the travelers on the road are familiar with Lin Feng, greeting him enthusiastically. Boss Shang, you're personally undertaking a quest. Shang Tianzi. Let us add each other as friends. Lin Feng responds with a smile and a nod. Though these individuals may lack financial prowess, they will eventually become casual customers. And a little enthusiasm is certainly welcome. Two players approach him eagerly. Boss Shang, are you leveling up too? Want to team up? What monsters are you targeting? Bandits. Great. Let us go together. Ding, player, Ming Wang, invites you to join the party. The name strikes a chord with Lin Feng. He promptly accepts the invitation. And soon the party consists of the three of them. Shang Tianzi, level 13. Ming Wang, level 14. Tian Wang, level 14. Upon seeing the names Tian Wang and Ming Wang, Lin Feng suddenly realizes who they are. Memories of his past life flood back. If he recalls correctly, these two are university students, each a prodigy in the gaming world. They have not joined any guilds, but have instead established a neutral guild of their own, streaming daily, teaching, and exploring dungeons. They are universally recognized as the most talented players within the confines of Ningdu City. Without spending a dime, their skills have propelled them to the top of various leaderboards. Together, they form the ultimate streaming duo. Lin Feng is surprised to encounter them here. Just before leaving the city, he had envisioned that these two could indeed be of great assistance. Tian Wang beams with youthful exuberance. Shang Tianzi, it's wonderful to finally meet a real person. Ming Wang adds, indeed, Shang Tianzi, you're truly impressive. We've studied your gameplay, and your understanding of the game leaves us in awe. Lin Feng chuckles and shakes his head. It's merely luck. Without my memories, I would not be able to match your level of understanding. Talent is indeed of paramount importance. Lin Feng continues, I've watched your videos. Ming Wang's eyes widen in disbelief. What? You know us. We've only recently started making teaching videos, and you're aware of us? Our view count has barely hit 10. So you're one of them. How incredible. I almost considered giving up. Observing their excitement, Lin Feng reassures them. Every journey begins with difficulty. Once you gather a following, it will become easier. Yes, yes, Tian Wang exclaims, filled with enthusiasm, while Ming Wang displays a hint of hesitation. Boss Shang, we aren't merchants or production class players. Can we join the great merchant dynasty? Lin Feng, contemplating how to recruit them for his own ventures in leveling and dungeon runs, is pleasantly surprised by their initiative. He does not respond immediately, but feigns a thoughtful frown. Well, it's not impossible. Once we have a position, I'll definitely reach out to you. He sends a friend request as he speaks. Upon hearing this, the two are overjoyed and hastily accept the friend request. Is this true? That is fantastic. Yes. We have no desire to engage in guild conflicts or PvP. You can rest assured. Lin Feng nods, his mind racing with thoughts. Such talented individuals could become a lucrative asset in the future. He must ensure they develop into key pillars of his endeavors. As they chat leisurely, they continue their journey. In less than 10 minutes, they arrive at a dense forest path where bandits wielding knives await. We've arrived. This is my quest. Lin Feng shares his quest details in the party chat. Wow, Boss Shang, your quest is quite unique. No worries, with the three of us, we'll manage swiftly. Let us get started then. Summoning henchmen successful. Suddenly, a black vortex swirls on the ground, and a coffin rises slowly to the surface. With a loud thud, the coffin lid crashes down, and a millennia-old zombie emerges, its crimson eyes snapping open. Wow, is this the #1 pet, the millennia-old zombie? What a dramatic entrance. Boss Shang, we actually discussed this. Do you think if we tied a rope to the coffin, the millennial-old zombie could emerge next time? Lin Feng stares at them, speechless. What on earth are you two pondering? Ahem, we haven't tried it yet. Let us focus on defeating the monsters. All right, the monster slaying process is remarkably smooth. Lin Feng observes as Tian Wang and Ming Wang coordinate seamlessly. One is a swordsman, the other a dagger wielder, managing to pull and tank without taking damage. Their timing for attacks, skill cooldowns, and monster engagements are executed with impeccable precision. They clear the monsters swiftly, rivaling even the millennial-old zombie. 30 wild monsters are dispatched in under 20 minutes. Quest complete. Rewards: 30,000 experience, 120 gold. Experience points surge by 30,000, leaving him with just 60,000 more to reach level 14. Quest updated. Due to your slaying of the bandits from the Iron Horse camp, you have angered the camp's leader, who has vowed to intercept any of your merchant caravans. You must eliminate the Iron Horse camp. Quest requirements: enter the Iron Horse camp and defeat 100 bandits. 5 leaders and the camp leader, Iron Horse. Quest rewards: 100,000 experience, 1,000 gold. This is splendid news, and there's more to the storyline. Brothers, I'm heading to the Iron Horse camp. Are you coming? Of course, we're in. But, Boss Shang, the Iron Horse camp is a 6-person dungeon. Can we handle that with just the 3 of us? Lin Feng laughs. You're right. We definitely need at least a healer for some leeway. Do either of you have friends to join? If not, I can call someone. Though the Great Merchant Dynasty specializes in business and avoids PK, it's not an issue to gather a few players for a dungeon run. Lin Feng takes the role of tank, while Tian Wang and Ming Wang provide damage. They also recruit a healer, Gao Mai Di Mai, a Taoist, Yangwa S. Eagle, and a hunter, making money. The names of the Great Merchant Dynasty members are somewhat whimsical yet fitting. With their party of 5 assembled, they clear monsters along the way to the entrance of the Iron Horse camp. This camp lies deep within the forest, boasting tall buildings, and its entrance is marked by a teleportation array, granting direct access to the Iron Horse camp dungeon. The entrance to the dungeon is bustling with activity, filled with around 20 players, some setting up stalls, and others seeking to form parties. Iron Horse Dungeon needs a healer. Come join our team. I'll guide you through the Iron Horse Dungeon for 1,000 gold per person. Pay up front. For a full run with the boss, it's 6,000 gold. And all loot belongs to the boss. Selling antidotes, essential for the dungeon, 200 gold each. Wherever there are players, there exists a marketplace. And where there are markets, business flourishes. A diligent casual player can easily earn a few hundred gold in a day, yet such trivial earnings are beneath Lin Feng's notice. And even members of the Great Merchant Dynasty would scoff at them. Oh, it's Shang Tianzi, a celebrity. Shang Tianzi, I have some equipment here. Do you want it? A teasing voice calls out as a few players present Lin Feng with several white-grade items. These pieces of equipment would hardly sell for 20 gold, and they clutter one's inventory. Lin Feng attracts attention. Some admire him, while others envy and even harbor jealousy. A few individuals attempt to humiliate Lin Feng with their worthless gear. What is the matter? Not going to take it? Shang Tianzi isn't that impressive after all. 50,000 gold deposit? Ha, just a scammer pretending to do business. How ridiculous. Playing a game and acting superior. You must be a loser in real life. Ha, why not sell your pet to me? I'll give you 10,000 gold. It'll sustain you for years. The pressure mounts. And Gao Mai Di Mai displays a fierce expression, unable to tolerate the humiliation of their leader. Just as they are about to respond, several stall vendors can no longer hold their tongues. What is wrong with Shang Tianzi? Do keyboard warriors even know the meaning of respect? The shattered equipment is better reserved for your coffins. My daily earnings are sufficient for you to squander a lifetime. The vendors assisting Lin Feng have a straightforward motive. They undoubtedly wish to join the Grand Merchant Dynasty. Oh, the Merchant Emperor, not only a deceiver, but also a remote dog keeper. Indeed, charging 50,000 gold coins for 100 individuals amounts to a staggering 5 million gold coins. Is this not a blatant swindle? The Grand Merchant Dynasty is merely a den of fraud. I advise everyone to refrain from purchasing their goods. Chapter 34. Who disturbed the cake? Lin Feng easily resolves the trouble. You are the true dog. You're the real fraudster. I'm addressing you, fool. Come bite me. Damn it, brothers. I can no longer tolerate this group of keyboard warriors. Let us take action against them. Outside the Iron Horse stronghold is not a safe zone, and it appears two factions are about to clash. Oh, didn't the Grand Merchant Dynasty claim to be perpetually neutral? What now? They intend to kill us? Cowards who fear the strong are no different from anyone else. Their words are incessantly tied to the Grand Merchant Dynasty. Lin Feng's expression remained icy. The situation unfolded too abruptly. Those unaware might perceive it as an unexpected event, yet he sensed something amiss. Nearby, two individuals stood motionless, perfectly positioned, and engaging in no conversation with the bystanders, clearly not mere spectators. They bore small markers overhead, indicating they were recording or live streaming. Attempting to ensnare me? Lin Feng pondered whom he had offended, but this method was exceedingly clumsy. Was it not simply an attempt to tarnish the Grand Merchant Dynasty's reputation? In the team chat, what should we do? The opponent seems well prepared. Probably a rival. Within the confines of Ningdu City, where would we find a competitor? The three of them discerned the truth. The Merchant Emperor remarked, they believe that we, as merchants, are easy to bully. I understand that business is not so simple. A commercial empire must possess the ability to suppress all. He then turned to the king and the underworld king. Do you trust me? The king replied, of course. Merchant boss, we trust you. The underworld king added, we want to shine. How shall we proceed? We will assist you. Lin Feng pointed at the four instigators. Eliminate them. Do we have a chance in a 2v4? The king suggested, let us give it a try. The underworld king chimed in, what to try? It's a piece of cake. Just 4 individuals to eliminate? The two exchanged glances and approached the troublemakers. Lin Feng grinned and said, brothers, stop the noise. We're about to brawl. Quickly, grab the cameras. Using magic to defeat magic. Isn't that what filming is for? Let us join in and leave the onlookers awestruck. Upon witnessing this, the instigators mocked. Merchant Emperor, out of words, have you sent your lackeys? Lin Feng remained unfazed, laughing. Those two are elite levelers from the Grand Merchant Dynasty, bodyguards of the merchant convoy. Are you not seeking trouble? Let us finish them. You two are not members of the Grand Merchant Dynasty. Why join in the commotion? Diviv Chetri, who do you look down upon? Come, I'll let you strike first. Otherwise, it would seem we are bullying you. The underworld king and the king exchanged a knowing glance, then charged towards their respective hunters. Years of camaraderie allowed them to understand each other's intent with a mere glance. First, they would eliminate the ranged attackers, then focus on the melee fighters. Lin Feng began recording, continuously shifting positions while narrating. Underworld king and king, elite levelers of the Grand Merchant Dynasty. Let me demonstrate what it means to overcome a larger number with fewer equals. Observe and learn well. Here it comes. First, the Underworld King's skill, the sword draw, while the king, the blade master, executed his own high-damage skill, the horse slash. The Underworld King and the king lunged forward, swiftly reaching the hunter. With 2 skills unleashed, the hunter's health plummeted by 2/3. As a fragile class, how could they endure the assaults of the 2 highest damage dealers up close? Brothers, quit watching. I can't hold them off. Wow, they really dare to engage? Let us do this. As they prepared to strike, the Underworld King and king remained unfazed, continuing to focus their fire on the hunter. The hunter, feeling cornered, attempted to escape, but within moments, he fell lifeless to the ground. Damn it. Let us take them down. Simultaneously, the adversary's weapons came crashing down. Parry 18, parry 19, yet the health loss was minimal, evidently. They were fending off the combined attacks of the Underworld King and the king. Lin Feng quickly adjusted the camera's distance. Behold, this is the practical demonstration of parrying. During battle, one must remain calm and composed. Here comes the duo's combination skill. They effectively absorbed the final warrior's assault. The two then shifted their focus onto the opposing assassin. After dispatching the ranged attackers, it was now time for the melee fighters. With clear objectives, they pressed on relentlessly. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the two displayed remarkable synergy, effortlessly eliminating the assassin at minimal cost. What? Can a game be played this way? Are we playing the same game? No, Can a blade enhance the sword's attack? The dazzling maneuvers left the spectators in awe. The assassin and the hunter fell in succession, and the subsequent 2v2 held no suspense, as the opponents were toyed with and swiftly defeated. The Underworld King and the King had barely lost any health. With a stylish sheathing of their weapons, they approached Lin Feng. "Boss, it's all sorted." "Wow, so cool. Hey, brother, how did you do that just now? How did you evade their attacks and turn them into misses? How can I replicate that?" "Indeed, teach us. You two are incredible." It was the first time the King and the Underworld King had received such admiration from a crowd. Their instructional videos had garnered little attention, often skipped after a few views. Now, facing a group of over 20 praising them, they felt somewhat flustered, unsure of what to say, with one even blushing. Lin Feng raised his hand to signal for silence. Without the disruptive four, he regained some composure, and the crowd quieted down. He then smiled and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I mentioned that they are our bodyguards from the Grand Merchant Dynasty. In the future, we will be offering leveling services, dungeon runs, tutorials, and live broadcasts. Please look forward to it." "Really? Merchant Boss, can I join?" "Merchant Boss, how much is it?" "Haha, that is not convenient to disclose right now. As for the deposit mentioned by those four earlier, I trust everyone understands. It's merely to ensure your security. The Grand Merchant Dynasty operates with integrity." The two responsible for covertly filming turned pale. Lin Feng had accurately anticipated their intentions. They sought to expose the Grand Merchant Dynasty's scandals and tarnish his reputation. Little did they expect it would inadvertently serve as a promotional boost for the Grand Merchant Dynasty. Lin Feng turned to the two, grinning. "Make sure to capture me looking handsome, all right? My apologies, everyone. I must proceed to the dungeon. Remember to frequent the Grand Merchant Dynasty." With that, he led the Underworld King and the King toward the dungeon's teleportation array, vanishing at the entrance of the Iron Horse stronghold. The two responsible for the covert filming hastily switched off their cameras and contacted their superiors. "I saw it. Useless. No need for explanations. You couldn't even handle this little task. If this kid retreats, it's one thing, but now it seems we'll have to deal with him. We better find a way to obtain his real-world contact information." Behind them, there are not just one, but multiple individuals. Chapter 35. The Star Emperor. Another major client approaches. Lin Feng, having been reborn, is acutely aware of the future prospects of the world. The current realm is merely the tip of the iceberg. The gaming experience will ultimately render all games obsolete. Martial arts, cultivation, and national warfare, all will evolve. Virtual reality even aids many in the medical field, allowing the elderly to regain their youth and roam the world of martial arts once more. The future realm will captivate the globe, bringing immeasurable wealth. The potential is vast, enough to drive countless individuals into a frenzy. Not only Lin Feng, but many others have also recognized this. Lin Feng is currently the most prominent merchant in Ningdu City, naturally encroaching upon many others' interests. It is only logical that these individuals would seek to confront him. Upon entering the Iron Horse Village dungeon, Lin Feng found his mind wandering. He considered the possibility that the opposing side would undoubtedly take further action. He could not reveal his identity. Even if exposed, he must possess the ability for self-preservation. The Great Merchant Dynasty needed to grow stronger, firmly securing several lucrative resources. The Heavenly King and the Underworld King were promising prospects. Although his mother's surgical fees were covered, he still bore the responsibility for future expenses, his brother's education, and must ensure a continuous flow of income. Most importantly, he could not disclose his true identity until he had grown powerful. "Boss, what's the next move?" one of his teammates inquired. "Yes, it's chaotic here. What is your task?" "Boss." As he pondered, a teammate's voice broke his reverie. Lin Feng finally responded, "Oh, this dungeon is quite simple. We can easily push through." "All right, boss. I'll take care of aggro." The Iron Horse Village dungeon was not overly complex, with hundreds of dungeon monsters roaming within. The ultimate boss resided in the innermost part of the village. This dungeon had also been thoroughly studied in his previous life, with straightforward strategies devised for completion. The tank was responsible for drawing all the minions away, leading them around Iron Horse Village while the other 5 players focused on defeating the boss. This method required high skill from the tank. However, Lin Feng had a task to eliminate all the monsters in Iron Horse Village, which meant he had to take them down one by one. The attributes of the Millennium Zombie were exceptionally high, making it a reliable tank with no risks involved. After approximately 40 minutes, all dungeon monsters were vanquished, leaving only the final boss, Iron Horse. The Millennium Zombie charged ahead, enduring the battle for 10 minutes before finally defeating the boss. Congratulations on completing the task. Safety and commerce. Experience gained. 100,000 gold. 1000. Congratulations, you leveled up. Lin Feng's level soared directly to 14. Making money. This dungeon was nothing special. It was surprisingly simple, and I still received 1000 gold. How amusing. Indeed, it is rather time-consuming, replied Yang with statue. Heavenly King, that's because our equipment is quite poor. With better gear, we could have finished within an hour. Underworld King, boss, I'm curious why you only let your pet do the fighting while you abstained? Yes, your gear is excellent. Your attack should be quite high, they echoed. Once more, Lin Feng's thoughts drifted elsewhere, and he casually remarked, it's a secret. I have other matters to attend to. So let us disband for now. All right, boss, see you later. Boss, farewell. After bidding them goodbye, Lin Feng exited the team and was promptly teleported outside the dungeon. He opened the chat window and was startled to find a player named Starry Emperor messaging him. Starry Emperor, merchant's son, let us discuss business. A significant opportunity had arisen. If Lin Feng's memory served him correctly, in his previous life, Starry Emperor was a prominent figure, renowned alongside Jiangnan Swordmaster. Referred to as the twin heroes of Ningdu City. Starry Emperor led a guild named Empire City, representing the head of the Empire family, with a cadre of players known as the Emperors. He was also destined to become Jiangnan Swordmaster's greatest rival. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng replied, Merchant's son, what does the Emperor wish to purchase? Starry Emperor, territory. Although Lin Feng had anticipated this, the mere mention of the word territory ignited a thrill within him. This was indeed a substantial transaction. Starry Emperor, I have scoured every territory within Ningdu City, and all these towns are in your possession. Merchant's son, correct. I have levels 1 to 3 available. Which level do you desire? Starry Emperor, I await you in Ningdu City for an in-person discussion. A wealthy client. Merchanson, understood. Satisfying the customer's request, and with no nearby way stations, Lin Feng sprinted for over 10 minutes. Upon arriving, Starry Emperor was already waiting at the entrance of the Great Merchant Dynasty shop. The opponent was a martial artist, level 18, ranked 4th on the leaderboard, and 3rd in the equipment rating. He was indeed a formidable figure, surpassing even Jiangnan Swordmaster in rank. Accompanying him were 2 others, Onion Emperor and River Emperor, both skilled players on the leaderboard. Haha, my apologies for keeping the Great One waiting. I never imagined you would personally visit. It brings honor to my humble shop. Lin Feng beamed at Starry Emperor, akin to encountering a human atim. Starry Emperor appeared somewhat exasperated. You're impressive. I've searched everywhere, and all the territories are owned by you. If I don't buy from you, what can I do? What about us smaller factions? That's what exclusivity means. Lin Feng replied with an unwavering smile. You still consider yourselves a small faction? Let those truly minor factions stake their claims and establish territories. These leveled territories are reserved for esteemed individuals like you. Flattery will get you nowhere. Starry Emperor's expression softened considerably, of course. So, which level of territory does the esteemed one desire? I'd like to review the pricing. Lin Feng naturally hoped Starry Emperor would opt for level 3 territory. Level 2 and level 1 were easier to sell, while level 3 was more challenging due to its steep price. Pretending to ponder, he stated, territory is in high demand right now. Several factions in Ningdu City are eager to purchase. Given your status, level 3 territory is the appropriate choice, as the price is still reasonable. And what is the price for level 3 territory? I mentioned it's not expensive, 3 million gold. Are you kidding? Starry Emperor exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. You must be joking. You rent it for 1 million gold for a year. That's merely a transfer fee. And you're pocketing a 2 million gold profit? How can you sleep at night? Onion Emperor and River Emperor could no longer contain their sarcasm. Conscience? Huh. What is a trade if not a pursuit of profit? A mutual agreement. A transaction does not hinge on the number of people involved. Lin Feng maintained his cheerful demeanor. What can I say? I wonder if the esteemed one has heard the phrase scarcity enhances value. Starry Emperor gritted his teeth. You are a shrewd merchant. Haha. Many have labeled me as such. I take pride in it. Territory sales are not a concern. Boss, why don't we establish our own territory? Indeed, 3 million gold is exorbitantly high. That amount could easily elevate us to level 3 territory. Lin Feng continued to smile. No problem. I agree with Onion Emperor's statement. Business is not based on benevolence. Why not see if there's something in my shop that piques your interest? Yet, Starry Emperor's gaze flickered. If we create our own territory from level 0, we would have to complete daily tasks to reach level 3, which could take over a year. Level 3 territory can earn profits immediately. There's at least a 2 million gold price difference. Lin Feng couldn't help but applaud. Haha, Starry Emperor, you truly know how to calculate. I haven't profited much from you. Not profiting? You're certainly reaping the price difference. Lin Feng's pricing was deliberate, positioned perfectly. Onion Emperor quipped. Do you even believe your own words? River Emperor added. Exactly. 1 million gold, and you flip it for 3 million. Lin Feng ignored their remarks. Their opinions were inconsequential. He looked at Starry Emperor, awaiting his response. After a moment of silence, Starry Emperor finally spoke. All right. Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile, his brow relaxing, and he sighed in relief. The esteemed one is generous. However, I have one condition. Don't mention price. That is already the lowest I can offer. Lin Feng assumed a troubled expression, reminiscent of a shopkeeper reluctant to haggle further, as if to say, if you push any harder, I'll incur a loss. Starry Emperor shook his head. The price is 3 million. But I hope you can offer me a discount on military supplies in the future. Thinking it might be something significant, Lin Feng readily agreed. No problem. All right, let us proceed with the transaction. The moment was serendipitous. One was willing to strike while the other was equally eager to endure, thus forming a transaction. A small group embarked on a horse-drawn carriage from the relay station, reaching Willow Leaf Town in merely 10 minutes. After completing the handover at the position of the town's elder, they successfully earned 3 million gold coins, equivalent to 300,000 currency units. What the Starry Emperor was unaware of was that the 1-year usage right for Willow Leaf Town was acquired by Lin Feng through a quest, yielding a profit of 100%. The gold coins in the package surged back to 3,501,000. Lin Feng reveled in the sight of his wealth, contemplating the vast land still at his disposal. The future was indeed promising. The following day was spent immersed in tasks, during which Lin Feng leveled up to 15, with only a few thousand experience points separating him from the next level. Defeating the current boss should guarantee his ascension. Meanwhile, only 24 hours remained until his mother's surgery. Lin Feng resolved to proceed to the hospital post-haste after vanquishing this boss. The boss was a minor instance, a flower thief resembling an assassin. With the assistance of the Millennium Zombie, Lin Feng had whittled down its health by half. Defeating it posed no challenge. Come on, my zombie companion, give it your all. As the boss's health dwindled, the helmet began to vibrate. Incoming call, Linwen. Lin Feng answered. What is it, Linwen? An anxious voice came through. Brother, hurry to the hospital. Something has happened to Mom. Please, quickly. A sense of dread tightened in Lin Feng's chest as he pressed for details, but only the sounds of shouting could be heard on the other end. Moments later. The call disconnected. Damn it. Exit the game. Alert. You're currently in combat and cannot exit the game. Please disengage from combat first. Get lost. Lin Feng cursed, desperate to force an exit. Alert. Initiating forced exit. Exit failed. You have been interrupted from exiting. Anxiety consumed Lin Feng, compounded by the cold. Mechanical voice of the helmet. Damn it. Warning. Engaging the one-click return to physical body may cause harm to your body. He could no longer afford to ponder the consequences. Lin Feng forcibly activated the one-click return mechanism, his hands frantically attempting to remove the helmet. To prevent it from falling off during gameplay, the helmet automatically locked in place, making it nearly impossible to remove forcibly. As Lin Feng exerted pressure, the helmet pressed tightly against his ears and face, the visuals before him crackling and flashing with garbled messages. Warning, warning. A fatal error has occurred. Please cease your actions. In that moment, Lin Feng's singular desire was to exit the game, disregarding everything else. Get this off me. ZZZZ warning. Warning. The helmet began to emit electrical sparks, coursing through Lin Feng's body. He felt a tingling sensation, his body stiffening instantaneously as consciousness slipped away. He had forgotten that this was the first-generation helmet, differing slightly from the second generation, particularly in its one-click exit and emergency mode. Time passed unmeasured. Lin Feng awoke with a groan. "Oh, my head." He staggered to his feet, shaking his head until the surroundings gradually came into focus. The helmet lay beside him, half-burned, clearly damaged. He had no time to mourn its loss. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he grabbed his phone and rushed outside. It was nighttime, and the early autumn air was brisk. The wind invigorated him as he sprinted towards the hospital, his anxiety propelling him forward. He had no idea how long he had been unconscious. Desperately dialing Lin Wen's number, he was met with a busy signal. Damn it! Lin Feng gritted his teeth and sprinted, closing the distance to the hospital, approximately 1,000 meters away. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived in just 2 minutes, navigating through winding alleys. Upon reaching the hospital, he barely noticed that his breathing was even and showed no signs of fatigue. With mounting urgency, he approached the ward area. Before he could reach his mother's room, he overheard a heated argument, surrounded by nurses and family members. "Are you all bullying us?" Lin Wen's voice echoed, laced with anger and tears. "Young man, please remain calm. We're doing everything we can. The hospital is subject to adjustments, and changes can occur at any moment." "Doctor." Lu Mo's tone was placating, yet firm. "You must understand our predicament. Are you kidding me? This is my mother's life we're talking about." Lin Wen shouted back, his fury unabated. The crowd murmured in disapproval. Lin Feng's expression darkened as he pushed through the throng. "Step aside. Who is causing a scene?" As the onlookers turned, they were met with Lin Feng's fierce visage, silencing them momentarily as they parted to let him through. Upon entering the room, he found his mother unconscious, an oxygen mask covering her face. Lin Wen stood nearby, his eyes red and streaked with tears, flanked by 2 security guards and Dr. Lu Mo, with a shattered phone on the floor. "Brother, you're finally here. They're being so unreasonable," Lin Wen exclaimed, clinging to Lin Feng as tears streamed down his cheeks. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng demanded, "What on earth happened?" "Dr. Liu Montag, feigning Asmile," replied Lin Feng. "It's fortunate you've arrived. Your brother has been overly impulsive." "Impulsive?" "They want to discharge Mom and refuse her treatment." Lin Wen interjected, desperation evident in his voice. Lu Mo retorted, Now, let's not speak out of turn. Our hospital has not refused treatment. We are simply unable to proceed." Lin Feng's body tensed. "What do you mean? We were told the pairing was successful. Was the surgery scheduled for tomorrow?" Dr. Lu Mo hastily replied, "You Lin family brothers. Do you ever take responsibility for your words? When did I say the pairing was successful? When did I ever mention a surgery for tomorrow?" "Yes, we understand the anxiety of family members over a patient's condition, but that does not give you the right to spread misinformation." The surrounding crowd murmured their agreement. "Indeed, it's a natural part of life. Not every ailment can be cured. You 2 young men, what is all this ruckus about? This is a hospital. Others need to rest." Dr. Lu Mo attempted to placate them, but the tension was palpable. "The hospital has been exceedingly patient. I suggest you let security escort them out." Family members in the vicinity began to jeer. "You're lying. Everything was agreed upon. We paid our fees, and now you're saying you can't proceed? My mother can't wait any longer." Lin Wen's retort was filled with indignation. The crux of the issue was that Lin's mother's surgery was scheduled for the next day, with the hospital having initially confirmed the pairing as success, but now retracting their promise. Her condition was deteriorating rapidly, and Dr. Lu Mo was deflecting responsibility. With a sardonic smile, Lu Mo raised his hand. "Everyone, let's not escalate this. It's normal for young people to be impulsive. Our hospital is always accommodating. A little calmness will resolve the matter. Why drag this on for so long? If you couldn't perform the surgery, you should have said so sooner. My mother's condition was already precarious." Lin Feng's fists clenched tightly, his voice low and menacing. "Lu Mo, are you not afraid of retribution?" "Ah, Young Lin, I've stated before, all is for the good of your family. Why can't this child understand? Lu Mo turned his back to the crowd, facing Lin Feng, appearing earnest. Yet his eyes sparkled with mockery, silently challenging, what will you do about it? Lin Feng, though puzzled by Lu Mo's sudden change of heart, was not without his own preparations. Without further ado, he retrieved his phone and activated the recording function, revealing a crucial audio clip. Has the money arrived? Lin Feng, rest assured, the match has indeed been successful. I told you that if it can be done, it will be done. The surgery is scheduled for next Wednesday, so you can relax and wait for the procedure. As for the signature, you will need to wait until just before the surgery to sign. This is the hospital's rule. Come find me on Tuesday. The voice, mellow and reassuring, emanated from the phone. Indeed, it was Lu Mo's voice. The crowd gathered at the entrance fell silent, all eyes turning towards Lu Mo. What? He really agreed. How sensational. The hospital has consented. Are they trying to deceive? But wait, since Lu Mo has agreed, and it is a major surgery, why would he back out? TSK, what else could it be? Perhaps there are some unsavory dealings at play. Who knows? The onlookers were akin to keyboard warriors online, swaying with the winds of gossip. Just a moment ago, they praised Lu Mo as a good doctor. Now, they had turned their ire towards him. Lu Mo's expression shifted dramatically, panic rising as he pointed at Lin Feng's phone. Slander. The recording must be fabricated. Quickly, seize his phone. Two security guards, quick as lightning, lunged for Lin Feng's device. Yet to Lin Feng, their actions appeared painfully slow. He deftly grasped their wrists, effortlessly tossing the two burly guards to the ground, where they writhed in pain, clutching their abdomens. You dare to lay hands on me? Lin Feng's piercing gaze locked onto Lu Mo. Can my mother's surgery be performed? Let us discuss this in the office, shall we? Right here. I ask you plainly. Will be done? Can she be saved? Lin Feng's eyes bore into Lu Mo's. If it were not for his mother's frail condition, he would have already transferred her to another hospital. Now, he had no choice but to remain here. Lu Mo gritted his teeth. I must consult the hospital. Grant me some time. Time? Lin Feng scoffed. My mother has no time. I demand a straightforward answer. The surgery will proceed on schedule, and I want the best doctor. This is not solely your decision. Despite possessing evidence, the other party remained obstinate. Lin Feng, no longer courteous, declared in a deep voice, Lu Mo, I do not consider myself a dutiful son. Yet if anyone seeks to harm my mother, I will ensure their demise. If my mother cannot be saved, you shall accompany her in death. I will hold true to my word. Lu Mo gazed into Lin Feng's eyes, sensing the sincerity behind his words. A common man's fury can spill blood across the battlefield. All right, do not panic. I will immediately contact the dean. Lu Mo understood the gravity of Lin's mother's condition. The hospital's procedures were notoriously convoluted, and if something were to go awry, he could not gamble his life on Lin Feng's filial piety. Frustrated, he hurriedly made his way to the dean's office. Dean Xinguodong was an elderly man with a full head of black hair, meticulously styled each day, and the faint aroma of tea wafted through his office. Upon seeing Lu Mo enter, panting, he smiled. Ah, Xiao Lu, what brings you here in such haste? Come, have some tea. Not now, Dean. The Lin family has come knocking. The Lin family? You mean the one with the successful match that was later intercepted by the Shangwan family? Dean Shun's eyes widened in realization. Oh, that one. Do we not investigate their background? Just a minor character. We can simply have security throw them out. The Shangwan family was the most prominent clan in Ningdu City. Their patriarch suffered from the same illness as Lin Feng's mother. By sheer coincidence, there had only been one successful match in the entire city. The Shangwan family had offered the hospital 10 million, resulting in the current situation. 2 lives rested in the hands of the hospital. One family offered 10 million in the favor of the Shangwan family, while the other could barely muster 50,000 for surgery. The choice was glaringly evident. Dean, he has a recording. You instructed me to say those words. If he exposes the recording, we are finished. Dean Chen's hand froze, his eyes growing cold as he stared at Lu Mo. Lu Mo, are you incompetent? This is not your first time handling such matters. How could you leave evidence? Dean, what should we do now? Those beneath us can cause little trouble. There's nothing that money cannot resolve. Bring them to me. Yes, Dean. Clearly, this was not Dean Chen's first encounter with such situations. He expertly retrieved a check from his drawer, signing it for 1 million. After a moment's thought, he pulled out another, writing the same amount. Contemplating further, he dialed a number, adopting a sycophantic tone. Hello? Yes, it's me. Please ask Mr. Shangwan to come to my office. After a brief wait, a young man clad in a suit, sporting a stylish coif, entered the office, flanked by 2 bodyguards in sunglasses. Dean Shun promptly rose to greet him. Young Master Ngu, what brings you here in person? This young man was no ordinary individual. He was Shangwan Tiange, the 3rd-generation heir of the Shangwan family. Dean Shun, shedding any pretense of authority, was eager to curry favor. Shangwan Tiange merely nodded and took a seat on the sofa, his 2 bodyguards standing attentively behind him. Dean Shun, what is the matter? Is there an issue with my grandfather's condition? And no, the surgery is still on for tomorrow. However, there is a slight complication. What complication? Before Dean Shun could respond, a knock echoed at the door. Lu Mo entered, accompanied by Lin Feng. Chapter 38. The Furious Lin Feng. The coffin revealed Lin Feng surveyed the office, his gaze landing on Shangwan Tiange, a slight frown appearing on his face. He recognized Shangwan Tiange. In his previous life, Shangwan Tiange had established the largest and most profitable live streaming and trading platform, known as Tiangong, populated by business-minded individuals. Lin Feng had once been a member of that organization, thus he was quite familiar with Shangwan Tiange. This familiarity prompted Lin Feng to investigate the Shangwan family, Ningdu City's foremost clan, whose enterprises spanned various industries. Their patriarch, Shangwan Tiange's grandfather, would pass away in the 4th year, suffering from the same illness as Lin Feng's mother, a memory that remained vivid. Upon seeing Shangwan Tiange present, Lin Feng instantly understood the hospital's motivations. Dean Shun, seated on the sofa, wore a congenial expression. So this is Lin Feng, the little brother. Since you're here, I will be forthright. I express my deepest regrets regarding your mother's situation. It was an operational error on our part. A temporary worker, you need not worry. We will dismiss him. As for your mother's condition, our hospital is willing to offer compensation. He then slid a check across the table. Here, this is our hospital's compensation. A gesture of our sincerity. If you agree, please sign here. It was a check for 1 million, accompanied by a waiver. Lin Feng remained silent, while the other party so casually determined his mother's fate. How about it? Our hospital has shown great goodwill. Please sign. Dean Shun had summoned the Shangwan family to present himself favorably. Should Lin Feng refuse, he would offer another million. 2 million was sufficient to turn relatives against one another, especially concerning a terminally ill mother. Dean Shun appeared to have a keen understanding of human nature as he offered a high-end pen, his face adorned with a benevolent smile. Shangwan Tiange's expression remained impassive. He had witnessed such scenarios far too often and quickly deduced the unfolding events. With wealth, one could act with impunity. Power and money reigned supreme, capable of crushing this young man before them effortlessly. Lin Feng numbly accepted the pen, just as everyone anticipated he would sign. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, blood erupted as the pen was thrust with precision into Dean Shen's palm. Dean Shen cried out in terror, clutching his wrist. My hand! You dare! The office descended into chaos. The 2 bodyguards of Shangwan Tiange remained vigilant, hands slipping into their jackets. Lin Feng's icy gaze swept over them before landing on Dean Shun, whose face twisted in agony. I have stated that my mother is in need, and you shall accompany her in death. You are utterly insane, Lu Mo. Quickly call for help. Call for help. Obviously, Shangwan Tiange does not wish for this matter to escalate. Raising his hand to halt Lu Mo indifferently, he says, Young man, name your price. You cannot alter this situation. I can offer you 5 million. Along with that 1 million, take the money and leave. As for the injury to Director Chun, let it go. Otherwise, you'll find yourself imprisoned for several years. He intended to coerce and entice. However, to his astonishment, Lin Feng was entirely unfazed, a cold smirk gracing his lips. I relish business. Yet my mother shall never be a mere transaction. All negotiations are off. I solely desire my mother's surgery to proceed smoothly. You ought to contemplate your position. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Shangwan Tinga scoffed, and his two bodyguards promptly drew their firearms, the dark barrels aimed directly at Lin Feng. Do not doubt it. In Ningdu City, it is quite simple for the Shangwan family to make someone disappear. Shangwan Tinga's frigid demeanor belied the ease with which he could crush Lin Feng, akin to squashing an ant. Suddenly, Lin Feng erupted in laughter, and once he composed himself, his fury ignited. I have already tasted death once. Do you think I fear you? Come on, have the courage to pull the trigger. Veins bulged on his neck, his fingers cracking with tension, revealing his extreme anger. A terrifying aura enveloped Lin Feng, and the office was beset by a tempest of wind, the air thickening, the temperature plummeting. Shangwan Tinga, once haughty, now gazed at Lin Feng in sheer terror. All present widened their eyes in disbelief, for behind Lin Feng, a black hole gradually emerged. Within it, a coffin could be discerned, slowly rising. Well, what is this? What have you done? How is this possible? At this moment, Lin Feng realized, turning in confusion to see part of the coffin emerging from the black void. It was an ancient coffin, intricately carved with peculiar patterns that felt hauntingly familiar. If Lin Feng remembered correctly, this coffin should belong to the ancient zombie from the game, signifying that the coffin contained the millennia-old undead. Not only the others, but even Lin Feng himself was taken aback. A millennia-old zombie? How can this be? Why is this my doing? In his shock, he recalled the oddities of the day, all stemming from his awakening after removing the helmet. His speed and strength had surged. He had subdued a robust security guard with ease. Now, he could summon a coffin of a millennia-old zombie. Have I acquired abilities from the game? The coffin continued to emerge from the black hole, as if something hindered its full appearance. Lin Feng, filled with anticipation, sought to recapture the sensation of summoning the ancient zombie from the game, exclaiming, "Come forth, my zombie!" Under his concentrated focus, the coffin's emergence quickened. It truly works. Just as the coffin seemed on the verge of fully manifesting, a sudden knock on the door interrupted Lin Feng. The unexpected noise broke his concentration, and the coffin instantly retreated, vanishing from sight. Cough, cough. The door opened to reveal an elderly man, his hair dark and well-maintained. Yet his pale complexion indicated underlying health issues. Leaning on a cane, he appeared frail. This elderly man was Shangwan Wuji, the patriarch of the Shangwan family, whose lineage was the highest in rank, and whose surgery coincided with Lin Feng's mother. "Grandpa, what brings you here? You must leave at once. There are ghosts here." Shangwan Tinga spoke with a mix of fear and urgency, for what Lin Feng had just exhibited was beyond comprehension. Lin Feng's eyes glinted with menace. "Is it you, old man, who seeks to harm my mother?" Just as Lin Feng was about to erupt once more, a resounding slap echoed in the room. Chapter 39. In the real world, the millennia-old zombie passively rescues his master. Shangwan Tinga covered his face, incredulous as he looked at his grandfather, Shangwan Wuji. "Grandpa, what are you doing? You wretched child, cough, cough. How dare you act behind my back? Had this matter not escalated, I would have remained oblivious." Then, to Lin Feng's astonishment, Shangwan Wuji solemnly bowed. "I apologize, young man. It is my grandson who has erred, and I represent him in offering my apologies." "Grandpa, how have I raised you? In times of poverty, one should cultivate oneself, and in times of prosperity, one should benefit the world. It appears you've forgotten all of this." Cough, cough. After scolding Shangwan Tinga, Shangwan Wuji turned to Lin Feng with a gentler demeanor. "Young man, rest assured, I will not vie for your mother. You need not worry. Moreover, as compensation, I shall cover your family's surgical expenses." "Grandpa, but that is the last one. I can endure for a few more years, but she cannot. I, Shangwan Wuji, have lived my life with integrity, even in death. I shall not trample on another's life to survive." The old man struck the ground with his cane in fury. Lin Feng exhaled sharply. After hearing the elder's words, his anger diminished significantly. Nevertheless, he remained aloof. "I do not require it. I will pay for the surgery myself. I only desire for the procedure to proceed smoothly." Shangguan Wuji nodded. Very well, I shall not insist. Director Chun, suppressing the pain in his hand, fearfully approached Shangguan Wuji. Old Master Shangguan, how may I serve you? I need you to summon the finest specialist to attend to this child's mother without delay. There must be no negligence in the matter. Can you manage this? I can. Then I shall notify them to prepare for the surgery immediately. Excellent. This matter is settled. Once Shangguan Wuji had spoken, no one dared to dissent. As long as this elder breathed, he was the foremost authority in Ningdu City. His word absolute. Furthermore, I do not wish for anyone else to learn of today's events. Do you all comprehend? The consequences of speaking out are beyond your capacity to bear. He then added another remark, clearly alluding not to anything else but the coffin. It seemed Shangguan Wuji had witnessed that scene upon entering. He then turned to Lin Feng with a kind expression. Young man, you need not fret. I, Shangguan Wuji, swear that today's events will remain confidential. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded. Thank you. With that, he exited the director's office. The resolution of his mother's situation felt like a stroke of fortune, and he was eager to relay the news to Lin Wan, alleviating his worries. Moreover, he was keenly interested in the summoning of the coffin. He trusted no one and needed to uncover the truth swiftly. If he could indeed summon the millennia-old zombie, he would possess a means of self-defense. Contemplating this, he returned to the hospital room. Just as he was about to push the door open, he discovered a note in his hand. Lin Feng was taken aback. Oh, what is this? Wasn't he at the 1 million check that Chen Guodong had slipped in his hand? Ah, an unexpected windfall. Lin Feng had no intention of returning that million to Chen Guodong. He nonchalantly tucked it into his pocket. Brother, how did it go? Lin Wan, tears still fresh, looked at Lin Feng with hopeful eyes. Lin Feng smiled, ruffling his hair. Why are you crying? It's all resolved. Huh? Resolved? Indeed. Do you still doubt me? Mother's surgery will proceed on time tomorrow, and we've hired the best specialists. That's wonderful. After calming Lin Wan's emotions and spending several hours with his mother, Lin Feng had no intention of leaving. He would remain until her surgery was successfully completed. The gaming helmet at home was evidently unusable, but fortunately, the game had been operational for some time now, and the official website was selling helmets. Lin Feng promptly purchased two. Suddenly endowed with 1 million, he spent without a care, significantly easing his financial burden. One night, Lin Feng strolled out of the hospital room and into the rear courtyard. The night was devoid of people, with the corners shrouded in darkness, even the streetlights absent. After 5 minutes of vigilance, confirming the absence of others, he eagerly commenced his experiment. Come forth, zombie brother. Arise, millennial corpse. He chanted fervently, mimicking the signature gestures from the game. Yet, before and behind him, there was naught but silence. This is odd. Has it malfunctioned? Unable to contain himself, Lin Feng threw a punch. A resounding whoosh echoed. His strength remained, and it was formidable. To validate his power, he approached a tree of wrist-thick girth, stealthily grasping it. With a gentle twist, it snapped with a crack. Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, have I truly mutated? Could the helmet have rendered me unconscious? Is all this merely an illusion? Yet, the sensation was undeniably real. He decided to test once more. For over half an hour, he continued attempting to summon the coffin. But not even a dark vortex appeared. Sitting on a bench, he replayed the day's events. The only variable had been his fury. Yet, with a satisfactory resolution, where could his anger possibly reside? Perhaps another time. Ultimately, he abandoned the experiment. His stomach grumbled, prompting him to venture out for a late-night snack. With hands in pockets, he ambled toward a nearby shop. Suddenly, a jarring screech pierced the air as a car barreled through a red light, speeding towards him. What the? There was no time to react. The vehicle was upon him. Instinctively, he raised his arm to shield his face. Boom! A deafening crash resonated. The car halted. Yet Lin Feng felt no pain. Stunned, he gazed at the front of the vehicle, only to discover a small black vortex had materialized at his waist. 2 palms emerged from the vortex, astonishingly halting the car as it crumpled, smoke billowing from the engine, while the hands remained steadfast. Awestruck, Lin Feng exclaimed, "Zombie hands." Once safety was assured, the hands retreated into the vortex, as if they had never existed. Stop! Get out of the car! drunk driving and fleeing the scene. You dare to hit someone? Are you all right, young man? Several traffic officers inquired with concern. Lin Feng, still dazed, shook his head. No, I'm fine. Are you really okay? Shouldn't you get checked at the hospital? No, really, I'm fine, thank you. With strange glances following him, he made a hasty exit. Inside, his heart was tumultuous. The millennial zombie indeed existed, and in his moment of peril, it had passively intervened to shield him from danger. Such an unexpected boon exhilarated him. If the millennial zombie was indeed real, with time, he would surely summon it. That would be extraordinarily magnificent. Chapter 40. Successful Surgery. Returning to the game on Wednesday, Shangwan Wuji's words proved effective. The finest specialists performed surgery on his mother in the hospital. When the doctor emerged from the operating room, fatigued but triumphant, declaring the operation a success, Lin Feng was overwhelmed with joy, tears brimming in his eyes. He had won this gamble. Oh dear, I thought I would lose my mother. Ugh, what am I saying? Curse my mouth. May it speak longevity. May it speak longevity. The two brothers wept joyfully. Who could understand their dependence on one another? Who could fathom the pent-up emotions they had endured during this period? All was released in that moment. 3 days later, his mother was recovering well, aided by an aunt and Linwen. Lin Feng, exhausted, returned to his rented room. 2 boxes awaited at the entrance, untouched. Inside were the game helmets. With his head drooping, he opened the door and collapsed into slumber. He had not slept for 3 days and had no desire to play games. He slept soundly until evening, waking only to eat a morsel and tinker with a half-burned helmet. Could it truly be your fault? After a while of fiddling, unable to decipher anything, Lin Feng did not dispose of it, but instead placed it into a new box, stowing it beneath the bed. Finally, he donned the game helmet and entered the virtual realm. Identity scan, iris scan. After the new device's binding process, a flash of light enveloped him, transporting him back to the familiar locale of Built City. Wait, how am I level 16? To his astonishment, he discovered he had leveled up, and tasks in his quest log were marked complete. Recalling the events just before the incident, he had been battling a boss. Had his character continued in his absence? Perhaps the millennial zombie had vanquished the boss. What a stroke of fortune. In addition to the level gain, his chat log was flooded. Boss, you're finally online. Boss, the warehouse is full. Boss, many people seek you for business. We've taken on some, but others are too large to handle without you. Phew, it's good to have you back, boss. Our guild is now level 2. We can recruit 200 more members. The guild chat exploded with excitement. Shang Tianzi. Sorry, brothers. I've had some family matters over the past few days. My apologies. He was the backbone of the guild, harboring a deposit of 500. 000. Some feared he might abscond. Yet, seeing him online put their worries to rest. Glad you're back, boss. Haha, I knew it. How could the boss possibly run away? We were overthinking it. As he typed, he approached the guild warehouse NPC. Unsurprisingly, upon opening the warehouse package, it brimmed with items. The abundance of low-level potions had decreased in value, plummeting from over 100 gold to around 50 due to his absence. In these 3 days, Lin Feng had likely incurred losses of several thousand coins. Yet all was worth it. The equipment was somewhat lacking, as he had requested. Equipment could not be stacked and occupied too much space. Thus, they remained in his warehouse for now. It appeared he had much to do. Opening his friend requests, a slew of inquiries awaited. Buy territory. Need a territory. Big shot. Big shot, are you there? Are you selling territory? Where are you? Lin Feng slapped his forehead. I completely forgot about this. During his absence, the leaderboard had swelled by over 20 guilds, reaching an astonishing total of 34. Many sought him for territory purchases. As he accepted friend requests, he perused the leaderboard while heading to the shop. Guild rankings. First, the Merchant Dynasty, Level 2, Level 3 residents. Second, Jiangnan Hall, Level 2, Level 3 residents. Third, Empire City, Level 2, Level 3 residents. Fourth, Qingyun Sect, Level 1, Level 0 residents. Fifth, White-Clad Sword Sect, Level 1, Level 0 residents. Sixth, Heavenly Palace, Level 1, no residents. Seventh, Kill and Dance, Level 1, no residents. Eighth, Joyful Sect, Level 1, no residents. Ninth, Gentleman's Alliance, Level 1, no residents. 10th, Sheep Village, Level 1. No residence. The most significant factors influencing guild rankings were the guild level and residence. Residences contributed task bonuses to enhance guild levels. However, the leaderboard was riddled with discrepancies. He possessed 16 guild residences, 5 at level 2 and 11 at level 1. Whoever managed to acquire a level 2 residence would secure the 4th position. The guilds listed clearly held an advantage. Almost all guild leaders had sent him friend requests. One by one, he accepted them without further ado, promptly sending over a price list. Level 2 residence. 1. 5 million transfer fee. Level 1 residence. 300,000 transfer fee. Non négociable. After sending around 20 messages, he arrived at the shop. All items from a gang's warehouse were transferred to the shop for sale. Once the shop's gold reached 800,000 and the materials were fully stocked, they were taken back to the gang's warehouse to continue gathering more materials. After completing these tasks, Lin Feng finally had the time to reply to messages. The exorbitant prices of the outposts caused hesitation among half the participants. However, Lin Feng's monopolistic position meant that without purchasing his outpost, one would have to patiently upgrade from a level 0 outpost. Thus, half of the leaders still acquiesced to Lin Feng's pricing. In the following time, Lin Feng was busy running around, escorting the leaders of various gangs to their desired outposts to hand over the guild locations. You truly are a cunning merchant. Someone laughed. Haha, boss. I'll make sure to give you a 10% discount on future business. At such high prices, why not just rob it? Boss, you're quite humorous. Is there really any difference between robbing and what I'm doing now? Ah, you shamelessly admitted it. An hour later, Lin Feng's face beamed with excitement. Every outpost in his possession had been sold. Indeed, every single one. This brought him considerable relief, as the gold in his inventory skyrocketed to a staggering 31 million. These earnings were all derived from the memories of his past life, and this wealth was essential for establishing his future dominance over the arms market. With money comes motivation. He listed consumables and equipment, selling everything off. Lin Feng felt invigorated, and it was time to expand the guild. Upon reaching level 2, the Great Merchant Dynasty's guild capacity increased from 200 to 400 members. Soon, a message was posted on the forum. Great Merchant Dynasty is recruiting, only accepting absolutely neutral lifestyle players, 50, merchant players, 50, and elite players, 100. Requirements. Level 2 in lifestyle professions, merchants must pay a gold deposit, refundable after a year, and any breach of rules will result in forfeiture. Merchants will incur a 5 transaction fee, system fee automatically waived. Elite players will be responsible for leading and accompanying. High skill required, good temperament, no PK allowed. Instantly, Lin Feng's friends list exploded with notifications. Big shot, just an honest little merchant here. Merchant Emperor, want to hang out? I have an amazing figure. Merchant Emperor, add me. I have matters of the heart to discuss. Big shot, I'm a small streamer, incredibly skilled, applying for the elite team. There was a plethora of odd requests, from online romances to casual meetups and genuine applications to join. Lin Feng could only helplessly hold his forehead, realizing managing all this alone was quite overwhelming. In addition to recruiting, there were many trivial matters within the guild. A significant amount of money remained uncollected and unpaid. The lifestyle players were entitled to a 10 profit share, and merchants incurred a 5 transaction fee. The latter constituted a significant portion of the guild's income. The system automatically deducted transaction fees from members' trades, with accounts settled weekly, and Lin Feng eagerly anticipated the outcome. After 4 days offline, he was overwhelmed with tasks. It seemed time to promote a few trusted executives. Even in his absence, the guild should be able to function smoothly. As a flood of new players entered, the guild chat was vibrant. Hello everyone, I'm Tian Wang. Looking forward to your guidance. I'm Ming Wang. Let us be brothers from now on. Greetings. Ning D. Boss, can you kick him out? This guy is taking advantage of us. Haha, how funny. There's even someone named Neng Yang. Wait, they're a pair. I'm the clown here. Indeed, one cannot produce 2 types of people from the same bed. While unsure about other guilds, the Great Merchant Dynasty's chat was always the liveliest. Many players set up stalls, but engaged more in chatting. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and grouped together his friends. I love pig feet, I love pig intestines, Tian Wang. Ming Wang, get rich, Yang with sculpture. And hi buy low sell into a chat group, aptly named the Great Merchant Dynasty Management Group. Now that the guild is on the right track, I will assign some tasks. Lin Feng announced. Am I being chosen by the boss? Exclamet Yankoes Sculpture. Haha, the boss truly has an eye for talent. Responded hi buy low sell. Just join the guild. Please guide me, esteemed leaders. Said Tian Wang. We are all brothers here. No need for formalities. Added I love pig intestines. Seeing them bond so well, Lin Feng felt pleased. Pig intestines, pig feet, you will manage the lifestyle professions. Get rich, sculpture. You will oversee the merchants. Tian Wang and Ming Wang, you'll manage the elite players. Wait, we're high-level managers now? Boss, can I handle this? Tian Wang questioned. Your main role is to recruit, manage, and ensure adherence to guild rules. Those who do not comply must be removed, Lin Feng instructed. Understood, boss. No problem, boss. Rest assured, if I do poorly, you can kick me out. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and subsequently elevated their permissions. Congratulations to player I love pig intestines. Appointed as the master of treasure hall. Congratulations to player I love pig feet. Appointed as deputy master of treasure hall. Congratulations to Tian Wang. Appointed as master of battle hall. Congratulations to Ming Wang. Appointed as deputy master of battle hall. Congratulations to Get Rich. Appointed as master of gold hall. Congratulations to Yang Guo Sculpture. Appointed as deputy master of gold hall. Congratulations to Hai by Low Sell. Appointed as deputy master of gold hall. Congratulations to all the leaders. Wow, I'm so envious. Indeed, I want to be one too. Even a minor position would suffice. Chapter 42. Exorbitant Fees. The Provocation of the Heavenly Emperor. Everyone. The Hall Masters are here to serve you, and they hold no privileges. Please supervise each other. Next, the Hall Masters will begin grouping, and the positions of minor leaders should be assigned by their respective Hall Masters. Soon, the guild began to organize into groups, facilitating management. With the assistance of the 7 Hall Masters, Lin Feng found his workload significantly lighter. In no time, they established 3 halls. The Treasure Hall for lifestyle professions, the Gold Hall for merchants, and the Battle Hall for elite players. Having completed all tasks, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the system announced, "The transaction fees you set have been credited." Lin Feng quickly opened the guild warehouse and gasped at the sight of the amount. 75 million gold? In just 1 week, 75 million? Lin Feng had anticipated a substantial sum, but this exceeded his expectations. A rough calculation revealed that with 100 merchants, a 5-transaction fee over 7 days was indeed plausible. Each merchant averaged a transaction volume of about 50,000 gold per day, which seemed reasonable. However, the sheer amount still filled him with joy. Without any costs involved, it turned out that transaction fees were the most profitable aspect, proving that running a company was incredibly lucrative. Lin Feng's guild was a hidden profession guild, allowing all members to bypass system fees, redirecting them to the guild instead. As lifestyle professions leveled up, item prices would rise, leading to even greater fees. Lin Feng had no regrets about recruiting so many lifestyle players. Without them, achieving monopoly would have been impossible. Withdrawing the 75 million, Lin Feng's total wealth soared to 16.06 million gold, filling him with a profound sense of accomplishment. Once he resolved all matters, he felt rejuvenated and accepted the upgrade task for the Great Merchant, which involved slaying 100 monsters at a location known as Demon Suppression Tower. This was purely an experience-gathering endeavor. Lin Feng set out alone, leisurely departing through the city gates towards the northern direction of the Demon Suppression Tower. Unbeknownst to him, as he left the city gates, reports of his movements were already being relayed. Boss, the Merchant Emperor has logged on. After logging in, he sold several plots of land, seemingly making a tidy profit. Yes, rest assured, I will remain discreet. Thank you for your trust, boss. Lin Feng remained oblivious to the fact that he was already being watched. It matters not whether one knows. Upon exiting the city gates, his mind began to awaken once more. Out came the millennia-old corpse. From the dark vortex, an ancient coffin slowly materialized. With a resounding clang, the coffin lid fell away, revealing the terrifying form of the thousand-year-old zombie before Lin Feng. Circling the zombie, Lin Feng stroked his chin and inquired with a hint of confusion, "Is it truly you? Can you traverse into reality? Do you comprehend my words? Have you been ensnared by the system? If so, blink." At the city gate, onlookers cast peculiar glances at Lin Feng, bemused by his display of conversing with what they presumed to be a mere pet, especially one that ranked first among pets. The ancient zombie remained silent, and Lin Feng, feeling somewhat foolish, chuckled wryly. "Are we not the same creature?" He decided to focus on leveling up instead. Having been absent for several days, the top-ranked player had reached level 22 and undergone a class transition, becoming a hunter. The hunter class was renowned for its efficiency in leveling up. He, too, needed to reach level 20 and transition classes swiftly. He was curious about the benefits that a cunning merchant might gain from class transitioning. The higher one S level, the greater the rewards. As he journeyed toward the Demon Suppression Tower, a notification from his friends list suddenly appeared. Lin Feng instinctively assumed it was an invitation to join a guild. Upon casually opening it, he was struck with astonishment. "Player, Heavenly Emperor has added you as a friend. Do you wish to accept?" Heavenly Emperor? What an arrogant moniker. Was this not the gaming alias of Shangwan Tinga? The Heavenly Emperor, whose guild was called the Heavenly Palace, though it had yet to gain prominence. Why did he seek Lin Feng? Uncertain, Lin Feng accepted the friend request. "Congratulations. Heavenly Emperor has become your friend." "Merchant's son, what is it you seek?" "Heavenly Emperor, I wish to discuss business." "Oh, what sort of business?" "Name your price. I wish to acquire your guild." A cold smile crept across Lin Feng's face. "Not for sale. 5 million, not in-game currency, but real money." "Fool, listen here. You must consider this carefully. 5 million is no small sum. You're merely at the beginning, and managing alone is a daunting task. Selling to me would be the wisest choice." In Shangwan Tinga's view, this was akin to a corporate acquisition. Lin Feng's guild was the finest on the market. Acquiring it would benefit both parties. Besides, your guild's reputation is rather poor. Lin Feng suddenly interjected. "Was it you who attempted to tarnish my name a few days ago?" Shangwan Tinga fell silent. Without needing to think, Lin Feng was certain of the identity of this individual. A few days prior, at the Iron Horse Stronghold, he had sought to slander Lin Feng, intending to buy it at a low price. Yet, Shangwan Tinga had forgotten that this was a game, not reality, and a guild was not a corporation. "Merchant's son, is this your sincerity in acquisition?" "A joke. Heavenly Emperor, 8 million, would that suffice?" "Boring. Kid, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You owe me 2,000 in wages. Consider it forgiven." Lin Feng promptly closed the friend chat and blocked the individual. Reflecting on the matter, he could not deny Shangwan Tinga's keen business acumen. He foresaw that the world would become immensely popular, presenting boundless opportunities, and he sought to enter the fray early. No wonder in his past life, the arms trade within the game had been monopolized by Shangwan Tinga, propelling the Shangwan family from the premier family of Ningdu City to one of the foremost families nationwide. Lin Feng's expression darkened, the pressure mounting. The Shangwan family would undoubtedly be his fiercest rival. It was clear he needed to hasten his pace. At the very least, the enemy had now surfaced. Lin Feng proceeded toward the Demon Suppression Tower. The Demon Suppression Tower stood tall, its emerald hue nestled within a shadowy forest. Ascending 7 stories high, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the entrance, where level 15 wandering spirits roamed. The first floor housed creatures ranging from level 16 to 17, extending up to the pinnacle, where level 25 monsters lurked. Many players were present, as the wandering spirits were swiftly dispatched by those waiting for them to respawn. Chapter 43, Troubles from the Heavenly Palace, Lin Feng vs. 6. Lin Feng's task was to slay 100 monsters within the Demon Suppression Tower. The outer area offered little opportunity, so he ventured directly inside. The first floor was vast, with each monster having its own spawn point, including the Lotus Demon, Drowned Ghost, Starving Ghost, and Little Ghost Leader. Most players hovered around levels 16 to 20. At each spawn point, several players awaited the monster's respawn, making it uncertain whether he could secure even a single kill, let alone 100. Lin Feng felt overwhelmed. 100? When would that even be accomplished? Standing at the entrance, he encountered throngs of people. The safety zone at the entrance was bustling with vendors, including those from the merchant dynasty, selling potions and equipment. With no other option, Lin Feng made his way to the entrance of the second floor. The number of players diminished, and he reached the second level with ease, where the monsters ranged from levels 17 to 18. Though fewer in number, players still camped at the spawn points. Lin Feng managed to slay 3 monsters en route to the third level entrance, where creatures were between levels 18 and 19. Indeed, there were even fewer players here, and the monsters were of manageable strength. Lin Feng found a central area among 3 spawn points, allowing the millennia-old zombie to cycle through the kills while he set up shop. A true powerhouse never concerns themselves with their surroundings. His stall's golden name served as a living advertisement wherever he went. The 1,000-year-old zombie-s attack power was formidable, despite being a tank-like brawler class. Its strength rivaled that of a swordsman. Typically, it would take 10 strikes to vanquish one monster, while the next would spawn simultaneously. This made the process swift. Without consuming potions, in a matter of minutes, he had slain 27 monsters, bringing the total to 30. He was confident that within the hour, he would complete his task. During this time, several players visited his shop, resulting in sales amounting to several thousand gold coins for potions. Suddenly, a commotion erupted within the guild. "Boss, we've been attacked." "What the hell? How brazen?" "Boss, here's what the assailant said." A screenshot was shared, displaying a message from the opposing player. "I've been targeting your merchant dynasty members. If you don't wish to be killed, disband your guild." Lin Feng furrowed his brow. "What is happening?" "We were leveling in the demon suppression tower when a group of players descended upon us and slaughtered us. So were we. It was utterly unreasonable." "Yes, I was just killed too." As this chat unfolded, several others chimed in, sharing their similar experiences. "Merchant's son, who are these attackers?" "The ones who killed us belong to the Qingyan sect. I was slain at Tiamu Mountain." "The one speaking just now is from the Heavenly Palace. They're in the Demon Suppression Tower." Though the members of the Merchant Dynasty were primarily production classes and merchants, they too required leveling up. Lin Feng's brow knitted in thought, immediately suspecting Shangwan Tinga. "Is this your idea of a forfeit? You scoundrel." "Merchant's son, are they still present?" "I'm in the Demon Suppression Tower. They should still be, likely on the 3rd floor." "Boss, should we gather reinforcements to deal with them?" "Merchant's son, in business, harmony is paramount. I will ascend and engage them in dialogue. If there were to be a confrontation, it was best that he handle it." Lin Feng's expression turned icy. "If you wish to play, then I shall oblige." He dismantled his stall and, accompanied by the millennia-old zombie, made his way to the 3rd floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. On the 3rd floor, players from the Heavenly Palace and the Qingyan sect were leveling up, indulging in laughter and banter. The members of the Merchant Dynasty believed they were formidable, unaware of the storm brewing. They would soon witness the consequences of their arrogance. Ridiculous. They were merely a small guild of vendors. From now on, they would be hunted. The boss had declared that for every Merchant Dynasty member slain, a reward of 500 gold coins would be granted. I had just taken down 2. How gratifying. As they boasted about their exploits, one player noticed the glow emanating from the entrance to the 3rd floor. "Ah, it's a member of the Merchant Dynasty." "No, wait, it's Merchant's son. This is fantastic." The boss said that slaying Merchant's son yields a reward of gold coins. "That's 1,000 gold." The eyes of several players gleamed with excitement as they hurried towards Lin Feng's direction. "Oh, is that not the renowned Merchant's son? Having just slain the lesser ones. The greater prey has now appeared." "Haha, are you here to save your comrades?" "Incorrect. Shouldn't you say that the members of the great Merchant Dynasty are all delivery people? They can deliver so well." Lin Feng's expression darkened as he noticed there were precisely 6 individuals, 3 from the Heavenly Palace and 3 from the Qingyan sect. A rather typical leveling configuration comprising a healer, a warrior, a Taoist, a swordsman, a fist fighter, and a hunter. Although they spoke with mockery, their feet were unrelenting, encircling him and blocking all 3 entrances. It was evident they intended to eliminate him. It seemed another PK was imminent. Curious onlookers, both from other guilds and independent players, gathered around. They had been leveling here and had witnessed the earlier slaughter of the great merchant dynasty's members by the players from Qingyun's sect and Heavenly Palace. Bystanders murmured, "I thought the great merchant dynasty would retaliate with many members. Yet only their leader showed up? The great merchant dynasty is merely a small stall guild, claiming to be the first guild, yet their strength is pitiful, isn't it?" I concur. They probably can't summon reinforcements since the safe zone is filled with their vendors. The leader coming alone for revenge is likely to be killed. The comments from the spectators were music to the ears of the Heavenly Palace and Qingyun sect members, who taunted and interacted with those around them. Their group observed that the great merchant dynasty was indeed a bunch of cowards, and they should remember to join Qingyun's sect in the future. Today, they would eliminate the merchant emperor and gain some fame for themselves. They perceived Lin Feng as a fish in a barrel, trapped and unable to escape. Humiliating him was also a directive from the leader of the Heavenly Palace. With many witnesses present, Lin Feng's gaze swept over the 6 individuals, remaining silent as he assessed the situation and calculated his strategy. His attention settled on the warrior. Among the 6, only the warrior bore a red name. Attacking him would not cause Lin Feng's name to change color. While they conversed, Lin Feng finally spoke, "Thousand-year zombie. Eliminate him." He pointed directly at the warrior. The 1,000-year zombie leaped forward, landing before the warrior. The warrior, serving as the secondary tank, was quite resilient, clad in armor like a soldier. Yet, when the 1,000-year zombie struck him, a damage indicator of 459 appeared above, and the warrior was taken aback as his health dropped by a third. "What an astounding attack power!" he exclaimed. "Damn it, he dares to strike? Eliminate him, brothers. Healer, restore our health." The battle was about to commence. The healer wasted no time, replenishing the warrior's health by 300 points. However, the 1,000-year zombie suddenly abandoned the warrior and targeted the healer instead. No, his target is the healer. Soul Egg, ignore him. Kill the healer. Lin Feng's intention had always been to eliminate the healer. By allowing the healer to restore the warrior's health, the warrior's name turned gray, meaning Lin Feng could attack without consequence. The 1,000-year zombie unleashed a flurry of blows upon the healer, landing a critical hit of 1042. Amidst the chaos, the healer was nearly dispatched. Startled, she attempted to heal herself while frantically running around the team. "Kill him, quickly. I'm about to collapse." The onlooking crowd was dumbfounded by this display. Wow, how brutal. Chapter 44. The Legend of the Merchant Emperor. No one can force him to strike at this moment. All players were around level 16. The fist fighter was the most durable. Typically, a fist fighter at this level would have around 2,000 health points. The healer and assassin were the most fragile classes. The healer present clearly had subpar equipment, with only 1,300 health points, and was fleeing like a dog. Lin Feng scoffed. "Heh, you recorded this, right? Is this all you're capturing? Merchant Emperor, don't get too cocky. You're doomed. Without your pet, what are you?" The remaining 5 members of the team immediately turned their attacks toward Lin Feng. The Taoist's yellow talismans, the hunter's arrows, and the swordsman's blade all aimed at him. Lin Feng did not evade. Instead, he consumed a potion and braced himself against all the attacks. 129, 110, 140. As their assaults landed, they only inflicted damage slightly above 100. Looking at Lin Feng's health, 2,529 points. After a round of attacks, they had only managed to reduce Lin Feng's health by a quarter, approximately 600 points. What class is he? Is he a fist fighter? Calmly, Lin Feng consumed 2 potions, one for sustained health recovery and another for rapid healing, instantly restoring his health to full. He possessed no offensive gear, only defensive equipment, and his gear was quite formidable, making him a strong presence among tanks. Meanwhile, the enemy healer could not withstand the relentless pursuit of the 1,000-year zombie. After a brief struggle, she ultimately fell victim to the 1,000-year zombie's onslaught. No one anticipated that. Just as the battle began, the Heavenly Palace and Qingyun sect would suffer losses. The surrounding spectators gasped in astonishment. No way. The Merchant Emperor didn't even need to intervene himself. He dispatched one of them, using just his pet. A true expert. This is what mastery looks like. He must have been holding back against those individuals. Such an air of superiority. A misunderstanding had arisen. They were unaware that Lin Feng was not refraining from attacking because he chose not to. Rather, very few knew that he was unable to strike. With a commanding presence, Lin Feng stood with weapons in hand, arms crossed, and a cold expression. Hunter. Merely uttering the word hunter triggered the 1,000-year zombie to pursue the hunter. Swordsman. Next, he commanded the swordsman. Observing the 6 members of the Heavenly Palace and Qinyun sect fall one by one, Lin Feng's health remained robust. The spectators could not help but swallow hard, their eyes wide open. How elegant, truly elegant. As fellow gamers, how could he be so exceptional? Isn't this akin to words manifesting his actions? Incredible. Who claimed the Merchant Emperor was merely a vendor? So powerful, outrageously so. The enemies were left with only one fist fighter, who lost the will to continue fighting and fled. Remarkably, in a span of merely 3 minutes, 6 against 1 resulted in 1 escapee and 5 casualties. The onlookers exchanged glances, bewildered. Did you all record this? Wow, so impressive. I captured all. Before long, numerous posts appeared on the forum. It's worth noting that within the world, posting and receiving accolades and replies would yield gold rewards. The spectators, brimming with excitement, shared thread after thread. The bloodbath of the 3rd layer of the Demon Suppression Tower. Merchant Emperor versus 6. Merchant Emperor. 6? No need for me to strike. I shall refer to the Merchant Emperor as the most elegant master. Discussion. In this game, how many can compel the Merchant Emperor to act? Merchant Emperor has concealed his strength, relying solely on his pet. Is this for show? A moral decline? Everyone is welcome to comment. Indeed, the members of the Heavenly Palace and Qinyun sect not only failed to disgrace the great merchant dynasty, but also elevated Lin Feng's reputation to new heights. Everyone speculated about Lin Feng's true class and how terrifying he would be if he were to engage in combat himself. Even Lin Feng had not anticipated that this would become a topic of intrigue among players of the world for quite some time. Boss, incredible, wow. 1 against 6. Leader, truly elegant. Boss, what class are you exactly? Lin Feng, of course, would not respond. While his intent was merely to earn money, the world was akin to a martial arts and cultivation era. In such a time, to safeguard one's wealth, one must possess commensurate strength. Since they had misunderstood, he decided to let them continue in their misconceptions. Merchant Emperor, feel free to level up. Should anyone harass you, simply call out in the group. After saying this, Lin Feng perused the forum for a moment. The discussions among the spectators revolved primarily around his true identity, his pet, and the intrigue among the great merchant dynasty. Heavenly Palace and Qinyun sect. Lin Feng felt a weight on his shoulders, knowing that the opposing factions would not let this go easily. Future reprisals might be even more fierce. If things escalated, many members of the great merchant dynasty might withdraw from a guild. He couldn't afford to remain passive. However, the opposing side boasted 2 guilds with substantial backing from the prestigious Shangwan family. Currently, he had no effective strategies and could only take it 1 step at a time. Lin Feng remained, setting up a stall on the 3rd layer, allowing the 1,000-year zombie to hunt monsters. Following the previous incident, the onlookers transformed into reporters, incessantly approaching Lin Feng with queries. Merchant Emperor, what class are you exactly? Is your equipment quite impressive? What is the purpose of concealing one's true strength? Handsome fellow, how about adding each other as friends? I'm quite fair-skinned. Boss, could you possibly offer a discount on this piece of equipment? I wish to join the guild. What do you think of my qualifications? Lin Feng chatted amiably with them, as guests are always welcome. Soon, he had vanquished 100 monsters, boosting his experience points to around 40%. As he packed up, he headed towards the exit, waving to the onlookers. Brothers, the task is complete. I shall take my leave. All right, Boss Shang, farewell. He was supposed to turn the quest, but just then, a strange roar echoed throughout the Demon Suppression Tower. What was that? It seemed to be a boss. The boss has spawned? Quickly, let us search for it. In the vastness of the Demon Suppression Tower, every floor housed a boss, though the conditions for their respawn were quite stringent. Lin Feng halted his steps and joined the search for the boss. After that sound, there was silence. Everyone was on the lookout, having scoured the 3rd floor without success. Lin Feng glanced at the entrance to the fourth floor and resolutely stepped inside. The fourth floor had fewer players, with wild monsters around level 20. It was quite challenging to defeat them, as few players reached this level. Only scattered groups were engaged in monster hunting. In one corner, amidst the wild monsters, a colossal female demon, the Lotus Flower Demoness, roamed gracefully. Lotus Flower Demoness leader, boss, indeed it was a boss. Several groups on the fourth floor were clearing the surrounding monsters, their apparent target being the Lotus Flower Demoness leader. Chapter 45. Encountering Jiangnan Hall again, the boss grab sees it. Lin Feng made a swift decision without hesitation. He would find a way to claim this boss. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "Hey, Brother Shang, what brings you here?" Not far away stood a group led by none other than the Jiangnan swordsman, cloaked and wielding a splendid sword. After a few days, he had reached level 20 and completed his second-class change from swordsman to swordmaster. "What a coincidence that you're here to fight the boss. Haha, join our party." The Jiangnan swordsman was as generous as ever, extending a party invitation. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment. It seemed that his plan to monopolize the boss was futile. He accepted the invitation and joined the team. The party led by the Jiangnan swordsman was quite impressive, comprising a brawler, a healer, a Taoist, a swordsman, and a hunter, all high-ranking members of Jiangnan Hall, each at level 20, equipped with astonishing gear. This was the formidable strength of Jiangnan Hall, the premier combat guild. "Brother, why haven't you logged on for days? Why couldn't he find you?" The Jiangnan swordsman inquired. "Oh, had some matters in reality. What do the boss want?" "Nothing much, just business. Brothers, I'm initiating the auction mode." "Captain, Jiangnan swordsman has changed the party looting mode to auction mode. Note, in auction mode, looted items will automatically enter the party auction. Do you agree?" "I agree." Lin Feng understood well that he was the only outsider in the team. If they operated under normal or random looting, he would surely suffer losses. The Jiangnan swordsman proposed the auction mode to avoid such awkwardness, earning Lin Feng's admiration. Such a person could indeed achieve great things in the future. As the group proceeded towards the boss, the Jiangnan swordsman glanced at Lin Feng. "Brother, I heard that the Heavenly Palace and the Qingyun sect are targeting you. Do you need assistance?" Lin Feng chuckled. "You seem well informed. It's nothing serious. Just a minor inconvenience." "That's no minor inconvenience. They are not easy to deal with." The Jiangnan swordsman clearly recognized the true identity of Shang Wantianga. "I dislike trouble, but I am not afraid of it." Lin Feng's gaze turned cold, and his expression grew serious. In his previous life, he certainly lacked the qualifications to challenge Shang Wantianga, but this life was different. Having died once, who is there to fear? If any issues arise, feel free to ask for my help. Don't hesitate. At worst, you can give me a discount on your goods in the future. Haha, of course. As they cleared monsters and chatted, their group swiftly eliminated the nearby wild creatures with the best equipment and strongest attacks. The party's hunter, named Fires of War, shouted, "Boss, we've entered the attack range. Seize it." "All right." Without hesitation, Fires of War unleashed a basic attack on the boss. Due to the hunter's rapid attack speed, the arrow flew gracefully through the air, striking the Lotus Flower Demoness leader's chest. This arrow was quite provocative, instantly enraging the Lotus Flower Demoness leader, who let out a sharp screech at Lin Feng and his companions. In an instant, all the wild monsters turned their gaze towards them, charging forward. The Jiangnan swordsman furrowed his brow. "Not good. This boss can command those wild monsters." Lin Feng pointed to the side against the wall. "Clear them slowly." "All right. Everyone to the wall, brawler in front." Seeing the boss charge at Lin Feng and the others, the expressions of the other teams on the fourth floor turned grim. "Damn it, they got ahead of us. What should we do? They are from Jiangnan Hall and the great merchant dynasty. Should we let them fight? What a stroke of luck that would be. Seize it." Clearly, they had not seen the video on the forum of Lin Feng single-handedly taking on a group, or else they might not have dared to entertain such thoughts. Besides Lin Feng's group, there were 3 other teams on the fourth floor. 2 were solo players without a guild, and 1 belonged to a faction called the White-Clad Sword Sect. They all converged towards Lin Feng's group. As the minor monsters were gradually cleared, the Lotus Flower Demoness leader approached Lin Feng and the others. "Boss, those 3 groups don't seem friendly. I see. What should we do? What can we do? Let us deal with them. The Jiangnan swordsman appeared calm. But if trouble arose, he would not shy away. However, Brother Shang, I might drag you into this. How about you leave first? Wait until we resolve things. And you can join us? Lin Feng smiled and replied, Jiangnan, do you underestimate me? Although the great merchant dynasty is neutral and does not interfere, we certainly do not fear trouble, nor will we abandon our friends. Is it just a few ruffians? We are here for the thrill of the martial world. Ha! Well said. It's all about the thrill in this martial world. Indeed, the world is a martial realm, and in this realm, one must act decisively. It's just PK. Who is afraid of whom? Lin Feng's words instantly bridged the gap between them. Previously, aside from the Jiangnan swordsman, the others in Jiangnan Hall had not held him in high regard, viewing him merely as a profiteer. However, it was now evident that Lin Feng was not merely a cunning merchant. As they spoke, they finally cleared the nearby minor monsters. The Lotus Flower Demoness leader shrieked and launched an attack on Fires of War, who had garnered its aggro. The brawler, known as Yellow Lighter, roared, and a visible shockwave radiated outward, instantly attracting the aggro of the Lotus Flower Demoness leader, standing atop a floating lotus. The Lotus Flower Demoness leader towered over 3 meters tall, her sharp claws slicing down towards Yellow Lighter like a scythe. Yellow Lighter quickly switched to a defensive stance, raising his fists to guard himself. Puff! 718, poisoned. 200. Upon seeing the damage dealt, Yellow Lighter exclaimed, I'm poisoned. Damn, this boss has a high output. Quick, cleanse the poison. His equipment was quite good. Typically, a boss could only deal around 500 damage. The Taoist nearby quickly cast a cleansing spell to assist Yellow Lighter, while the healer hurriedly restored his health. Don't attack yet. You 3 hold the aggro, and we 3 will output. Wait a moment. The Jiangnan swordsman's vigilant gaze swept across their surroundings. Presently, the greatest threat was not the boss. As long as the boss can endure, it can essentially be defeated. The key lies in the actions of the 3 surrounding groups. They have nearly finished off the minor monsters and have approached Lin Feng and his companions. Observing their fervent gazes, they seem hesitant, waiting for something. The Jiangnan swordsman boldly shouted, If you have the guts, come over. What are you hesitating for? Do you want to steal the boss, yet fear our retaliation? Pathetic. Lin Feng, unperturbed, directly commanded the Millennium Zombie to attack the Lotus Demon leader while simultaneously keeping an eye on the movements of the 3 teams around them. After the Jiangnan swordsman's provocation, he noticed the opponents remained indifferent and couldn't help but curse under his breath. These guys are not taking the bait. Brother Shang, don't hold back later. His eyes, filled with genuine curiosity, reflected his ongoing wonder about Lin Feng's class and his attacks, questioning why Lin Feng had not yet engaged. Lin Feng replied helplessly, They are not worthy of my effort. Initially, the 3 groups had dismissed the Jiangnan swordsman's words, but upon hearing Lin Feng's remark, they exploded in anger. You really think you can act so tough, just because you killed a team from Tiangong? Indeed, Tiangong was merely a second-rate guild with a few low-level players, yet Lin Feng's earlier actions had clearly caught their attention. The Jiangnan swordsman exclaimed, What are they saying? Brother Shang, did you just PK someone? Did I miss something? The posts about the incident were still pinned at the top of the forum, but some, like the Jiangnan swordsman, were uninterested in such updates, preferring to catch up on things only after logging off. Lin Feng's expression grew serious. Stop asking, they're coming. As the boss's health gradually diminished, the minor monsters began to respawn incessantly, and the 3 groups finally reached an agreement. They would share the spoils of the boss fight evenly. The tanks charged at the Jiangnan swordsman, while Fenghua played with the pig dogs, his high attack and low health presenting a challenge. The primary concern was Shang Tianzi, who was no ordinary foe. No witties. We'll take out the others first and then deal with him. I refuse to believe that 3 groups can't handle him. They had come to a consensus and gradually surrounded their target. 3 teams of fighters, almost in unison, charged at Fenghua. The skill charge punch, strong attack, was initiated, capable of locking onto an enemy from a distance of 10 meters while forcing them to attack the user. Get ready to block. The Millennium Zombie rushed forward, targeting the healer first. Simultaneously, all participants reacted, unleashing their skills. One group faced off against three, putting immense pressure on Zhang Nanhao. The first few attackers turned gray, and Lin Feng focused his efforts on these gray-named players. The battle had barely begun when Feng Hua couldn't withstand the onslaught and was eliminated. Hunters were ultimately too fragile. Concurrently, Lin Feng and the Jiangnan swordsman, accompanied by a Taoist, managed to take down one of the opposing healers. "This is bad. We can't hold on. These opponents have decent gear," one remarked. "They haven't even reached their second class yet. There's still a chance. Our reinforcements are on the way. Bring the boss over." Before long, another healer in the team was killed. With similar levels and comparable gear, the members of Jiangnan Hall ultimately could not withstand the pressure. Under the Jiangnan swordsman's command, they retreated to a corner, using the boss to block their position and only having to endure ranged attacks from the opposition. Outside, only Lin Feng's Millennium Zombie continued to hold the line. "What a joke! Jiangnan Hall is nothing. Damn it, Shang Tianzi's pet is still pursuing me. Help. Shang Tianzi, weren't you just so arrogant? Come out." Although Lin Feng's Millennium Zombie was formidable, facing 18 opponents proved too much, and it was soon overwhelmed. Lin Feng's expression turned grave. Revive the fighter. If the adversaries targeted the healer, it would truly spell trouble. Reviving a fighter was one of his few skills. With a 10-minute cooldown, if he fell again, it would indeed be dire. The Millennium Zombie circled the 4th floor, drawing in wild monsters. Lin Feng refrained from having the zombie attack, instead bouncing around the 4th floor, continuously luring monsters to their corner. What is he trying to do? Is he planning for a mutual demise? With wild creatures now surrounding them, Lin Feng recalled the Millennium Zombie. This strategic maneuver finally provided the team with a moment to breathe, as the absence of a target redirected the wild monsters to attack the three groups instead. Damn it, Shang Tianzi is so underhanded. If we can't win, we'll just resort to dirty tricks? The opposing healer was on the verge of madness, overwhelmed by the sheer number of wild monsters, and they had no choice but to start clearing them. Gradually, the wild creatures were nearly eliminated. The opposition boasted, "You're all done for. Cheating 1T save you this time. I'm done here." Focus fire on their healer. If we take out the healer, they're finished. They truly had no options left. The enemy numbers were overwhelmingly vast. Watching as their range skills were prepared, the healer in their team nervously spammed healing spells on himself. But it was futile against the multitude of opponents. A barrage of skills rained down, taking him out. Without a healer, they were doomed. They couldn't withstand the combined assaults. Even from a boss. "Yellow lighter, I can't hold on any longer." No sooner had he spoken than he was eliminated by the boss. Thus, only Lin Feng and the Jiangnan swordsman remained in their team. Lin Feng, feeling helpless, quickly instructed the Millennium Zombie to absorb the boss's attacks. The Jiangnan swordsman fumed. "Are we finished? Ridiculous. You two groups, and you, the White Robe Sword sect, Jiangnan Hall will not let this go. Ha ha ha, do you think we fear you? The wild monsters take 5 minutes to respawn. If we kill you, we'll be legends. Indeed, the first and second guild leaders of Ningdu City. If we take you down today, we'll secure our fame. Killing you would certainly bring more benefits than taking down the boss." The three groups laughed wickedly, having deliberately targeted the Jiangnan swordsman and Lin Feng for this very purpose. They all activated their recording functions, eager to humiliate them before delivering the final blow. Yet, just as the three groups prepared to strike down Lin Feng and the Jiangnan swordsman, a loud voice rang out. "Dare to touch our leader? You're asking for death." Chapter 47. The first weapon and the first return scroll of the entire server. What random fools dare to harm the leader of the Great Shang Dynasty? The players from the Great Shang Dynasty were not to be trifled with. As light flashed, players continuously emerged at the entrance of the 4th floor. In no time, over 50 players appeared, all from the Great Shang Dynasty, led by the king and the Underworld King. "Boss, we're here. We've arrived, boss." Upon seeing the opposing force, the three groups were instantly dumbfounded. Hadn't it been said that the Great Shang Dynasty held no real power? But wait, isn't the Great Shang Dynasty supposed to be absolutely neutral? Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. "Our absolute neutrality does not signify weakness. The Great Shang Dynasty wields a sword but does not slay ants. However, today, We shall make an example of you. Execute them. With a single command, members of the Great Shang dynasty surged forth, mercilessly dispatching the three groups of adversaries. Witnessing this scene, the Jiangnan swordsman appeared deeply conflicted. Ah, Brother Shang, your guild is indeed formidable. It is such a pity you do not join my guild. I could offer you a raise. What do you say? The response from Jiangnan Hall was far slower than that of the Great Shang dynasty. Moreover, each of the 50 individuals present exhibited remarkable skill, igniting envy within the Jiangnan swordsman. Unbeknownst to him, the Great Shang dynasty had long been gathering forces in response to the recent slayings. With the addition of these 50 members, they swiftly vanquished the looming boss. The Lotus Demon let out a mournful cry, withering away and leaving behind a plethora of equipment and items. "What is this?" exclaimed one, spotting a piece of red equipment. And another yellow item. What could it be? Lotus Demon-S grievance, slot, bracelet, grade, yellow, level requirement, 20, class requirement. Healer, spell attack, 200, health recovery skill level, 1, mana recovery, 8, equipment rating, 8910. This yellow item boasted a full skill level of 1, quite extraordinary. The red equipment was even more remarkable. Lotus Demon-S gift, weapon, grade, red, level requirement, 20, class requirement. Healer, Taoist, spell attack, 710, spell attack, 120, spell attack, 120, spell attack, 120. Equipment rating, 41,000. Upon seeing these attributes, everyone was rendered speechless. 3 instances of spell attack. This equipment, based on its rating, could easily claim the top spot on the equipment leaderboard. The current top-rated item only boasted a score of 31,000, falling short by 10,000 points. It seems we have stumbled upon the best weapon in the entire server. The Jiangnan swordsman could not help but exclaim. With these 2 pieces of equipment, one could undoubtedly craft the premier healer of the server. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, this must be worth a fortune. Even if early game equipment lacks value, these 2 combined should fetch several million gold coins. Without hesitation, Lin Feng declared, "Brother Jiangnan, we shall split this evenly." The Jiangnan swordsman stared at Lin Feng in disbelief. "You are quite the merchant. I cannot accept this equipment. Were it not for your Great Shang dynasty, I might have perished. Ha ha. I may be a merchant, but without you, I would likely be dead as well. I cannot accept it. Enough talk. We shall split it, as I say. If worst comes to worst, I shall just extract a little more from you later." The Jiangnan swordsman retorted. "You need not say that aloud." Lin Feng chuckled. "I have declared myself a merchant, not a fraud. We shall split these 2 pieces of equipment." Thus it was settled. With this authoritative decision, the Jiangnan swordsman refrained from further protest. Lin Feng began to gather the remaining spoils, which included several special potions and a substantial amount of gold. Beside the corpses lay a scroll, quietly resting. Lin Feng examined the scroll, only to be taken aback. A scroll for crafting return scrolls. Return scroll, crafting scroll, single-use consumable, can be learned by a level 4 talisman maker. Consumes energy to craft return scrolls. Forget the red and yellow equipment. Nothing was as vital as this item. Recalling his memories, Lin Feng knew that return scrolls were among the most long-lasting items, unrivaled in utility. Throughout the realm, the primary mode of transportation was through relay stations, with mounts being introduced later. Unlike other games that feature teleportation functions, return scrolls were the sole means of fast travel, allowing one to return to the nearest resurrection point. For instance, had Lin Feng possessed a return scroll during his recent ambush, he could have directly returned to Ningdu City. Based on his previous life's experiences, a single return scroll could sell for 1,000 gold coins at the beginning, stabilizing at 300 coins later on. Moreover, every player needed at least one, ensuring a vast market. Lin Feng felt his heart racing. This single scroll could grant the Great Shang dynasty a significant advantage in the early game market. When he glanced at the Jiangnan swordsman, the latter shook his head repeatedly. "Just the 2 pieces of equipment are sufficient. You can keep the rest. If you take more, I would feel rather embarrassed." Lin Feng promptly tucked the scroll away. "I never claimed I would share it." The Jiangnan swordsman sighed. "Well then, I've been up all night. My character is feeling a bit off. I shall log off now." He said this, and promptly disconnected. Seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of logging back in amidst a swarm of monsters. After collecting all the spoils, Lin Feng surveyed the members of the great Shang dynasty. "Thank you, brothers, for your assistance. Once we sell these 2 pieces of equipment, we shall divide the profits." "Haha, no need for formality, boss. We were merely leveling up nearby. Indeed, we merely rushed over upon seeing our brothers in peril. Boss, if you require assistance in the future, just call on us." Though they professed absolute neutrality, the online world was not devoid of loyal comrades. Lin Feng smiled. "We must still share the spoils. While we are neutral, we are not to be trifled with." "Wise words, boss. Boss, let us level up together." "I shall pass. My tasks are complete. I need to report back. Call on me if anything arises. Farewell, boss." Leaving the demon-suppressing tower, Lin Feng returned to Ningdu City with the equipment and scroll in hand. He glanced at the auction house, where even gold-grade items were scarce, let alone red-grade ones. As for the return scroll he possessed, Lin Feng hesitated for a long while. Selling it was out of the question. It could only be used by players in his guild. However, this scroll was exceedingly valuable. Once used, it would be gone, even more precious than red-grade equipment. The choice of who to use it on was critical. After much contemplation, he addressed the guild leadership. "Merchant's son, guild leader, chitlins, pig trotters. Which of you has reached level 4 in talisman crafting?" "I love pig intestines, hall master." "Boss, there's just one, a brother named Gui Gui." "I love eating pig trotters, deputy hall master." "What s up, boss?" To reach level 4 crafting, players needed to be level 20, marking them as elite among elites. The guild had assumed no one possessed this skill, yet it turned out there was indeed one. "Merchant's son, guild leader, find him." He promptly sent a friend request to Gui Gui. "Ding. Player, Gui Gui has accepted your friend request. Communication is now available." "Gui Gui, boss. Wow. I can't believe I'm seeing a real one." Chapter 48. Contract signed. Shangwan Tinga S. Revenge Lin Feng. In a single phrase, it became clear that this individual was not particularly serious. Lin Feng took a moment to examine Gui Gui's profile. Player, Gui Gui level 21, class, hunter to outsiders. The description seemed simplistic, yet he was skilled, level 21 and a crafting profession at level 4. Merchant's son. "Brother, I have something I wish to discuss with you." "Gui Gui what?" "Boss, you flatter me. Just tell me what you need. I am at your service." Merchant's son. "I propose a contract between us. A contract of the realm." "Gui Gui, huh? What is that about?" Lin Feng had contemplated this matter thoroughly on his way back to Ningdu City. He recognized that he had become a target. The Celestial Palace would not overlook him or the great Shang dynasty. If force would not suffice, they would surely resort to subtler means. Lin Feng anticipated that the Celestial Palace would attempt to poach the crafting professions within the great Shang dynasty. Naturally, he had devised a countermeasure, the contract of the realm. It seemed the game developers had foreseen such occurrences, introducing an official contract. Signing this contract within the game amounted to entering into a legally binding agreement. However, most individuals were reluctant to sign such contracts, as they often favored one party over the other. Lin Feng was forthright, stating, "Brother Gege, I possess a level 4 crafting scroll for return scrolls that I wish to give you, but the condition is that you sign the contract. This return scroll is exceedingly precious. For both our sakes, it is a safeguard. What do you think?" After a while, Gui returned, of course. Shang Tianzi replied, "All right, then it's settled. I will find you later." Gui responded, "Boss, I will be waiting for you." Without delay, they proceeded to open the official website and locate the template for the contract. Lin Feng drafted 5 contracts this time, to prevent misuse of the contract for fraudulent purposes. The official entity allowed only the guild leaders to possess 10 contracts. Lin Feng intended to allocate 1 to Gui, specifying their profit-sharing ratio within the contract. Lin Feng will be responsible for materials and sales, while Gui will receive 5 of the net profit, along with various items gifted for free. The contract stipulated, unless due to force majeure, withdrawal from the game is prohibited. Gui could not leave the guild and could only trade with Shang Tianzi. Any breach would result in the forfeiture of all gifted items and materials. Additionally, All gifted items, materials, and skills would be deleted. This contract was indeed quite harsh and typically uncommon. Signing it effectively meant working for Lin Feng. When Lin Feng sent the contract to Gue, he added, "Brother, read it carefully. If you choose not to sign, that is perfectly fine." Gue quickly replied, "Boss, I understand. You are nurturing me. It's normal since we are strangers. I will sign." Ding! Congratulations to players Shang, Tianzi, and Gue for successfully signing the contract. It is now in effect. Note, the contract is contingent upon the guild. If the guild disbands, the contract becomes void. The contract is subject to review and holds legal effect. Both parties should comply. Lin Feng sighed in relief. "Thank you for your trust." Gue replied, "No need for formalities, boss." This contract clearly favored Lin Feng. Without further ado, he sent the return scroll via email. "The items have been sent. All right, boss. I will place them in the guild warehouse once I return." Good. After finishing the arrangements with Gue, Lin Feng presented the other 4 distinct contracts to the remaining 4 individuals. "I love pig intestines. I love eating pig trotters." Tian Wang and Ming Wang. The contracts for the pig intestines brothers were similar to Gue's. They had intended to follow Lin Feng, so they signed the contracts without hesitation. Tian Wang and Ming Wang's contracts differed. They were akin to streamers, splitting gifts and streaming revenue with Lin Feng at a 55-45 ratio. Since their viewership was low, they accepted readily. Once everything was arranged, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief. This should suffice, and he had 5 contracts left for future signing, which he would reserve. These 5 individuals were irreplaceable, and he intended to nurture them diligently. Others were of lesser concern. Having resolved these matters, Lin Feng completed a quest, instantly leveling up to level 18. It seemed he needed to quicken his pace, as he was lagging too far behind. He accepted another leveling quest. Lin Feng placed all the gear he had acquired into the shop. Yellow equipment. Lotus Fairy's grievance priced at 800,000 gold coins. Red equipment. Lotus Fairy's gift priced at 6,000,000 gold coins. The shop description was also updated. Ranked 12th, rank 1, equipment sold at low prices, no bargaining. Subsequently, he posted the same message on the forum. 4. 1 million rated weapon, ranked 1st. Welcome everyone to the Great Merchant Dynasty shop for equipment purchases. Given his current fame, once the post was made, a throng of players immediately gathered to observe the 2 pieces of equipment. Wow, all skills at level 1. Such equipment exists? 800,000 is a bit steep. No way, this weapon is impressive. 3 full attacks. So what if it's full attack? It's still early in the game. Equipment is worth very little now, and he is selling it for 6 million? Why not just rob him? Rob? Lin Feng chuckled. Wasn't he already doing that? The effect had already been broadcasted. The top weapon in the entire server, once equipped, would instantly elevate one to 1st place. Moreover, there were numerous onlookers and photographers, all spontaneous promoters who could assist in his publicity. Regardless of whether the item sold, he had already profited. Lin Feng sauntered out of Ningdu City towards the next quest location. Meanwhile, news quickly reached the Heavenly Emperor. "Boss, what excellent equipment. This item seems to have dropped from the Demon Suppression Tower. What should we do, boss?" He is becoming increasingly arrogant. "Our efforts seem ineffective." Shangguan Tinga stood not far from the shop, watching the bustling scene with a grim expression. The Heavenly Emperor declared, "Since this fellow is so obstinate, do not blame me for being rude. Go infiltrate his guild and recruit anyone with a crafting profession." "But boss, how do we do that? They are well treated in the Great Merchant Dynasty." The Heavenly Emperor insisted. "I don't believe it. Offer them money for a level 2 crafting profession. I'll give them a base salary of 3,000, and for a level 3 crafting profession, 5,000. Let us see if they come or not." "Understood, boss." "Also, have the stall owners tell them I will double their deposit compensation to entice them to come to the Heavenly Palace." "Yes, boss." Chapter 49. The Sudden Attack. Shangguan Tinga launches a business war. Lin Feng knew Shangguan Tinga would act quickly. He just didn't expect it to be this swift. Upon arriving at the leveling spot and not having defeated many monsters, bad news spread through the guild. Boss, I'm sorry, but I need to withdraw from the guild. Can you refund my money? Boss, me too. I'm quitting the game. It's not that I want to leave. I genuinely have matters to attend to in real life. Can I withdraw? Ding. Player. Ku Zhongzhuo Lu has exited the guild. Ding. Player. Wu Gongzi has exited the guild. A collective exodus of over 10 players sought to leave the guild. Some merchant players shamelessly requested their deposits back. Come on, are you kidding? ISNT, the heavenly palace that is pulling you away? They pull me too, Tian Wang remarked. What is the fuss about? ISNT at just 5,000. Shang Tianzi stated, the great merchant dynasty has always been a free guild. Come when you like and leave when you wish. I don't mind, but regarding the deposit, I've said it before. You must stay for a year, and I can't help that. Ming Wang added, exactly. Do you not know what kind of people you are? Being duplicitous is quite disgusting. Damn it, Shang Tianzi, you are truly despicable. Indeed, Wei Haven T violated any regulations. Lin Feng chose not to engage in further discussions with them. He directly kicked out those clamoring to leave the guild. In less than half an hour, around 30 individuals had withdrawn. Boss, our leader said for you to be sensible and sell the guild. Boss, the price our leader offered is quite generous. Others openly posted such messages on the board. Lin Feng continued to expel them. After a while, silence enveloped the atmosphere, clearly indicating low morale. The Heavenly Palace had sent messages to nearly everyone. Some were still on the fence, genuinely tempted. However, Lin Feng remained unconcerned. Is there anyone else who wishes to leave? Now is the time. Those who just left are duplicitous, and I want to refund the deposit. I'll make it clear now. If anyone else wants to go, I can refund a small amount of gold coins for the deposit, although it's not much, but it's true. I give you 3 seconds to consider. 3, 2, 1. Oddly enough, while many had wanted to leave earlier, now no one seemed inclined to depart. A smile crept across Lin Feng's lips. Excellent. I truly appreciate the Heavenly Palace's leader. Ha ha ha. Everyone felt that the boss's words were as difficult to suppress as an AK-47. I think I understand now. Oh my boss, you struck gold. But wait, there is no need to be that delighted. Lin Feng indeed profited, and moreover, Shangguan Tiange had inadvertently helped him eliminate disloyal members with his own resources. Shang Tianzi addressed the group. Everyone, I firmly believe that opportunities do not simply drop from the sky. I have stated before that we gather here to be our own bosses. Thanks to the Heavenly Palace for helping us select talent. Let those individuals leave to earn a monthly income of 2,000 or 3,000. Those who leave are merely players who find it unprofitable within the guild. True earners like the seasoned vendors can make at least 5,000, with some even exceeding 10,000. They are astute individuals, acutely aware that their success stems from operating under the illustrious banner of the great merchant dynasty. Merchant sovereign, cadres, please tally the number of departures. For those wishing to leave, kindly vacate your positions for the newcomers. Our great merchant dynasty is not in want of personnel. Understood, boss. As long as a few key individuals remain, it is ultimately beneficial for the great merchant dynasty. In the end, only 46 members departed, with 20 being seasoned vendors and 26 from the life profession, as the latter had no deposit obligations. While compiling the statistics, another voice rose in urgency. Boss, we have another issue. Merchant sovereign, calm down, what is it? There are many vendors from the Heavenly Palace setting up stalls nearby, and their prices are slightly lower than ours. Indeed, my potions are priced at 20 gold coins, while theirs are at 19. Merchant sovereign, is the impact significant? Not particularly, as we have many loyal customers who wouldn't switch for just 1 gold coin. Merchant sovereign, then let us maintain our course. Report any developments immediately. Yes, boss. While external turbulence brewed, Lin Feng remained focused on leveling up, a smile perpetually gracing his face. Shangguan Tiange, I initially believed you to be formidable. But is this all you have? If it's a business battle, then let it commence. In his previous life, Shangguan Tiange was an unreachable titan for him. However, Lin Feng possessed 5 years of gaming experience from his past life. His vendor expertise encapsulated the entire evolution of the game, with predecessors having navigated countless pitfalls, including those laid by Shangguan Tiange. Currently, Shangguan Tiange was merely a wealthy second-generation heir attempting to outperform Lin Feng in the game using real-world tactics, an endeavor doomed to fail. Recruiting members? Engaging in price wars? Did he think this was reality? As Lin Feng had predicted, it wasn't long before someone in the guild called out, "Boss, they've lowered their prices again. Special potions of level 1 have gone from 50 gold coins to 45. What should we do, boss? Our sales are dwindling. Should we lower our prices?" Merchant Sovereign, why panic? Take your time. It's only been a short while. A price reduction is out of the question. Wait until I finish my tasks. All right, boss, you should see the names of their stalls. It's absurd. Lin Feng remained unperturbed, taking over 2 hours to complete 2 tasks and level up to 19. He leisurely returned to the city center, which was bustling with activity. The number of vendors had noticeably increased, and alongside the stalls proudly displaying the Great Merchant Dynasty's golden insignia, many from the Heavenly Palace had appeared. Yet, they lacked the striking emblem that distinguished the Great Merchant Dynasty. Vendors associated with the Great Merchant Dynasty, like Lin Feng, bore an unmatched golden sign, a distinction unattainable by others. The Heavenly Palace stalls bore blunt names. Cheaper than the Great Merchant next door, Heavenly Palace products are guaranteed quality at a lower price than the neighboring stall. Everything here is cheaper than next door. As Lin Feng strolled through the crowd, he browsed each stall, discovering that consumables, materials, and equipment were all offered at lower prices. Merchant Sovereign, how's business? Sales are average, about half of what they usually are. That's acceptable. We're still making sales. But many vendors have messaged us requesting a price drop. Boss, I'm struggling here. It's been an hour without a sale, and 5 people are crowding my stall. One of the guild members was surrounded by stalls, yet had made no sales, a common plight. The Heavenly Palace's encroachment, coupled with other envious guilds meddling, exacerbated the situation. Boss, should we lower our prices? With the golden insignia, we're bound to come out on top. Yes, boss, let us lower them. The seasoned vendors within the guild urged Lin Feng to reduce prices. Lin Feng, however, firmly stated, no price reductions. If you can't sell, go level up. Anyone who suggests lowering prices will be expelled from the guild. Silence enveloped the guild in response. Meanwhile, Shangwan Tiange received feedback. Boss, our sales are thriving, but the Great Merchant Dynasty members are still moving products. The Heavenly Emperor smirked coldly. Selling? Today, I shall bring the Great Merchant Dynasty to its knees, ensuring they cannot sell a single item, forcing them to lower their prices. Chapter 50. Have we sold everything? Shangwan Tiange was taken aback. What? You want to lower prices again? They LLB at cost, and we one team make any profit. Indeed, boss, isn't this a loss for us? Stall operations incur costs, and these individuals were hired by Shangwan Tiange, especially those who originally belonged to the Great Merchant Dynasty, who even assisted in paying their deposits. The Heavenly Emperor retorted, what do you know? This is about market share. Once we dominate the market, the entire game's economy will be ours. Understood, boss. The Heavenly Emperor commanded. Everyone, post on the forum. All vendors should announce it loudly. Today, I will show Merchant Sovereign who the true boss is. Yes, boss. In no time, posts flooded the forum like falling snow. Heavenly Palace opens for business, set to replace the Great Merchant Dynasty. Trust the Heavenly Palace for your purchases. Sincerity is our secret weapon. The Heavenly Palace is targeting the Great Merchant Dynasty. Beyond the forum, every stall in the city echoed the same phrase. Potions, equipment, materials. Choose the Heavenly Palace for superior value over the Great Merchant. This was an all-out commercial war. As the two guilds clashed, other factions reveled in the chaos. Discussions abounded in the forum and the city regarding the rivalry between the Great Merchant Dynasty and the Heavenly Palace. I've heard that the Heavenly Palace is backed by a major consortium. No wonder their prices are so low. I've purchased quite a bit. Indeed, it's genuinely cheaper. Compared to them, the Great Merchant Dynasty seems like a scam. I'll only buy from the Heavenly Palace from now on. It remained uncertain whether there were any paid posters among them. One must concede that Shangwan Tiange's strategy was astute. The Heavenly Palace's stalls thrived, while those of the Great Merchant Dynasty floundered. Boss, what do we do? I can't sell anything. Yes. They're all flocking to the neighboring stalls. If we don't lower prices, today's sales will only amount to 200 gold coins. The great merchant dynasty was on the verge of collapse. The Heavenly Palace's momentum was fierce, and if this continued, their reputation would soon eclipse that of the great merchant dynasty. Lin Feng chose not to respond to his guild members, but instead roamed the stalls once more. Suddenly, he called out, "Everyone, cease operations." "What? Boss, are we lowering prices?" "Excellent. Let these fools know we are the true kings of the market." "Yes, I've been waiting for this." "Boss, what price are we setting?" "Merchant Sovereign, no more stalls. Buy everything from the Heavenly Palace stalls next to you." "What? Are you serious?" "Merchant Sovereign, buy, everyone buy." Boss said to buy. Don't hesitate. Everyone from Qianjintang, purchase from the Heavenly Palace. Do you still doubt the boss's judgment? Buy. Don't worry about losing money, just buy. Despite some skepticism, many complied with the command. Lin Feng, not idle, began to purchase a vast array of items from the Heavenly Palace stalls. Materials, potions, charms, and equipment. These consumables were in rapid circulation. Lin Feng was relentless, and before long, he spent 5 million gold coins, clearing the entire area of stock. Other members of the great merchant dynasty spent nearly 20 million gold coins, completely depleting all stalls. Players hoping to make purchases were left dumbfounded. This news swiftly reached Shangguan Tinga's ears. "Heavenly Emperor, how is it going? Our business is booming, isn't it?" My dear boss, business is thriving to such an extent that no one is purchasing from the great merchant dynasty anymore. They have all abandoned their stalls." Heavenly Emperor, laughs if you go and poach from the great merchant dynasty. I have faith that their stall holders will surely flock to our guild. "That's not it. Boss, our own goods have sold out." Heavenly Emperor, sold out? What is there to fear? Keep going. Everything is gone. And those who bought our goods were all from the great merchant dynasty. The smile on Shangguan Tinga's face instantly froze, and he exclaimed in disbelief. "What did you say? Who made the purchases?" "All of them were bought by the great merchant dynasty. Our inventory has been entirely cleared out." Heavenly Emperor, get someone to produce more. Go gather raw materials. Raw materials. We just sold them all to the great merchant dynasty. Heavenly Emperor, boss, why are you silent? Boss, should we go to the great merchant dynasty to buy raw materials? Heavenly Emperor, shouts get lost. Shangguan Tinga sat down, lost and disheartened. This was not right. It was not as he had envisioned. In reality, price wars were always effective. Why was it not the same in the game? Other players were merely spectators, watching the drama unfold. Within just half a day, the goods at the Heavenly Palace stalls had been sold out. TSK. It seems the Heavenly Palace has struck gold this time. Indeed, selling so much. With a low profit margin, it's quite lucrative. From now on, the great merchant dynasty cannot monopolize. It's truly gratifying. These players, witnessing the bustling stalls in the city, believed wholeheartedly that the Heavenly Palace had won. Lin Feng stood among them, unable to suppress his cold laughter. What did these spectators know? The reason the great merchant dynasty could establish a monopoly was not due to malice, but because their goods were inherently priced for low profit and high sales. The true outcome was about to be revealed. Merchant Emperor, stalls will maintain the same prices. We will not lower them. Yes, boss. With a clamor, over 100 players simultaneously set up stalls, displaying their golden signs. Great merchant dynasty, honest dealings for all. Fair price goods, low profit and high sales. Buy high, sell low. Welcome to purchase. The names of their stalls were quite impressive, worthy of scholarly pursuit. The spectators initially thought that the great merchant dynasty had finally lowered their prices and eagerly clicked to check. To their dismay, the prices had not dropped at all. This is absurd. They refuse to lower prices. They might as well prepare for bankruptcy. If they hold on to their stock, they will be doomed. They intended to turn and buy from the Heavenly Palace, but were similarly dismayed to find that the Heavenly Palace's goods were entirely sold out. What is going on? Heavenly Palace, where are your potions? I came to buy potions, and you ask if I have any to sell? Are you out of your mind? Heavenly Palace, are you even capable? Without inventory, what business can you conduct? Everyone, hurry to the forum. There's a post that's hilarious. I saw it too. It's about the commercial war between the Heavenly Palace and the Great Merchant Dynasty, posted by Jiangnan Swordsman. I find it quite insightful. In an instant, the spectators flocked to the forum. Chapter 51. Will the Great Merchant Dynasty collapse? The Guild War begins on the forum. Jiangnan swordsmen's post topped the list, addressing their lingering doubts. The title of the post read, "The game is not reality. You cannot replicate the ride-hailing and grocery shopping software model. Please enter to view my analysis." This commercial war began without warning. I am friends with Merchant Emperor and have some insider knowledge. In fact, this war started early today, with the Heavenly Palace aggressively poaching from the Great Merchant Dynasty, displaying remarkable strength. When capital enters the world of Jianghu, is that truly a good thing? Do you genuinely believe capital has good intentions? They thrive on familiar exploitation. This is common knowledge. The Heavenly Palace initiated a price drop to squeeze the market, then sold their items at cost price. This tactic should be familiar, right? Haha, I believe many players are aware. As a result, Merchant Emperor led the Great Merchant Dynasty to purchase all items from the Heavenly Palace. Now, the Heavenly Palace has nothing left to sell. Upon reading this, many players grasped the situation. No wonder all of the Heavenly Palace's stalls had been cleared. At this point, some might say the Great Merchant Dynasty is unscrupulous. And indeed they are. However, they are part of the Jianghu. Their desire for monopoly stems from low profit and high sales. Next, we shall examine the cost analysis. Jiangnan swordsmen provided numerous examples. Considering transaction fees, it was evident that the Heavenly Palace was selling at a loss, while the Great Merchant Dynasty's profits ranged between 15 to 20, deducting a 5 fee, leaving a mere 10 to 15 profit. His post was well-reasoned, leaving no room for doubt. In summary, the Heavenly Palace aimed to undermine the Great Merchant Dynasty, but instead, they ended up ensnared. Shangguan Tiange attempted to apply real-world strategies, yet they proved ineffective in this realm. Jiangnan swordsmen inadvertently assisted the Great Merchant Dynasty by advertising their recruitment for free. After thorough analysis, any merchant could see that aligning with a principled faction like the Great Merchant Dynasty promised a bright future. Now, the pressing issue was that the Great Merchant Dynasty had an abundance of goods, risking a surplus. In the game, the Great Merchant Dynasty continued to set up stalls, while the Heavenly Palace's stalls had vanished. Within the guild, doubts faded, replaced by incessant flattery. Boss is incredible. He defeated the opponent with such a simple method. At this moment, having no moves is better than having flashy ones. This is hilarious. He helped us rid ourselves of foolish teammates, and even promoted us. Upon hearing these remarks, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. In his previous life, the model had already been established, despite appearing to be a simple price war. It was a strategy developed by predecessors. This pie was larger than anyone had imagined. If Lin Feng were in Shangguan Tiange's position, armed with capital, he would certainly match the prices of the Great Merchant Dynasty, gradually building his brand and capturing the market. However, boss, I have a question. What are we to do with all the excess goods? Yes, boss, there's far too much. We can't sell it all in time, and as levels rise, the prices of these goods will plummet. They are suffering losses, and we are not profiting either. We may even incur losses. The sole dilemma was the overwhelming surplus of items in the hands of the Great Merchant Dynasty, excluding the auction house and other stall holders. The Great Merchant Dynasty possessed at least 50% of the total inventory in Ningdu City. If they couldn't sell it, they would face significant losses. After the initial excitement, concerns began to surface. Don't forget, our guild leader has purchased the most. Everyone fell silent. Yet, Lin Feng wore a mysterious smile. There will be an opportunity. Wait for tomorrow. What do you mean? What will happen tomorrow? Merchant Emperor. Tomorrow, I will ensure each of you earns abundantly. Really, boss? Boss, I'm not well read. Don't deceive me. What will happen tomorrow? Merchant Emperor. We'll discuss that tomorrow. I need to level up. Boss means tomorrow is tomorrow. Merchant Emperor. Stall work is secondary. Don't forget to level up. Understood, boss. Regardless of the external discussions surrounding this smoke-free commercial war, Lin Feng threw himself into relentless leveling after resolving the matters at hand. A day later, he finally elevated his level to 20. Ding! Congratulations, player. Merchant Emperor has reached level 20. Automatically accepted hidden class transfer quest. Rogue Merchant Path. Rogue Merchant Path. The ambition of a rogue merchant is not confined to a single city, but extends to the world, aiming to expand the influence of the great merchant dynasty to other cities. Quest objective: travel to Hongdu City and Sudu City, bribe the city lords, and become an official merchant. Quest reward: class transfer. The long-anticipated second transfer had finally arrived. Just as the system notification chimed, a public announcement echoed. Announcement: congratulations player, Big Watermelon, for successfully reaching level 25, becoming the top player on the leaderboard. Announcement: with a player reaching level 25. The guild territory war in Ningdu City has automatically commenced. Gang territory conquest. Each gang can apply to participate in the territorial battle by submitting a deposit to a specific NPC. The two gangs with the highest deposits will engage in a territorial contest every Saturday. The victorious gang will hold the territory for 1 week, during which the shops and NPCs within the territory will levy taxes on the occupying gang. Ningdu City territories: South City, Level 1, North City, Level 1, West City, Level 1, East City, Level 1. Note: a gang can occupy multiple territories simultaneously. Upon the announcement, the entirety of Ningdu City erupted in excitement. Wow, this sounds amazing. Isn't this akin to a siege? It feels reminiscent of the Sand City days. The world truly does not allow us to live in peace. The world understands the human heart. Seeking tranquility is impossible. The gang competition had begun. Lin Feng was eagerly anticipating this gang rivalry. The martial world of Tianxia was now unfolding, and the arms trade was poised to reach its first peak. Today was Friday, the day to apply for the gang competition. All guilds were preparing for this moment. Soon, various system notifications echoed throughout the realm. Gang, Jiangnan Hall, bet, South City, bet amount, 1 million gold coins. As the territories were freshly opened and unclaimed, they were all at the lowest level of 1. The minimum deposit was 1,000 gold coins, while the maximum reached 1 million gold coins. Victors could reclaim their deposits, while the losers would forfeit theirs, leaving them with nothing. Indeed, the world of Tianxia was starkly transparent and manipulative. Jiangnan Hall moved swiftly, placing the highest bet. Other gangs followed suit. Gang, Qingyan Sect, bet, North City, bet amount, 10,000 gold coins. Gang, Empire City, bet, South City, bet amount, 1 million gold coins. Gang, White Robe Sword Sect, successfully surpassed. Qingyan Sect, bet, North City, bet amount, 15,000 gold coins. Gang, Killing Dance, bet, East City, bet amount, 20,000 gold coins. More and more gangs entered the fray, raising their bets. The inaugural gang competition was undoubtedly a battle that would solidify gang standings. No gang would concede. The chat of the great merchant dynasty was equally animated. Boss, should we give it a try? Yes, it seems quite entertaining. Let us go for North City. It's cheaper. Chapter 52. The eve of gang competition, frenzy players. North City indeed had a lower price, and the competing gangs were not particularly formidable. Although all 4 territories of Ningdu City were merely level 1, they differed significantly. The South City hosted numerous NPCs selling potions and repairing equipment, ensuring a steady influx of gold and a high player count. In contrast, North City had the fewest players, almost devoid of activity. Well, if you put it that way, West City hasn't been bid on yet. Yeah, what use is a worthless territory? Boss, I still think North City is the best choice. Even if we can't win, we can still garner some publicity. Shang Tianzi, whether we fight or which territory we choose, let's not linger. Everyone return to the city and set up stalls. Coming, boss. Right, setting up stalls. Haha, boss. I get your drift now. Only now did they realize that if they were not part of the great merchant dynasty, they would hardly have a chance to sell anything. Everyone was eager to witness the unfolding drama, anxiously awaiting the system's countdown. However, the members of the great merchant dynasty raced back to the city, uniformly setting up stalls with identical names. Great merchant dynasty, supplies for conquest, fair prices for all. In the central square of Ningdu City, a dazzling array of stalls flourished in business. Upon witnessing this scene, Shang Tiange was infuriated. Are we out of stock? Yes, boss. The raw materials have skyrocketed. What? We just bought the raw materials and they increased a bit, But now, with the system announcement, they have risen further. Shang Tinga staggered, nearly fainting. His eyes widened, gasping for breath. You mean to say that the great merchant dynasty not only didn't incur losses, but also purchased our raw materials at the lowest price? Boss, you're truly brilliant. Brilliant, my foot. Get out of here. Shang Tinga was on the verge of losing his temper. Money was trivial, merely 30 million gold coins, 3 million in cash. Yet, this was his ambitious first venture into the world of Tianxia. His reputation was tarnished. One misstep led to another. Observing the square, the stall operators of the great merchant dynasty were gradually exiting the stall mode due to insufficient stock. His heart bled. Now, wanted to purchase raw materials? Ridiculous. The life crafting players from the great merchant dynasty were working tirelessly, crafting goods that could not keep up with demand. Boss, we VE sold out. What now? What do you expect? If we're sold out, then what can we do? Our business is booming. Today's sales in 1 hour equal a week's worth. Shang Tianzi, brothers, let us not forget those who dug the well when we drink water. The Heavenly Emperor is right by the central square. Those who have sold out, go thank him. Boss, that is so touching. I'll head over right now. What followed was an incident that left everyone in stitches. After selling out, the stall operators of the great merchant dynasty didn't go to the warehouse to restock. Instead, they approached the Heavenly Emperor. Bowing before him, they expressed gratitude. Thank you. Boss, you were generous. I'll be back to buy next time. How polite they were, becoming a striking feature of Ningdu City. The Heavenly Emperor trembled with rage. Great merchant dynasty, Shang Tianzi. Damn it. After cursing, he logged off in frustration. This time, he truly had to thank Shang Tinga. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had so many goods to sell. Lin Feng sincerely remarked. He had no time for class transfer tasks and returned to the shop. The entrance was crowded with people. Had he not been the owner, he might not have been able to enter. Upon opening the shop interface, Lin Feng's smile stretched from ear to ear. The gold coins in the shop had already reached 10 million, coupled with the 10 million in his inventory. The total was 20 million gold coins. In just over a day, 15 million had transformed into 20 million, netting a profit of 5 million gold coins. Shang Tinga, you are a good person. Shang Tianzi, why are the level 3 potions sold out? Shang Tianzi, do you still have any level 20 trash equipment? Sorry, esteemed ones. The stock in the shop is limited. Once sold out, it's gone. The items in Lin Feng's shop were continuously depleting, many slots now empty. He reacted swiftly, beginning to adjust prices in the shop. Ding, are you sure you want to modify the product prices? Confirm. Congratulations, price modification successful. Wait, why have the prices surged so high? Wow, that's exorbitant. Lin Feng had previously stated that potions, consumables, and raw materials could not be marked up, but he never specified that equipment couldn't be. Equipment prices naturally fluctuated with the market. Each piece of equipment had distinct attributes, leading to different prices. Lin Feng adjusted not just any equipment, but the 2 most premium items, Lotus Demon's Grievance and Lotus Demon's Gift. Lotus Demon's Grievance, golden equipment, 1. 5 million gold coins. Lotus Demon's Gift, red equipment, 10 million gold coins. Seriously? You've doubled the prices. Boss, why don't you just rob us? I almost forgot. You're a shrewd merchant. What are you all whining about? I don't understand why you're upset. These items were never affordable. So why does it matter if I raise the prices? Ridiculous. I was just about to buy that necklace. Lin Feng stood in his shop with a smile. It's merely market fluctuation. My apologies, everyone. In the gang competition, war supplies were crucial. But top-tier equipment was equally important, as both gangs would be competing. Thankfully, he made the adjustments early. Just as the prices were adjusted, someone squeezed into the crowd. It was a male player, a healer named Medical Saint Emperor from the gang Empire City. His gaze landed on the Lotus Demon's Grievance, frowning as he exclaimed, 1. 5 million? Just a moment ago, wasn't it only 800,000? Lin Feng maintained a smile. Boss, the price has increased. You truly are a shrewd merchant. Can you lower a bit? How about 1,000,000? In the great merchant dynasty, we are fair to all, no bargaining allowed. 1,000,000 is acceptable. You've profited handsomely, Merchant Emperor. Who would complain about having too much money? Indeed, you boast about your prowess. Yet if I cannot afford it, I shall simply purchase it myself. Suddenly, another individual, a male doctor, squeezed his way through the crowd. His name seemed familiar. Well-built chest, affiliated with the gang Zhang Hall. He pushed through the throng and directly seized the gifted staff of the Lotus Fairy, spending 10,000,000 gold coins. This spectacle left everyone astonished. Ding! Congratulations! The great merchant dynasty has sold equipment. Gifted staff for the Lotus Fairy. Chapter 53. Undertaking the second transition quest, Journey to Hongdu City No Way. I hesitated for just a second. And the equipment is gone? Hurry! The bracelet is still available. The weapon worth 10,000,000 gold coins had vanished in an instant. But the 500,000 gold coin bracelet remained. The Divine Dr. Emperor was about to purchase the Lotus Fairy's grievance. Ding! The item you wish to purchase is sold out. He stood frozen in place. A well-built chest joyfully remarked from the side, I am the #1 healer in the entire server. Saying this, he donned 2 pieces of equipment, which were indeed impressive. Upon wearing them, his weapon ascended to the top of the rankings. Observing well-built chest's triumphant expression, the Divine Dr. Emperor gritted his teeth in frustration. You think you can outspend me? You cannot surpass me. Well-built chest smirked derisively, turning to leave with great nonchalance. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, staring at the cold figure of 11,500,000, and after a moment, he messaged Jiangnan Swordsman. Merchant Emperor, you will buy it. 11,500,000 gold coins. I'll split it with you. Jiangnan Swordsman. Let us say 5,000,000 gold coins for me. Convert it all into military supplies. Are you sure? Absolutely. Do you require equipment, elixirs, and talismans? I need them all. Currently, military supplies were in high demand, with all the gangs in Ningdu City hoarding them in anticipation of tomorrow's gang competition. Lin Feng's business was thriving. However, procuring 5,000,000 gold coins worth of military supplies was no small feat since you do not have specific preferences. That's splendid. Lin Feng promptly removed several items from his shop, and by consolidating all the elixirs, medicines, and talismans stored in the gang's warehouse over the past few days, he gathered approximately 5,000,000 gold coins worth of military supplies. He found Jiangnan Swordsman and engaged in a series of transactions. Jiangnan Swordsman gazed at the substantial collection of level 2 and level 3 potions and could not help but exclaim, in the entire game, you must be the only one capable of producing such a quantity. Ha! Ningdu City is like this. I cannot claim to represent the entire game. Please do not exaggerate my capabilities. I merely run a street stall. Don't you retain anything for your own gang? By the way, which territory are you fighting for? I haven't seen you participating in the auction. Jiangnan Swordsman inquired curiously. All the prominent gangs in Ningdu City participated in the auction. Yet the renowned Great Merchant Dynasty remained unusually silent, causing many to speculate. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Enough of that. You are my boss. How can a seller and buyer compete for business? Jiangnan Swordsman hesitated for a moment before suddenly saying, Brother, I have an idea. Oh, do share. Subsequently, Jiangnan Swordsman conveyed his thoughts to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's smile broadened. Brother Jiangnan, your idea aligns perfectly with my thoughts. Why didn't you say so earlier? I was merely being modest, allowing you to speak first. Let us proceed with this plan. After parting ways, Lin Feng headed westward towards the city. Everyone was fervently leveling up. Even members of the Great Merchant Dynasty were engaged in the grind. The average level of the entire gang had now reached level 18. After completing his tasks, Lin Feng boarded a carriage at the station, paid a fare of 1,000 gold coins, and set off for Hongdu City. The game world of the heavens encompasses virtually the entire globe's map, and upon entering the game, players are allocated cities based on their starting locations. Until reaching level 50, all tasks are undertaken within their respective cities, with no need to travel elsewhere. Only after level 50 can players venture to other cities. To Lin Feng's surprise, his quest led him to Hongdu City at level 20, which was another major city. In reality, the distance from Ningdu City to Hongdu City is approximately a 2-hour car ride. However, in the game, this duration is certainly much shorter. 10 minutes later, ding. The carriage has arrived at Hongdu City. Please disembark. Curious, Lin Feng drew back the curtain of the carriage, revealing the main city of Hongdu. Observing his surroundings, he noted the throngs of people, a bustling street lined with a large river flowing alongside, and quaint zhong bridges, imparting an antiquated charm to the entire Hongdu City. The brilliance of World of the Heavens lies in its ability to integrate the essence of real-world styles into each major city. Players hurried past, steeped in the atmosphere of leveling up. It seems there are even players at level 25 in Hongdu City. Lin Feng mumbled to himself. Before reaching level 50, each city's leaderboard is independent. While they are aware of each other's existence, they do not pay much attention. Lin Feng did not linger. As time was of the essence, he needed to return before midnight. The quest required him to find the city lords of Hongdu and Sudu without providing any directional guidance. Lin Feng approached the NPC at the station and curiously inquired, "Excuse me, how do I get to the city lord's mansion?" The station attendant chuckled. "Ha, esteemed guest. Our horses are of the finest quality. Would you like to purchase one?" "Oh, I'm afraid you must reach level 30 to buy one." This NPC was evidently lacking in intelligence. Lin Feng walked away helplessly and grabbed another player nearby. "Brother, can you tell me how to get to the city lord's mansion?" "Don't pull at me. Who are you calling brother?" The player was a short man named Worldly Sage. It was unclear what led him to create such a diminutive avatar. Perhaps he thought a small character could evade attacks in the game. Paired with his lofty name, it appeared quite comical. Worldly Sage sized up Lin Feng, and his previously impatient demeanor vanished, replaced by astonishment. "Wow, a visitor from Ningdu City? Can you tell?" Worldly Sage pointed at Lin Feng's head. "ISNT it written there?" At some point, a pale green text had appeared next to Merchant Emperor's name. Ningdu City. Lin Feng smiled. "Yes, I am from Ningdu City. Could you please tell me where the city lord's mansion is?" "The city lord's mansion? I'll take you there." Once Worldly Sage learned Lin Feng hailed from Ningdu City, his enthusiasm markedly increased. "Brother, are the monsters in Ningdu City the same as ours?" "Indeed." "Wow, does Ningdu City have any famous figures?" "None." "Brother, you truly do not know. Have you seen the leaderboard of Hongdu City? I rank 769th on the level leaderboard." "ISNT that impressive?" "Very impressive. You are truly a social butterfly." Lin Feng found himself rather helpless. However, while Worldly Sage was somewhat talkative, he was genuinely helpful. In no time, he led Lin Feng to a grand residence, where the words City Lord's Mansion were prominently displayed. Lin Feng smiled. "Thank you for guiding me, brother." Worldly Sage patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. "We are all mates here. No need for pleasantries. So, can I leave now? Are you leaving?" "I'm not in a hurry. I'm familiar with the City Lord's Mansion. I'll take you inside," Worldly Sage insisted, dragging Lin Feng toward the City Lord's Mansion. Just as they approached, the guards at the entrance blocked their way. NPC guard. City Lord's Mansion. No entry allowed. Worldly Sage's temper flared, igniting instantly as he shouted, "Are you blind? Can't you see he came with me? He is my brother." Outside the City Lord's Mansion, the street was bustling with activity. Upon recognizing Worldly Sage, some onlookers couldn't help but tease. "Oh, ISNT that him? That one. The fraud, the little con artist causing trouble again?" Chapter 54. The Deceitful Master of the Outsider. What a ridiculous plot, ah. Do you see who stands beside him? From Ningdu City? Is he from Ningdu City? Has this scoundrel deceived an outsider? Hey, Brother Shang Tianzi, you must not fall for his tricks. He is nothing but a fraud. The people from Hongdu City are quite warm-hearted. Upon learning that Lin Feng hails from Ningdu City, they hurriedly warned him. From their words, Lin Feng discerned that the player known as the Master of the Outsider is a professional swindler, notorious and despised throughout Hongdu City. What is even more alarming is that the Master of the Outsider is engrossed in his own world of gaming. He genuinely believes himself to be the master of the realm, and the game's high degree of freedom has led him to revel in it. In his own words, "The world is full of all kinds of people. I am merely a deceiver. Is that not permissible? We are all playing a game. Why should you concern yourself with how I play? Such a deranged individual cannot be bested in an argument. Initially, one might think that such gameplay is beyond reproach. But once, the master of the outsider, under the guise of his game name, impersonated an NPC and swindled a novice player out of 1,000 gold coins. This act irrevocably tarnished his reputation. No one in Hongdu City wishes to befriend the master of the outsider. Upon hearing others slander him, the master held his head high and disdainfully retorted, "Well, you know, I am helping him, brother. Ignore them. I will take you inside." NPC. This is the Lord's estate. No outsiders may enter. NPC. If you dare to force your way in, I shall strike you down. Ha ha, fool, did you hear that? You are leading an outsider into a pit of flames. After being slain by the NPC, he returned. What? You are familiar with the Lord? How absurd. Unfazed by the questioning, the master of the outsider addressed the NPC guard. I will say this one last time. I want to take my brother inside. He is with me. Do you dare to deny him entry? NPC. He may enter. You may not. Master of the outsider. Ha! The onlookers roared with laughter. What a disgrace. Utterly embarrassing. This fraud is too amusing. Lin Feng shook his head in resignation. He detests swindlers above all else. Yet, he maintained a polite tone. Brother Master, I shall enter on my own. Thank you for showing me the way. The master of the outsider awkwardly replied, Well, don't listen to them. Understood. Thank you again. Lin Feng did not wish to engage further, merely smiled and proceeded into the Lord's estate. He was merely passing through to complete a task, a fleeting encounter, akin to a landscape traversed in the martial world. They may never meet again. The NPC guard personally escorted Lin Feng into the Lord's estate. Casting aside the earlier incident, he began to contemplate the task at hand, which required him to bribe the lords of Hongdu City and Suda City. He wondered how much this bribe would cost. Just as he pondered this, the NPC led him to the grand hall of the estate, where 3 NPCs sat, engaged in cheerful conversation over tea. The names of the 3 NPCs were Lord of Ningdu City, Lord of Hongdu City, and Lord of Suda City. Lin Feng's eyes widened in surprise. All 3 are present? Upon Lin Feng's arrival, the Lord of Ningdu City immediately rose to greet him. The young master Shang Tianzi has arrived. Gentlemen, allow me to introduce you. He is the wealthiest man from Ningdu City. Lin Feng was taken aback. When did he become the wealthiest man in Ningdu City? Lord, I was unaware of this. The other 2 lords regarded him with admiration. Indeed, quite impressive for one so young. Lord Ning continued. He has come bearing many gifts for you both. As he spoke, he gestured for Lin Feng to present the items. Items? What items? Lin Feng was speechless at the plot, failing to remind them of what to bring. The smile of Lord Ning instantly faltered, a cunning glint in his eyes. What? Your items were stolen? What stolen? Lord Hongdu stood up in unison. Could be Lu Feng? Yes, it was he. Lin Feng replied, I apologize for the embarrassment. Such a scoundrel has emerged from Hongdu City. Lord Ning interjected sternly. Lord Hongdu, there is no need for further discussion. We from Ningdu City will handle this ourselves. Shang Tianzi is not to be trifled with. He is our ally. System notification. Due to the absence of a bribe, Lord Ning has devised a new quest for you. Your task is to apprehend the notorious bandit Lu Feng from Hongdu City and recover the silver notes he possesses to use as a bribe for the 2 lords. The quest was updated immediately. Lord Ning kindly escorted Lin Feng out. Speaking earnestly, Shang Tianzi, I have secured this opportunity for you. Do not let me down. Even after leaving the Lord's estate, Lin Feng remained bewildered. One absurd plot. No, I haven't even spoken yet. Is this some kind of joke? Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, after his departure, the 3 lords of Hongdu City exhaled in relief. They huddled together, whispering, How do you find this plot arrangement? Will he believe it? Does it matter if he believes it? I did not foresee his task unfolding this way. Damn it, without a script, how am I to perform? Fortunately, I am a genius. I cleverly redirected the plot towards Lu Feng. After work, I shall hold that design department scoundrel accountable. Lin Feng could never have imagined that key NPCs like the lords were all portrayed by employees of Tianxia Company. Although the entire game is governed by a supercomputer, It is not flawlessly constructed. Lin Feng, with his unique profession, had no storyline inputted into the supercomputer, as no one could have known of this profession so swiftly. Alas, I wonder how he triggered this profession, throwing our plans into disarray. Now, the only course of action is to amend within the rules. Otherwise, the supercomputer would never consent. After exiting the Lord's estate, Lin Feng opened his quest log. Indeed, it clearly indicated the quest objective, the bandit Lu Feng, currently located 10 miles outside of Hongdu City. Regardless of how foolish the plot may be, completing the task is paramount. Chapter 55. The unusual behavior of the master of the outsider, the more Lin Feng contemplated, the more he felt deceived. Just after stepping out of the Lord's estate, someone rushed toward him. "Brother, you finally arrived." It was none other than the master of the outsider. To his surprise, he had been waiting all this time. Lin Feng politely smiled. "Thank you. I have already accepted the quest. Perhaps we shall meet again by chance. Where are you off to? Shall I accompany you?" "Apologies, I have matters to attend to." Without further ado, he headed in the direction indicated by the quest. The master of the outsider did not take offense, following closely behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt troubled, unable to fathom the master's intentions. Was he attempting to deceive him? "Brother Master, I am truly engaged in a quest. Could you refrain from following me?" The master scratched his head. No worries. I will just follow along. If you find me bothersome, I shall remain silent. I am not a beauty. Your trailing me is quite awkward." Given that the master had at least assisted him, Lin Feng felt it inappropriate to harm him. With no other choice, he allowed the master to accompany him. Exiting through the western gate of Hongdu City led them into a dense forest, where minor monsters like wolves and masked bandits would spawn along the path. Although these creatures were only level 10, making them suitable for new players to level up, many were already struggling to find even a single monster, as more and more players flocked to the game. The world of Tianxia would only continue to flourish, having swept across the globe in the past, drawing countless individuals into this game, rendering it a second world. Moreover, the remarkable aspect of the world lies in the unique professions each nation possesses. When the entire globe becomes interconnected, the potential is immense. Lin Feng would not let this opportunity slip away. He was determined to keep pace with the world and carve out a niche for himself in the game. While he pondered this, he found himself in a valley. Zombies and fox demons began to appear, with their levels reaching 20. Yet the number of players grinding experience remained unchanged. To Lin Feng's dismay, a mysterious figure was trailing behind him. As he walked, he opened a forum and switched to the Hongdu City section, searching for the enigmatic individual's name. To his surprise, he discovered a dedicated thread detailing this character. This person is undoubtedly a rogue. He often masquerades as an NPC, claiming to be an extraordinary master, flattering others about their remarkable bones to swindle them out of their money. The post also summarized 3 peculiar traits of this individual. First, he only deceives for money. Regardless of gender, he does not con people out of equipment. Second, he does not form parties with anyone. Third, when trading with him, he can directly take items from your hands. Beware, beware. Some speculated he might possess a special profession, while others suspected he was simply deranged, with a myriad of opinions circulating. Suddenly, Lin Feng halted, and the peculiar master behind him accidentally bumped into him. Haha, my apologies. Merchant son, did I hurt you?" Lin Feng eyed him with suspicion. Hurt? Was he joking or speaking nonsensically? Was there even such a concept as getting hurt in this game? He replied, "Well then, esteemed master, since you are following me, let's form a party." The mysterious master beamed with excitement. "Really? That would be splendid. I shall assist you with your quests." Lin Feng nodded and sent a party invitation. However, after a considerable wait, no response came. Ding! Party invitation timed out. You may attempt to form a party again. Lin Feng stared in astonishment at the quirky master, who grinned widely at him. "What is the matter, merchant's son? Accept the party invitation." I accepted. "Do we not just agree to form a party?" Lin Feng was bewildered. Verbal agreement? He thought to himself, is he truly daft? Could he genuinely be mentally unwell? What's wrong? "Merchant brother, do you have worries?" Lin Feng forced a smile. "The world is beautiful. What worries could there possibly be?" Indeed, I feel the same. This realm is delightful, with fine wines, beautiful maidens, and stunning scenery. This conversation hardly suggested he was insane. Why do you play games? Play games? What do you mean? Is it to follow you? I see your remarkable bones and believe you are a good person. I wish to accompany you. Lin Feng was left speechless. Had he not read the forum, he might have genuinely believed his charm was so captivating. As they spoke, the two had already reached the depths of the valley. There stood a cave, surrounded by numerous formidable monsters, all humanoid and at level 25. Even Lin Feng would find it challenging to engage them. Strangely, these humanoid monsters would inadvertently drift away from Lin Feng's vicinity. He did not evade them, yet they seemed to avoid him, allowing both him and the mysterious master to enter the cave unimpeded. The cave was modest, merely a temporary shelter, with its interior entirely visible. An NPC named the Bandit King. Lu Feng sat by a fire, roasting a rabbit. He was not marked as a monster, but was a dialogue-capable NPC. Evidently appure quest giver. After conversing with him, two options appeared. Hand over 100,000 taels of gold in silver notes. Nothing, just passing through. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng selected the first option. Lu Feng slowly rose, his gaze sharpening. A sinister smile crept upon his scarred face. To demand silver notes from me. You must not know who I am. Lin Feng replied, I know. It's written on your head. Lu Feng retorted, you spread falsehoods. Today, I shall end your life. Ding, you have angered Lu Feng. Battle mode activated. Defeat him to receive 100,000 taels of gold in silver notes. Without surprise, they entered battle mode. Lu Feng's health bar appeared, his name now displayed in red. The Bandit King. Lu Feng, health, 100,000, such a high health pool. Lin Feng took a step back, readying his hand to summon, come forth. 1,000 year. Before he could finish, the mysterious master charged forward. If you wish to harm my friend, you must first obtain my consent. With the swiftness of a leopard, he reached Lu Feng, wielding a sword that was rusted and battered, seemingly ancient. Yet in his hands, it danced with astonishing speed, swiftly depleting Lu Feng's health by half. Incredible! How strong! Lin Feng was momentarily stunned before realization struck him. What the hell he is stealing the boss? They were not even in a party. 1,000 year zombie. Hurry! But just as the coffin appeared, the mysterious master executed a flurry of dazzling maneuvers, swiftly dispatching Lu Feng. Lin Feng halted aghast. A boss with 100,000 health, though a minor quest boss, was defeated far too easily. Wait, what now? What am I supposed to do? This is outrageous. Then even more astonishingly, the task was completed. Chapter 56. Successful Transformation. 1,000-year poison zombie. Ding, congratulations on defeating Lu Feng. You have received the quest item, 100,000 taels of gold and silver notes. Quest updated. Deliver the silver notes to Lord Ning as a bribe to the city lords of Heng and Su. Lin Feng glanced at the mysterious master and then at the kneeling Lu Feng, utterly bewildered. Was it because it was a quest that anyone could defeat him? That must be the reason. While Lin Feng pondered, the mysterious master approached with a grin. Merchant's son. How did it go? All settled. His expression seemed to plead for praise. By the way, what are you doing with the coffin here? Was it prepared for him? Lin Feng took a deep breath. Let us head back, 1,000-year zombie. What is that? It's nothing. Thank you for your help, esteemed master. Let us return. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng sent a trade request to the mysterious master. I possess a return scroll. It's quite a valuable item, allowing instant teleportation back to the city. Never mind. Even if he is a con man, he did assist me. A return scroll is a small price to pay for his help in defeating the boss. The mysterious master took a long time to respond and did not agree to the trade. Strangely, he simply took the return scroll from Lin Feng's hands. You have such fine items. How wonderful. The mysterious master expertly tore the return scroll, vanishing from sight. Lin Feng grew increasingly curious about him. Was he truly a hidden profession? Moreover, was he an excessively powerful and peculiar individual? He shook his head. What an oddity. As he crushed the return scroll, he too disappeared. When Lin Feng opened his eyes again, he found himself in Hongdu City. The return scroll was indeed convenient. Regrettably, During this guild competition, the scroll's utility was diminished. Otherwise, he could have extorted more. Lin Feng did not encounter the mysterious master again, nor did he know where he had gone, and he headed straight to the Lord's mansion. The three city lords were engaged in a game of cards. Upon hearing Lin Feng's return, they were all astonished. How could it be so quick? Indeed, how long has it been? Half an hour? I observed it was merely 20 minutes. Wait, 20 minutes? It should take time to reach the location. Didn't it take time to defeat Lu Feng? Didn't it take time to return? Hurry and prepare. He will arrive shortly. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Feng walked into the great hall. Lord Ning greeted him with a hearty laugh. Well, did you retrieve the item? Lin Feng produced the quest item. I have not disappointed your expectations, my lord. I have secured the item. The Lord of Ning Cheng's eyes gleamed with surprise as he exclaimed in admiration. Impressive, truly remarkable. Cough, exceptionally impressive. Both lords, hurry, let us commence the trade. Lin Feng cast a doubtful glance at the Lord of Ning Cheng. The request for a trade perplexed him. He felt that the individual before him was not merely an NPC, but rather akin to a player. The rudimentary plot resembled that of a player-like NPC. Despite his confusion, Lin Feng activated the trading mode and offered the quest item to the other party. The fact that the quest item was non-tradable and non-discardable indicated that the other party was indeed the intended quest target. After the exchange, both Lord Hang and Lord Su beamed with delight. Excellent. I shall entrust the management of my shop in Hangdu City to you, proclaimed Lord Hang. And I shall do the same for my establishment in Sudu City, added Lord Su. As their words echoed, the system's voice chimed simultaneously. Congratulations on completing the quest. Bribing Lord Su and Lord Hang successfully, you have achieved the second transition. Congratulations on your job change, official merchant. You have acquired the skill, Berserk Thug. Berserk Thug. Upon activation, the Thug's attack power increases by 50, as does movement and attack speed, lasting for 10 seconds. Cooldown period, 10 minutes. Congratulations, you are now an official merchant. You have received one shop each in Hangdu City and Sudu City. Congratulations. Due to your job change, your Thug has undergone an evolution. A radiant light enveloped Lin Feng, signifying his successful job transition, significantly enhancing his attributes. Player, Merchant Sun, level 20, class, official merchant. Experience required for next level, 192,090. Health, 3,550. Mana, 1,090. Attack, 0 defense, 1,039. Movement speed, 21. Skills, Summon Thug, Revive Thug, Berserk Thug, level 1, Thug. Millennium Poison Zombie. Health, 7,100. Mana, 0. Attack, 2. 190. Defense, 2. 078. Movement speed, 21. Skills, Zombie Body, level 3. Regains 1. 5 health per second. Zombie Claw, level 3. Deals 3 damage per second. Incredible Strength, level 3. Increases attack power by 30. Lin Feng was taken aback by his attributes, which were overwhelmingly formidable. Although his attack power remained at 0, all other attributes surpassed those of a level 22nd transition fist fighter, thanks to high base attributes, excellent equipment, and robust defense. This was the foundation that allowed him to withstand the onslaught of a group of first transition players. After the job change, the Millennium Zombie evolved into a Millennium Poison Zombie, significantly enhancing its attributes to twice that of its original form. Excluding health, it was practically akin to a boss. Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel. Merchanson, may you bring prosperity to the city through trade. The Lord of Ning Cheng earnestly patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Suddenly, Lin Feng turned to the Lord and queried, "Are you players?" He distinctly sensed the Lord's hand tremble slightly on his shoulder. "Indeed, you are official GMs, aren't you? You cannot hide it. Your acting is rather lackluster. Merchant's son, you are indeed astute, haha. To be frank, we are GMs." The three lords, having been unmasked, did not conceal the truth and spoke candidly. While the entire game operates under the control of a supercomputer to add vibrancy to the realm, each city's lord is personally appointed by a GM. Rest assured, we cannot contravene the rules set by the supercomputer, nor will we disrupt the game's balance. Yes, this is merely a testing phase, and an announcement will be made in a few days. We kindly ask Merchant Sun not to disclose this information carelessly. Lin Feng's expression grew serious. I have no issue with that. For in his previous life, the circumstances were entirely different, and no such announcement was made. Had things changed? Lin Feng's greatest asset was the memory of his past life. If it truly had altered, it would pose a significant problem. Thank you, merchant's son. Lin Feng nodded, intending to take his leave when a thought crossed his mind. He turned and asked, "May I inquire about the mysterious expert? Is he a player?" Sorry, merchant brother. We are also unaware. As I mentioned, the supercomputer governs this world like a divine force, and our knowledge is akin to yours. Very well. Lin Feng departed from the Lord's residence, still troubled by the potential changes in the game's trajectory. Chapter 57. You are indeed an NPC. Betting on the guild championship as soon as he exited the Lord's residence, Lin Feng was startled to find the mysterious expert before him. You have finally emerged, merchant's son. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Lin Feng's curiosity about this enigmatic figure surged. Mysterious brother, why have you been following me? You are simply a wonderful person. Pardon? What else could it be? The mysterious expert earnestly stated. You're the only one who calls me brother, the sole individual who does not berate me, and the only one who smiles at me. The trio of unique distinctions left Lin Feng momentarily speechless. He had envisioned countless reasons, fabricated lies, and deceits, yet never considered it stemmed from a smile. Perhaps this reflects Lin Feng's inherent nature, or rather, a professionally feigned smile that unexpectedly touched someone's heart. Why do you regard me so? He chuckled. Am I mistaken? Do you have a quest? Lin Feng directly inquired, his suspicions growing stronger after encountering the Lord GM. He increasingly believed the mysterious figure was an NPC. Not at all. The mysterious expert grinned widely. Don't be absurd. How could I possibly have a quest? Lin Feng shook his head. Then let's part ways. The world is vast, and perhaps we shall meet again. He then proceeded towards the central square of Hangdu City. Following his job change, he had received 2 shops, one in the center of Hangdu City and another in Sudu City, both situated similarly to those in Ningdu City, official number 1 shops. Upon arriving at the shop, he noted the bustling foot traffic on this street. The mysterious expert trailed behind him at a distance, showing no signs of leaving. Lin Feng paid him no mind and entered the shop. Ding. Initial shop opening. Please name your establishment. The Great Merchant Dynasty. The 4 characters, the Great Merchant Dynasty, materialized in the corner, accompanied by Hangdu City Shop. Congratulations on successfully naming your shop. You may now list, purchase, and sell items. The shop's operation interface appeared before Lin Feng, yet he had little to sell, as his inventory was scant. He did have a considerable number of return scrolls, so he decided to sell a few. List return scrolls. Please set a price for the item. Price, 2,000 gold coins. Listing successful. Indeed, Lin Feng set the price at 2,000 gold coins each, equivalent to 200 yuan. This price could be deemed exorbitant. However, there was no alternative. He monopolized the market, as he was the sole provider of return scrolls in the entire region. With a production cost of approximately 200 gold coins, he stood to make a profit of 800 gold coins, given the limited supply. Thus, he listed a single return scroll. On the purchasing interface, he meticulously organized his offerings, starting with the cheapest herbs, such as cow yellow, poria, and Xianjin grass, at 3 gold coins each, while animal skins, fish skins, and scales were set at 5 gold coins each. High-grade iron ore was priced at 20 gold coins each, and Lin Feng was well-versed in the prices of every item. He then deposited 1 million gold coins as capital in the shop and hired an inexpensive NPC as a shop assistant. Having completed all arrangements, the shop successfully opened. The street was indeed bustling, and as soon as the shop opened, a crowd quickly gathered around it. Hey, this shop has opened. I thought shops only opened at level 30. Why is someone running one so early? The Great Merchant Dynasty? I haven't heard of it. Let's see what they have. Wow. Return scrolls. Good stuff. Wait, why are they so expensive? Boss, can you reduce the price a bit? Who's the boss here? They seem to have more items than the others. What a good shop. The newly opened shop attracted an overwhelming influx of visitors. Even if the purchasing prices matched those outside, Lin Feng managed to acquire a significant number of items. He observed this scene from a distance. feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. The shop has opened, and from now on, operations can be conducted through the interface without the need to come here each time. Since the shop is now established, Lin Feng sees no reason to linger and heads towards the post station, selecting Sudu City as his destination. Just as he is about to leave, the curtain sways, revealing another person in the carriage. Startled, Lin Feng widens his eyes at the mysterious figure. "What are you doing here?" The enigmatic figure scratches his head and grins. "Aren't we supposed to team up and travel together? I'm coming back with you." "Wait a moment. How do you know where I'm going? Besides, we didn't even successfully form a team." Lin Feng retorts. "It's Ningdu City. Look, my friend, your tasks are in Hangdu City. There's no point in following me back. You can ignore other missions, but what about your class change quest?" His emotions are indeed stable. Had it been anyone else, they would have already exploded in anger. The mysterious figure nonchalantly replies, "I don't know about any tasks. I just want to follow you." Lin Feng can only smile wryly. "Fine, do as you wish." The carriage then sets off. Suddenly, Lin Feng recalls something and turns sharply to the stranger. "Wait, aren't you only allowed to share a carriage when in a team?" Lin Feng's eyes widen. If slaying Lu Feng in the valley was an accident and counted as a task target, how does this situation fit? The mysterious figure seems to disregard the game rules entirely. He must either be a special class or an NPC. There are no other possibilities. "Are you really an NPC?" "I am a wanderer of the realm, a genuine player," the figure replies. Lin Feng suddenly exclaims, "Invariance of the odd and even." The symbol looks at the quadrant. The mysterious figure quickly catches on. Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Chicken stews with mushrooms. 2.5 years of leveling. What? Didn't it just start? Lin Feng points at the mysterious figure and shouts, "You are indeed an NPC. You have misunderstood. Stop explaining, little black one. A supercomputer? Ultimately, it cannot rival the human brain." Beep. Hidden task triggered. The mysterious figure. The mysterious figure. An NPC masquerading as a player among others. What secrets does he hold? Take him to the gang's stronghold. Trigger condition. Gang leader. Favorability must reach 100 and confront the mysterious figure face to face to unveil his true identity. Indeed, it is a task. Lin Feng is momentarily at a loss for words. Had it not been for the little black one revealing his true nature, he wouldn't have been able to confirm it. The supercomputer truly knows how to play. The mysterious figure scratches his head. "You caught me. Following you. Even a fool could see the clues. To undertake a class change quest and stumble upon a hidden task is sheer luck." 10 minutes later, Lin Feng arrives in Sudu City. After performing the same operations, he boards the carriage back to Ningdu City. It is now 11:30 at night, just in time, as the betting period for the 4 major territories ends at midnight. Following Lin Feng is the mysterious figure, and they arrive at the NPC for gang competition betting. Currently, the highest bet in the west of the city is from Jiangnan Hall. Each territory will take the top 3 to participate in the gang competition. The top 3 in the west are as follows. First, Jiangnan Hall, 100,000 gold coins. Second, Happy Sect, 90,000 gold coins. Third, Kill Dance, 80,000 gold coins. I bet 100,000 gold coins on the west. Bet successful. Congratulations on entering the top 3. Note, if you do not enter the top 3 before the deadline, the bet coins will be refunded. Failure in the gang competition will result in a deduction of the bet coins. Chapter 58. The eve of gang competition. Lin Feng opens the market confirmed. That's right. This time the great merchant dynasty is participating in the gang competition, albeit in the least popular western city. The other 3 territories each have their industries. Especially in the south, tax revenue is substantial, so it cannot be cheapened. The west is a barren wasteland, with only 1 NPC for tasks and scarce wild monsters, allowing entry into the top 3 with just 10,000 coins. Lin Feng seems particularly focused on the west, waiting by the NPC and continuously refreshing the interface. Time ticks away, and as midnight approaches for safety's sake, Lin Feng bets another 100 coins, claiming the top spot. However, other gangs are fixated on the other 3 territories, leaving the west largely unattended. At midnight, the announcement rings out. Announcement: The betting period for gang competition has ended. East, Sheep Village, Empire City Kill. Dance South, Jiangnan Hall, Gentleman's Alliance, Qinyun Sect. West, Great Merchant Dynasty, Jiangnan Hall, Happy Sect. North, Heavenly Palace, White-Clad Sword Sect. One brick slap you to death. Congratulations to the above gangs for successfully entering the gang competition, which will commence tomorrow at 8 a.m. and conclude at 10 a.m. Please be prepared. Simultaneously, an announcement echoes within the Great Merchant Dynasty. Announcement: congratulations to our gang for entering the gang competition, West City. All players are to enter from the NPC punctually. Lin Feng breathes a sigh of relief. We're in. Wow, the boss really did it. Haha, that's great. Now we can play. I sold everything today, perfect timing. While setting up shop was always aimed at making money, everyone plays games. And who wouldn't want to earn while enjoying the game? Just right, the Great Merchant Dynasty's business has been booming recently, with most items sold. The entire gang is fervently leveling up, all for the sake of participating in the gang competition. Boss, this time our opponents are Jiangnan Hall and Happy Sect. Can we win? Yes, Jiangnan Hall and Happy Sect are among the first batch of gangs. Very powerful. Shang Tianzi. Since we are in, let us give it our all. There's nothing to fear. We still have 20 hours, right? The boss is right. 20 hours is enough for me to change classes. I'm almost level 20. Anyone want to level up together? All night. Level 20 class change dungeon. Come team up. Let the whole server know that we merchants aren't just about selling. The enthusiasm of the gang members exceeds Lin Feng's expectations. Although the Great Merchant Dynasty has been doing well, they have always been mocked for merely selling goods and earning a meager profit, not being considered a major gang. Their reputation is mixed. This time, it presents an opportunity for them to redeem themselves against the seasoned opponents, Jiangnan Hall and Happy Sect. Shang Tianzi. The Great Merchant Dynasty will cease operations for one day. All manufactured arms are available for internal gang players to use. I will personally purchase them at market price. Tomorrow at 7:30, gather at the gang stronghold. Those who cannot attend can request leave from their respective leaders. Remember to notify any brothers who are offline. Once Lin Feng's message is sent, the gang erupts in excitement. The boss is so impressive. Just some elixirs. How can we let the boss pay for them? Exactly. I have some left, enough for me. Enough talk. Back to leveling. Level 20 is a turning point. After the second class change, ordinary classes can gain 2 additional skills and experience a significant boost in attributes, and can also equip level 20 gear. Out of 400 members in the Great Merchant Dynasty, 300 are still online, all fervently leveling up. Suddenly, Lin Feng has a thought. No more talking, you all keep going. I'm going to open the market. This is merely a microcosm of Ningdu City. Other gangs are equally preparing. Happy Sect's leader, Happy Buddha, is also rallying morale in the gang channel. Jiangnan Hall has 2 territories on the board. They will certainly attack the southern territory. Our opponent is the Great Merchant Dynasty. If we can't defeat the Great Merchant Dynasty, we might as well crash into some tofu and end it. Indeed, this time victory is assured. Happy Buddha. Last time, the Great Merchant Dynasty colluded with Jiangnan Hall, leaving me utterly humiliated. This time, I will ensure their downfall. Rest assured, boss will crush them. Previously, Happy Sect was among the first batch of gangs, enjoying high prestige and easily recruiting skilled players. However, after being overwhelmed by Jiangnan Hall in a challenge, Happy Sect has long fallen from the ranks of top-tier gangs, now facing numerous competitors. Although the Joyful Sect is merely a level 2 guild, it has yet to fill its ranks of 400 members, currently standing at only 325. The Joyful Buddha is in dire need of this battle to prove its worth. Otherwise, the Joyful Sect may face an uncertain future. The fervor surrounding the guild competition continues to escalate. Beyond the participating guilds, other players are engaged in discussions, safety zones, leveling parties, and live streams are all abuzz with talk of the guild rivalry. In my humble opinion, I foresee victories for the Eastern Empire, the Southern Jiangnan Hall, the Western Joyful Sect, and the Northern White-Clad Sword Sect. What position do you assign to my Great Merchant Dynasty? Just to showcase the prowess of the stall owners. It's amusing how the online community can stir things up. Although the Joyful Sect has yet to rise, Facing off against the great merchant dynasty should be a straightforward affair. Practice your typing first. It's not that simple. Don't believe it? How about a wager? Why should I trust you? If you lose, you won't admit it. How laughable. Come to the great merchant dynasty's shop. The merchant emperor has open betting, and it seems the heavenly palace has as well, all happening at the central square. Is that true? I'll go check it out. Curiosity led the crowd to the central square of Ningdu City, where indeed representatives from the heavenly palace were engaged in betting. Lin Feng was also present, selling tickets for this round of the guild competition. Crazy. I'm definitely buying from the great merchant dynasty. Indeed, who would choose the heavenly palace? At least the great merchant dynasty offers some assurance. Despite their claims of the great merchant dynasty's inferiority when it came to actual transactions, everyone preferred the trustworthiness of the great merchant dynasty over the heavenly palace. Lin Feng was enjoying a bustling business. I'd like to place a bet on the Easter Jiangnan Hall for 1,000 gold coins. Give me a ticket for the Western Joyful Sect for 2,000 gold coins. I'm betting on the Gentleman's Alliance for 500 gold coins. Observing the thriving business of the great merchant dynasty, Shangwan Tiange's expression darkened. I refuse to believe this. You always seem to have the upper hand. Let us go. We'll place our bets and see if he dares to accept my wager. Shangwan Tiange arrived at the great merchant dynasty's shop, which was packed to capacity. The advertising board next door read, First Guild Competition Victory Prediction Betting. This shop will sell prediction tickets, system generated, with the great merchant dynasty's credibility guaranteed. Purchase with confidence. With a minimum purchase of 100 gold coins and a maximum left to the seller's discretion, it all appeared quite professional. Below in fine print, it stated, all rights of explanation belong to the merchant. The odds were densely packed. For example, Jiangnan Hall victory, 1-2, Joyful Sect victory, 1-0. 8. Great Merchant Dynasty victory, 1-1. One of Shangwan Tiange's subordinates whispered, Boss, I think these odds are quite reasonable. Indeed, Jiangnan Hall is strong. Their odds in the south are 1-0. For while in the west, they are 1-2. Everyone knows Jiangnan Hall's true aim is the south. The west is merely a backup. Without needing his subordinate to speak, Shangwan Tiange was well aware. While he admired Lin Feng, he loathed him even more. Coldly, he declared, Reasonable my foot. All that money was supposed to be mine. Of course, you're right, boss. Fewer people over here. Let us move. Shangwan Tiange pushed through the crowd until he finally stood before Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Feng smiling as he collected money soured his mood. He called out, Merchant Emperor, I wagered 20 million gold coins. Do you dare to accept? The sudden proclamation silenced the crowd, all eyes turning in astonishment towards Shangwan Tiange. What? The owner of the Heavenly Palace is here too? This is getting interesting. Interesting? 20 million gold coins? My goodness, these owners are generous. I can't even afford a house, and he's betting the equivalent of one. Everyone awaited Lin Feng's response, as this game never lacked onlookers. The confrontation between the Heavenly Palace's owner and the Great Merchant Dynasty's owner was a clash of capital against a small enterprise. Lin Feng smiled and said, Welcome, esteemed guest. Which guild does the Heavenly Emperor wish to bet on? Don't concern yourself with which guild. Just tell me if you dare to accept. Of course. Why would I shy away? If it were me, I'd accept too. Betting on Jiangnan Hall's victory in the south is a sure win, even with the odds of 0. For that still 8 million gold coins. Not necessarily. An upset could happen, and then 20 million gold coins would vanish. Under their expectant gazes, Lin Feng nodded. Certainly, the Merchant Emperor, am open for business. What is there to fear? Excellent. I'll place my bet on the White-Clad Sword Sect for 20 million gold coins. Issue the ticket. The White-Clad Sword Sect. Everyone turned to the advertising board in unison. In the north, the 3 guilds were listed as Heavenly Palace, 1-1. 3. White-Clad Sword Sect, 1-0. 8. A brick will kill you, 1-1. Betting on the Heavenly Palace's own group. Certainly, among these 3, the White-Clad Sword Sect possesses the greatest strength, whether they're insider knowledge or not. I'll consume this advertising board. Let's see if the Merchant Emperor dares to accept. All eyes were on Lin Feng, eagerly awaiting his reply. Lin Feng maintained his smile, showing no signs of panic. Very well. I accept. 20 million gold coins, but please pay first. Accepted. The onlookers buzzed with excitement. Shangwan Tinga exclaimed, What? I have to pay up front? What else did you expect? Do you think you could get a free ride? Who knows if the merchant emperor will run off with your money? 20 million gold coins. Have you ever seen that much? Initially, he intended to humiliate Lin Feng, but he found himself ridiculed by those around him. Huh, I thought you were grand, but it seems you can't even afford the wager. What show? Heavenly Emperor, are you here to entertain us? Shangwan Tinga's expression darkened, not due to the mockery, but because of Lin Feng's reputation and credibility, which seemed so high. Though he had applied for an official ticket as proof, it was not an official act and lacked security. Lin Feng looked at him with mockery. Would you like to buy? If not, kindly step aside for my other customers. With gritted teeth, Shangwan Tinga retorted, Fine. I'll buy. Issue the ticket. Thank you for your 20 million. Here is your ticket. Please hold on to it. 20 million gold coins. Betting on the northern white-clad sword sect's victory. It's getting serious. Shangwan Tinga, holding the ticket, glared sharply at Lin Feng. 20 million, a win of 16 million. Merchant Emperor, I will make you return every last coin you earned from me yesterday. Lin Feng feigned a professional smile. I wish you luck. Oomph. Shangwan Tinga turned and departed, and the gap was instantly filled by other players. I want to bet on the white-clad sword sect for 50,000 gold coins. I'll bet on the white-clad sword sect for 100,000 gold coins. If there's insider knowledge, I'll join in too. Lin Feng was fully aware of the insider knowledge. The Heavenly Palace and the white-clad sword sect were essentially one entity, although it wasn't apparent yet. In the previous life, it was widely known that the Heavenly Palace specialized in commerce, stalls, arms sales, training, dungeon runs, and fashion, essentially monopolizing the entire Ningdu city. The white-clad sword sect was merely a pawn of the Heavenly Palace. To put it plainly, the leaders of both guilds were Shangwan Tinga. I understand now. The Heavenly Palace is betting on the white-clad sword sect, and they will team up to attack a brick will kill you. Victory is assured. Indeed, for 20 million. Safety is likely, I'll bet too. Wait, I'll recharge and place a wager of 1 million gold coins. Those who came to this realization began to place their bets on the white-clad sword sect. The forums were abuzz with discussions of Lin Feng's latest betting round. The great merchant dynasty's owner, a grassroots stall owner's resurgence. I've been tricked by him since childhood. He was indeed a stall owner, but this time the stakes are substantial. I feel the white-clad sword sect is destined to win. Two renowned gangs targeting an obscure little faction. How predictable. Victory would elevate them to prominence, while defeat would relegate them to obscurity. This moment was crucial for Lin Feng. It was a gamble that could lead to either bankruptcy or wealth. With great risk came great reward. Just as the Heavenly Emperor departed, another visitor arrived at the shop. The previous scene unfolded once more. Merchant Sovereign, I place my bet. Do you dare to accept? The newcomer was none other than the Joyful Buddha. Ah, another spectacle awaits. The Joyful Sect against the Great Merchant Dynasty. What a riveting affair. As the onlookers' attention converged once again, the Joyful Buddha smugly proclaimed, Merchant Sovereign, do you dare? Lin Feng chuckled softly. Esteemed guest, which side do you wish to wager on? The Joyful Buddha raised his chin and boastfully declared, Naturally, I wager on the Joyful Sect. The crowd was eager to know the amount. After all, a Heavenly Emperor had just departed, and now a Buddha had arrived. In response to the expectant gazes, the Joyful Buddha cleared his throat and spoke slowly. 2 million gold coins. Are you intimidated? Have you never seen such wealth? He taunted. The onlookers were perplexed. Lin Feng mused, is this person serious? Does he truly believe 2 million gold coins is a substantial sum? I just wagered 1 million gold coins. The crowd's anticipation turned to disdain and mockery. The Joyful Buddha was baffled. When did 2 million gold coins become trivial? Surely, these spectators must be Lin Feng's hired supporters. Yes, that must be it. He wouldn't dare accept the bet. With renewed confidence, the Joyful Buddha insisted, Merchant Sovereign, let's dispense with the theatrics. Just give me the ticket and the payment. Huh? So soon? Do you really want it? Oh yes, your service is quite commendable, he replied, handing over the money, still bewildered by the experience. 2 million gold coins was indeed a considerable sum, yet it seemed to elicit no reaction. Suddenly, he smacked his thigh in realization. They must all be shills. I forgot to record the evidence. Lin Feng spent an entire night selling tickets at the shop, amassing a staggering 60 million gold coins. Unprecedented wealth. His total now reached an astonishing 80 million gold coins. Half of that sum was from bets on the victory of the white-clad sword sect. Despite being aware of the future, Lin Feng felt the weight of uncertainty. How would the outcome unfold? The trajectory of the game seemed to shift. As the clientele dwindled, he decided to close up shop and escorted the enigmatic figure to the gang's residence. "What do you think of my faction?" The outsider feigned profundity, delivering a solemn response. "Somewhat rudimentary, a small faction with trivial skirmishes. Compared to the larger sects, it is nothing." Lin Feng was at a loss. The great merchant dynasty's base was among the finest in Ningdu City. The large sects the outsider referred to were likely those belonging to the system, accessible only at level 40, which could not be compared to player factions. Suddenly, the outsider shifted his tone. "However, this small town is commendably tranquil. I shall reside here henceforth, becoming a true recluse. What do you say? Is it agreeable?" Notification. Hidden quest updated. The recluse has taken an interest in your faction's residence and wishes to stay. Do you agree? Note. Retaining him will incur additional living expenses of 1,000 gold coins per day. That seemed rather steep. 3,000 gold coins monthly? Yet, without hesitation, Lin Feng confirmed. The recluse has successfully joined the Great Merchant Dynasty. Congratulations to the Great Merchant Dynasty for recruiting a unique individual, adding the Outsider's Pavilion. Lin Feng's eyes widened. The Outsider's Pavilion. So is this. He finally recalled its significance. In the later stages, the most vital aspect of a faction would be the Outsider's Pavilion, akin to a recruitment center for wandering heroes. These individuals could impart skills or provide equipment to the faction. The pavilion was paramount, and few factions possessed one even in his previous life. The system's announcement concluded, and the recluse gazed at the previously vacant second-floor building, a plaque materializing that read Outsider's Pavilion. Faction announcement. Congratulations to the Great Merchant Dynasty. Faction members may visit the Outsider's Pavilion to seek NPCs, to learn skills and exchange equipment. Note, each outsider can provide a unique function. All outsider-related matters will be reclaimed upon leaving the faction. Even at 3 in the morning, due to the faction competition, half of the Great Merchant Dynasty remained online. Lin Feng could hardly contain his excitement. He had not anticipated such a boon on the eve of the faction contest. He promptly issued a faction announcement. Merchant Sovereign. The Outsider's Pavilion is now open. All brothers are encouraged to learn. Do not miss out. Outsider's Pavilion? What is its purpose? Boss, where's the Outsider's Pavilion? Just beside the tea house. Behind the warehouse, NPC. Got it, boss, on my way. Boss, what is that 14 pavilion for? Lin Feng was uncertain about the specifics, as each outsider had a different function. He followed the recluse into the pavilion. The recluse seemed enamored with the place, surveying it with a delighted smile. Brother Merchant Sovereign, this truly is a splendid location. I have not come in vain. However, I cannot accept hospitality without offering something in return. I possess a unique skill that could benefit the brothers of the faction. At that moment, a notification chimed. Notification. A new outsider has been added to the pavilion. Outsider. The Recluse, Level 1. Description. The Recluse was once a wandering hero near Hongdu City, fond of mimicking players, enthusiastic, though a bit absent-minded, resulting in quirks in the techniques he teaches. Learnable technique. Wandering the Jianghu. Wandering the Jianghu. Active skill allows the user to conceal their form, with the next attack dealing increased damage upon reappearance. Stealth duration, 10 seconds. Damage increase, 100. Cooldown, 1 hour. Note, this skill cannot be upgraded. What an impressive skill. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. Outsiders are categorized into 3 levels, with level 1 being the lowest, yet some level 1 skills can be remarkably practical. The Recluse's Wandering the Jianghu is particularly useful, akin to a stealth skill in Western Assassins. Moreover, it can be learned by all classes, providing a boost in attack power. meaning even healers could acquire it. Lin Feng's class was unique. He possessed no attack power, but surely he could learn stealth. With a spirit of experimentation, he approached the recluse to learn the skill. Notification: congratulations, you have acquired a new skill, Wandering the Jianghu. Indeed, I can learn it. Overjoyed, Lin Feng quickly shared the attributes of Wandering the Jianghu in the faction channel. Whoa, this is a divine skill. Boss, can everyone learn it? Is there a need for materials or money? Outsider's Pavilion. Everyone can learn it for free. That's incredible. I'm on my way, boss. A group of assassins, huh? After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng called out to the faction. After learning the skill, refrain from using it today and do not disclose it to anyone. Haha, boss. You're quite cunning. I like you. Indeed. Let's give the joyful sect a surprise at tonight's faction competition. Lin Feng learned the skill as well. While the 100 attack boost was of no use to him, the stealth ability was quite advantageous. Once everything was in order, he logged off and rested for a while. When he awoke at noon, he confirmed that everything at the hospital was fine, but he did not go there. Today marks a significant day. Although my mother's illness has been cured, she must now rely on medication to survive, and our future living expenses will require financial resources. The struggle among the gangs is intense and unforgiving. Lin Feng hastily donned a jacket and headed downstairs for lunch. As he opened the door, he was startled to find his landlord's daughter, Li Yu, poised to knock. Ali, Li Yu. Yes, are you here to collect the rent? I was just about to look for you. Please give me the payment code so I can pay the rent for this month. I won't be renting next month, Lin Feng said while rummaging through his phone. With some money now, he planned to secure a better place once his mother was discharged from the hospital. This current residence simply would not suffice. No, Brother Lin, you've misunderstood. I'm here to find Lin Wen. He hasn't responded to me in over a week. Do you know where he is? Woo, he must think I'm a terrible landlord and has ignored me. I no longer want the rent. Can you please have him contact me? Lin Feng stared at Li Yu in astonishment. What is this? You seem quite capable, yet you're lost in love? A mere 10,000 yuan, and you say you don't want it anymore. Cough, cough. Dear sister, you're overthinking this. He has been busy this past week. Try reaching out again in a few days. I assure you, he will respond. Really? Of course. Brother Lin, could you please give me your payment code? Huh? I'll refund you the previous rent. Goodness, does your mother know about your rebellious behavior? Lin Feng was at a loss. He had never encountered such a situation before. Lin Wen must have thought the rent for the place he leased to her was too high and decided to forego the payment. Truly a love-struck fool. Lin Feng sighed helplessly. Sister, I genuinely need to leave. I'm looking for a larger place. This one is too small. Is that so? What size do you need? I have plenty. Huh? What do you mean? Li Yu, even more eager than Lin Feng, pulled out her phone and opened her photo album. This apartment building is a bit older, but I have commercial properties, villas, CBD spaces, factories. Do you want any of those? They all belong to my family. Lin Feng was left speechless as he watched the images flash by, gasping in disbelief. All of these belonged to her family? It turns out that the plump woman, the landlord, adorned with jade necklaces, gemstone earrings, and various bracelets, was indeed wealthy. I want to charge you rent. It would be best if Lin Wen could move in. Otherwise, how about this one? A 160 square meter, fully furnished unit, ready to move in. I have 2 units in this complex, both on the same floor. We could be neighbors. Wow. What does your mother trust you with all of this? So you agree? It seems feasible, but you must still charge rent. Fairness is fair. Wonderful. Then it's settled. I'll go get the keys. Li Yu was even more excited than Lin Feng, feeling as if she had struck a bargain. Lin Feng could only smile wryly, realizing she was quite the affluent young lady, and Lin Wen was indeed fortunate. He had just intended to close the door and head to lunch when suddenly, faint cries for help pierced the air. Help, woo-woo. The sound was faint, but Lin Feng accurately discerned it was Li Yu. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed downstairs, just in time to see 2 burly men covering Li Yu's mouth as they dragged her toward a van. Hey, Miss Li, don't struggle. We'll be gentle. One thug sneered. Boss, this girl is pretty. If we get a ransom, can we? Of course. Once we get the money, I'll go first. Upon hearing their conversation, Li Yu's eyes widened in terror. The hand covering her mouth reeked of strong disinfectant, causing her body to weaken, and her consciousness began to fade. As Lin Feng approached, He saw Liu lose consciousness and be shoved into the van. Damn it. Even love-struck fools are being kidnapped now. Don't they fear contagion? Lin Feng cursed inwardly, realizing that having too many properties could lead to trouble. Without a second thought, he leaped from the second floor as the van screeched away, kicking up a cloud of dust. The two assailants were elated. "Boss, we did it. We'll be living the good life from now on." Though she is the daughter of the richest man in Anshan, her mother divorced him 10 years ago. Whether we could get a ransom remains uncertain. "Hey, boss, I think someone is following us." Suddenly, the driver of the van stared wide-eyed into the rearview mirror, shocked. "What nonsense? We're going that fast. How could anyone follow us? You must be out of your mind." The driver's boss casually glanced back. Indeed, within a mere 20 meters, Lin Feng was gaining on them. The boss nearly lost his mind. How is this possible? What's the speed now? 80 kilometers per hour. Boss, they had meticulously chosen this route, expecting little traffic in the outskirts, yet they were being outrun on foot. As Lin Feng closed the distance, the boss shouted, "Hurry! Step on it." "Yes, boss." The engine roared as they accelerated. Lin Feng clenched his teeth, determined not to let them escape. With the van speeding beyond 130 kilometers per hour, he felt the heat rising beneath his feet. Wearing cheap sandals, he never anticipated this chase would occur. The soles of his shoes were practically melting. Yet, the van was moving too swiftly, and the gap between them widened. Panic surged within Lin Feng. Liu was a good person, having provided him with his first financial success. Moreover, she was his brother's classmate and had feelings for him. For this reason, Lin Feng was resolute. He could not let anything happen to her. He needed to explain everything to Lin Wen. "She cannot be harmed. I must go faster." The howling wind around him seemed to vanish, and Lin Feng could hear the thunderous beating of his heart. "I can't slow down. I can't give up." Suddenly, the van encountered a bend in the road, causing it to tilt precariously and roll into a nearby field. Did they just crash? Lin Feng saw a glimmer of hope as he accelerated toward the field. The van was smoking, and the two assailants stumbled out, still clutching Liu. "You, what kind of monster are you? Don't come any closer, or I'll kill her." The two thugs, terrified, held Liu hostage, their faces a mask of fear. Little did they know the horror of being chased down after they had nearly destroyed their own vehicle. Chapter 62. Mastering the Art of Summoning Zombies. On the brink of conflict, Lin Feng leaned against his knees, gasping for breath while squinting at the two men. They were evidently well prepared, wearing masks and wielding two makeshift handguns. The guns appeared to be homemade, showing a certain craftsmanship. The barrels were pressed against Liu's forehead, and Lin Feng dared not gamble on whether they would fire. After a brief pause, he raised his hand. "Release her, and I'll pretend this never happened." "Utter nonsense. Who do you think you are? Batman? Spider-Man? Pig hero? Boss, that's called GG Bond. Shut your mouth." The thug leader and his dim-witted accomplice stood before Lin Feng, who was 10 meters away. This distance could be traversed in an instant, but not quicker than a bullet. What to do? What to do? Think. Zombies. Yes. Come fort. Come fort. The more anxious Lin Feng became, the more disconnected he felt. The assailants were not idle either. The leader shouted, "Kill him." The young man's hand trembled slightly as he held the gun, clearly not a ruthless criminal, as he aimed the pistol at Lin Feng. "You useless fool, shoot." In the next instant, gritting his teeth, he turned his head, closed his eyes, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the bullet shot forth from the barrel, swiftly hurtling towards Lin Feng. "This is bad." Lin Feng inhaled sharply, instinctively holding his breath. Time seemed to freeze. The bullet's speed appeared to slow in his eyes, mere inches from his heart, relentlessly approaching. So slow, yet my movements are equally sluggish. Can I dodge it? It seems impossible. Too close. Can I catch it with my hand? I can only try. Catch it, catch it, catch it. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. That was the sound of his heart pounding, the rhythm of blood coursing through his veins. The bullet was now less than 10 centimeters from Lin Feng's heart. His hand, ultimately, it did not reach in time. Am I to take it with my body? Would that mean death? Lin Feng was unaware, but in this moment, countless thoughts raced through his mind. His brain functioned like a high-speed computer, images flashing by, some from reality and others from games, until finally, one image solidified, the moment he summoned a zombie. Just then a dark, Menacing hand materialized from the void, fingers deftly pinching the bullet. Ding! A crisp sound rang out as the bullet was crushed to dust between those two fingers. Lin Feng stood frozen, watching as the bullet fragments drifted slowly to the ground. Yes, this is the feeling. I have succeeded. Remember it. The two criminals across from him were already dumbfounded. What has happened? They only saw a hand suddenly appear and seize the bullet. Fire! The fire cloud. Evil God? With a clatter, both guns dropped to the ground, and the two men slumped down, their legs giving way. Help! When Liu awakened, she found herself in a hospital. The sky had darkened, and the dim light of her rental apartment flickered. Lin Feng was on the balcony, washing socks and underwear. On the table beside the bed lay remnants of a meal, the scent still lingering. You're awake? How'd I end up here? Wasn't I captured by two men? Indeed, television dramas are all deceiving. They say being captured leads to amnesia, yet you remember everything? Is it true? Of course. But those two criminals were rather decent. I told them to stop, and they released you. Really? Yes, I had the same expression as you at that moment. Liu stood there, speechless. As Lin Feng continued to hang up the underwear, he asked, Are you all right? Liu moved her body. Aside from a slight headache and some bruises, she was fine. I'm okay. That's good. The hospital is not far. Just bandage yourself up. Be careful on the way. When a lovesick brain meets a steadfast man, this is the outcome. Liu shook her head, uttering a soft, Thank you, Brother Lin. She then walked out of the rental apartment in a daze. Lin Feng refrained from assisting her, genuinely wishing to avoid trouble. Taking her to the hospital would lead to endless inquiries from police and doctors, a true hassle. How to explain the sudden appearance of two insane robbers at the police station? He decided to let it be, watching Liu depart from upstairs. He locked the door and drew the curtains. His gaze fell upon the game helmet not far away. With a mere thought, the space warped, and an arm emerged from the darkness, handing Lin Feng the helmet before vanishing. Lin Feng was elated. Unexpectedly, he had turned misfortune into fortune, mastering the method to summon the zombie hand. Indeed, it was merely the summoning of a zombie's arm, not the entire creature. Summoning the entire zombie likely required the coffin, a method he had yet to grasp. Although he felt exhausted from the day, he had to log into the game. The guild competition was set to begin in just an hour. As the guild leader, having taken on such a substantial financial burden, failure was not an option. Lying in bed, he donned the helmet, and the dark screen materialized. Identifying user. Identity verification successful. Welcome player. Merchant Sun to the game once more. The scene before Lin Feng gradually came into focus, revealing the guild's base. Boss, you've arrived. Brothers, the boss is online. Boss, can we form a team now? The guild members were more excited and anxious than Lin Feng, having gathered early at the guild base to form teams. Merchant Sun, you all seem eager. Haha, invite me to your team. Heavenly King, got it. Player, Heavenly King has sent you a team invitation. Do you accept? Accept. Team invitation successful in heaven. A team can have a maximum of 6 members, a remnant from early online games, and a team can form a raid. A raid may accommodate up to 16 teams, totaling 96 players. Though the actual count might be slightly inflated, hence players often refer to it as a 100-man raid. A 100-man raid can tackle bosses, guild wars, and more. Heavenly King, as the head of the battle hall, was appointed by Lin Feng as the main commander, while the Underworld King served as the deputy commander. In business he was competent, but in terms of command, he paled in comparison to the two. Merchant Sun, how many teams do we have, and how many people are in them? Heavenly King, we have a total of 4 teams. Currently, 2 are full, with approximately 279 online brothers and 11 on leave. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. This number exceeded his expectations. With only an hour until the guild competition, whether they profited or lost the 60 million gold depended on tonight. Chapter 63, Going Live. The eve of the guild war, Lin Feng observed the growing numbers. He sent a message in the guild. Listen up, battle hall members. If you wish to be carried through dungeons and enter the streaming profession, this is your chance. Everyone, commence your live broadcasts. Boss, so sudden? Yeah, boss. I'm not prepared. Merchant Sun, prepare for what? Opportunity favors the prepared. Today is your chance. The stage is set. Whether you seize, it is up to you. The three divisions of the great merchant dynasty resembled departments. In the guild competition, the other two divisions had already made significant earnings, while only the battle hall remained unlaunched. Today was their opportunity. Merchant Sun, all streaming rooms, prefixed with the words Great Merchant Dynasty. Heavenly King, did you hear the boss? Whether you can thrive in the streaming industry depends on yourselves. Understood, boss. Boss, as you command. The stage set by Lin Feng, with a 60 million gold stake, had already spread throughout Ningdu City. Today was the Battle Hall's moment. For territories, 12 guilds. Each guild was level 2, with 400 members, based on numbers. It seemed there was little difference. Yet, some guilds couldn't even muster 200 members. Discussions about this match filled the world, the forums, and the city. As 8 p.m. approached, uncertainty loomed over the results. We can't even see. Hey, look at the live stream. Suddenly, many members of the Great Merchant Dynasty appeared in the broadcast. Wow, they're streaming while battling in the guild war? The streaming rooms, already bustling, were filled with viewers. The streamers of the Great Merchant Dynasty were initially newcomers, including Heavenly King and Underworld King, who had little traffic. Now, with the prefix Great Merchant Dynasty, they effortlessly drew in a substantial audience. As leaders, Heavenly King and Underworld King naturally attracted many viewers. The screen showcased the Great Merchant Dynasty base, where numerous players were gathering. Heavenly King, how many of you from the Great Merchant Dynasty are there? I heard the joyful sect invested a lot. Does the Great Merchant Dynasty have confidence in winning? Player, Wandering Plain Water, sent a gold ingot. Wow, this is the first time so many people are in Heavenly King's stream. Streamer, take it slow. Indeed, I've been watching his stream for a long time. Previously, only a few viewers tuned in, but he has been striving to improve. This influx of viewers is a golden opportunity. The live broadcasts conducted by the world were remarkable. Viewers donned gaming headsets to witness the action without any latency. Whatever the kings observed, the audience witnessed as well. Lin Feng made several appearances in various live streams. In no time, the viewer count in the king's stream surged to around 20,000, a figure once unimaginable. Boss, it's nearing 30,000, exclaimed the Mingwang. Indeed, I'm at 20,000 as well. I've received numerous gifts, he added. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. This is what you both deserve. But tonight's battle holds paramount importance. I understand, boss, they replied. While they boasted the highest viewer count, not all fared as well. Several streams from the Great Merchant Dynasty attracted merely a dozen viewers. Without exception, these individuals were not particularly eloquent, and the atmosphere in their streams felt rather bleak. As the clock approached 7:50, 375 individuals had gathered at the Great Merchant Dynasty's base. Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings and declared in a low voice, in 5 minutes. Everyone should check their equipment and potions. We will enter the arena at 7:55. Simultaneously, the other 11 guilds were engaged in similar preparations, checking gear and potions, ensuring all arms were ready, and urging everyone not to skimp on resources. Players across Ningdu City awaited, the seconds ticking away. Ding! Announcement. The guild battle will commence in 5 minutes. Players may now enter the battlefield to prepare. Wishing all participants great success in their endeavors. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the Strange Master's Pavilion, a sage raised his cup and cheerfully proclaimed, I toast to your success. May you triumph gloriously. Lin Feng took a deep breath and shouted, Advance! Go! Attack! Players surrounding the guild battle NPC began to vanish one by one. Soon, the once bustling guild base was entirely deserted. The battlefield for the guild battle was now established, a simulated environment designed for competition, akin to an independent instance with invisible barriers. As players' vision dimmed momentarily, they found themselves transported to the battlefield. Announcement. The battlefield will be divided into 3 regions, each belonging to one of the 3 guilds. Each guild possesses 1 main base and 2 secondary bases. Should the main base fall, it signifies defeat for the guild. With 5 minutes remaining until the guild battle officially began, players were instructed to prepare. The system succinctly outlined the rules. The battlefield was instantly divided into 3 sections, separated by air walls. The Great Merchant Dynasty was positioned in the western area, where they found themselves on a gentle slope adjacent to the official road, a vast plain. Unfortunately, their luck was not favorable, as they were assigned to the official road. Players looked around with curiosity. Behind them loomed a large tent, its health bar displaying 1-0-0-0-0-0-0. What shall we do next, boss? One inquired. Wait, let me analyze the rules, another suggested. Does this mean if we defend the tent we can win? That can't be right. If every guild defends their tent, how will it work? This confusion was not limited to the players of the Great Merchant Dynasty, but resonated with all guild participants. As it was their first experience with the guild battle, and the system provided no guides, leaving everything to be explored by the players themselves. However, Lin Feng was undeterred. Issuing commands. All divisions split into two groups, high and low. Take the members of the Qianjin Hall to defend the two secondary bases at the front. Remember, the secondary bases will deploy archers to assist us in battle. Do not stray outside their boundaries. Everyone else, follow me. Lin Feng glanced at the map and devised a strategy. The three guilds formed a triangular formation on the map. The plains were occupied by the Huanyazong, while the Jiangnan Hall was positioned atop a slope. Although Jiangnan Hall had the most advantageous position, they were absent, leaving their base unguarded. Capturing an enemy's base would yield battlefield points, and if no bases were breached, the final tally would determine the victor. With less than 5 minutes remaining, Lin Feng led the majority of his forces to the air wall at the base of the slope, where they could even see the secondary base of Jiangnan Hall. Everyone, prepare. Consume special potions. Enhance your statuses. Once the time is up, we charge the secondary base and seize Jiangnan Hall's main territory. Understood, boss. Meanwhile, the Huanyazong faced a similar dilemma, their understanding of the rules lacking. Huanya appeared particularly impatient, dismissing the situation. What? It's just the Great Merchant Dynasty? Let us crush them. As the clock struck 8 o'clock, the announcement echoed. Announcement. The guild battle begins. As the system's voice faded, the air walls that had blocked everyone suddenly vanished. Charge! Shouted Shang Tianzi. Attack! The members of the Great Merchant Dynasty surged towards the slope. Doctors, keep an eye on health. The base has arrow towers that will attack automatically. Maintain a healthy bloodline and do not linger. Our target is the main base. On the opposite side, the Huanyazong appeared hesitant, still gathered at their base. Only after the system's announcement did they rally. Brothers, enhance your statuses. Let us obliterate the Great Merchant Dynasty's merchants. Kill. The West belongs to us. This will be too easy. We'll finish the battle in 10 minutes. The Great Merchant Dynasty thinks they're impressive. This time, I'll make them pay. The Huanyazong's contempt for the Great Merchant Dynasty was palpable, a sentiment shared throughout their ranks. Otherwise, Huanya would not have dared a wager. But when they spent 5 minutes crossing their territory to reach the Great Merchant Dynasty's secondary base, they were met with a barrage of frenzied attacks. A coordinated volley of ranged assaults swiftly decimated the front line of Huanyazong. Ding! Congratulations on eliminating an enemy player. You have earned 1 point. Indeed, every kill contributed to their score. In addition to the players from the Great Merchant Dynasty, the arrow towers at the secondary base relentlessly fired arrows. In a short span, Huanyazong lost over a dozen members. Fuming, Huanya shouted, "What is this? Brothers, smash those bases. Damn it, Great Merchant Dynasty, you've gone too far. Kill." Yet, they remained outnumbered. Among the 3 divisions of the Great Merchant Dynasty, the Qianjin Hall was the weakest, tasked with trading, with an average level that was relatively low, and only half had undergone their second-class transition. With around 120 members, Huanyazong boasted approximately 300. Even with the assistance of the arrow towers at the secondary base, they struggled to fend off the assault, resulting in casualties. Atop the slope, Lin Feng observed the unfolding chaos with his 260 elite members. Tian Wang whispered, "Boss, should we rush down to assist?" A love pig intestines added, "Yes, boss, your strategy is brilliant. If we charge now, we can catch them off guard." From their position, they could easily coordinate with the members of Qianjin Hall. However, Lin Feng shook his head, watching as the health of the secondary base slowly diminished to 70. "Do not move." Everyone remained silent. What? Without further explanation, he calmly observed the battle on the official road, continuously issuing commands to Gao Mai Di Mai. The arrow towers were fierce. Without the healers, even the martial artists would be swiftly eliminated. In this situation, they needed to dismantle the secondary base first. As the secondary base's health steadily declined, Huania Buddha laughed triumphantly. The great merchant dynasty is nothing but a farce. Huh, today you are doomed. Within 2 hours, no, half an hour, we shall crush you. Too weak. Brothers, once we win, I'll treat you all, don't leave. Yes, boss. As they adapted to the rules, their losses became negligible. The great merchant dynasty could only endure passive assaults. The secondary base's health plummeted to 50 in under 2 minutes, prompting Huania Buddha to celebrate. Viewers in the live stream were left perplexed. What is the great merchant dynasty doing? Who knows? Are they conceding victory? Surely not. There exists a hidden agenda. I have indeed placed my bets on the victory of the great merchant dynasty. What on earth is this? What are they waiting for? Shouldn't they rush in to assist? Just as their confusion peaked, Lin Feng's command was suddenly issued. Shang Tianzi declared, "Cease all attacks. Instruct all brothers not to harm the enemy." Gao Mai Dui Mai responded, "Boss, we can barely hold on." Shang Tianzi insisted, "No matter what, do not kill a single enemy." Understood. After giving his orders, he shouted within the guild, "Everyone, utilize the Wander the Jianghu skill to sneak around. Do not let the enemy see you." In the next moment, the players in the live stream were astonished by what unfolded. All players of the great merchant dynasty instantly entered stealth mode. Treasure Hall, follow me. Battle Hall, everyone with me. With a rush, they all descended from the opposite hillside. The path was narrow, impeded by an air wall, and they were merely 50 meters away from the happy sect. Yet cloaked in stealth, they managed to slip past, right under the enemy's noses. Everyone remember, do not attack the arrow towers. Do not attack the arrow towers. Anyone who does will be expelled from the guild. Understood, boss. Unbeknownst to them, the arrow towers had an alarm function. Any attack would relay information to enemy players. Under Lin Feng's command, the forces of the great merchant dynasty swiftly maneuvered through the secondary camp. A few unfortunate souls were struck down by the arrow towers, but it was of little consequence. They were ordered to assist Qianjin Hall in defense while the main force advanced toward the enemy's main base. Before the astonished gaze of all viewers in the live stream, the great merchant dynasty reached the Happy Sect's encampment in just 5 minutes. Is this even possible? What on earth is the Happy Sect doing? Why aren't they returning to defend? Damn it, I bet on the Happy Sect to win. Those watching the stream hurried to add Happy Buddha as a friend, only to receive an immediate system notification. Ding. Target player is in an environment that cannot receive requests. Please try again later. In the guild competition, aside from streaming and watching, there was no way to communicate with the outside world. Lin Feng had observed the enemy and noted that none were watching the live stream. He took the risk of having everyone stream, intending to make the battle hall of the great merchant dynasty famous. The reward from this endeavor outweighed a mere victory over the Happy Sect. Fortuitously, Happy Buddha had underestimated the great merchant dynasty. If he were to open the live stream now, he would see his stronghold filled with members of the great merchant dynasty. Furthermore, due to Lin Feng's strict orders against killing, there were no resurrected players on the enemy side. Lin Feng took a deep breath and surveyed the arrow towers flanking the main base. Fistmaster, take turns to withstand the 2 arrow towers. Healers, focus on healing them. And remember, do not attack the arrow towers. Everyone else, attack the main base with me. Understood, boss. As his words fell, all players commenced their assault on the main base. Only the arrow towers had a warning function. The encampment did not, and combined with the Wander, the Jianghu stealth, this afforded Lin Feng ample opportunity to maneuver. With over 200 players attacking with full force, the health of the Happy Sect's main base plummeted rapidly. As expected, with a resounding boom, it exploded. Chapter 65. The Great Merchant Dynasty Triumphs. The Happy Sect's defense shattered. Happy Buddha watched the unfolding battle with excitement. Ha! The Great Merchant Dynasty is utterly useless. Indeed, they can't even kill a single one of us. Ridiculous. The Arrow Tower's attacks can't even stop us? How dare they compete in the guild wars? They should just quit. For the first time, the happy sect reveled in their triumph. Having recently been crushed by Jung and Hall, they had endured mockery from their friends and reality for far too long. At last, their reputation was about to be overturned. Happy Buddha, filled with bravado, proclaimed, "From this day forth, among the 4 major territories of Ningdu City, the happy sect will claim one." Yet, no sooner had he spoken than the sudden system announcement echoed across the battlefield. Ding! The happy sect's main base has been captured, eliminated from the competition. You will be automatically teleported out of the map in 10 seconds. The unexpected system notification froze Happy Buddha's smile. The members of the happy sect were left in shock as a 10-second countdown materialized before them, rendering them unable to move. What is happening? Did we lose? Huh? What just occurred? Is there a bug? No, this doesn't make sense. While they floundered in confusion, jubilant cheers erupted from the great merchant dynasty nearby. Haha, we won. Is this it? I didn't even have to lift a finger. The happy sect is truly hilarious. Happy sect leaders, don't forget to patronize our business. Stock up on equipment and arms before you come to challenge us again. It was a blatant slap in the face, an unrestrained humiliation. Yet, they could not voice their grievances, only being collectively teleported out of the map amidst mockery and ridicule. Dazed, they reappeared at the resurrection point in Ningdu City. Happy Buddha, unable to comprehend the defeat, muttered, "Impossible, how could we lose? It makes no sense. There must be a bug. The great merchant dynasty must have exploited a glitch." The members of the happy sect were equally indignant. Surrounding them were not only their own, but also numerous viewers from the safety zone watching the live stream. Their gazes were filled with a mix of helplessness, teasing, and ridicule, all summarizing into one sentiment. Show some compassion for the foolish. Are you all idiots? Just turn on the live stream and see. I can't believe I bet on the happy sect, who turned out to be this pathetic. Ugh, Happy Buddha. What a fool. This was the second time the happy sect had publicly embarrassed themselves. Previously, they had faced ridicule. Now, they had caused losses for others while being scorned in return. Happy Buddha's face flushed as he opened the live stream. The streaming channel showcased the top live stream of the great merchant dynasty's Tianshi, boosted by its popularity. Upon entering, he observed the core members of the great merchant dynasty still celebrating within the happy sect's main base, the atmosphere starkly contrasting with that of the happy sect. Tianshi, brothers, no need for gifts. This is merely our guild leader's standard operation. Ming Wang. So incredible, huh? That was too easy, these fools. Oh, my apologies. The streamer spoke inappropriately. It only took a few minutes. We must be the fastest, right? Honestly, I thought we were in for a fierce battle. The happy sect is just underwhelming. Fuming, Happy Buddha abruptly ended the live stream. Damn it, how could there be such a strategy? He trembled with rage, realizing from others that the true reason for the happy sect's defeat felt wholly unjust. Just then, the system's voice resounded once more. Announcement. Congratulations to the guild, the great merchant dynasty, for successfully capturing the west of the city. They will retain all tax revenues from the west for 1 week. Guild members leveling in the west will gain an additional 10 experience. As this announcement echoed, those who had watched the live stream reacted calmly, while those who were left dumbfounded. Is this real? So soon? How could this be? Did the great merchant dynasty attack 2 empty cities? Is that possible? It's only been 20 minutes, right? Walking across the entire map would take at least 10 minutes. However, it wasn't too long before videos of the great merchant dynasty's battle went viral on the forums. People finally understood what had transpired, further deepening the embarrassment of the happy sect. Are they really that incompetent? I can hardly comprehend. If I were Happy Buddha, I'd just quit the game and disband the guild. So this is how guild wars can be fought. The great merchant dynasty is truly surprising. Their leader is quite clever. Such strategies had gone unnoticed until they were employed. After watching the videos, it became increasingly clear that it was simply the happy sect's folly. From that day forward, in all siege battles, no one would dare to assault empty encampments. Shang Tianzi is truly an enigma. Indeed, rising from nothing, never taking a step back, winning the gang competition in just 20 minutes, each time surprising everyone. This battle, although broadcasted live, only heightened the players' curiosity about Lin Feng. In an instant, Lin Feng's fame soared. This was an unprecedented confrontation, one that would be difficult to replicate. The western part of the city was not the focal point. The other three locations were where the real attention lay. The other three locations were also live-streamed. Go and watch. A flash of brilliance appeared as Lin Feng emerged in the safe zone of Ningdu City. Instantly, the safe zone became lively with the cheers and laughter of the great merchant dynasty, amplifying the insignificance of the joyful sect. Joyful Buddha, gritting his teeth, approached Lin Feng. You are despicable. Lin Feng widened his eyes. Big boss, how can you say that? You ambushed me. I fought you openly. Yet you chose to sneak attack. No, dear boss, you have misunderstood me. I thought this game was all about ambushing camps. Was I wrong to assume we were supposed to fight? How strange. Seeing Lin Feng's bewildered expression, Joyful Buddha's defenses crumbled once more. Haha, indeed, the Merchant Emperor is right. When did we ever say the gang competition was about killing? Laughter erupted. Did you see his expression? Joyful Buddha, hearing the surrounding banter, became further agitated, grinding his teeth before turning to leave. Lin Feng waved and chuckled. Don't be disheartened. Do come again next time. And thank you for the 2 million gold coins. Fortunately, this was just a game. Otherwise, Joyful Buddha would have coughed up blood. Amidst the crowd's jesting, Joyful Sect could no longer stay, logging off one by one. Lin Feng paid them no mind, quickly opening the live stream to watch the other three matches. In the Eastern City, Sheep Village, Great Emperor City, Kill and Dance, these three sects were of little interest. Lin Feng was acutely aware of Great Emperor City's strength. The reason Jiangnan Hall was considered one of the top three gangs was that it was closely matched with Great Emperor City, with both factions perpetually oscillating between second and third places. Their strengths were nearly equal. Sheep Village, while capable of entering the top 10 later, was not yet ready. This match was a guaranteed win for Great Emperor City. In the southern city, Jiangnan Hall, Gentleman's Alliance, Qingyun's sect, the situation was similar, with Jiangnan Hall having the highest chance of victory. Lin Feng's primary focus lay in the northern city. Northern City, Heavenly Palace, White-Clothed Sword Sect. A brick to crush you. This match accounted for over 30 million of the 60 million in bets. Lin Feng's fate hinged on this confrontation. If a brick to crush you emerged victorious, he would become wealthy. If the other two won, he would face ruin. Chapter 66. The final match, a life and death gang competition. This live stream belonged to Shangwan Tiange. It was evident that he recognized the significance of this gang competition, capturing the attention of the entire game. The victor would gain immense renown. Heavenly Palace was determined to leverage this gang competition for a resurgence, naturally seizing the opportunity to broadcast. In his eyes, two factions battling one would ensure a win. The battle attracted a vast audience, with 100,000 viewers online. Lin Feng stood still, his expression focused on the competition. The fight was fiercely contested. Beyond the visible outcome, the live stream displayed scores from three factions. Heavenly Palace, 248 points, White-Clothed Sword Sect, 870 points. A brick to crush you, 1,570 points. Upon seeing the scores, everyone was taken aback. How can a brick to crush you withstand the assaults of two factions? Incredible. I didn't perceive their strength. They may have held out, but they're burning through their resources quickly. They can't last 2 hours. On screen, the two factions jointly assaulted each other's secondary camps. I bet 100,000 gold coins. Make it worthwhile. What is that Heavenly Emperor doing? Is he not directing the stream? What does he know about commanding? If this continues, we will surely lose. If they could not breach the opposing main camp within 2 hours, victory would be determined by points. No one anticipated that a brick to crush you, an obscure faction, could withstand the onslaught of two factions and maintain a score exceeding their total. It was utterly astonishing. Lin Feng, however, sighed in relief. As expected, you did not disappoint. In his previous life, the second and third ranked factions in Ningdu City were Jiangnan Hall and Great Emperor City. Neither could ever claim the top position. This was firmly held by a brick to crush you. The legend of this faction had become well known among innumerable players. Lin Feng knew one thing. A brick to crush you had never lost. Indeed, never. They possessed the most formidable commander recognized throughout the land, the leader, Brick. As time passed, a brick to crush you's score continued to rise. Wow, 3,000 points. I just realized that the gang competition isn't merely about which guild is stronger. Are you only just figuring this out? I noticed it in the Great Merchant Dynasty stream. The gang competition hinges on strategy, tactics, and command. Indeed, while no one understood the rules, a brick to crush you strategy was simple, a staunch defense to win by points. Players were not foolish. They spoke the truth. Over an hour had passed. As long as a brick to crush you maintained its lead in points, victory was assured. Just then, a system notification echoed. Congratulations to the faction, Jiangnan Hall, for acquiring territory in the southern city. Congratulations to the faction, Great Emperor City, for acquiring territory in the eastern city. The two factions had sequentially claimed victory, all as Lin Feng had anticipated. Thus, the gang competition in the northern city became the most anticipated match. The viewer count in the live stream surged. It was believed that this broadcast would yield tens of thousands of dollars. However, Shangwan Tinga's expression darkened. Unable to contain his fury, he cursed. Damn it, there are still 40 minutes left. Can you all do this? Boss, we can't break through. Their defense is too strong. Heavenly Palace and White-Clothed Sword sect boasted 670 members, while a brick to crush you only had 350. They had managed to hold them off for an hour and 20 minutes. The scores were as follows. Heavenly Palace, 410, White-Clothed Sword sect, 1980. A brick to crush you, 3089. The gap widened. At this moment, Shangwan Tinga grasped the situation. We can't continue like this. The opponent's command is too strong. We can't break in, and if this goes on, we will lose. Points, the most crucial aspect, is the points. The command of Heavenly Palace was inept. While it appeared that two factions were attacking one, in reality, Heavenly Palace's members were unwittingly granting points to the enemy. Although the two factions had formed a secret alliance, the system did not acknowledge it. Their members often caused chaos by attacking one another. The Heavenly Palace crew was more of a hindrance than a help. Upon realizing this, Shangwan Tinga immediately altered the strategy. Everyone, retreat. White-Clothed Sword sect members, retreat as well. The leader of White-Clothed Sword sect, White-Clothed Sword Immortal, looked utterly baffled. Boss, aren't we fighting? Cut it out. Can you even break through? They're like hedgehogs. Return to defend your secondary camp, while we, Heavenly Palace, attack you. Huh? Why? Oh, I see. The boss wants us to farm points? The boss truly is exceptional. Right, if Brick intends to be a turtle, then let them. Lin Feng, listening to the stream, couldn't help but frown. It seems you're not entirely foolish. Brick, whether I can become wealthy depends on you. On screen, Heavenly Palace and White-Clothed Sword sect swiftly retreated, turning towards the secondary camp of White-Clothed Sword sect. Brothers, do not defend, strip off your gear, and give points to White-Clothed Sword sect. Dead brothers, come back immediately, keep sending. Heavenly Palace shamelessly farmed points right before everyone's eyes. However, this tactic proved remarkably effective. Within just one wave, White-Clothed Sword sect's points surged by over 200. With half an hour remaining, it was enough for White-Clothed Sword sect to turn the tide. Watching White-Clothed Sword sect's points rapidly surpass 2,500 within mere minutes, Lin Feng couldn't help but furrow his brow, feeling a surge of indignation. Shameless, he thought, troubled by the memories of his past life, where he had never faced defeat. Ever since he realized that his memories and reality had begun to diverge, he found it increasingly difficult to trust them. The outcome remained uncertain. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, with many users expressing their outrage. Isn't this just too shameless? It's reasonable, yet somewhat disgraceful. But in the end, might makes right. There's still over 20 minutes left. I recall the Heavenly Emperor betting 20 million gold coins on the White Robe Sword sect. Perhaps this is all for that sum. Wow, it's at 2,700 points already. Hasn't one brick kills you reacted yet? As the points continued to rise, Lin Feng clenched his fists, realizing that his fate hinged upon the next 20 minutes. Chapter 67, Winning Big. Seizing the moment to auction, time ticked away, and the score of the White Robe Sword sect crept closer to that of one brick kills you. Lin Feng's anxiety heightened. Finally, at 3,000 points, One brick kills you reacted. Just when they were racking up points seamlessly, members of the brick gang suddenly charged from behind. Let them score, brothers. Let's take them down. Charge. The Heavenly Palace members were taken aback. They had just disrobed their gear and were queuing for kills, only to find themselves ambushed by the brick gang. The Heavenly Palace was caught in the middle, reduced to mere fodder. Points on both sides surged. Shangwan Tiange remained bewildered. What's happening? Boss, they figured out. They're ambushing us from behind. Boss, they're attacking our arrow tower. The Heavenly Emperor exclaimed, What do we do now? Players watching the live stream could barely contain their laughter. Ha, what now? This guy is hilarious. The commander of a guild is actually asking what to do? That's just ridiculous. Seriously, I feel like I could do better than him. Commanding is not a task for everyone, at least in the early days of the world. Commanders were rare talents, astute with the rules and respected, so others were inclined to heed their words. The Brick Gang was the strongest. Lin Feng dared to bet against Shangwan Tiange precisely because of the Brick Gang, and it seemed his gamble had paid off. Amidst Shangwan Tiange's frantic commands, chaos erupted among the two guilds. Meanwhile, the Brick Gang sat confidently, calmly issuing orders. Group 3, sneak attack on the Heavenly Palace's second outpost. Remember to retreat upon sighting enemies. Group 5, block the first outpost and eliminate respawning members of the Heavenly Palace. Your task is to prevent them from emerging. Everyone else, take your positions and eliminate enemies. Remember, do not enter the arrow tower's attack range. Each command was precise. As the guild leader, he could even name every member, strategically orchestrating from the highest vantage point, leaving all spectators in awe. Incredible. I feel like I'm playing Red Alert. Indeed, every soldier is utilized to perfection. It's astounding. He must be a time traveler. Is he really that professional in the first match? Only Lin Feng understood that this was just the beginning. In a grand scheme of a 100,000-member guild battle or national war, he had been the supreme commander, and that was his true arena. Presently, he was still somewhat inexperienced in his command. Under his meticulous direction, one brick kills you began to turn the tide, once again widening the point gap. As the 20 minutes drew to a close, the clock struck 10, and the scores were finally set. One brick kills you. 3508, White Robe Sword Sect, 3416. Heavenly Palace, 890. Congratulations. One brick kills you has emerged victorious, securing ownership of the Northern District. As the system announcement echoed, the highly anticipated guild battle came to an end. The victors were finally determined. East City, Empire City, South City, Jiangnan Hall, West City, Grand Merchant Dynasty, North City. One brick kills you. The dust settled at last. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile, shouting to everyone in the safe zone. The match is over. Everyone, come to me for your rewards. He then posted another message. Grand Merchant Dynasty Betting Exchange. Deadline, 24 hours. All owners, please redeem your tickets. In the following hours, crowds flooded the Grand Merchant Dynasty shop. The shop's popularity surged once more, with vendors setting up stalls nearby to capitalize on the excitement. Lin Feng stood inside the shop, addressing the enthusiastic players. Everyone, please remain calm. Queue up slowly. We are manually checking tickets, so it may take a little time. I appreciate your understanding. The Merchant King, having won immensely, yet still referring to me as boss, brings me to tears. Indeed, I wagered 100 gold coins, and he graciously accepted the tickets, treating my brothers well. His character is commendable. Ha! How amusing. If I could earn that much, I could do the same. Regardless, I have indeed profited 50,000 gold coins. In this world, no one can gain universal approval, especially not those who suffer losses. Lin Feng paid little mind to these sentiments. After all, he had truly triumphed. After a long night of activity, with a total of 60 million in bets, he lost 4 million. Ultimately, he netted over 32 million gold coins. Out of this sum, 20 million belonged to Shangwan Tiange. Lin Feng gazed at the 52 million gold coins in his inventory with delight, exclaiming, "What a good person. Shangwan Tiange, you truly are a good person." Riding the wave of success, Lin Feng announced to each person redeeming rewards. The Grand Merchant Dynasty will hold an auction in Ningdu City in 1 week. These individuals became spontaneous ambassadors, actively promoting the Grand Merchant Dynasty's auction. The discussions reached a fever pitch, with countless posts regarding the Grand Merchant Dynasty's remarkable victory and the upcoming auction. The promotional material was everywhere. Seizing the momentum, Lin Feng posted several announcements. The first auction of the Grand Merchant Dynasty, location, Ningdu City, Wanshe Tavern, number of participants, 3,000. The Grand Merchant Dynasty is collecting auction items. All players are welcome to submit equipment, items, skill books, etc. for auction. Minimum total value, 100,000 gold coins. The Grand Merchant Dynasty will charge a 10 service fee, fair and transparent. Note, tickets will go on sale in one day at the Grand Merchant Dynasty's various stalls. Uniform price, 1,000 gold coins. Those auctioning items will receive a free ticket. Upon the release of this post, countless individuals began to comment. No way. An auction organized by players? Can't I just go to the system auction house? Same 10 fee. Exactly. Why the hell are they selling tickets? Limited spots? What nonsense is this? Haha. Indeed. If you don't buy, there are only 3,000 tickets. I'm worried I won't get one. 1,000 gold coins? That's reasonable. It's just for the spectacle. Lin Feng had expertly orchestrated a hunger marketing strategy. With a week remaining until the auction, the number of discussions reached hundreds of thousands. Some rejoiced while others despaired. The more successful the Grand Merchant Dynasty became, the more agitated Shangwan Tinga grew. Damn it, bastard scoundrel! In Ning City, at the Tinga Group, a company established by Shangwan Tinga under the Shangwan conglomerate, the sound of objects being thrown echoed from his office. Bastard, how could we lose? Why do we lose? What a ridiculous rule. His assistant stood rigidly by. The rules of the game dictate everything, if you don't understand them. What's the point of complaining about them here? The rules are fair. However, he clearly did not dare to speak. After venting his frustration, Shangwan Tinga sat on the sofa, his chest heaving. Only then did the assistant quietly remark, "Boss, the Grand Merchant Dynasty has made a fortune, and they've announced that they will hold an auction in a week." An auction? With an auction house already in place. What need is there for an auction? Is he an idiot? Oh right, he's indeed an idiot. Shangwan Tinga glared angrily at him. Are you mocking me? No, boss. I believe what you're saying has merit. You think you could just say that? With that, 2 resounding slaps landed on his face. After the confrontation, Shangwan Tinga composed himself. An auction? An auction. He aspires to take the high-end route. Such ambition. If only he knew that Lin Feng's strategy for developing the Grand Merchant Dynasty mirrors the trajectory of the celestial realm from a previous life. I wonder what he would think. Damn it, who is this merchant's son? Such audacity surely indicates he is no ordinary individual. Find out his identity. The assistant, feeling helpless, replied, "Boss, how can we investigate this? I don't care what methods you employ. Uncover it within a week, or consider your position here terminated." Understood, boss. The assistant left the office with a heavy heart. Shangwan Tinga clenched his teeth. The merchant's son, the Grand Merchant Dynasty belongs to me. Chapter 68, Hunger Marketing. Jian Bufan, the Grand Merchant Dynasty's gang chat group, buzzed incessantly throughout the night. The following day, the merchant's son announced, "I have decided to hold an auction in 1 week. Brothers with valuable items may present them for bidding. Simultaneously, I have prepared 3,000 tickets. Each vendor may claim 15 tickets at a price of 950 gold coins each. Boss, could you possibly give me a few more tickets?" "Indeed, boss, may I have 30? The seasoned vendors of the Grand Merchant Dynasty are no fools. They quickly recognize the business opportunity. The tickets are being sold for 1,000 gold coins, with a cost price of 950, resulting in a mere 50 gold coin tax to Lin Feng, equating to no profit at all. Yet, this presents a chance for free promotion. Lin Feng could have sold these tickets in his own shop, but he chose to distribute them to the vendors to generate buzz. The tickets would stimulate sales of other goods at the stalls, and soon everyone was eager to secure their entry. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Do not rush, brothers. This is an opportunity for each of you. I cannot favor one over another. The auction is for the prestige of our Grand Merchant Dynasty, and all will benefit. The boss is right. Let us ensure that the people of Ningdu City recognize that purchases should be made with the Grand Merchant Dynasty. Indeed, once this idea takes root, Will we not worry about selling our goods? Boss, I have items to sell. These are acquisitions from not long ago. Boss, I have some as well. After distributing the tickets, several gang members presented their valuable items to Lin Feng. Upon inspection, he found over a dozen items valued at more than 100,000 gold coins in total, though their individual worth was not particularly high. The merchant's son reminded the brothers from the treasure hall, "Do not forget to manufacture arms. This is our foundation, and remember to level up." By noon that day, the tickets for the Grand Merchant Dynasty began to be sold at various stalls. After half a day's promotion and through strategic hunger marketing, the 100 tickets held by the seasoned vendors were snatched up in an instant. What the hell? You said no one was buying. How did they vanish in seconds? Unbelievable. I didn't manage to snag even one. Those ticket hunters must be insane. They are probably scalpers or streamers who grabbed them. Damn, I fell for your ruse. I genuinely thought no one would buy. The merchant's son is indeed a genius. 3,000 tickets gone in a flash. Did he just earn 3 million gold coins in mere seconds? Yes, this is why the wealthy continue to accumulate wealth. They seem to forget that Lin Feng also rose from humble beginnings. He still had over 800 tickets in hand, and he was in no rush to sell them, waiting patiently for the right buyers. Just then, someone approached. The Jiangnan swordsman said, "Brother, I heard you are holding an auction. May I sell some equipment?" The merchant's son replied, "Welcome, of course. However, the minimum price for equipment must be 100,000 gold coins. This rule cannot change." Starry Emperor, merchant's son, are there still tickets available for the auction? Merchant's son, yes, there are still tickets, but I will provide them for free if you have auction items. Otherwise, they are priced at 1,000 gold coins. The rules are non-negotiable. These individuals cannot be overlooked. They are affluent magnates. To sell the auction items, their participation is essential. Talk of fairness and justice is merely for the common folk, expecting them to buy goods. In just 2 hours, over 100 items were collected, totaling 138 when including those contributed by the gang members. Lin Feng was not in a hurry. After all, there were still 6 days remaining. As the first day's clientele dwindled, he ensured everything was arranged before embarking on his own leveling journey. Main quest. The man imprisoned in the dungeon appears to have a grievance. Please investigate. At last, he could undertake the main quest for a hidden profession. Following the system's guidance, Lin Feng found the entrance to the dungeon in a corner of the west side of the city. Just as he was about to enter, an NPC stopped him. "This is a dungeon. No idlers are permitted to enter. Quest updated. You have been halted by the guard. You have 2 options. Option 1, bribe the guard. Option 2, seek the city lord of Ningdu for a token." Note, the 2 choices will lead to entirely different storylines. Please choose wisely. Annoying. You don't even explain the storylines, leaving me to choose blindly. Lin Feng casually selected the first option. If money can solve the problem, then it is no problem at all. 500 gold coins automatically deducted. As the system's voice faded, the guard unexpectedly found a pouch of coins in his hand. The guard weighed the pouch and smiled. "You are quite astute. Do not take too long. You have only 10 minutes. Merchant's son, thank you, good sir. Indeed, he no longer obstructed Lin Feng, who entered the dungeon without hindrance. The air was thick with the stench of decay and blood, invoking nausea. Even he could not help but frown. Must it be so vividly realistic? Surveying the surroundings, the dungeon appeared dimly lit, larger than he had anticipated. He could faintly hear the sounds of agony echoing from within. Lin Feng set his course toward the deepest part of the dungeon, remaining vigilant of the NPC prisoners along the way. Notorious criminals, thieves, and murderers were imprisoned here, all of whom were dangerous felons. These NPCs bore no interactive interface, indicating they were not the individuals Lin Feng sought. About halfway through, Lin Feng suddenly halted, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at a figure in a cell. Is it him? How could he be here? Indeed, in the corner of the cell sat a player, clad in swordsman gear, with the name above his head, Jian Buffon. Chapter 69. The Wandering Swordsman. Quest objective players possess their own dungeons. For instance, excessive killing leading to a bounty or outrageous behavior such as teasing NPCs may result in imprisonment within a player dungeon, which offers better conditions. The Ningdu City Jail is reserved for serious offenders facing execution. Those confined here are NPCs. While a player appearing in such a place can only imply one thing, a hidden quest. Jian Bufan. The name is quite ordinary in the game. However, Lin Feng recognized that this individual was extraordinary. In a previous life, he was a top contender, simultaneously ranking in the top 3 of the power, villain, and level leaderboards. Among those, even the Jiangnan swordsman only made it onto the power leaderboard, falling short of Jian Bufan's prowess. Most significantly, Jian Bufan was a free agent, devoid of a guild or financial backing. He was the idol of all free players, the pinnacle of expertise. His strength had been a subject of study. Lin Feng had read a post about it and found it quite memorable. His formidable abilities stemmed from being a hidden profession in the game, and at level 20, he was likely engaged in the quest for his hidden class transition. Lin Feng never anticipated encountering him here. Perhaps sensing someone observing him, Jian Bufan slowly lifted his head, momentarily surprised upon seeing the name of the merchant's son. He then nodded at Lin Feng, who reciprocated with a smile and a nod. The sword is impressive. Jian Bufan glanced at the sword beside him. Average. What a cold individual. He is known to be reclusive, speaking little and having few friends in the game. Upon seeing him, Lin Feng immediately contemplated bringing him under his wing. He continued the conversation. Are you working on a quest? Yes. Alas, this fellow is quite the enigma. His time for completing tasks is steadily diminishing. Lin Feng, uncertain of how to initiate a conversation, decided to take his leave. Farewell, my wanderings continue. Let us connect as friends. Suddenly, Jian Bufan spoke up. Lin Feng turned in surprise. Certainly. Moments later, a notification chimed in the system. Ding. Player, Jian Bufan has added you as a friend. Do you accept this request? Yes. Thank you. Jian Bufan expressed earnestly. Lin Feng smiled wryly, shaking his head. It's nothing. Perhaps in this life, he has become a legend in Ningdu City. Those once deemed unattainable now stood as equals or even beneath him. A level 20 Jian Bufan, able to add him as a friend, could boast about it in reality. Perhaps there were ulterior motives. Who could say? Lin Feng departed from Jian Bufan's prison cell, finally arriving at the deepest recesses of the dungeon. In the cell before him was a prisoner, bare-chested, bound by thick iron chains, with his scapula pierced by iron hooks, a tragic sight. His name was Li Run, the young master of Ningdu. Above his head hovered an interactive symbol. He was indeed the one mentioned in the task a man wronged. Lin Feng chose to interact directly, awakening the prisoner. Young Master Ningdu. Young Master Ningdu? The chains rattled slightly. Li Ren slowly lifted his head, and upon seeing Lin Feng, a glimmer of hope flickered in his otherwise colorless eyes. You have come. You knew I would arrive? How may I assist you? I am wronged, my father, at Haifeng Mountain. Save him. As his words fell, his head drooped once more. A message appeared beside him. Target deceased. Lin Feng. Ding. Task updated. Proceed to Haifeng Mountain and rescue young Master Li Ren's father. Note, this task is challenging. Players may team up to undertake it. What the hell? Another absurd plot twist. At least provide some background. What are we saving him from? And for what reason? Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Just then, a voice emerged from behind him. He is the son of the former city lord, who was dismissed due to a corruption scandal. However, City Lord Li Li has vanished, leaving Li Run as the scapegoat. The speaker was none other than Jian Bufan. Surprised to learn the background story from another, Lin Feng regarded him oddly. How did you get out? Have you completed your task? Jian Bufan shook his head. I was never imprisoned. The chains merely hung loosely, they were not locked. I was waiting here for the task, with no place to sit. I simply entered to rest. Lin Feng was at a loss for words. Indeed, how could a prisoner wield a sword? Yet one had to admit, his maneuvering was quite adept. Unexpectedly, the person he was waiting for was Jian Bufan. What do you mean? Lin Feng stared at Jian Bufan, wide-eyed. Yes, I too aim to rescue his father. However, he trusts you and not me. The task requires me to wait here. What a predicament. What if I hadn't arrived? The prison only opened for 2 hours each day, and he had already waited for 2 days. Lin Feng was astonished. He had seen many frustrating situations in games, but never one as stubborn as this. 2 days and merely 4 hours spent sitting here? Is your task the same as mine? Shall we collaborate? Indeed. Player, Jin Bufan invites you to form a team. Do you accept? Accept. The two entered into a team. Shang Tianzi, level 20, Jin Bufan, level 20. Hafeng Mountain may very well be a dungeon. Should we gather more people? Shang Tianzi suggested. No need. This should suffice. Traveling in this game is cumbersome before acquiring mounts, and it would likely take half an hour to reach Hafeng Mountain from Ningdu City. Hafeng Mountain is located in Hafeng Town, necessitating a carriage from a station. Seated on the carriage, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward until Jin Bufan broke the silence. By the way, what is your profession? Lin Feng shrugged, smiling. You can consider me a martial artist. I am a wandering swordsman. Oh, is the wandering swordsman a hidden class? What distinguishes it from a swordsman? Must one wander daily? I'm not certain. I accidentally became a wanderer one day. People like this are quite common in reality. They may seem shy when unfamiliar, yet become rather eccentric when acquainted. Lin Feng checked the task again. By the way, does your task have a location guide? Oh, you don't have one either? That's unfortunate. Hafeng Mountain is vast, and it seems hard to locate. Hard to find. Perhaps not. I have acquaintances. Before long, they arrived at Hafeng Town, a hub for the gang known for its infamous activities. Upon Lin Feng's arrival, tension arose among the locals. Is that Shang Tianzi? What brings Shang Tianzi here? Boss, your sworn enemy has arrived. Aren't you being too dramatic? Don't say that. If he hears us, we'll be in trouble. Lin Feng was no longer the same man he once was. The notorious boss had suffered at his hand before. The acquaintance Lin Feng referred to was none other than this formidable figure. Chapter 70. Adventuring with the villain. All brothers together, the notorious boss had just logged in, having completed his gang tasks and intended to leave when Lin Feng arrived unexpectedly. With an awkward smile, the boss approached. Isn't this the esteemed Shang Tianzi? What brings you to my humble gang? They weren't quite on familiar terms. Lin Feng, with a polite smile, got straight to the point. Is there anything special on the mountain, perhaps a bandit lair? The boss pondered for a moment. Hafeng Mountain is filled with mountain bandits and wild creatures. There are many lairs, at least a dozen. I can provide you with a general direction. However, Lin Feng did not trust this individual. The indicated direction might lead them astray. Take us there. I still have to return to Ningdu City to complete my task. I'm busy. You don't have a ticket for the Gang-S auction, do you? The boss's eyes lit up. Do you have them? Of course, I'll give you 2. Just lead me there. 2 tickets cost merely 2,000 gold coins. But the auction tickets had been scalped to 2,500 each, and they were hard to come by. Being able to attend the auction was a status symbol. The notorious boss, despite being a gang leader, was not lacking in funds, but found it embarrassing to be unable to procure tickets. Grinding his teeth, he said, Fine, I'll take you. The tickets first. I'll give them to you once we find a place. Thus, Lin Feng cleverly persuaded the notorious boss, and the 3 formed a small group, embarking towards Hafeng Mountain. Hafeng Mountain was a significant leveling point, which contributed to the thriving business in Hafeng Town. This very outpost had been sold to the notorious boss by Lin Feng, for which the boss was quite grateful. Along the way, he expressed his thanks profusely, promising to support Lin Feng at the auction and to purchase all future items from his store. With Lin Feng's rising fame, he found himself surrounded by well-wishers eager to curry favor. Bandit lairs? Dungeons? Quest locations? Upon eliminating all possibilities, only 2 bandit lairs remained. Entry into these was likely restricted and should be quest-related. Fortunately, with the notorious boss's familiarity with Hafeng Mountain, it didn't take long for him to lead Lin Feng and Jin Bufan to the first bandit lair. Hafeng Stronghold. The lair lay hidden within a secluded mountain hollow. Without guidance, it would have been tough to locate. The 3 observed from a distance. At the stronghold's entrance stood 2 fierce NPC guards patrolling. Hafeng Stronghold Guard, elite monster, level 20. To their astonishment, even the guards were elite monsters. The notorious boss remarked, Some of my gang members have visited here. These 2 are minor bosses. Defeating them 1T opened the door. We still cannot enter the stronghold. This must be what you were referring to. Indeed. Let us descend and investigate. I've already brought you to the place. You can go down now, but but I shall not accompany you. Hand over the ticket. No way. At least wait until I finish my task, right? The notorious villain replied. I knew you were going to trick me. You consider me your free labor, don't you? Lin Feng, with righteous indignation, responded, We're brothers. How can you say that? What if this village isn't what I desire? The notorious villain gritted his teeth. Fine, for the sake of that brotherly bond, I shall assist you. So easy to deceive, utterly effortless, no need to think hard. Lin Feng clapped his hands in the void. Come forth, venomous zombie! The air twisted, and a dark green shadow coiled around them. The dilapidated coffin slowly appeared. Bang! The venomous zombie emerged from the coffin. Jian Bufan looked on in astonishment at the venomous zombie. Is this truly the finest pet in Ningdu City? Has it evolved again? The notorious villain trembled upon seeing the zombie. He had suffered many defeats before, and now it was even stronger. Was there no justice? Main tank, you two deal damage. Venomous zombie go. Under Lin Feng's control, the venomous zombie leaped in front of the two NPCs. Who dares to trespass in a Black Wind stronghold? Seeking death. Successfully drawing the ire of the two NPCs. One claw from each dealt damage. Green symbols appeared above the guards' heads, indicating they had entered a poisoned state. Once poisoned, their enmity stabilized. You and my pet will attack the same guard. This way, we 1T draw additional hate. All right. The notorious villain and Jian Bufan attacked simultaneously. Jian Bufan, a first transformation hidden class wandering swordsman, and the notorious villain, a second transformation shadow assassin, both attacked the same creature, and their damage output was surprisingly similar. It's only natural that assassins, known for their high burst damage, would not compare to a versatile swordsman. The notorious villain's skills were rather mediocre. He used whatever skill was available without any combination. After 5 minutes of their combined effort, the guard finally fell, and they began to engage the second guard. Fortunately, the attack wasn't too high, and the zombie's undead body could withstand the blows perfectly. The notorious villain complained, Brother Shang Tianzi, why aren't you attacking? Your damage output shouldn't be low, right? Jian Bufan looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Lin Feng, now considered a top-tier player in Ningdu City, had yet to show his hand. Lin Feng chuckled. My zombie's damage output surpasses both of yours. There's no need for me to intervene. If I can deceive, I shall deceive. Who can match my ability to mystify? Maintaining an air of mystery ensures a constant flow of attention. The zombie indeed had high damage output, and the two remained silent. After dispatching the guards, the entrance to the stronghold slowly opened, revealing the enigmatic Black Wind stronghold. The notorious villain gazed in astonishment. It really opened. Do you truly have a mission? What else? Do you think I'm lying to you? The ticket. We'll discuss it after the battle. This is excessive. We are all brothers. All right. The notorious villain gritted his teeth, lamenting how he had boarded a pirate ship. Initially, he had aspired to be a villain without remorse, but now his ambitions had withered away. Lin Feng and Jian Bufan had already stepped into the stronghold. Black Wind Stronghold was significantly larger than Iron Horse Stronghold, with well-trained brigands patrolling, resembling anything but mere bandits. At the center of the stronghold, on a high platform, a middle-aged man was bound, severely beaten and exposed to the scorching sun. The name above his head was none other than Li, Lin Feng's task target. Even before engaging, the notorious villain recoiled. Are we three going to tackle this dungeon? Are you sure? They're all elite monsters. What are you afraid of? We can circumvent them. Indeed, this dungeon requires us to rescue that person. It didn't say we had to eliminate every boss. Ah, you make a compelling point. However, the monsters inside are quite formidable. Let us avoid unnecessary fights. Lin Feng was observing the distribution of monsters within the dungeon, contemplating how to proceed. Unbeknownst to him, Jian Bufan's eyes flickered, lost in thought. Chapter 71. Jian Bufan's ambush. Jian Bufan, why are you in a daze? Let us get started. Huh? Oh, as always, my zombie will be the main tank, drawing the monsters. Whichever one it targets, you shall attack as well. Is that clear? Understood, but wait a moment. We've called in a few others. The notorious villain knew he couldn't escape Lin Feng's grasp, so he called upon 3 other ranged attack experts from their guild for assistance. Lin Feng was indifferent. At least it would expedite the process. The three added characters were a second transformation Taoist, a healer, and a crossbow hunter, all range classes. The Taoist, a subclass of the priest, had access to the heavy injury talisman after reaching level 20, a formidable skill that inflicted 15 additional damage at level 1, becoming increasingly powerful with level. Coupled with the crossbow hunter's poison arrows and the zombie's grasp, their monster-killing speed significantly improved. Stay to the side, healer, and buff my zombie. Be careful not to attract more than 3 monsters. We'll be in danger. Follow Brother Shang Tianzi's orders. This dungeon task proved to be more challenging than anticipated. Even with a 6-person team, clearing monsters was slow as they skirted the edges of the stronghold. Fortunately, these monsters lacked summoning abilities. After 2 hours, they finally reached the central area of the stronghold. Phew, we've finally arrived. How disgusting. Why do these monsters yield no experience or loot? What a waste of time. Indeed, boss. You should at least provide a little compensation. You insolent creature, if you want compensation, don't embarrass me. Brother Shang Tianzi, I've already given your boss 3 auction tickets. Just ask him for them. What the hell? Boss, you didn't mention that. Boss, you were trying to hoard them. How despicable. The notorious villain wore a grim expression, stuttering. I was just waiting to hand them over after we succeeded. Let us not waste time. Let us kill the monsters. There's only one left. Indeed, the only creature standing before them was the final wild monster guarding Li. Black Wind Stronghold Guard Chief. Boss, level 25, go. The venomous zombie charged first, as it drew the boss's enmity. The Taoist's heavy injury talisman and the crossbow hunter's poison arrows followed closely behind. This boss had significantly thicker health and higher attack than other elite monsters, and the venomous zombie struggled to hold its ground. Thankfully, the healer was present, so health was not an issue. Observing their onslaught against the boss, Lin Feng had no intention of idling. He approached Li. Mayor Li, I have come to rescue you. Li slowly lifted his head. His lips cracked from sun exposure, appearing to be on the brink of death. With parched lips slightly parted, he rasped, Help, help me. Lin Feng's interaction prompt appeared. Unlock the chains. Ding. Congratulations. You have saved Li and fulfilled Li Ren's wish. Task updated. Take Li away from Black Wind Stronghold and inquire about the location of the embezzlement evidence from him. After rescuing Li, without Lin Feng needing to say much, dialogue options appeared. I'm a friend of Li Ren, sent to rescue you. Wonderful. Li smiled gratefully before fainting. Rescuing him was quite simple. However, what concerned Lin Feng was that Li had a health bar, and it was only 100 points. Something was amiss. Just then, a sudden sound of slicing air rang out. A sword, aimed at a devious angle, flew toward Li. An ambush. Yet Lin Feng remained entirely unfazed. I knew it. Without a moment's hesitation, he positioned himself in front of Li, taking the blow. Splat. 398 damage appeared above Lin Feng's head. The assailant was none other than Jian Bufan, who had been in their party all along. Ha! Brother Bufan, I knew you had ulterior motives. Did you wish to kill him? How did you know? Jian Bufan's face was a mask of shock. The sword that had just been thrust came from behind Lin Feng, and under normal circumstances, it should have undoubtedly hit. Lin Feng, cradling Li, turned and fled. You cannot kill me. Exit the party. Zombie block him. The other party audaciously activated the full damage mode. Lin Feng, unyielding, responded in kind. How did you discover that? Haha, I'm a merchant. Do you think I lack the ability to read subtle cues? You are an introverted person, suddenly so warm towards me. There must be something amiss. Do we know each other? How do you know? Lin Feng remained vigilant, carrying Li and fleeing with remarkable speed, ignoring Jian Bufan's inquiries. Stop! Jian Bufan was obstructed by a poisonous zombie. The zombie did not attack him, but instead leapt into a crowd of monsters, drawing a horde of elite creatures, which stirred the entire Black Wind Stronghold. Goodness! The sheer number of wild monsters surrounds us. Merchant Emperor, you have deceived me again. Damn it, we are doomed. Boss, I'm going down. Curses echoed from within the Black Wind Stronghold. Without the poisonous zombie to bear the brunt, they could barely withstand a single boss, let alone such a multitude of monsters. Those inside were undoubtedly doomed. Recall the fighters. Lin Feng, uncertain of the situation within, decided to retreat, exhilarated by the thrill. In Black Wind Town, a resurrected notorious rogue was cursing vehemently. My ticket. Hey, are you a friend of the Merchant Emperor? Have him give me my ticket. Jian Bufan paid no heed to the rogue and instead contacted Lin Feng. Don't run. My mission is to kill him. I know, and then what? After a moment of contemplation, Jian Bufan replied, after saving him, let me complete my task and then kill him. Had you said this from the outset, I would have surely agreed. However, now, it's too late. Everyone has their own character. Jian Bufan did not feel he was in the wrong. He had no desire to befriend the Merchant Emperor or negotiate with him, as such individuals often lead others to misfortune, and he too would suffer. Yet this mission was of utmost importance to him. After a brief hesitation, he sent a message. It would not be detrimental to you. I can offer payment. Should have said so earlier. I am a businessman. How much? 1000. No, 2000 gold coins. Get lost. I have no money. I only possess 3000 gold coins, which is all I have saved since starting this game. Although the world was bustling, not everyone could profit. Most ordinary players, after this long, would have around 3000 gold coins, which was already substantial, while many others would invest their funds into equipment and elixirs. Just as Jian Bufan thought Lin Feng would refuse him, another message arrived from Lin Feng. It is not impossible. You can forego the payment if you sign this contract. Ding! The Merchant Emperor has sent an email. Check your inbox. Upon opening the email, Jian Bufan frowned at the contract contents. Become a member of the Great Merchant Dynasty and begin live streaming. Daily streaming requirement. 4 hours. Revenue split with Merchant Emperor at a ratio of 55. Chapter 72. Task Update Sect. A Servitude Contract. The penalties for breaching the contract were severe. 10 million gold coins, a figure that would increase with Jian Bufan's rising status. In the past, Jian Bufan would have certainly rejected it, but now he hesitated. Do not focus solely on the penalties. If you do not intend to breach, these terms become mere paper. You should consider the benefits I offer. You are from Ningdu City. You must be aware of my influence. The contract indeed outlined obligations for both parties. Lin Feng was no miser. He would also provide commensurate conditions. With the Merchant Emperor's influence and the brand power of the Great Merchant Dynasty, we will work diligently to enhance your visibility, and in the process, I will provide every possible assistance. This essentially meant that both would strive together to elevate Jian Bufan's fame, sharing the profits at a 55 split. Upon reflection, Jian Bufan realized he would not suffer a loss, as he was currently unknown, and any fame he gained would be due to Lin Feng's efforts. The critical issue was that if he failed to kill Li Li, his class transition mission would remain incomplete. Ding! Time remaining to kill Li Li, 1 hour. If the task cannot be completed, you will lose the opportunity to transition to the Bounty Swordsman class, thus forfeiting eligibility for hidden professions. The system timely delivered a reality check. Gritting his teeth, Jian Bufan replied, fine, I will sign. Shortly thereafter, Lin Feng received a notification. Congratulations on signing a contract with Jian Bufan. The contract is now effective. The Great Merchant Dynasty exists with this contract and holds legal validity. Both parties must adhere to the contract terms. Lin Feng, upon seeing the system prompt, couldn't help but smile broadly. He promptly sent a guild invitation. Fortunately, there were still 2 slots available in the guild, which he had kept reserved as some players had quit while others had joined. Guild Leader. Merchant Emperor invites player Jian Bufan to join the guild. Jian Bufan has entered the war hall. Congratulations on becoming the deacon. Wow, entering as a deacon? This is a big deal. He was invited by the boss. He must be important. Welcome, brother Jian Bufan. The guild was always lively. Jian Bufan, however, remained silent. As he was an introverted person, he privately messaged Lin Feng. Is it time now? I have signed. Let me kill Li Li. There's only an hour left. And if I fail, my transition will be a failure. Of course, we are brothers. Let us form a party. Joining the party, Jian Bufan was speechless to find Lin Feng merely a short distance away in Black Wind Town. A few steps brought him to where Li Li lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Lin Feng sidestepped, smiling as he said, you can kill him now. Jian Bufan narrowed his eyes. You are no longer protecting him? Lin Feng shook his head in exasperation. Are you truly foolish? I have completed my task. What need is there to protect him? He is of no use now. During that time, he had acquired evidence of embezzlement. Lily was no longer relevant to the upcoming tasks. Now, Jian Bufan was akin to Lin Feng's personal asset. Assisting Jian Bufan in enhancing his strength was equally beneficial for himself. Taking a deep breath, Jian Bufan raised his sword and ended Li Li's life. Surmising that his mission was complete, Lin Feng chuckled. In the future, be more straightforward. One should not be overly shameless. Jian Bufan rolled his eyes. You are not shameless? How can you earn so much money? Who knows what your task entails after saving him? Tell me, is there still a chance to kill him? Indeed. Lin Feng was in high spirits. What task comes next? Shall I assist you in reporting back? Jian Bufan directly shared his task within the party. Congratulations on killing Li Li. Please report back to the Lord of Ningdu City. Task reward. Second transition. Lin Feng, upon seeing this, was astonished. What a coincidence. He then shared his own task in the party. Congratulations on obtaining evidence of Li Li's embezzlement. Please submit the evidence to the Lord of Ningdu City. Task reward. 200. 000 experience points gold. 490. Your task offers such high experience? I always receive ample experience for my tasks. Monstrous. You will become even more monstrous. Remember to start live streaming. Lin Feng and Jian Bufan resumed their previous banter as they made their way back to Blackwind Town. Upon entering the town, they were surrounded by the notorious rogue once more, who menacingly exclaimed, Merchant Emperor, you have gone too far. Do you think I'm a fool? Lin Feng, unfazed, wrapped an arm around his shoulder, chuckling, Don't be angry. Here are 3 tickets, not a single one missing. What do you mean? I'm a merchant, not a swindler. Without you, I cannot have completed my task. Thank you. You, scoundrel. Remember to give me a heads up next time. The notorious rogue cursed as he stepped aside. All settled. As a wealthy heir, one must maintain dignity. We are all brothers. Thus, Lin Feng and Jian Bufan smoothly returned to the Lord's office in Ningdu City to report their tasks. However, upon entering the office, they sensed an unusual atmosphere. The Lord was neither sipping tea nor playing chess lazily, but stood still, awaiting players to approach him for conversation. Lin Feng suspiciously inquired, Lord of Ning, are you troubled by something? Is the company withholding salaries? The Lord of Ningqing spoke with a grave expression. Young sir, please conduct yourself appropriately. This is the Lord's residence. Do not cause a disturbance. We are all on the same side. Lin Feng sensed the shift in his demeanor and slowly retracted his smile. Had he reverted to an NPC? This was unexpected, especially in broad daylight. Was the plan to replace NPCs with employees not approved? During his last job transition, the Lord of Ningqing had mentioned that an announcement would be made at the evening gala. Yet, no such announcement had been issued, implying uncertainty. It seemed that events were reverting to their original course, which surprisingly brought Lin Feng joy. My presence has altered the course of reality in the game. It has not shifted the overall trajectory of the game, which is advantageous for me, as long as the game developers do not make changes. I still possess a wealth of memories to draw upon. With this thought, he felt reassured. I am here to deliver a quest. Oh, what is this? Evidence of Lord Li's embezzlement. The Lord of Ningqing's eyes widened in disbelief, his astonishment genuine, further affirming his NPC status. Quest completed. Reward 200. 000 experience. Gold 490. As soon as the announcement concluded, Lin Feng's level surged to 21. However, the matter was far from over. The Lord of Ningqing's expression darkened as he continued. I did not anticipate that the evidence of Lord Li's embezzlement would implicate the Lu sect. It appears this matter cannot be concluded so simply. Young Master Shang, would you accompany me to the Lu sect? Quest updated. Proceed to sect. Lu sect. Investigate the embezzlement case. The outer sect steward, Luo Chung, may have relevant information. Lin Feng stared at the quest in astonishment. A sect? ISNT that content only accessible at level 30? Level 30 serves as a demarcation in the game. After reaching level 30, players can undergo a third job transition, acquire mounts and pets, join sects, and purchase shops. According to his memories from the previous life, the period before level 30 is considered a novice phase. Only after reaching level 30 does the game's content begin to unfold gradually. Lin Feng had not anticipated encountering sex at level 21. While other players had yet to reach different cities, he already owned 2 shops in another city. Speaking of shops, Lin Feng accessed the shop management interface and organized his affairs. Both shops were thriving, having amassed a considerable stock of materials, and all return scrolls had been sold out. He planned to restock and continue selling. Merely from the return scrolls, he could achieve a balanced budget, which was quite impressive. As Lin Feng completed his organization, Jian Bufan had just submitted his quest, completing his second job transition. All done. Now you're a bounty swordsman? What distinguishes you from an ordinary swordsman? Lin Feng inquired curiously. In his previous life, he had excelled as a casual player without spending money, largely due to his class. Jian Bufan, however, looked disappointed as he scratched his head. It's not particularly overpowered. It feels quite similar to an ordinary swordsman. Do not be disheartened. After all, it is a hidden class. You will grow stronger in time. Let's hope so. The two parted ways at the Lord's residence. Lin Feng returned to his shop, organized his business dealings, and placed the acquired materials into the guild warehouse. Having completed everything, he intended to continue with his quests and head to the sect. Just then, a notification chimed in the game. Ding! A knocking sound has been detected. Confused, Lin Feng exited the game. Who is it? Brother Lin, it's me. Again. It was her. Lin Feng sighed. Miss, you are quite valuable. Could you refrain from wandering around? This place is secluded, and if you are captured again, you may not be so fortunate. The door swung open to reveal Liu. Her wounds were still visible, with a small cat-shaped bandage adorning her face. Quite adorable. With her long hair casually draped over her shoulders. She cheerfully exclaimed, Brother, please, this is of no use to you. I am not a human trafficker. No. Didn't tee you on the house from last time? I brought you the keys. The young girl had indeed taken it to heart, and had intentionally brought the keys. Lin Feng instinctively reached for the keys, but at that moment, another hand reached out, blocking their contact. Lin Feng had not noticed that another person stood behind the door. When he turned his head, he could see the full figure of a man, approximately 30 years old, with a neat, short haircut and a serious expression, clearly someone who did not take matters lightly. Dressed in a simple t-shirt, he did not wait for Lin Feng to speak before saying, Zhu Zheng, what are you doing? Miss, you cannot interact with strangers. You are quite amusing. Is he a stranger? He is my brother. Move aside. Liu impatiently pushed Zhu Zheng aside and stepped into the room, slamming the door shut behind her. Throughout this exchange, Lin Feng remained silent. Liu awkwardly said, Brother, I apologize. He is a bodyguard arranged by my father. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. It's all right. Your father should indeed have arranged a bodyguard for you. Humph. My father abandoned my mother and me when I was young, leaving behind only cold, unfeeling properties as compensation. Now he tries to curry favor with me. I will not forgive him. Cold and unfeeling. What a fitting description. Previously, he had only seen such sentiments expressed online regarding wealth, but this was the first time he truly experienced it in reality. With so many properties in Liu's possession, it indeed felt quite cold. I have received the keys. Thank you. I will transfer the money to you shortly. Lin Feng observed Liu, knowing that a normal person would realize it was time to leave. No need for the money. I will help you move. As Liu said this, she immediately began to tidy up Lin Feng's disheveled clothes. No, miss, I'm not ready to move yet. Lin Feng expressed his bewilderment. His mother had yet to be discharged from the hospital, and he still needed to stay here for a while. A young lady should maintain some modesty. That is my underwear. It has not been washed in 7 days. Please do not touch my toilet paper. My USB drive. Liu truly did not regard herself as an outsider, curiously examining the USB drive. What do these USB drives mean? Asia? Europe? America? Wow, brother. Do you engage in international business? Lin Feng could only respond with a silent expression. Do not touch that. It is study material. Sweat dripped down Lin Feng's brow. The situation was becoming too overwhelming. However, seeing the beads of sweat on her small face, he could not bring himself to chase her away. He hastily dialed Lin Wen's number. Hello, Lin Wen. Your little girlfriend is here with me. Could you come pick her up quickly? Which one? Li Wa. Are you in class? Nonsense. Are you trying to fool me? The signal is poor. The call ended abruptly. What a rascal. Lin Feng sighed in exasperation. To prevent Liu from rummaging through everything and uncovering his secrets. He decided to change the subject and noticed the gaming helmet. By the way, Liu, what level are you at now? Huh? Are you referring to the game? As expected, upon mentioning the game, her interest was piqued. Liu had intended to engage Lin Feng in conversation to strengthen their bond, and with his inquiry, she naturally felt delighted. I am quite impressive. I am already level 21. Oh, you're at the same level as me? Impressive. Hee indeed. I must tell you, there is plenty of exciting content at level 30. Is that so? Yes, level 30 is a turning point. There will be costumes, mounts, sex, and shops. So much fun. Liu's face lit up with excitement, yet she showed no intention of leaving. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and decided to play his trump card. Lin is also in the game. What? With a sudden burst of energy, she sprang up. I must hurry back to play. Lin Feng realized that dealing with her was most effective when mentioning Lin 1. One sentence was enough to send her off. Liu left in high spirits, and Lin Feng finally felt a sense of relief. After she departed, he closed the door, shaking his head in resignation as he tossed the keys onto the table. Just as he was about to immerse himself back into the game and continue his quests, a sudden noise interrupted him. Since the day the helmet exploded, Lin Feng's physical abilities had improved daily, including his hearing. The sound he heard just now was emanating from not far downstairs. Despite being faint and coming through the door, he could still distinctly hear footsteps and voices. Miss Li, please come with us. Do not force us to take action. Immediately following, the startled cries of Liu echoed through the air. Lin Feng exhaled helplessly. Is this really happening? Twice in a row, encountering danger? Last time, when Liu had fainted, he had acted without restraint. This time, however, she seemed to be fully conscious. Lin Feng approached the window, peering down below. Chapter 74. The Great Grievance. Captured once again, this incident was entirely different from the last. Previously, they had faced mere thugs. Now, 4 vehicles had arrived, encircling both Liu and Zhu Zheng. A dozen masked individuals emerged from the cars, and Lin Feng was taken aback. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, they don't resemble typical kidnappers. Although the location was remote, it was a weekday afternoon, and while there weren't many people around, a few had already begun taking photographs from distance. Strangely, the gang showed no concern for the bystanders, seemingly inviting attention. Zhu Zheng shielded Liu, his expression grave. Who are you? You needn't concern yourself with our identity. We offer you a chance to leave this place. Oof. Loyalty. I see, and we shall not hold back. Attack. At the command, 13 assailants charged forward, provoking a chorus of gasps. Zhu Zheng, undaunted, stood his ground against the onslaught. His prowess mirrored that of a cinematic special forces operative as he valiantly fought back, causing the thugs to cry out in pain. His strength was indeed impressive, capable of contending with multiple adversaries. Lin Feng helplessly glanced at Liu. Foolish girl, why aren't you fleeing upstairs? You can't just hide. He scanned the vicinity, seizing an empty takeout box from the table, and accurately tossed it at her head. Liu yelped, instinctively turning to Lin Feng. Get over here. What are you waiting for? Though somewhat infatuated and naive, Liu was undeniably loyal. She did not wish to implicate Lin Feng. Otherwise, she would have fled long ago. Yet, Zhu Zheng, a normal person, was also susceptible to fatigue and injury. With time slipping away, he found it increasingly difficult to protect Liu amidst the chaos. Miss, hurry upstairs. Quickly. Zhu Zheng urged, his anxiety palpable. Li bit her lip and nodded. All right, be careful. Block them. Do not let them ascend. Zhu Zheng roared, fiercely confronting the thugs like a formidable guardian. His resolve was reminiscent of a lone warrior holding the gate against a multitude. Meanwhile, Liu successfully made her way to the stairwell. Damn it, move aside. The leader of the thugs bellowed, forcing his way in. Suddenly, he drew a gun, aiming the dart barrel directly at Zhu Zheng. Do you think you're invincible? Earning a few thousand a month, and you're risking your life? Zhu Zheng, a former Special Forces soldier, dared not flinch at the sight of the weapon. The onlookers who had initially gathered to watch quickly lost their nerve, screaming as they scattered in all directions. The thug leader, standing 2 meters away, aimed his gun at Zhu Zheng, barking orders, tie them up. The rest of you, go upstairs and capture them, regardless of the consequences. Upon hearing the words regardless of the consequences, Zhu Zheng's pupils constricted. You're not kidnappers? Typical kidnappers sought monetary gain. They would never disregard life and death. Do you think we care? Enough chatter. Bang! After binding Zhu Zheng, they knocked him unconscious with the butt of the gun. Their objective had never been Zhu Zheng. After incapacitating him, they ignored him entirely and surged upstairs. The residents of the secluded building were mostly office workers, all at their jobs during this time, leaving the premises nearly empty. Boss, they've gone into that room. Foolishness. Ascending the stairs is akin to courting death. The leader of the thugs sneered. With only one exit in the building, 2 stayed to guard, while the other 12 approached Lin Feng's door. Open up. Thankfully, the door was fortified and not easily breached. Miss Li, you can stop hiding. You cannot escape. Come out, or you will suffer. Boss, there's no sound. Are you certain she's inside? Boss, use the gun. That's how they do it in the dramas. Are you an idiot? Guns aren't toys. If it goes off, LL create a bigger mess. Boss, when you flashed your weapon earlier, so many saw it. The situation is already dire. Still talking back? Ram it down. The sound of heavy thuds echoed as they attempted to break the door down, but the room had long been vacated. A piece of cloth tied to the balcony indicated a hasty escape. Damn it, curse be this turn of events. The thug leader hastily leaned over the balcony, but found no trace of them. Boss, they've gotten away. I can't see them. Hurry down to search. Just then, one of the lackeys shouted anxiously, Boss. It's bad. Ergo called to say the police are on their way. They had evidently planned meticulously, with several accomplices stationed at both ends of the street. Boss, we should retreat. Damn it. Let us go. With no other option, the thugs hurried downstairs, abandoning Zhu Zheng without a second thought, speeding away in their vehicles. The screeching of tires and fading engine sounds filled the air. The wardrobe creaked open, revealing Lin Feng and Li Yu emerging from their hiding place. Phew! Thankfully those thugs were fools. Li Yu, still shaken, patted her chest. You scare me to death, brother Lin. Thank you. Lin Feng shook his head in exasperation. Really, how can you get caught the moment you step outside? You might as well stay indoors from now on. Li Yu, equally distressed, replied, I don't know. This is only the second time in my life I've experienced something like this. I can't fathom why it keeps happening. Who knows? At that moment, Li Yu noticed a photograph on the ground. It was of her. Curiously, she picked it up. My photo? Did those thugs drop it? Oh, there's writing on the back. The reverse of the photo bore details about Li Yu, including the exact time she had left her home. It was alarmingly detailed, too detailed to be coincidental. Li Yu was not the type to panic. Having grown up in a single-parent household, she was mature and astute. A realization struck her. Lin Feng, puzzled, inquired, what is wrong? Nothing at all. Thank you once more, brother Lin. I must take my leave now. I'll accompany you downstairs. After freeing Zhu Zheng from his bindings, the two expressed their gratitude before driving away. Lin Feng watched them depart, muttering helplessly, the wealthy truly bring trouble. Without needing Li Yu to articulate her thoughts, Lin Feng could surmise the implications from the photograph. What a coincidence it was that every time she visited, she faced peril. Since the last incident, this was clearly no ordinary occurrence. Li Yu had mentioned that her father was not the wealthiest man when he divorced her mother. They had merely had some financial stability. To validate his suspicions, Lin Feng opened his computer and searched for information regarding the wealthiest individual in Ningdu City. The headline that immediately captured his attention read, The wealthiest in Ningdu City, CEO of Li Group, faces life-threatening illness. Doctors issue critical condition notice. Upon seeing this news, Lin Feng's suspicion solidified. Someone wished for Li Yu to meet her demise, for she held the right to inherit. I hope you are safe, he murmured, shaking his head. He had a favorable impression of Li Yu and wished for the young woman's well-being, considering her as a potential partner for Lin Wen. It seemed unwise to linger here any longer. From now on, she would need to avoid this place. After sending Li Yu a message, Lin Feng hastily packed his belongings, deciding to keep vigil at the hospital that night. Should their adversaries return, he would not be caught unprepared while distracted by gaming. The cramped room contained little of value, so he carelessly gathered his essentials into a suitcase and dragged it along. As dusk approached, Lin Feng arrived at a small eatery he frequented, conveniently located less than 100 meters from a hospital. It was a modest establishment specializing in pig trotter rice, affordable and delicious, where the owner was well acquainted with him and often added extra tofu and meat to his order. Shaolin, off on a trip? Yes, Wangge. I recall that your mother resides in this hospital. Does she not? It's still not mealtime. So I prepared a bowl of pig's trotter rice for Lin Feng and sat beside him, engaging in casual conversation. Indeed, she has not yet been discharged. Suddenly, Brother Wang leaned in and whispered, "Did you know something happened at this hospital?" "What? What happened?" Lin Feng asked, intrigued. "There's a nurse here named Lin Wan. Are you aware of her?" Lin Feng nodded. He certainly knew her. Lin Wan was a commendable nurse, probably in her 30s, who frequently worked the night shift caring for his mother, and they shared the same surname, which made Lin Feng remember her distinctly, often referring to her as Sister Lin. "What happened to her? I can't explain it well, but let me show you a video." He then mysteriously handed over his phone, revealing a 3-minute clip. The footage depicted the emergency room, where numerous patients were being rushed in. "I was delivering food in the infusion hall that day and happened to pass by the emergency room. I heard it was due to a major car accident. So I filmed a bit, but I didn't expect to capture this scene." The video was chaotic, yet Brother Wang's hands remained steady. Focusing on a woman in the center of the frame, Lin Wan. It seemed there was a shortage of staff, and Lin Wan, as a nurse, was assisting. She was pushing a severely injured little girl, while other doctors were overwhelmed with the situation. In the video, it appeared that Lin Wan attempted to perform CPR, pressing on the girl's chest. But the next moment made Lin Feng's eyes widen in disbelief. He saw a faint green light emanating from Lin Wan's hands, and the injuries on the little girl visibly began to heal. "No way!" Lin Feng exclaimed, utterly astonished. Brother Wang was equally excited. "Exactly. I had the same expression. It was incredible." It wasn't merely a question of wonder. It was as if Lin Wan had unleashed a resurrection technique akin to the one in the game Tianxia, a skill acquired upon a healer's promotion to a higher class, allowing for substantial and continuous healing. How could Lin Wan possess such a power? Lin Feng was taken aback, suddenly realizing that he might not be the only one to have acquired abilities from the game. He urgently asked, "Is Lin Wan still at the hospital?" Brother Wang whispered, "She has resigned and vanished. There's very little footage from that day. It has all been suppressed. Just keep this to yourself." It must be tough to keep such a secret, thought Brother Wang, sensing the potential for intrigue within the situation, confiding only in Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. "Yes, Brother Wang, let us keep this under wraps." "Haha, yes, I tend to be a bit chatty," Brother Wang replied before taking his leave. After finishing his meal, Lin Feng dragged his suitcase downstairs, his expression grave. How could skills from a game manifest in reality? He had thought it was due to the helmet explosion. Was Lin Wan also affected in such a manner? Could there be more individuals gaining powers from the game? In his previous life, after 5 years of gaming, he had never heard of anyone acquiring real-world abilities from it. He had assumed his rebirth was something unique. The helmet explosion extraordinary. Yet perhaps it was not. Had his arrival altered everything? What was fundamentally wrong that allowed game powers to transcend into reality? This revelation filled Lin Feng with both trepidation and exhilaration. Regardless of the outcome, he had to explore this possibility. Lost in thought, he arrived at the hospital room. The surgery had been successful, and after days of recuperation, his mother's condition had improved. However, the doctor had warned of potential rejection. She could not live like an ordinary person and would require lifelong medication. This was one of the reasons Lin Feng worked so hard to earn money. His mother was asleep, and since it was a single room, he carefully placed his suitcase. Opening his phone, he resolved to procure a gaming helmet for his mother as well. Indeed, if there was a chance to bring game skills into reality, Lin Feng felt compelled to try, regardless of whether it was universally applicable. If his mother could gain such abilities, she might become strong like him and perhaps regain her health through the skills from Tianxia. After purchasing a gaming helmet, he messaged Lin Wan, "Don't forget to play games, balance work, and rest. I'll be waiting for you in the game." "Hey, brother, you weren't saying that a few days ago. You insisted studying was paramount." "Just joking. You're already a top student in the city. What's wrong with playing games?" "Oh, dear brother." He did not rush into the game, but instead began to search on the sofa. Tianxia, changes in reality. Skills, He searched extensively but found no reports regarding the use of skills in reality. There were only two possibilities. Either a mysterious force was at play, or those who had acquired skills were few and, like him, chose to remain discreet rather than flaunt their abilities online. During this time, Lin Feng's mother awoke, appearing quite spirited. He fed her, and they chatted for over an hour. "Mom, you must get better soon. I've rented a large house. Once you recover, we can all live together." His mother's eyes instantly brimmed with tears as she nodded, pulling the blanket over her and softly weeping. Perhaps everyone viewed Lin Feng as a devoted son. The doctors, the nurses, they all saw him living nearby in a dilapidated place, delivering food, taking on laborious jobs, caring for his younger brother and mother. It was touching, and everyone wished for Lin Feng's mother to recover quickly. Yet only she wished for her own release, feeling the weight of her pain. After a while, hearing his mother's steady snoring, Lin Feng informed the nurse and then settled on the sofa, donned the helmet, and entered the game. Identity verification successful. Player, Merchant Prince, welcome back to the game. Chapter 76. Loha Sect. A flash of light enveloped Lin Feng as he materialized in the game. Emerging from the coffin, a venomous zombie appeared, its face fierce and expression dull. However, its physique bore slight differences from the 1,000-year-old zombie. For instance, its claws were green rather than red. After several trials, Lin Feng had finally confirmed his suspicions. He could summon the claws of the venomous zombie. This implied that once he harnessed power within the game, his strength in reality could also be enhanced. Equipment and levels. None of them could be neglected. Previously, Lin Feng had sold good equipment to earn money, opting for average gear himself. But now he realized he needed to don the best equipment himself. Never mind. Let us complete some quests before heading to the sect. He resolved not to dwell further on the realities of the game. Lin Feng boarded the carriage at the station, en route to the Loa sect. The sect was accessible at level 30, allowing players to learn unique skills and become disciples, undertaking a series of tasks to gain contributions and elevate their standing within the sect. Both could be entered and exited freely, but contributions would reset upon leaving. There is only one sect near Ningdu City, the Loa sect. If Lin Feng recalled correctly, the skills it offered were geared towards enhancing attack power, a standard skill set. Most players in Ningdu City would likely choose the Loa sect. However, Lin Feng had no need for attack power. It held no value for him. What sect should he join instead? As he pondered, he finally arrived at Langya Town, a level 2 gang stronghold, home to the Bai Sword sect, which Lin Feng had previously sold equipment to. This was the closest station to the Loa sect. Upon exiting the station, players passed by him with curious glances. But he did not linger, proceeding directly out of Langya Town towards the Loa sect. After leaving the town, he walked for about 5 minutes, and before him lay the path up the mountain, where various wild monsters roamed the expansive terrain. However, since this was the location of the sect, there were no humanoid monsters, only beast-like ones. Many players were teaming up to level up along the mountain path, where the wild monsters were around level 22. As the player count increased, competition for monsters grew fierce. Lin Feng, accompanied by the venomous zombie, turned heads wherever he went. He encountered no trouble along the way and soon arrived at the entrance of the Loa sect. The majestic mountain gate stands tall, guarded by 2 disciples of the Loa sect. Not far away, players engage in combat with wild creatures. Look, is that Shang Tianzi? What is he doing? Is he attempting to enter the sect? I don't know. The sect opens only at level 30. They won't let him in. Let's level up with him. We can make connections with a prominent player. Let us wait until he is thrown out before we go in. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Feng encounters no obstacles. The 2 gatekeepers allow him entry without hesitation. No way. He can enter? Is he already level 30? That's impossible. The top of the leaderboard is only at level 27. Has the gate opened early? Let us go see. However, as they attempt to enter the sect, the gatekeepers draw their swords. You bandits, do you know this is the Loa sect? If you wish to live, be gone. Why are they cursing us? Why can he enter while we cannot? Leave. The players, bewildered, feel the sting of injustice. Has Shang Tianzi hacked the game? He must be colluding with the developers to enter early. This is unacceptable. I will report him. Let us report together. The outcome was predictable. Their reports were futile. Frustrated, they took to the forums to voice their grievances. Shang Tianzi exploits game bugs to gain an unfair advantage over other players. He should be banned. Shang Tianzi is colluding with the developers, disrupting game balance. An explanation is demanded. Lin Feng's popularity soared, and with such sensational headlines, the click rate skyrocketed. Soon, the entire city of Ningdu knew that Lin Feng had entered the sect. However, this was all in the future. Lin Feng remained oblivious. Having entered the Luoha sect, he felt nostalgic, having frequented this place in his previous life. The bustling Luoha sect felt eerily quiet at this moment, devoid of players. Lin Feng ascended thousands of steps, finally arriving at the mountain gate of the Luoha sect, resembling a quaint village nestled within the mountains. Yet, the architecture of the Luoha sect surpassed even that of the city lord's mansion. In the square, numerous NPC disciples practiced their swordsmanship, their movements graceful amidst the falling leaves, exuding an ancient charm that captivated the soul. Countless individuals were drawn to the world, perhaps seeking fame in the martial realm or the allure of wealth and power. But Lin Feng had always cherished the scenery, the landscapes that reality failed to provide. At that moment, an NPC approached, bowing respectfully. "Welcome, envoy of the city lord's mansion. I shall escort you to meet the outer sect steward, Luo Cheng." Although merely an NPC, he carried a palpable sense of the martial world. Lin Feng reciprocated the gesture. "Thank you for your assistance." "No trouble at all." The NPC, evidently a quest giver, provided limited interaction, advising Lin Feng to follow closely and not stray, leading him toward a side hall. However, as they walked, Lin Feng sensed something amiss. The path grew increasingly secluded, diverging from the direction of the outer sect's affairs hall, veering instead towards the depths of the forest. "Excuse me, are we heading to meet Steward Luo Cheng?" "Do not worry, we are almost there." The NPC maintained his courteous demeanor until they exited the grand hall and entered the dense woods, at which point his true nature was revealed. The warm smile vanished, replaced by a menacing grin. "You meddle too much, kid." Suddenly, 3 humanoid monsters emerged. Luoha sect outer disciples, level 25, elite monsters, ding. Quest updated. You sought to find Luo Cheng, but were obstructed. Defeat the enemies before you, or the quest will be deemed a failure. Lin Feng chuckled coldly. "I never expected the quest to be so simple." "Heh, knowing is irrelevant. You cannot escape now." 4 NPCs positioned themselves strategically, blocking all of Lin Feng's potential escape routes. "You needn't T-block me. My quest is to eliminate 4 individuals. Go, venomous zombie." The venomous zombie bared its fangs and charged at one of the NPCs. Lin Feng swiftly retreated, closely following the zombie. As long as they did not initiate an attack, Lin Feng still had a chance. The venomous zombie would draw the aggro of all 4 monsters. However, these elite monsters, being level 25, possessed significantly greater attack power than those from the Black Wind camp. In an instant, they collectively reduced the venomous zombie's health by a quarter. This was a terrifying realization. The zombie's body could not regenerate that much health. This meant that if the enemies attacked 3 more times, the venomous zombie would be defeated. Lin Feng focused intently on controlling the venomous zombie. Avoid their encirclement. Use speed to kite. Apply poison maneuver. Chapter 77. A great mishap. The sect's pursuit. Despite being a seasoned player, Lin Feng had amassed 5 years of experience. With this time, he had honed his skills. He maneuvered around the 4 NPCs, positioning himself nearby to control the venomous zombie. The zombie evaded the 4 attackers, striking each of them, causing all 4 NPCs to succumb to poison. Then he began to kite, using the wild creature's mechanics to his advantage, attacking twice before shifting positions. While it consumed some time, taking a few hits was not a grave concern. With the poison active, each NPC lost 298 health points. The cooldown for reviving the minion was 10 minutes. As long as he could survive for 10 minutes, he could gradually wear them down. Just as the lead monster's health dipped to 50, a loud voice boomed. "What a crafty rogue. Quite skilled, but you have mistaken your target. Form ranks. Luoha diagram." All 4 monsters glowed with a crimson light, gaining a buff. Luaha diagram. Attack power 30, movement speed 30, attack speed 30. This was disastrous. He had forgotten that they were disciples of the Luaha sect and would possess skills from it. The increase in attack power was manageable, but the 30 boost to movement speed was fatal for the venomous zombie. The NPC's speed surged, enabling them to keep pace with the zombie. This was bad. Lin Feng's expression darkened as the venomous zombie's health began to plummet rapidly, now down to a third of its total. The leading NPC still boasted 45 health. Lin Feng took a few steps back. His only option now was to have the venomous zombie evade, inflict damage, and apply poison. A minute later, the venomous zombie roared in defiance before disintegrating into dust. The 4 NPCs, losing their target, swiftly turned to attack Lin Feng. Prepared, he immediately fled. Revive minion. Summon minion. Both skills were unleashed in rapid succession, and the venomous zombie reappeared almost instantly. As he continued to run, Lin Feng pointed at the NPC with the least health. Attack him. His strategy shifted once more. Lin Feng led the other 3 NPCs away, allowing the venomous zombie to focus its attacks on one. Yet, the zombie was not particularly fast either. As it moved, Lin Feng saw damage notifications appear above its head. 567, 612, 589. Goodness. All 3 NPCs attacked simultaneously, instantly halving Lin Feng's health. He quickly consumed 2 healing pills. As he circled around the venomous zombie, he executed a maneuver reminiscent of Qin Wang's dance around the pillar. Damn it, am I so powerless? Venomous zombie, hurry! The healing pills were proving insufficient. The enemy's speed was overwhelming, and they relentlessly pursued him, dealing fluctuating damage to Lin Feng. Minions, go berserk! Finally, Lin Feng unleashed his ultimate skill. Minion Frenzy, successfully activated. Minions attack power 50, movement speed 50, attack speed 50, duration 10 seconds. The venomous zombie glowed with a ghastly green light, its attack power surpassing even that of the Luaha diagram. The speed of its green claws was astonishing. In just 5 seconds, it annihilated the leading NPC. Quick, lend a hand. With the tide of battle turning in his favor, Lin Feng consumed healing pills, withstood the attacks of 2 monsters, then 1, ultimately slaying all 4 adversaries. Phew, that was close. Lin Feng collapsed on the ground, consuming 2 more healing pills as he awaited the restoration of his health. The venomous zombie dutifully stood guard behind him, replenishing health with its undead body. He initially believed the quest had concluded. At that moment, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. What have you done? Oh my goodness, an assassin. There's an assassin. A terrified disciple of the Luaha sect pointed at Lin Feng and shouted, No, no, I'm a merchant, not an assassin. Someone help. A murder has occurred. The cries of the Luaha sect disciple echoed throughout the entire sect. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. What is happening? Ding! You have been discovered to have killed a disciple of the Luaha sect and are now on their wanted list. Please take care of yourself and flee the Luaha sect. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming urge to curse. A red symbol suddenly appeared above his head, marking him as a target. Poisonous zombie, retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng ran while cursing. What kind of plot is this? Are you trying to kill me? Even the usually composed Lin Feng could not help but vent his frustration. As he reached the square, a horde of NPCs began to chase him. All the NPCs he passed transformed into wild monsters, all pursuing him relentlessly. It was terrifying, akin to a zombie apocalypse. If Lin Feng were caught, he would be eliminated in an instant, without a hint of suspense. Fortunately, he found himself in a favorable position, led away by a few individuals to a remote area, where there were few NPCs on the escape route. Just then, a loud shout reverberated throughout the mountain gate. Bold thief! How dare you come to the Luaha sect to commit murder? Inner disciples, bring him back. At the innermost part of the Luaha sect, an elder stood proudly atop the main hall. Judging by his level, he was a level 100 boss. At his command, hundreds of level 50 inner disciples leaped into action. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. What the hell? Run. Poisonous zombie. Take me down. With so many steps to navigate, Lin Feng had no idea how he managed to escape. It was sheer madness. Each level 50 inner disciple was a boss-level existence, while the level 20 outer disciples were elite monsters. Hundreds of them were hot on his heels. Damn it, that merchant certainly has connections. Hey, don't say that. The forum mentioned he might have accepted a hidden mission, and I think so too. It's so unfair. Why can others accept hidden missions while we cannot? Exactly. I just saw a few players from Luoha sect fighting monsters at the mountain gate, complaining about Lin Feng's luck, expressing their dissatisfaction. Different fates for different people. Hey, did you hear that sound? Indeed, it sounds like a flood. No, no. I also hear angry shouts. Not that either. I see countless NPCs charging towards us. Stop joking. How is that possible? I swear I've seen it. Look. The crowd hurriedly turned their gaze towards the entrance of the Luoha sect. There was Lin Feng leading the charge, followed by a dense mass of NPCs with red names resembling a horde of zombies. What is going on? The merchant's son? He.S. leading a group of NPCs? Is he trying to besiege the city? How is it that we are not playing the same game? The red-named NPCs indicated wild monsters that would attack players on sight. Lin Feng yelled while running, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and run." A few players unconsciously started to flee. Huh? Why are we running? I don't know. Aren't you afraid of being killed? The merchant's son seems nice, letting us escape. What the hell? This is what he brought out. Uncertain of what was happening, they simply followed Lin Feng in flight. Chapter 78. The white-clad sword sect gathers to hunt the merchant's son in Langya Town. The white-clad sword immortal's expression darkened. Did you truly see the merchant's son? Yes, he just left in that direction. He should be heading to the Luoha sect. Boss, what do we do? Should we deal with him? The white-clad sword immortal gritted his teeth and declared, "Of course we shall deal with him. This bastard has humiliated us at the Demon Suppression Tower, and during the gang competition, he sold us a brick to crush our troops. If we do not kill him, I will not rest easy." He had yet to mention that because of the gang competition, he had lost a reward of 50,000 due to Shangwan Tiange. That was a substantial amount, a full 50,000. Old grudges and new grievances combined. The white-clad sword immortal quickly summoned his gang members. Those who have nothing to do should return to the gang base. Those far away should use their return scrolls. Boss, I just bought my return scroll from the Great Merchant Dynasty. No matter. As long as we kill him, I will reimburse you all. Good heavens. Using the Great Merchant's sword to slay the Great Merchant's king. The return light glimmered. Return scrolls, relay stations, carriages, and the gang members already at the base swiftly gathered. In no time, the white-clad sword sect amassed over 100 members. Other players in Langya Town observed this scene with curiosity. Hey bro, are you gathering so many people to fight a boss? No, we're going to kill the merchant's son. Really? No way. The crowd of onlookers increased as they learned of the plot to kill the merchant's son. 100 people against the merchant's son. This would be entertaining. If they managed to capture the merchant's son, it would be big news. After 20 minutes of assembling, the white-clad sword immortal looked at his followers, filled with a sudden surge of confidence. In front of the onlookers, he loudly proclaimed, "Brothers, our white-clad sword sect is one of the strongest factions in Ningdu City. The merchant's son disrespects us. Do you agree? We do not agree. Shall we take revenge for the humiliation at the Demon Suppression Tower and for selling arms to our enemies? Revenge." The white-clad sword immortal felt even more satisfied, basking in the glory. I also welcome all brothers to follow us and see how we slay the treacherous merchant, the merchant's son. Brothers, let us go into the mountains. Just as the white-clad sword sect's 100 members and 30 onlookers set off from Langya Town. They had barely exited the town when a member of the white-clad sword sect rushed towards them in a panic. He was panting heavily, a look of terror on his face. "Boss, bad news. The merchant's son." "Oh, has the merchant's son been found?" "No, he has returned." The white-clad sword immortal's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Excellent. Let us see where he thinks he can run. How dare he return? He is simply seeking death. Brothers, immediately put him in PK mode so he cannot use teleportation scrolls. Understood?" Finally, they would be able to kill the merchant's son, reclaiming his dignity and perhaps even his 50,000 reward. Just as he was reveling in excitement, the gang member's face fell. "No, he isn't alone. Oh, what do you mean? Are there many from the great merchant dynasty? Ridiculous. This is our territory. How many can they bring? Are we afraid of them? Exactly. Just a bunch of merchants. They merely utilize the rules of the gang competition to win against us. If it comes to blows, what are they? The white-clad sword sect had quite a few loyal members, who generally looked down upon the great merchant dynasty. The gang member retorted, "Can you all let me finish? He isn't alone, nor are they from the great merchant dynasty. He has brought members of the Loaha sect to kill us." What? Did I hear you wrong? You fool. Is your brain muddled from staying up all night? No, I'm not confused. I saw it with my own eyes. The merchant son is leading hundreds of disciples from the Loaha sect towards us. There are elite level 25s and over 100 level 50 bosses. The claim about over 100 level 50 bosses cast doubt into the crowd's hearts. The white-clad sword immortal's authority surged, and he angrily shouted, "Absurd! How dare you sow discord among my ranks? T out of the gang." "No, boss, are you insane? I'm here to report. And you're kicking me out?" The gang member was expelled in front of everyone, becoming a free agent. He had merely spoken the truth. He had been leveling not far away and witnessed the scene firsthand. Yet he received such treatment? He was naturally enraged and turned to insult the white-clad sword immortal. "Oomph. I see you are a spy for the great Shang dynasty. Men, kill him and offer his blood to our army." What a farce. 100 men being called an army. Those nearby immediately swarmed and butchered the player mercilessly. White-clad sword immortal, you are a fool. Amidst the curses, he vanished upon resurrection. Wow, worthless trash. Brothers, let us go. The white-clad sword immortal, filled with vigor, paid no mind to his adversaries and intended to set off with his 100 followers. Just then, a commotion erupted. The jungle was thrown into chaos, with cries and shouts echoing. "Shang Tianzi, you scoundrel! The Chun, what are you doing? Run, quick, run!" Hearing these voices, everyone was taken aback. When did Shang Tianzi's reputation become so tarnished? What had transpired? The white-clad sword immortal laughed maniacally. "Did you see that? Killing Shang Tianzi is the will of the people." "No. Boss, look over there." Everyone turned toward the jungle. They could vaguely see countless figures fleeing, kicking up clouds of dust, as if something terrifying were pursuing them. As they drew closer, they finally discerned that the dust was stirred by a swarm of NPCs with red names, so many that they could not be counted, surely numbering in the hundreds. Leading them was a level 50 boss, a disciple of the inner sect of the Loaha sect. At this moment, the white-clad sword immortal was dumbfounded. His followers were dumbfounded, and even the onlookers were astonished. Goodness, what that person said was no lie. "Boss, what is happening? Shang Tianzi is truly leading a horde of bosses against us. We seem to have wronged the good guy. Look, that's Shang Tianzi. Quick, record this." Just as they stood there in shock, Lin Feng dashed past the white-clad sword immortal, expressing gratitude. "Thanks, boss. It's all up to you now." In a flash, he was gone. Behind him, hundreds of red-named NPCs charged forward. Chapter 79. Has Langya Town become a scenic area? What is happening? Is Shang Tianzi truly invading with a horde of NPCs? It feels as though he is being pursued by a horde of NPCs. Is there any difference? No, there is none, for these NPCs are all enemies to the players. As the players of the white-clad sword sect stood bewildered, the NPCs of the Loaha sect had already arrived. Dare to obstruct the path of the Loaha sect? You seek death. White-clad sword immortal. What a trivial name. Upon hearing this, the white-clad sword immortal was instantly annihilated. Subsequently, all the players he had summoned were also slain without exception. Even the ordinary attacks of a level 50 boss could not be withstood. Monster Siege? This did not seem right. The resurrection point in Langya Town was abuzz, with countless players respawning there. What the hell is going on? Why did I lose a level? I lost a level too. Losing levels from being killed by NPCs? I'm going insane. Everyone discovered that being slain by NPCs resulted in them losing a level. Shang Tianzi, you bastard. You made me drop to level 19. Damn it, you are truly despicable. The players of the white-clad sword sect could not help but curse, having forgotten that their original purpose for coming here was to eliminate Shang Tianzi, only to be killed by him in the end. Shang Tianzi, I curse you. The white-clad sword immortal ground his teeth in rage. Clenching his fists, I will not share the world with Shang Tianzi. Let me not see him again. At this moment, Lin Feng called out, "Brothers, what are you chatting about? Run!" As he dashed past them. His concerned gaze and anxious expression warmed the hearts of the white-clad sword sect members. The next instant, they erupted in furious curses, for the red-named NPCs were upon them once more. It was the same familiar plot, the same familiar formula, only moments before outside the town. Now it was at the resurrection point. The white-clad sword sect was once again slaughtered. In a mere 3 minutes, they experienced the darkest moment of their lives. The comical scene was recorded by all the onlookers. The white-clad sword sect harbored an even deeper hatred for Lin Feng. Yet Lin Feng was not faring much better. His shoes and pants were all geared for speed. Yet even so, he could not shake off the level 50 bosses. Leading the disciples of the Luoha sect, he traversed Langya town, mercilessly tormenting the players of the white-clad sword sect. Fortunately, he completed the task upon escaping Langya town. Ding! Congratulations on evading the pursuit of the Luoha sect. Task updated. The Luoha sect has listed you as a hostile target. Only the outer gate steward, Luo Cheng, can assist you. You have learned through various inquiries that Luo Cheng is in the outer gate's business hall. You must infiltrate it and inform him of everything. Task reward, 220,000 experience points. The experience points granted by the task were indeed substantial, but must it be this way? Do I have to run back to the Luoha sect again? Lin Feng gazed at Langya town with a face full of distress. Indeed, he had fled. After the Luoha sect members entered Langya town, they began a house-to-house search for Lin Feng. Wandering within Langya town, the white-clad sword sect members found themselves without a home, respawning only to be killed repeatedly. Could they even continue playing? I died 3 times, boo-hoo. I lost 3 levels. Shang Tianzi, I curse you. What should we do? Do we still go in? Brothers, respawn in Ningdu City. We've been brought back to the gang's base. The once thriving gang base had been taken over by NPCs due to Lin Feng's quest. The white-clad sword immortal was on the verge of tears. Moreover, this information spread throughout Ningdu City along with the posts of onlookers, particularly with videos showing Lin Feng going in and out. The white-clad sword sect faced a relentless cycle of death and rebirth. So hilarious! Are you not going to run? The white-clad sword sect originally intended to encircle Shang Tianzi. Haha. I'm dying of laughter. Who edited this video? A genius. What I care about now is whether these monsters can be defeated. Level 25 elite monsters must drop something good, right? Let us go. Let us take a look. The people of Ningdu City were eager to partake, as these were bosses and elite monsters. Every faction was clandestinely gathering and heading towards Langya town. Shangguan Tiange slapped the white-clad sword immortal on the head. Are you playing with me? My faction dropped 2 tiers because of you in just 10 minutes. Although the white-clad sword immortal was nominally the leader, he was merely a worker. The true owner was Shangguan Tiange. The elite members had all lost 2 levels, and their faction base had been overtaken by NPCs. And to encircle Shang Tianzi? You are embarrassing me. He was in the business. Why would you encircle him? What good would it do? Do you think this is reality? The losses were trivial. It was the humiliation that was unbearable. Thankfully, other players merely mocked the white-clad sword sect once, their attention quickly shifting to the Luoha sect. Boss, is this all you're doing with the Luoha sect? They've all gone to Langya town. Where are you, boss? I want to go too. Is anyone forming a group? Langya town exploration team. 15. The group chat of the Great Shang Dynasty was also lively. Lin Feng smiled wryly. I'm causing trouble? I'm the scapegoat. I'm also a victim. Ming Wang. The heat in Langya town is high right now. All brothers from the War Hall start live streams and form groups. I've already arrived. Lin Feng had different intentions. You all go on. Just don't provoke the level 50 bosses. I have a task, so I want to join your group. Okay, boss. As they could not directly take a carriage to Langya town, which was teeming with wild monsters, it was like a zombie apocalypse. All players had to approach on foot, taking at least 10 minutes. Along the way, many factions were forming teams to head over. Lin Feng took a moment to rest, then set off to bypass Langya town, hoping to reach the Luoha sect. However, there were too many disciples of the Luoha sect. Inside Langya town were all level 50 inner disciples. On the road from Langya town to the Luoha sect, there were countless level 25 outer disciples. It was a dire situation. How could one ascend? Lin Feng observed for half an hour, realizing that no path was devoid of peril. The level 25 disciples of the Loha sect had transformed into ordinary wild monsters, endlessly roaming through the thickets and mountain paths. To return to the Loha sect, one would need to fight their way through. Concurrently, the number of players seeking to slay the disciples of the Loha sect gradually increased. Wow, these elite monsters are incredibly tough to defeat. Indeed, each group has two of them, nearly wiping us out. Is there a group nearby willing to tackle two at a time? Let's collaborate. Wait, they grant 5,000 experience? Such abundant experience. I just obtained a piece of level 25 golden equipment. Merchant Sovereign has done us a great service. Chapter 80, Team Streaming. Jian Bufin's debut. Upon arriving at this location, it became evident that the experience from these sect disciples was substantial, and the drop rate for equipment was high. Lin Feng was still unaware of that. After a period of notoriety, he had suddenly regained favor. Merchant Sovereign inquired, "Has any group arrived yet? Are there spots available? Include me." The King of Heaven and the King of the Underworld had already become renowned streamers. Their team was full from the outset, and Lin Feng did not wish to dismiss his other companions. Fortunately, there were still openings in other teams. Jian Bufin remarked, "I still have 3 spots available." Well then, aside from the stall owner, the rest had come here to level up. Surprising, Jian Bufin couldn't fill his team. During his time in the guild, he had scarcely spoken a word, and likely only Lin Feng was familiar with him. He was still too shy and introverted, which was not ideal. Lin Feng resolved to encourage him a bit. Merchant Sovereign said, "Start a group, include me, and title the stream with Merchant Sovereign and Jian Bufin's team." Jian Bufin replied, "All right." Ding. Player, Jian Bufin invites you to join a team. Do you accept? Accept. Lin Feng promptly entered the team, which now consisted of only 4 members. Jian Bufin, Merchant Sovereign, the Rogue Scoundrel, and Luo, all from the Great Merchant Dynasty. Initially, they struggled to gather members, but upon learning Lin Feng was in their group, 2 more joined, my love for pig trotters and my love for pig intestines, the 2 brothers who arrived shortly thereafter. While awaiting their arrival, Lin Feng deliberately opened Jian Bufin's streaming room for a moment. To his surprise, Jian Bufin remained silent, even avoiding the camera. Initially, there were 0 viewers, but that number quickly rose to over 10. "I came to see Merchant Sovereign. Why are you showing me this?" "Streamer, could you please focus the camera on Merchant Sovereign? Do you know Merchant Sovereign? Are you also from the Great Merchant Dynasty?" Clearly, the newcomers were all drawn by the fame of Merchant Sovereign and the Great Merchant Dynasty. Lin Feng frowned, saying this won't do. Jian Bufin, sitting beside him, absent-mindedly fiddled with the grass nearby and replied, "I'm not a streamer. I can't do that." In the agreement, it was stipulated that he must stream for an average of 4 hours a day, with no performance metric specified. Lin Feng sighed helplessly. He had high hopes for Jian Bufin's future, but for now, there was no helping it. He would take his time. At least he shouldn't feel repelled. He didn't need to pay him anyway. Whenever he desired to earn money or become stronger, he would naturally find his way. Perhaps Jian Bufin was too introverted to change overnight. Streaming could indeed be enjoyable. If he didn't aim for profit, he could make friends with the audience, genuinely share his experiences, and create engaging content for his stream, paving his way in the future. But one could only hope. The streaming room, once lacking in popularity, now attracted around 20 viewers, though many continued to leave due to the absence of Merchant Sovereign. Nevertheless, Lin Feng's few words resonated through the stream, instantly enlivening the atmosphere. Exactly, why pretend? For money, for fame, just do a good job at streaming. What a great boss. At least he doesn't make empty promises. What you earn is yours. Merchant Sovereign is truly a good boss. Otherwise, how could the Great Merchant Dynasty thrive? I'd love to join the Great Merchant Dynasty as a streamer, but sadly, there are no spots left. In this era of universal streaming, if one lacked a gimmick or inherent traffic, rising to prominence was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. A daunting challenge. Lin Feng didn't wish to apply pressure. He smiled and said, "Take your time. At least you've taken your first step. Streaming should be done from a first-person perspective or third-person perspective, but avoid showing your own view. Jian Bufan nodded, switching the view to first-person perspective, allowing him to evade the camera. Observing the other two players, Luo and the Rogue Scoundrel, who were also streamers from the Battle Hall. They shared similar titles and gimmicks. In their streaming rooms, the Rogue Scoundrel had 456 viewers, while Luo boasted 1074. They occasionally directed their cameras towards Lin Feng, and the numbers continued to rise. Lin Feng embraced it. The better each member of the Battle Hall performed, the more he would profit. Streaming under the banner of the Great Merchant Dynasty required a 50 cut of income. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng had already seized control of a significant enterprise. After waiting for several minutes, my love for pig trotters and my love for pig intestines finally arrived, albeit fashionably late. Boss, we're here. Great, everyone is here. Let us get started. Boss, what should we do? Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings, in the mountains and along the paths. Numerous players were engaged in combat with the level 25 elite monsters. However, these elite monsters respawned at a remarkably swift pace. Lin Feng suddenly declared, "Change the streaming gimmick. Let us announce that we're heading to the Luoha sect to investigate what is happening within." Jian Bufan, how do we ascend to the Luoha sect? Jian Bufan replied, "To reach the Luoha sect, it's impossible to circumvent. We must fight our way through, clearing a path from that direction." Excellent. We'll proceed in that direction. The gimmick for the stream shifted from focusing on Merchant Sovereign to embarking on a journey to the Luoha sect alongside him, unraveling the mysteries within. With an engaging premise, increased viewership, defined objectives, and anticipation, the stream blossomed with content. Indeed, once the gimmick was altered, the number of viewers in all three streaming rooms began to rise steadily. Oh, I'm curious to know why this is happening. Didn't the forum say this was all orchestrated by Merchant Sovereign? Exactly, since he is behind it. We must see what he plans to do. There might be a boss involved. Other guild members can't keep up. They're just fighting on the outskirts. Battling the outer disciples of the Luoha sect was merely for leveling up. There was little spectacle in that. Lin Feng thought to himself that if he could watch, he might as well level up himself. Nevertheless, Lin Feng's gimmick was effective. Some players chose to level up while watching their stream. Others flocked to the streaming rooms of the King of Heaven and the King of the Underworld. Since their rise to fame, their streaming rooms had a minimum of 5,000 viewers, often reaching 10,000, making them quite successful streamers. King, your boss is heading to the Luoha sect. Why are you still here discussing swordplay? Shouldn't you hurry and assist? I'm eager to see what unfolds. Indeed, I'll head over to the King of the Underworld stream and let him know. Word spread to the King of the Underworld's streaming room, and upon seeing the viewer's curiosity, the King of Heaven and the King of the Underworld naturally seized the opportunity. All right, brothers, I'm going to aid the boss in reaching the Luoha sect. Honestly, I'm quite intrigued to see how the boss accomplishes this. It seems everyone is curious, thanks to the great Master Ruffung for the rocket. With two teams assembled, they slowly approached Lin Feng's group. Chapter 81. Streaming battle. The three teams converged, charging from the hillside towards the Luoha sect. The combined strength of the three groups was formidable. Battling around the perimeter, they effortlessly handled groups of 4 level 25 outer disciples. Boss, this plan to infiltrate the Luoha sect is brilliant. Indeed, the boss's ingenuity surpasses ours. It can be said that the hierarchy is clear, where the leader reigns supreme and we are but humble subordinates. This seemingly simplistic notion possesses an extraordinary effectiveness. Indeed, as they engage in combat, flattery descends like rain from the heavens, leaving Lin Feng somewhat dazed. If he were to claim he was ensnared by an NPC, would that not be a source of embarrassment? Ahem, often it is the most straightforward matters that are easily overlooked, is it not? Although it is said so, the leader, you truly are astute. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. At that moment, someone in Jian Bufan's live stream suddenly exclaimed, "Stop dawdling. The celestial realm is imitating you." Perhaps the other streams were too crowded and a few did not take notice. However, Jian Bufan's stream, being relatively sparse, quickly caught his attention. He remarked, "It seems the celestial realm as streamers are also learning from us." Huh? Where are they? Lin Feng pondered. It appears we must hasten our pace. The task concerning the Luha sect was originally his undertaking, rendered futile by others. Yet now, it had escalated to a matter of reputation for both factions. The King of Heaven and the King of Hades initially wished for a more leisurely approach, but under Lin Feng's directive, they shifted into high gear, their speed in dispatching foes incomparable to before. The wild beasts exhibited a noticeable delay before their attacks. Observe, it can be intercepted. Remember, at this juncture, employing skills can disrupt their subsequent moves. Yes, and if there is distant support at this moment, another attack can be seamlessly executed, causing the wild beast to be immobilized for about a second. Subsequently, through their collaboration, they indeed dispatched a wild beast in a heartbeat. What? Such tactics exist? Why do I feel as though we are playing an entirely different game? Wow, it truly works. An unharmed raid on the boss? How astonishing. With engaging content, audiences naturally linger. The streams of the King of Heaven and the King of Hades attracted an ever-growing number of viewers. Naturally, those allied with them, including Jian Bufan, also saw a significant influx of spectators. Why watch uninspiring streams when excitement abounds? Lin Feng was emulating the operational model from the celestial realm of his previous life, while the current celestial realm had begun adopting the economic strategies of the great merchant dynasty. When Shangwan Tinga realized he could not compete with Lin Feng, he recruited numerous streamers. Half of the celestial realm was now comprised of broadcasters. To surpass the great merchant dynasty in this streaming domain was no trivial feat. Indeed, the audience was vast. Yet, players from Tianxia did not constitute the majority. Instead, those unable to afford gaming helmets, who viewed streams on their mobile devices, formed the largest demographic. As time progressed, the game's popularity surged and viewership increased. Shangwan Tinga was quite pleased with the current crop of streamers. Remarkably, within just a week, they achieved a balance between revenue and expenditure. Indeed, boss, from now on, the profits will mostly be ours. Yes, our best streams have surpassed 10,000 viewers, led by a female streamer. Shangwan Tinga, however, was unimpressed by such trivial earnings. He sought fame and future profits. The current metrics satisfied him, particularly following the emergence of the Luoha sect incident. Yet at that moment, all metrics began to show a gradual decline. Shangwan Tinga furrowed his brow. What is happening? Why has the audience diminished so significantly? Boss, this is a normal phenomenon. The platform's traffic recommendations fluctuate. No, it has halved. What is the situation? The assistant quickly wiped his forehead, oblivious to the fact that they were in a game. Boss, that does appear to be an anomaly. The traffic recommendation mechanism of Tianxia is quite fair. The duration of audience engagement. Retention affects exposure. It is possible that other streams are siphoning our viewers. With so many streamers akin to the Luoha sect incident, they formed a small pool. The attention on this matter constituted the water in the pool. The total volume remained constant, and viewer distribution depended on stream quality. The assistant swiftly input the keyword Luoha sect, his face turning pale. Boss, the great merchant dynasty stream has exploded. What? Shangwan Tinga quickly clicked into the stream. Good heavens! The top streamer, the King of Heaven, boasts 100,000 viewers, followed closely by the King of Hades with the same count. The third and fourth positions, down to the 10th, were all dominated by streams from the great merchant dynasty. Even Jian Bufan's stream gained traction, attracting numerous viewers. Though Jian Bufan remained silent, gradually, people began to realize that Jian Bufan's position offered the finest perspective for observing and learning combos. He often mimicked the actions, which initially appeared clumsy, but within mere minutes, he matched the pace of the kings. Wow, what a genius! Follow him. I see he is putting in great effort. Though he speaks little, he is bound to achieve greatness. I adore him. I find quiet streamers far more appealing than those who are overly boisterous. As the audience size swelled, the target demographics could be accurately pinpointed. Jian Bufan's fanbase burgeoned, surpassing 2,000 followers at this early stage. Shangwan Tinga gritted his teeth once again. It is the great merchant dynasty and the merchant emperor. Damn it! Announced to all streamers in the Luoha sect to give their utmost effort. Whoever first reaches the Luoha sect will receive a reward of 10,000 yuan. Understood, boss. The assistant promptly relayed this message to all Celestial Realm streamers. With the promise of a substantial reward, valiant souls would surely emerge. The first to reach the Loa sect would not only gain traffic, but also a monetary bonus. Each streamer, fueled by ambition, attacked with fervor. Thus began the fierce competition between the Celestial Realm and the Great Merchant Dynasty. Chapter 82. The Boss Emerges. Outer Sect disciples the fastest player at present is named Coffee Cat. She is the top streamer in the Celestial Realm. A female broadcaster who has cut through the ranks of the Great Merchant Dynasty streamers. Her audience count has reached 50,000. Besides her beauty, her skills are exceptional. Wow, what an impressive woman. I adore her. Look at her coordinates. She is now part of the team approaching the Loa sect. The skills of her team are remarkable, but hers are the finest. Come on, she is just average. In terms of skill, the King of Heaven and the King of Hades excel. No need to elevate one while disparaging another. I simply favor Coffee Cat. Coffee Cat's team has ascended to the mountainside. From the live stream, one can even faintly discern the grand gates of the Loa sect. The streamers from the Great Merchant Dynasty indeed possess solid skills, but they appear sluggish, and only now are they beginning to engage. It will be challenging to catch up. That may not necessarily be the case. The Great Merchant Dynasty is about to close the gap. As they drew nearer to the entrance of the Loa sect, the number of players dwindled while the Outer Sect disciples multiplied. Lin Feng commanded 3 teams, swiftly dispatching foes. However, the Celestial Realm was not lagging behind. With a hefty reward on the line, 5 groups of streamers coordinated their efforts against the monsters. Gradually, they converged towards the Loa sect. The 2 teams finally met at the peak, mere meters from the gates of the Loa sect, surrounded by a multitude of Outer Sect disciples. You focus on the zombies' health, and I will inflict poison on all the Outer Sect disciples. Understood, boss. One team concentrated their fire on a single wild beast to ensure a swift kill. Unified command led to an increasingly rapid pace in eliminating the wild beasts. Upon comparison, it was discovered that the 2 teams were clearing monsters at a remarkably similar rate. Slowly, Coffee Cat and Lin Feng's teams found themselves face to face at the entrance of the sect, where the gathering of level 25 Outer Sect disciples was most prolific. Surrounded by dozens of level 25 wild beasts, it can no longer be as effortless as it was below. There have already been casualties on the side of Coffee Cat. Although the Heavenly Palace has a larger team than that of the Great Merchant Dynasty, they are not united. Each individual is eager to reach their sect first, naturally creating a competitive atmosphere. They refrain from engaging in any outrageous behavior solely out of respect for the live broadcast. Were it not for the multitude of onlookers, they would not hesitate to attack Coffee Cat. In such circumstances, encountering an increased number of wild monsters, they find themselves fighting individually. Almost immediately, one team suffers a complete wipeout. The situation is markedly different for the Great Merchant Dynasty. Everyone forms a circle. The fighters, swordsmen, and hunters' pets will protect the perimeter. The leaders, Tian Wang and Ming Wang, quickly direct their groups. The others are to output damage from within. Remember, focus fire, and do not allow our numbers to dwindle. Understood. As they encircle, though the number of wild monsters has increased, their pace remains steady, ensuring their safety. Observing the scene, Coffee Cat cannot help but shout at the other teams. How much longer are you going to fight? Can't you see the situation on the other side? Can't you even copy their homework? Why should we help you reach the top? Exactly. We are all competitors. Why should we assist you just because you are a woman? How absurd. With gritted teeth, Coffee Cat proposed, once we reach the top, I'll give you $10,000 to split, and I won't take a cent. What do you say? The streamers from the other 2 teams exchanged glances and, after a moment's consideration, nodded in agreement. All right, with so many people watching, you can't go back on your word. I agree. They certainly could not be the first to reach the summit. With a vested interest, allowing Coffee Cat to ascend was not out of the question. They then mirrored Lin Feng and his group, forming a circle and gradually clearing a path to the sect's entrance. Their speed increased once more, and soon the 2 groups were nearly neck and neck. Viewers revel in such competitive dynamics. Oh, we're just a few steps away. Yet I still think Coffee Cat is impressive. She is a woman. What of it? Are you joking? We are all gamers here. Does gender even matter? Whoever reaches the top is the best, so don't bring gender into this. Huh. The Great Merchant fans are getting anxious. You can't underestimate the Great Merchant fans. They're fierce. Enough chatter. I'm betting on the Great Merchant to win. Who dares to take my bet? Coffee Cats fans, do you have the guts? If not, then be silent. The live chat erupted. The commotion spilled from Coffee Cat stream to Jianbu fans, and then to Tian Wang and Ming Wang's. The viewers were relentless in their speculations. However, their guesses were all misguided. At this juncture, the strength of both sides was quite comparable, both comprised of elite players. The difference in defeating wild monsters was negligible. They were unable to create a significant gap in speed. Gradually, both parties arrived at the entrance of the sect almost simultaneously. Hurry, let us enter the sect. It appears there are no monsters inside. Rush in. Once we're in, we win. The mountain path was teeming with wild monsters. Strangely enough, peering through the mountain gate, the plaza within was devoid of creatures, eerily vacant. As soon as they dispatched the monsters before them, they would reach Luo He sect. Both sides were exerting every effort to push forward. Just then, the frontline fighters reached the final step nearly simultaneously. Simultaneously? We haven't entered the sect yet. It's not certain. Record this quickly. It feels like we need to slow it down. Wait, does this competition even have any significance? It was meaningless at first, but now it's a showdown between the streamers of the Great Merchant Dynasty and the Heavenly Palace. As the onlookers held their breath in anticipation, just as both sides were about to cross the mountain gate and reach Luo He sect, a chilling scoff rang out. You vile miscreants! How dare you trespass into my Luo He sect? The voice reverberated, sending a shiver down the spines of both teams. Below the mountain gate, a disciple of Luo He sect, clad in a blue robe, had appeared without anyone noticing. His name glowed ominously in red. Outer Sect's Grand Disciple. Chung San, boss, level 35, a level 35 boss. How formidable. Before the two fighters could react, they were sent flying. Though the damage was minimal, the control was overwhelming, and they crashed into a heap of monsters. The healer quickly cast protective spells on them. What does this mean? It seems he will not come down. Oh no, he's really guarding the mountain gate. Lin Feng and his companions were astonished, as their opponents were equally taken aback. Hey, there really is something up there. A hidden boss? This level of boss. Can we even defeat it? I thought they were just playing around. It turns out they came for the boss. Well, you could also come for the boss. Do you have what it takes? There are so many small monsters around. They might not be able to defeat it. Chung San crossed his arms, his gaze disdainful as he surveyed the steps, as if to declare to everyone that to enter Luo He sect, they must first overcome him. In the instant the fighters were knocked back, Lin Feng issued a command. Zombie, go and hold that boss. Everyone attack the boss. At that moment, Coffee Cat also realized, let us seize the boss. Chapter 83. The battle for the boss, the level 50 boss of Langya Town, was an impossible feat for anyone to defeat. Even if they gathered all the players from Mingdu City, they could not conquer even one such boss. The true mastermind behind this farce was none other than the Outer Sect's Grand Disciple before them. Lin Feng grumbled, this is my quest. If someone else takes it, won't that be embarrassing for me? Roar. The venomous zombie was quicker, landing a toxic attack on Chung San. Among all the buffs, poison takes precedence, determining the boss's aggro and ownership. Chung San's aggro instantly shifted to the venomous zombie, pursuing it. Coffee Cat's expression soured. Oh no, we can't reach it in time. What do we do? We can't get through. There are elite monsters in between. We must push through, but it's pointless. By the time we clear a path, their 18 players will have already dealt significant damage. What should we do then, if we don't secure the boss? Won't our efforts be in vain? As they fell into silence, they suddenly noticed viewers in the live chat commenting, ISNT, it's simple. Just head to Luo He sect. ISNT, your goal? Exactly. No one said you had to fight the boss. Perhaps Luo He sect has even stronger bosses. A light bulb went off. Why bother with the boss? Can it offer a reward of $10,000? Realizing this, they hesitated no longer, clearing the small monsters before them. Coffee Cat boldly charged toward the entrance of Luo He sect, finally standing in the plaza. The plaza was vast and empty, devoid of NPCs with countless players and NPCs visible from the steps, a truly magnificent sight. Shangwan Tinga let out a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "We have finally surpassed the great merchant dynasty. Haha, this coffee cat is quite impressive. Give her a bonus of 10,000. What do the stats say? A boss. It seems the stats aren't so great. We've lost quite a few viewers. What? How is that possible?" Shangwan Tinga had expected a win, thinking Coffee Cat's stream would at least double in viewers. He quickly opened the live stream. Oh wow, what a spectacle. And then? Is that all? Yeah. What is the point? It's boring, utterly dull. Exactly. What is the point of being here? It's better to fight the boss next door. Originally, they were faster. Coffee Cat only got ahead while they were busy with the boss. They've gone next door. Everyone off to the boss fight. Let us go. And just like that, the viewers flocked to the Great Merchant Dynasty stream. They were eager to see who would reach the plaza first, and their real intent was to witness the boss battle. Moreover, the notion of being the first to reach the plaza was merely a gimmick thrown out by Lin Feng. The audience is ever so fickle, their preferences shifting like the wind. The live stream of the Celestial King is abuzz with excitement. In a frame, the boss stands proudly, sword in hand, striking fiercely and reducing a martial artist's health by half. Without the support of 3 healers, survival would have been impossible. What a formidable boss. Indeed, a single strike can inflict 3,000 damage on a martial artist. Unbearable. It's too exhilarating. Most players are at level 20, with martial artists possessing only 5,000 to 6,000 health points. A tank simply cannot withstand 2 strikes from a boss. It is indeed outrageous. The 3 healers tirelessly alternate their healing efforts. Lin Feng spoke solemnly. If you cannot endure, let my zombies take the brunt of it. Do not let your health drop too low. Maintain your vitality. Yes, boss. Boss, can your zombies output damage? Can they tank? Enough chatter, they must. Lin Feng was acutely aware of the dire situation. This was not merely a duel against the boss. There were also level 25 elite monsters lurking around. These tanks needed to fend off the elites. Nearby, players from the Heavenly Palace were watching with keen eyes. Should the adversaries resort to desperate measures and engage in PK, they would be in grave danger. He quickly ordered the martial artists to withdraw and let the zombies take over. With their high health and defense, they could withstand the onslaught. As time passed, the boss's health dwindled to around 80. If the current trend continued, victory would surely belong to Lin Feng. Yet, his fears materialized. The 3 groups from Coffee Cat conspired and began advancing from the square towards their direction, clearing the elite monsters in their path. Their intentions were clear to all. Lin Feng declared, "Heavenly Palace players, do you wish to seize the boss? You must think carefully. With so many eyes watching, resorting to such unscrupulous tactics will tarnish your reputation. How will you justify it?" Choosing not to engage them in PK, Lin Feng climbed to the moral high ground, deftly navigating the intricacies of online ethics. Although viewers of the stream relished the thrill, they would not dissuade the action. Rather, they would fan the flames. Indeed, it's merely a fair competition. Attempting to steal the boss is excessive. What is excessive about it? It's just a game. I'll play as I wish. Seizing the boss is entirely normal. In a narrow encounter, the brave prevail. Let us just get on with it. Yes, just go for it. As Lin Feng anticipated, the viewers in the live stream were indeed inciting the action. However, this was inconsequential. His words merely planted seeds in their minds. If the boss were taken, it would be deemed an act of dishonor by the opposing party. If not, it would simply signify their lack of strength. The ownership of the boss would reflect the outcome of the battle, and in terms of reputation, the Great Merchant Dynasty would stand tall and unyielding. Hesitant, a few from Coffee Cat received a message from their boss, Shangwan Tinga. Do it. A 10,000 reward guaranteed, and an additional 10,000 if you secure the boss. With the boss's affirmation, the 3 groups ceased to hesitate, exchanging glances and nodding in agreement. Ranged attacks target their healers. Eliminate the Great Merchant Dynasty's members. Upon command, the range classes in the 3 groups prepared for their assault. Lin Feng's expression darkened. Prepare for battle. I will handle the boss alone. You deal with them. Remember, no area attacks. Yes, boss. Just as he finished speaking, the enemy's area attack struck. At level 20, the Taoists did not possess ranged attacks, but the hunters did. Arrows rained down upon the crowd, exploding upon impact. Not only did it damage members of the great merchant dynasty, but also drew the ire of nearby wild monsters. Rather than increasing pressure, the situation became advantageous for Lin Feng. What the hell? Are they insane? Lin Feng was taken aback. The enemy was employing area attacks. While the great merchant dynasty primarily focused on commerce, they were not afraid of combat. Brothers, let us go. The wild monsters were drawn away, creating an opportunity for Lin Feng. Poisonous zombies, bring the boss to the square. Chapter 84. The enigmatic online viewers. As Lin Feng maneuvered through the square, he had to pass by the three groups from Coffee Cat. This was a perilous move. With the wild monsters drawn off, Lin Feng rushed towards the square without hesitation. Boom! 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 Spells, arrows, and poisons erupted around him as he braved the onslaught of skills, consuming potions without pause. Damn it, you've pushed your luck. Attack! Dare to strike our boss? Take them down. Lin Feng absorbed nearly all the ranged attacks, granting the Celestial King and the Underworld King an opportunity to close in on Coffee Cat's group. Engaging in close combat, the numbers were nearly even. While tanking wild monsters, Lin Feng also had to manage the boss, placing them at a disadvantage. As the skirmish erupted, the audience in the live stream was ecstatic. Awesome, PK amidst the wild monsters. What monsters? I just love PK. Is the legendary merchant son finally going to make his move? Indeed, the strength of the merchant son has always been a mystery. There has never been a video of him attacking. All for show. I bet he can attack, or his attack is minimal. Some speculated correctly, but they were soon drowned out by enthusiastic supporters. How could that be? The merchant son is very strong. Yes, I believe he is merely hiding his true prowess. To witness him in action would be worth it. Well, it seems unnecessary now. The Heavenly Palace players stand no chance. Indeed, although the battle on the stairs was mired by the interference of wild monsters, skilled observers could discern the emerging trends. There is no need to mention the Celestial King and the Underworld King. Swordsmen and duelists are versatile classes that demand high levels of skill. Both were elite players contracted by Lin Feng, their superior maneuvers outclassing their opponents. Unexpectedly, the sword of Jian Bufan proved to be even more unpredictable and cunning. Wait, I just realized that Jian Bufan seems to be a hidden class. Yes, his techniques are unlike anything I've ever seen. What is that sword technique? It can even disable skills? Jian Bufan's skills were astonishing, not only disabling enemy skills, but also preventing healing. The opposing martial artist was caught off guard and swiftly eliminated. Coffee Cat widened her eyes in disbelief. How can this be? I thought the members of the great merchant dynasty were weak. Indeed, such a powerful attack. It's simply insufferable. Healer, heal me. I can't keep up. The players from the great merchant dynasty coordinated seamlessly, while the few players from the Heavenly Palace, having only just met that day, each had their own agendas and were reluctant to expend skills. The existing disparity in strength made it inevitable for them to be overwhelmed. The Heavenly Palace players are utterly embarrassing. I could do better, right? I wanted to see the merchant son in action, but it seems he won't even need to. I'm done watching. This is humiliating. Let us go. Failing to rob them only to be humiliated ourselves. Haha, this is hilarious. I'm off to watch the merchant son battle the boss. The fans in Coffee Cat's live stream quickly dwindled. Following such a streamer was a source of shame, and they flocked to the opposing side. Witnessing this, Shangguan Tiange seethed with resentment. The PK on the stairs would take time. Lin Feng had long since distanced himself from the wild monsters, single-handedly engaging the boss. Watching both the boss and the skirmish on the stairs, he scoffed at the notion that they could defeat his carefully nurtured streamer. Ridiculous. Seeing the battle stabilize, Lin Feng addressed his team. Draw out a healer to sustain my zombies. All right, boss, I can reach from here. Thank you for your efforts. The members of Coffee Cat ground their teeth in frustration. Unable to secure the boss, they were now being humiliated in front of their audience. This was intolerable. What should we do? If this continues, we'll all perish. We cannot allow them to benefit. Coffee Cat, a woman of formidable resolve, had worked tirelessly. relying on skill rather than beauty to cultivate her stream, only to have it jeopardized. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Right? We cannot let them gain from this. If it comes to it, we'll take them down together. Listen to Sister Cat. Lure the wild monsters in and perish together." Good. Immediately after, they launched an attack on the 25-level Outer Disciples. Under the onslaught of their group attack skills, hordes of wild monsters surged towards them. The members of Coffee Cat S group did not resist or fight back. Instead, they braved the attacks and dashed towards the square, seemingly intent on drawing all the wild monsters to Lin Feng to eliminate him. Goodness, what a venomous woman. Indeed, I am astonished. It's one thing to steal a boss, but to sabotage as well. That's just unsophisticated. From the moment she started stealing monsters, I thought she was lacking in class. And you only just now realized it? Stealing a boss and luring monsters to create chaos are two entirely different matters. The world of martial arts is chaotic, yet adheres to its unwritten rules and ethics. Each person harbors their own standards. In this instance, it is evident that Coffee Cat's actions are indeed unscrupulous. In Coffee Cat's livestream, only 5,000 fans remained. They, too, reluctantly exited the stream. As the viewer count dwindled, Coffee Cat's resentment towards Lin Feng intensified. Why is it that whatever you do attracts so many viewers, while my efforts go unnoticed? This simply cannot stand. She became increasingly desperate, utilizing ranged attacks to draw over 125-level elite monsters, all of them surging towards the square. Coffee Cat, have you lost your mind? Wait for me to get out. Damn it, I'm going to die. The instigator, Coffee Cat's group, was the first to suffer the backlash. Once they successfully reached the square, they were slain by the horde of monsters, disappearing in a burst of light. With their disappearance, the wild monsters lost their target and redirected their aggression towards the three groups of the Great Merchant Dynasty. This is bad. They're coming for us. What should we do, boss? Tian Wang and Ming Wang exchanged worried glances. Their skills were commendable, but previously on the steps, they could defend one direction by sticking to the edges. Now, in the square, they were surrounded by monsters on all sides. It was challenging to defend, let alone fight the boss. Both of them found themselves at a loss. Just then, Jian Bufan stepped forward and said, "We cannot lure them away. Shang Tianzi, you take the boss further away to solo it. We will retreat to the edges and form a defensive line. All right, it's the only option we have left." Yes, quickly. The pugilist will attract the monsters. Without hesitation, they set the plan in motion. Though this approach might not be ideal, it was currently their only viable strategy. The entire square was now theirs, with no other players able to join in time. Two daunting challenges lay ahead. Could Lin Feng solo the boss? And could the three groups of the Great Merchant Dynasty shield Lin Feng from all the wild monsters? All eyes in the live stream were glued to the unfolding drama, and the viewer count continued to rise. Chapter 85, Golden Legend, and there are two pieces. The claws of the venomous zombie were emitting smoke. The boss's health was depleting slowly. Fortunately, the poisonous attribute was in play. Although the boss possessed a hidden attribute that reduced poison effects, the poison also had another hidden property. Once poisoned, the boss could not regenerate health. Under these circumstances, defeating the boss was merely a matter of time. I wonder what kind of loot this event S-Boss will drop. Indeed, the Great Merchant Dynasty is holding an auction in a few days. I wonder if anything from here will be up for grabs. Who knows what will drop? Just watch. As long as we can hold off those small monsters, we should be able to finish it in about 10 minutes. And indeed, the boss's health steadily declined while the small monsters were kept at bay by the three groups. Oh no, I'm running low on potions. Boss, I'm out of mana. One healer cried anxiously. In such a scenario, the cost of potions was staggering. Lin Feng didn't have many potions left in his inventory, but seizing the opportunity, he threw a few over. "This is all I have left. Use them sparingly." "Boss, how much health does it have left?" 30. We're almost there. 30? That LL still take about 10 minutes, and I doubt we can hold out for that long. Can't hold out? Then we'll just fight. Lin Feng wasn't sure if they could manage, but as soon as his skills were off cooldown, he would unleash them without holding back. However, the viewers in the live stream couldn't bear to watch any longer. Is this Shang Tianzi really putting on a show? Seriously, at a time like this, He could at least deal some damage by going in and hitting a few times. He is clearly doing it on purpose, knowing he is being streamed. Now Shang Tianzi's attacks have become a trending topic. Whatever loot this boss drops can't compete with this hot discussion. Let him keep pretending. If the boss isn't defeated, let's see how he explains it. Everyone assumed that Lin Feng would finally take action. However, to their astonishment, Lin Feng managed to endure and ultimately let the venomous zombie wear down the boss to its demise. As they watched the boss collapse, the viewers in the live stream were left speechless. No way, he really took down the boss. Quick, Jianbu Fan, hurry over and see what loot dropped. I just saw yellow light. It should at least be yellow gear. Yellow gear? How mediocre is that? Yellow gear still holds considerable value. To their surprise, a 30-level boss had only dropped 2 pieces of yellow gear. Lin Feng looked at the yellow gear, and his pupils slowly contracted in a wave of ecstatic joy. Haha, Golden Legend! Golden Legend! The equipment system in the world typically categorized items by color to determine their quality. Yellow gear was mainstream. Even the least skilled players would buy 1 or 2 pieces to remain competitive. At least 1 piece of their weapon or armor needed to be yellow. Otherwise, they would struggle against monsters of the same level. Yellow gear was widely regarded as premium equipment. Above that were red gear, deemed rare premium items, which were quite expensive and varied greatly in quality based on their attributes. The current leaderboard was dominated by red gear, and above red gear lay golden gear, referred to by players as legendary equipment, of which there had yet to be a single drop in the game until now. But this boss had dropped 2 pieces of legendary equipment in one go. Perhaps hearing Lin Feng's exclamation of joy, the livestream erupted. Golden Legend? Did they really drop a Golden Legend? Impossible, absolutely impossible. 2 pieces of Golden Legend? Did they strike it rich? What is the big deal? A 30-level Golden Legend is barely a beginner's item. I'm so envious. I'm really envious. Even beginner's gear can be used until level 50, right? It must be worth a fortune. It certainly was valuable, not long ago. A set of red gear from the Lotus Demon sold for over 1 million. Lin Feng couldn't help but tremble with excitement. The essence of business ultimately lies in the high-end market. He hurriedly gathered all the loot and, once in his inventory, began to examine the properties of the 2 pieces of equipment. Luowan map, type, accessory, grade, golden, level requirement, 30 class requirement, universal, defense 1000, health recovery, 30 health recovery, 30 health recovery, 30 equipment skill, light of Luowa, active release, doubles health recovery, doubles defense, last 20 seconds, skill cooldown, 10 minutes, equipment rating, points such outrageous attributes. Lin Feng was left in awe. Health recovery of 90. What does that even mean? At level 10, equipment with a health recovery of 3 could sell for 300 coins back then. Now, with a health recovery of 90 and a defense of 1000, it implies he became invincible, recovering 90 health points per second, and the equipment skill was even more astonishing. Lin Feng felt parched at the thought. If this piece of equipment were given to a tank, perhaps they could withstand a 50-level inner disciple boss. Lin Feng swallowed hard and quickly examined the second piece of equipment. Low spear, type, weapon, grade, golden, level requirement, 30, class requirement, general attack power, 2100 lifesteal, 20 attack damage, 20 attack speed, 20 equipment skill. Low spear technique, active, attack power 50. Attack speed 50, duration, 5 seconds, cooldown, 1 hour. Equipment rating, points such extraordinary attributes coupled with an equipment skill. An attack power of 2100 surpasses the vast majority of players' total attack power. This weapon, based solely on its attributes, might rival even level 50 golden equipment, or perhaps even level 60, not to mention its equipment skill. The other loot is commendable as well, including level 5 elixirs, a plethora of materials and consumables. Altogether, they could fetch over 10,000 gold coins. However, compared to these 2 pieces of equipment, they are insignificant. Boss, what did you acquire? Boss, let's have a look. Boss, let's return to the city first. We are barely holding on. At this moment, Lin Feng finally realized they were still in grave danger. Observing the relentless onslaught of Lu Sek's outer disciples, he solemnly declared, Hold on a little longer. I will return to the city. If you cannot withstand it, die and come back. I will cover your equipment losses. Understood, boss. Tian Wang and the others instantly grasped his meaning. Lin Feng possessed 2 pieces of golden legendary equipment in his inventory. Dying and losing them would be a significant issue. No task was worth that risk. Without hesitation, he shattered the return scroll. With a flash of light, he vanished. Tian Wang and the others ceased their resistance, allowing the monsters to slay them. The viewers in the live stream did not express discontent. Instead, they eagerly exclaimed, "Quickly, return to the city and show us the equipment attributes. We are witnessing a golden legend. Hurry to find Shang Tianzi." In the anticipation of the crowd, the group resurrected in Ningdu City. Shang Tianzi's figure was nearby. Lin Feng took a deep breath and addressed the live stream. "I have indeed lost 2 pieces of golden equipment. To satisfy your curiosity, I shall reveal them to you now." Chapter 86. The wisdom of the sect master Lin Feng's acquisition of golden legendary equipment spread like wildfire throughout the game. Many flocked to the live stream, eager for Lin Feng to unveil the items. Even the least esteemed Jian Bufan attracted over 60,000 viewers. As for Tian Wang and Ming Wang, their numbers soared to a stable 100,000. From the back end, the combined viewership approached 500,000. Such a staggering figure. Lin Feng aimed to seize this opportunity to showcase the equipment, drawing the attention of more players towards the upcoming auction. I have sent the details to several streamers. You may observe, I will auction this equipment in a few days. As soon as he finished speaking, several streamers synchronously opened the equipment attributes, displaying them for all to see. As they revealed the attributes, the entire live stream fell silent. Heavens, is this not extraordinary? Indeed, with both pieces of equipment combined, are they not invincible? The first person in the entire server is about to emerge. What class is General? A warrior. 3rd class advancement. I recall Xingchen Dadi is a warrior. I wonder how much this weapon will sell for. I must buy a ticket for the auction. Who has won? Even if I cannot obtain it, I still wish to witness the auction. Indeed, after witnessing the 2 pieces of equipment, countless individuals clamored to attend the auction. The auction's renown surged, not only becoming more prominent, but also elevating its prestige. In all of Ningdu City, only the great merchant dynasty boasted such a distinguished auction. This was Lin Feng's intention. After securing the attribute images, he set off to undertake quests. Aside from the auction, nothing else needed discussion. He departed immediately. Many felt an itch of anticipation. Lin Feng intended to leave a sense of suspense and foster discussion, ideally sustaining the excitement. Discussions on the forums would be most welcome. Without further ado, he carefully placed both pieces of equipment in his personal storage. Farewell, I shall return in a few days. Content. He closed his personal storage and made his way toward the post station, intending to return to Languetown. However, as he passed the city lord's mansion, he unexpectedly spotted someone emerging. Lin Feng's eyes widened. No way. The figure was an NPC, adorned in ancient garb, exuding elegance. Yet that was not the crux. The pivotal detail was the name above his head. Luo Sect, Outer Sect Steward, Luo Chung. To his astonishment, the task target was right before him. After all that time, he was at the city lord's mansion. Wait, I did not accept the task from the city lord's mansion. Is the system playing tricks on me? Luo Chung exited the mansion, a large exclamation mark hovering above his head. After a few steps, he turned and re-entered the mansion, repeating the cycle. Several players mistook him for a task NPC and approached him. The outcome was predictable. He ignored them. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, after his departure, Luo Chung appeared at the city lord's mansion. Reluctantly, he approached Luo Chung and struck up a conversation. Sure enough, the task was unveiled. Luo Chung gazed at Lin Feng in astonishment. You actually possess a bill? Excellent, thank you. Is there such a thing? The Outer Sect's top disciple, Chung San, is the mastermind? Ah, I did not expect such events to transpire within the sect. I must return to the sect at once. Lin Feng listened to the dialogue, somewhat dumbfounded. It turns out the Lu sect, being the strongest sect in the vicinity, has much to gain. Their Outer Sect's top disciple, Chung San, is the main boss. Defeating Boss Chung San would allow him to turn in the task here. Luo Chung sincerely expressed gratitude. Shang Tianzi, This time your assistance has been invaluable. Please accompany me back to the sect. Of course. As soon as Lin Feng's words fell, the screen began to darken. System announcement. The matter has been resolved. The misunderstanding cleared. All disciples of the Lu sect returned to the sect, and we apologize for the inconvenience caused. The system announcement echoed in everyone's minds. The boss in Langya Town vanished without a trace. It was as if nothing had ever occurred. The white-clad, sword immortal gazed at the guild base, stunned for a moment before erupting in anger. What is this nonsense? I demand an apology. I want compensation. This upheaval benefited everyone. The experience points and drop rates for Lu sect disciples were high. Many leveled up. Yet, the white-clad sword sect suffered the greatest loss, as their entire guild averaged a 3-level drop. Even though they later killed Lu sect disciples and regained a level, they still lost 2 levels. It was absurd. They had been foolishly slaughtered. Shang Tianzi, you bastard! How infuriating! There is no place to voice my grievances. I will not rest until I have my revenge on the great merchant dynasty. Regardless of their plight, Lin Feng remained oblivious. At this moment, he stood within the grand hall of the Lu sect, where the sect leader, Lu, a level 100 boss, presided on the throne. Luo Chung recounted the entire incident before the assembly. Numerous elders nodded in agreement. Lu praised, thanks to Shang Tianzi, we have salvaged over 100 million gold coins and losses. Lin Feng, initially a mere observer of the unfolding events, was taken aback upon hearing this, exclaiming, how much? Lu replied, the outer sect is responsible for maintaining trade relations with Ningdu City, which indeed yields considerable profits, but it also exposes us to significant risks. Indeed, the sect leader is wise. What the sect leader states is absolutely correct. Lu continued, thus, I propose that we outsource the trade of Lu sect. What do you all think? Indeed, the sect leader is wise. What the sect leader states is absolutely correct. This selection is crucial. We must deliberate carefully. Indeed, the sect leader is wise. What the sect leader states is absolutely correct. What situation? As the leader, Luo, he displayed a remarkable level of sophistication. Yet the elders beside him seemed to lack substance, offering little more than flattery. Lin Feng was ready to voice his discontent when Luo, he's next words left him utterly astounded. With a satisfied gleam in his eyes, Luo, he addressed Lin Feng, saying, Shang Tianzi is quite impressive. How about we entrust all trade affairs of Luo, he sect, to you from this day forth? Additionally, you may become a named elder of our sect. What do you think? Chapter 87. Am I allowed to attack? Luo, he sect has decided to appoint you as a named elder. Do you agree? Note, a named elder can be promoted to an honorary elder. Everyone awaited his response. Lin Feng remained in a daze. There was no hesitation required. Agreed. Task completed. Congratulations, you have become a named elder of Luo he sect. You will handle the procurement matters for the sect and may learn the most powerful techniques of Luo he sect. Task reward, 400,000 experience points. As the system notification rang out, Lin Feng leveled up twice in quick succession. Such a significant task warranted a 2-level increase. Initially, after defeating a sect disciple, he was on the verge of reaching level 22. With the addition of 400,000 experience points, he achieved 85 of level 23, and a bit more practice would elevate him to level 24. However, the pace of leveling was secondary. The paramount concern was the business dealings of Luo he sect, which Lin Feng valued above all. In the system interface, a section indicating his identity appeared. At that moment, Lin Feng held 3 titles: official merchant, leader of the great merchant dynasty, and named elder of Luo he sect. The official merchant title was a result of his profession and could not be accessed, while the leader title led directly to the gang interface. However, when he clicked on the named elder title, it surprisingly opened the sect interface. Had he truly joined a sect? Oh, Elder Shang, are you displeased? Displeased? How could that be? Elder Luo Chang, I see you are quite charming yourself. Huh? Haha. Since Elder Shang has agreed, that is splendid. Henceforth, I shall entrust you with the sect's business. Lin Feng nodded continuously. As he opened the sect interface, he was curious about the authority granted to him concerning the procurement of gang affairs. Upon seeing his permissions, Lin Feng was left dumbfounded. Wow. Luo He sect can acquire all equipment and consumables at the market's average price without any transaction fees, and each item procured will increase my contribution value by 1 point. Once contribution value reaches 1 million, you will be promoted to honorary elder, with only one privilege at his disposal. The significance of this power sent shivers down Lin Feng's spine. This meant that no matter how worthless an item might be, he could sell it to Luo He sect before it failed to find a buyer. Average price. Lin Feng suddenly considered a question. For instance, if everyone were currently level 20, items for level 15 might still fetch a few coins. However, as time progressed and demand waned, he could simply offload them to Luo He sect. This indicated he would no longer need to fear stockpiling unsold goods. This was monumental for Lin Feng. The great merchant dynasty would never again have to worry about excess inventory. This was an unparalleled feature. As the world became increasingly vibrant with commerce, more gangs would emerge. With this single capability, Lin Feng could procure all unsaleable items from his gang members, allowing him to operate as a merchant without any lingering concerns. Who could possibly contend with him in the future? Just as Lin Feng was reveling in his excitement, Luo Cheng's voice cut through the air. Elder Shang, congratulations. Shall I take you to the skills hall? Only then did Lin Feng recall that he could learn the techniques of Luo He sect. He quickly nodded. I appreciate your guidance, Elder Luo. Elder Shang is too kind. From now on, we are family. Under Luo Cheng's guidance, Lin Feng arrived at the skills hall of Luo He sect. There, he encountered an NPC, the designated place for learning skills upon joining the sect. Lin Feng initially intended to learn from this NPC, but noticed Luo Cheng shaking his head. Elder, your skills are not here. Please follow me. Huh? I am learning different skills? Amidst Lin Feng's confusion, they proceeded to the innermost part of the skills hall, reaching the position of the hall master. This individual was the hall master, responsible for teaching skills to the elders. Lin Feng, regardless of who he was, appeared quite imposing. He promptly interacted with the elderly figure. Learn skills. A window popped up, displaying 2 skills, both passive. Weapon mastery, passive, weapon mastery. Members of Luo He sect must master the use of all weapons. Upon learning this skill, you may wield weapons from other professions. Luo He will, passive skill. Luo He will increases various attributes based on the weapon type. Specific attributes will be indicated when equipping the weapon. Ordinary players joining the sect would only possess 1 passive skill, yet Lin Feng astonishingly had 2. However, upon reading the descriptions, he frowned. If I cannot attack, what use is this skill? After a moment's thought, he realized that aside from the Beastmaster sect, which had skills enhancing pet attacks, all other sects focused on enhancing the attributes of the body. For Lin Feng, the procurement function of a named elder outweighed all else. Never mind. There are no restrictions on learning. I shall learn. Upon completing the acquisition of both skills, he was astonished to find that his weapon inventory had appeared. What? I can wield weapons now? Lin Feng's eyes widened as he hastily checked his attack power, and a wave of euphoria washed over his face. The bug had been fixed. Attack power displayed, 118. Although not exceptionally high, it was significant since Lin Feng was not currently equipped with any weapons. His attack power was derived solely from accessories and rings. Typically, he selected equipment primarily for health and defense, as his attack power was already low. However, regardless of how little damage he could inflict, it indicated one crucial fact. He could finally attack. Even a simple attack. One of Lin Feng's greatest regrets in the game was his inability to engage in combat like a true warrior, unsheathing his sword with flair. Now, that regret had vanished. Thank you, Elder Luo. I shall take my leave. Elder Shang, take care. Lin Feng hurriedly departed from Luo He sect, opting for the extravagant use of a city return scroll, a flash of light transporting him back to the great merchant dynasty S-base. Boss, you're back. Boss, let me see your gear again. Boss, I heard you went to Luo He sect again. What's the deal? Numerous individuals surrounded him, evidently intrigued by the happenings at Luo He sect. Although the matter had concluded, it continued to stir interest. Lin Feng shook his head. Let us set that aside for now. All brothers of Qianjin Hall begin acquiring the materials from the recent battle. Huh? What materials? Oh, You mean the broken swords and the blood-stained clothes of the Luo He sect disciples? Lin Feng nodded. Correct. Everyone should go procure those. What is the purchase price? This was a pressing question. Many were aware of Lin Feng's keen insight, knowing that the items he acquired would generally increase in value. Thus, many opted to wait until prices rose before selling their goods. Additionally, the Heavenly Palace kept a close watch on his acquisitions. Whatever he procured, they would surely seek as well, complicating matters for Lin Feng. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng recalled that 3 types of materials would drop from the Luo He sect disciples, all of which he possessed: broken swords, blood-stained clothing, and severed fingers. The selling prices to shops were 30 gold coins for the broken sword, 30 gold coins for the blood-stained clothing, and 10 gold coins for the severed fingers. A spark of inspiration struck Lin Feng, and he devised a plan. Shang Tianzi. Everyone, broken swords and blood-stained clothing will be purchased at 35 gold coins. Severed fingers at 40 gold coins. Be sure to remember, purchase all 3 types. Chapter 88. The simple yet profound art of commerce. Though the crowd did not fully comprehend, they firmly believed in Lin Feng's words. This trust had been cultivated throughout their journey together. After giving his instructions, Lin Feng hurried to his store, ensuring that the shop in Ningdu City was ready to acquire these 3 items. Before long, merchants throughout Ningdu City had listed these 3 materials for sale. Naturally, the Heavenly Palace was aware of this development. Boss, the great merchant dynasty is making moves. They are acquiring broken swords, blood-stained clothing, and severed fingers. Shangwan Tiange could not help but admire Lin Feng's acute business acumen. He spoke solemnly. We shall acquire these 3 items as well, offering 5 more gold coins than our competitors for each. What? 5 gold coins? Isn't that excessive, boss? What if this time the merchant sovereign lowers the price and takes advantage of us again? Shangwan Tiange's ingrained mindset lingered. However, after a reminder from his subordinate, he recalled the last time Lin Feng had outmaneuvered them. Well, you do have a point. But boss, I sense something amiss this time. Oh, what do you mean? Consider this. The broken sword and garments are priced at 30 gold coins in stores, while they are acquiring them for 35. The broken finger is sold for 10 gold coins, yet they are offering 40 for it. Are you suggesting a disciple of the Loha sect only drops a single broken finger, while several broken swords and garments can be obtained from one? In other words, the broken finger is the rarest and cheapest, yet the great merchant dynasty is acquiring it at the highest price of 40 gold coins. Shangwan Tiange seemed to have an epiphany. You mean we should only acquire the broken fingers, as their scarcity allows us to set a higher price? Exactly, boss. What do you think? Even if we suffer a loss, it won't be significant. Very well. You have done well. We will solely acquire the broken fingers, offering 5 gold coins more than they do, and have our guild members set up shop beside them. Understood, boss. I will arrange it immediately. Soon, the people from Tiangong reacted and set up stalls next to the great merchant dynasty members. The price for the broken fingers was set at 45, cheaper than the great merchant dynasty's offer. The stall's name was straightforward: buying broken fingers from Luoha sect disciples, 5 gold coins more than next door. A peculiar scene unfolded in Ningdu City once more, as Tiangong clashed with the great merchant dynasty. Many freelance players followed suit, also acquiring broken fingers at 5 gold coins more than the great merchant dynasty, which resulted in the latter being unable to procure any broken fingers at all. They rushed to complain to Lin Feng. Boss, this is bad. Those bastards from Tiangong are setting up stalls right beside me. It's utterly disgusting. Yes, I can't get a single broken finger, though I've collected plenty of the other 2 items. Boss, what should we do? Should we raise our purchasing price too? Lin Feng remained calm. No need. Continue as we are. Gather what you can, but do not raise the price. Under his firm command, no player from Qianjin Hall dared to disobey. The Luoha sect disciples had only slain monsters for a few hours, and the number of broken fingers was already limited. Despite the great merchant dynasty's renown, selling items is not the same as buying them. Regular players would certainly sell to those offering the highest price. They collected many broken swords and garments, yet the broken fingers remained in single digits. Lin Feng reiterated that the prices must not change. At that moment, a sudden clattering sound broke the silence. Ding! detecting someone knocking on the helmet. Would you like to exit the game or alert authorities? Noticing the time, Lin Feng realized it was already 8 in the morning. He exited the game. As his surroundings darkened, he removed the helmet to find daylight had arrived. The nurse looked at him helplessly. Are you here to accompany your mother or to play a game? She woke up at 6. His mother, with a gentle expression, said, It's fine, let him play. He has been quite exhausted these past few days. Exhausted? Lin's mother was clearly trying to excuse him. After the surgery, he had spent days playing games in his rented room. Lin Feng awkwardly scratched his head. Sorry for disturbing your work. You children should be more considerate. The nurse shot Lin Feng a disdainful glance before leaving the room. Lin Feng found her behavior puzzling. What had he done? This was a single patient room. He hadn't disturbed anyone or offended her. Why the hostility? However, he was no longer the old Lin Feng, having reached a state where such trivialities could be ignored. Mom, how are you feeling? Better each day. I feel I could be discharged soon. Don't rush. The doctor said you need to be observed for at least 3 more days. If all goes well, we can plan for discharge. How much is this costing? Don't worry, money is not an issue. Up until now, Shangwan Wujia had already helped settle the bills. Lin Feng felt justified. Had it not been for them, his mother would have endured more hours of unnecessary suffering. Got it. You should go eat. Otherwise, the cafeteria may run out of food. An aunt is getting water and will be back soon. Okay, I'll wait for her. After a while, the aunt returned with a thermos, smiling and greeting Lin Feng. He felt reassured and went out to grab a bite. Passing by the nurse station, he noticed several nurses whispering and pointing at him. Lin Feng deliberately slowed his pace. Ears perked to catch their conversation. With his current physical condition, he overheard quite a bit. I saw him playing that game. He even ignored his mother and played all night. Yeah, that game is truly harmful. My master is still missing. I wonder how Lin Wan is doing. I heard her family is gone. Has her family perished? Who could be so cruel? Regardless, don't play that game. Lin Wan, wasn't she the nurse skilled in healing? Lin Feng suddenly realized why the nurses regarded him with such strange looks. She had gone missing? Had she fled or been captured? Even her friends were unaware. Could she have been abducted by some mysterious organization? Perhaps one researching superpowers? Lin Feng often read novels, and the more he read, the broader his imagination became. There were only a few possibilities to consider. He needed to conceal his abilities, otherwise, being captured for experimentation would be troublesome. Chapter 89. The Acquisition Battle. When Lin Feng returned to the hospital, Lin Wan had already arrived. He now possessed a gaming helmet, so he was also playing games during his stay. Excitedly, he discussed game content with Lin Feng, while their mother watched the brothers chat with a warm smile. As noon approached, Lin Feng left the hospital alone. Following the address given by Li Weir, he arrived at an apartment building in the city. He unlocked the door and stepped into a spacious living room. The neatly arranged furniture suggested it had just been cleaned. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows, he could overlook the entire city center. Previously, Lin Feng had never dared to dream of living in such a prime location or such a splendid apartment. Even in his past life, after earning some money, he could only afford a modest 60-square-meter apartment in the suburbs. The furniture and amenities in the room were complete, ideal for immediate occupancy. After inspecting the apartment, he noted down the necessary daily supplies on his phone and spent the afternoon purchasing all the essentials for the 3 of them. His mother would be discharged in a couple of days. The community was peaceful, and the large garden was perfect for recuperation. Lin Feng felt he owed a debt of gratitude to Li Weir. He sent her a message. Thank you. I have moved in. Big brother, you've moved in? Why didn't you call me for help? It's better if you don't meddle. Just stay home and relax. All right. I'll visit you in a few days. Lin Feng then sent over 30,000 yuan. He had checked the rental prices for a fully furnished apartment of 140 square meters in the city center, which was around 10,000 or more, and perhaps not as nice. However, Li Weir refused the money and returned it. Big brother Lin Feng, even if I'm not Lin Wan's classmate, you've saved me twice. Please accept my gratitude. Lin Feng had no intention of refusing her kindness. She was indeed a wonderful young lady. It was a pity her family was so affluent. Once everything was settled, it was already evening. After a light meal, Lin Feng settled into his new apartment. No longer confined to the decrepit coffin boards of a rented room, I recline on a soft bed, indulging in games with ease. Identity verification successful. Welcome player. Shang Tianzi re-entering the game. As the darkness dissipates and the scene materializes before him, Lin Feng finds himself in the gang's stronghold. Having not logged in for a day, he adheres to his routine, heading to the gang's warehouse to retrieve the finished firearms for sale. Subsequently, inspecting the inventory of 3 shops. Efficiently managing the material acquisition, he completes all tasks in a mere 10 minutes. Meanwhile, several members in the gang's chat group are tagging him. Boss, you finally arrived. Boss, we have gathered a substantial amount of materials. Could you enlighten us on their purpose? Damn it, the 10 Palace has taken all the severed fingers. The gang members express their indignation. How are we supposed to conduct business now? Indeed, the people from the 10 Palace are clinging to us like a stubborn adhesive. Lin Feng, unfazed, chuckles. Such tactics serve no purpose other than to annoy. Conduct a tally of our gang's total acquisitions. The adept member responds. We have already compiled the statistics. Knowing what Lin Feng required, he promptly organized the data into a table. Remarkable talent indeed. Lin Feng muses as he reviews the table. The gang has received fewer than 50 severed fingers, while the total of broken swords and tattered garments amount to approximately 300,000. On average, each member procured around 2,000 items. The disciples of the Luo River sect had only been active for half a day, resulting in a limited quantity of materials, nearly all of which are in their possession. Lin Feng's shop, however, boasts the highest intake, with him alone acquiring around 20,000 items, including about 20 severed fingers, spending a total of 800,000 gold coins, merely a trifle. The gang members remain perplexed. What exactly is the use of these materials? Lin Feng replies with a smile. There isn't an abundance of items. If you wish to sell them now, I shall purchase them at double the price. You may also choose to hold on to them, as they may prove useful later on. The vendors of the great merchant dynasty are elated. Is there truly such a good fortune? In an instant, they regret having collected so few. At 4 coins each, the average expenditure per person has been 8,000 coins. Selling all to Lin Feng would yield a net profit of 8,000 coins, earning a fortune in just one day from this single item. Alas, I should have bought more. In business, only the money in hand is real. Boss, I shall sell to you. Guild leader, initiate the transaction. Many others choose to trust Lin Feng's insight. The boss is purchasing at double the price, indicating the item's true value. I think I shall follow his lead and hold on to them. The adept member adds, for those with limited funds, I advise selling to the boss. For those without financial constraints, it is wise to retain them, as they will undoubtedly be of use. Lin Feng concurs. I am confident these items hold value, and the price will likely exceed what I am currently offering. The extent of this increase will depend on market feedback, of which I am uncertain. Naturally, engaging in business carries risks. One may lose their investment. So the decision ultimately rests with you all. Each has their own advantages and needs. Lin Feng speaks with sincerity, yet ultimately, he acquires 80,000 items from the gang members, primarily broken swords and tattered garments, spending a total of 6,400,000 gold coins, a considerable sum. Adding to the original 20,000 he had procured, the total reaches 100,000. The overall expenditure amounts to 7,200,000 gold coins, leaving him with 50 million gold coins in his inventory. After the transactions conclude, the members notice that Lin Feng seems uninterested in acquiring severed fingers. Guild leader, why do you not purchase the severed fingers? Indeed, are they not the rarest? All the severed fingers have been taken by the 10 Palace. Shang Tianzi responds, it's just a hunch. Rarity does not necessarily equate to utility. The gang members remain bewildered. Most still believe rarity implies usefulness, much like the members of the 10 Palace. Boss, we have gathered 50,000 severed fingers. The assistant to the high-ranking official Shang Tiange, with the gaming ID tie by Jin Xing, exclaims with excitement. Shang Tiange nods nonchalantly. Excellent. How many have the great merchant dynasty collected? 50,000 severed fingers, each worth 40 gold coins, totals a mere 2 million gold coins. To Shang Tiange, it is but a trifling matter. His primary concern lies in whether he can outmaneuver the great merchant dynasty. Tai by Jin Xing beams with joy. They have hardly gathered any. Our 50,000 severed fingers account for 80%, no, 90% of the entire Region S supply, effectively creating a monopoly. Shang Tiangu expresses satisfaction. You have executed this task well. Should you succeed in embarrassing the great merchant dynasty, you shall receive 20% of the profit from these materials as your reward. However, should you fail, you know the consequences. Chapter 90. Level Leaderboard. Item Utility Revealed Tai by Jin Xing's smile instantly falters as he reads the chilling words in the chat box, unleashing a torrent of curses. He understands all too well the fundamental differences between the Tin Palace and the Great Merchant Dynasty. The Great Merchant Dynasty recruits players, allowing them to set up stalls for profit, akin to franchisees. Thus, whether they profit or incur losses is entirely their own responsibility. In contrast, the Tin Palace's master is Shang Tiangu. All funds used for acquisitions belong to him, and the Tin Palace's vendors receive a fixed salary each day. This arrangement permits the members of the Tin Palace to set up stalls at will or to slack off and level up without concern for sales. This is a pitfall Shang Tiangu had encountered in his previous life, one that Lin Feng has deftly avoided. Should further losses occur, Tai by Jin Xing risks being dismissed by Shang Tiangu. The entire night ensues with everyone striving to level up rapidly to reach level 30. Lin Feng reaches level 26 on the cusp of 27. Just then, the system's voice resonates. Congratulations, player. The Shi Gua has reached level 30, unlocking mount functionality, sect functionality, and shop functionality. Awarded mount, Zhu Chun. Racing ahead, the Shi Gua is the first to reach level 30. Throughout the game thus far, he has consistently outpaced other players. Numerous guilds extend olive branches to him, including Jiangnantang and the Great Emperor City, all of which he rebuffs. The crowd hastens to check the level leaderboard, only to be astonished to discover that the Shi Gua already belongs to a guild. Level leaderboard. First place, the Shi Gua affiliated guild. Yiban Zhuan Pai CNI. Level 30. Sect. None. Second place. Xing Qindadi affiliated guild. Dji Cheng. Level 29. Third place. Wu Wang Jian Shun affiliated guild. Jiangnantang. Level 29. Fourth place. Jiangnan Jianku affiliated guild. Jiangnantang. Level 29. Fifth place. Junzi Tand Dang Dang affiliated guild. Junzi Meng. Level 29. Sixth place. Qingyun affiliated guild. Qingyun Jianzong. Level 29. Seventh place. Xiang Yang and Jinggang Lang affiliated guild. Yangzi Yuan. Level 29. Eighth place. Tian Wang affiliated guild. Deshang Wang Chao. Level 28. Ninth place. Ming Wang affiliated guild. Deshang Wang Chao. Level 28. 10th place. Zhu Wang Di affiliated guild. Dji Cheng. Level 28. Lin Feng is taken aback to find Tian Wang and Ming Wang on the list. Yet the top 7 exceed the entire region's levels. By the time one reaches the 1,000th position, all are at level 28, indicating fierce competition. He estimates that he will rank around 10,000. To his surprise, the Shi Gua has joined a guild named Yiban Zhuan Pai CNI. Lin Feng furrows his brow. In his previous life, the Shi Gua ultimately joined the Tin Palace, becoming a subordinate of Shang Tiangu. He wonders whether he left later or if the game's history has indeed shifted. If it is the latter, it could spell trouble. Take it one step at a time. My current situation is excellent. Continuing forward will only yield greater success. Lin Feng remains confident in himself. At that moment, a message suddenly emerges from within the guild Yiban Zhuan Pai CNI. The news of acquiring the broken sword and blood-stained ragged clothing from the disciples of the Luoha sect caused an uproar among players in the game. What is going on? I just sold everything. Is there still a use for it? Haha. Those familiar with the Grand Merchants Dynasty should know to leave a margin. I held on to mine. I can't believe the Merchant Emperor is that miraculous. The Heavenly Palace has also collected a lot. Haha, don't mention it. They only collected severed fingers, which aren't on the acquisition list. But what purpose do the broken sword and blood-stained clothing serve? This generation of internet users can inquire about anything except their girlfriends. Soon, news spread within the Brickslayers Guild. After reaching level 30, players could join sections. Within the realm of Ningdu City, only the Luoha sect existed. Joining was simple just reach level 30. However, one would initially become a named disciple, then an outer disciple, and only upon attaining outer disciple status could one learn sect skills. To advance in sect status, contributions were necessary, requiring 1,000 contribution points to become an outer disciple. Deshigwa visited the sect and discovered that both the broken sword and blood-stained clothing were listed among the contribution exchange items, each granting 10 contribution points. Daily sect tasks offered 10 contribution points, meaning it would take at least 100 days of tasks to reach outer disciple status. Ordinary equipment, upon reaching level 30, regardless of attributes, would only yield 1 contribution point when submitted to the sect. Thus, the broken sword and blood-stained clothing, each providing 10 points, equated to 10 pieces of ordinary level 30 equipment. Consequently, chaos ensued. Wow, so these items are that useful? Indeed, they've already skyrocketed to 400 gold coins. For 100 gold coins? You think you can buy them? They're already at 1,000 gold coins. Damn, it's rising that quickly? Now it's 500 gold coins. Before long, someone purchased them for 2,000 gold coins. In this game, there were plenty of bosses. Why spend 100 days on tasks when they could simply pay? Now, even the most worthless level 30 equipment was around 800 gold coins. Although higher level equipment would eventually become cheaper, when would level 30 equipment drop in price? Moreover, level 30 and above equipment could be submitted to the sect, ensuring they wouldn't decrease in value significantly. The price of the broken sword and blood-stained clothing soared to 3,000 gold coins. Yet there were still buyers willing to pay more because all the broken swords and ragged clothing were in the hands of the Grand Merchants dynasty. The chat among the Grand Merchants was buzzing. Wow, I made the right choice. Who would have thought they'd be useful so soon? Indeed, I sold 1,000 to the boss, and I still have 579 left. Haha, I kept 500. Sigh, I sold out. Those who sold out lamented, yet they were businessmen, aware of their choices. Lin Feng was reselling to them at double the price, which had already granted them profit, albeit modest. Most opted to sell half to Lin Feng, retaining the other half. Thus, the Grand Merchants dynasty struck gold. Lin Feng quickly communicated within the guild. Merchant Emperor, everyone, remember we are a collective. Do not rush to sell. Those with stock, sell 10 pieces each. Yes, just 10. Selling for 6,000 gold coins each. No bargaining. Let us create a wave of scarcity marketing. The boss is brilliant. Boss, you're truly wicked, so ruthless. Lin Feng humorously rebuked. Do not forget, we hold a monopoly. As long as we keep it below 8,000 gold coins, there will be buyers. Chapter 91. Overnight Wealth. The Wheel of Fate turns currently. Most players had not yet reached level 30. Aspiring to buy, while stockpiling was scarce. Lin Feng would not allow any middlemen to exist, directly raising the price to 5,000 gold coins. The acquisition price was 40 gold coins, while the selling price was set at 5,000 gold coins. The members of the Grand Merchants dynasty were making a fortune. Selling 10 pieces meant instant returns. No one objected to Lin Feng's orders. When players saw the Grand Merchants selling prices, they unleashed a torrent of complaints. The Grand Merchants are truly unscrupulous. Selling something worth 3,000 for 5,000? They've always been unscrupulous, didn't you know? Let us boycott them. We want to buy. Isn't the Heavenly Palace also collecting? Just wait for them to sell. Wait for the Heavenly Palace to sell? Shangwan Tiange was now furious. In reality, he slapped Tai by jinxing 3 times in the office. Are you messing with me? What kind of rubbish idea was that? Tai by jinxing dare not speak. This was the consequence of a mishap. It was all approved by Shangwan Tiange, yet he bore the brunt. 50,000 severed fingers? Not a single person wants them. As soon as they logged in, all the items from the Grand Merchants dynasty were snatched up. You're all fools. You said you wouldn't buy? Damn it. I was just a second too slow. They're all gone. This is outrageous. You curse the Grand Merchants, but I choose to buy. At this rate, the price will continue to climb. Indeed, prices were set to rise, potentially reaching 6,000 gold coins. Level 30 rubbish equipment would also increase in price. which justified the 5,000 gold coins for some buyers. An hour later, the grand merchants released another 100, while Lin Feng's shop unleashed 1,000. In less than 5 minutes, they were gone again. 2 hours later, the stallkeeper put out 200, while Lin Feng's store released 5,000. Once more within 30 minutes. They were all gone. The grand merchants will soon run out, right? It should be soon. This event won't last long. Damn, the prices are being driven too high. I'm out. Indeed, one could opt out. Once this frenzy passes, prices would drop. After all, the sect was primarily for top players. Ordinary players truly could not afford it. The competition among experts occurred in a matter of days. Those with wealth were indifferent to spending extra to learn sect skills sooner, leveling up faster and tackling bosses more fiercely. However, the prices were exorbitant. In the previous life, even reaching level 100, some players had not unlocked them. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Feng dared to acquire so many. The level of the sect was incredibly advantageous the later it progressed. The more pronounced the benefits. For instance, the Luoha sect's level 1 skill could enhance attack power by 30, with the same wealth and equipment. A 30 increase in power was a significant advantage. Lin Feng's strategy could not be deemed a failure. At the very least, the items were selling, and that was sufficient. The frequency of sales transitioned from once an hour to once every 2 to 3 hours, while the volume increased significantly. 1,000, 2,000 items. Eventually, this method would also stagnate. However, Lin Feng had already sold 40,000 items, amassing 200 million gold coins. Even he trembled with excitement, gazing at the cold, hard total of 250 million gold coins in his inventory. Lin Feng could not help but laugh out loud. Boss, sales are starting to slow down. Haha, it's no matter. We've already made a fortune. This is thrilling. I've made a good 100,000. I'm rolling in it. I've earned 500,000. Following the boss, I'm directly striking it rich. Lin Feng took a deep breath. This is just the beginning, brothers. Don't get carried away. We seized this opportunity, but the next one may not come so easily. Without the night grass, the horse 1T thrive. Without unexpected wealth, 1T prosper. Lin Feng had toiled for over a month in the game, relying on memories from his past life. He had once nearly gone bankrupt before accumulating 50 million gold coins, equivalent to 5 million in cash, which was trivial to some wealthy players. This time, selling the broken swords and ragged clothing had truly elevated him. 250 million was merely the beginning. Even if the items plummeted in price to 1,000 gold coins each, he still held 60,000, allowing for a potential profit of 60 million gold coins. It was worth it. Everything was worth it. With this capital, Lin Feng finally felt emboldened to confront the impending adversaries. Moving forward, my shop will cease to sell. You all should quickly sell off your stock. After level 30, the prices will drop at least by half. The leader is indeed correct. Those who can afford to buy have done so, while those who cannot will not purchase at all. Regardless, we have incurred no losses. At worst, we can utilize the goods ourselves. Indeed, we can use them ourselves. With profits in hand, who wouldn't feel elated? The banter within the guild is remarkably lighthearted. After Lin Feng sold out 40,000 units, he ceased further sales. The higher the price, the more irritable Shangwan Tinga became. After smashing items in the office, he listened to his subordinate's financial report. Tai Bai Jinxing was dismissed, and his gaming account was deleted. He assumed Tai Bai Jinxing's name and position. Wiping the sweat from his brow while examining the figures on the materials, he stammered. Boss, according to estimations, the other party has received approximately 300,000 worth of materials. 300,000. 300,000. Shangwan Tinga's eyes widened. Yes, 300,000 materials, based on the current total price, roughly. Damn it, approximately 1.5 billion gold coins. Indeed, yes, the boss is brilliant. Shangwan Tinga could no longer hear what was being said beneath him. The cost? 12 million gold coins, or 2 million in cash, yielding a staggering profit of 150 million. In just one day, a 100-fold return. This is a commercial legend. For the first time, Shangwan Tiange felt he had underestimated the world. I initially believed my vision to be quite unique, yet it seems I was mistaken. Boss, are you alright? Bang! Shangwan Tiange slammed the table, leaping up with a serious tone. Quickly, call all shareholders of the Shangwan Group. I need to convene a shareholders meeting. Boss, you want to? I want to establish a foothold in the world. Tiangong was solely created by Shangwan Tiange. He had aimed to cultivate his own business, viewing the world as mere trifles. His vision was present but limited. However, after witnessing Lin Feng's maneuver, he finally recognized the world as potential. Compile all the data onto the computer. I must use this information to persuade my grandfather and all shareholders to firmly establish ourselves in the world. Yes, boss. Lin Feng's actions astonished countless individuals, even if he did not accrue such vast wealth. It made outsiders aware of the immense profits in the world. Various calculations were presented before their executives, sparking envy, jealousy, and eagerness to participate. Chapter 92. The world explodes in popularity. The first auction of the Great Merchant Dynasty. A game? A mere game can yield such profits? Let us check how much we have left in our accounts. Quickly, summon a meeting. This is urgent. Minor matters warrant no meetings, but significant ones do. Let us procure hundreds of gaming helmets. The envy spreads like wildfire. Numerous magnates, companies, and conglomerates all join the fray. This day was destined to be tumultuous, even recorded in the annals of the world. From this day forth, the wheels of fate mercilessly ground down everyone. Lin Feng's memories from his previous life, apart from the game content, were ruthlessly overturned. Countless conference rooms and tables of magnates were filled with Lin Feng's data, showcasing a hundredfold profit with a one-day return cycle. Who among business people could resist such a proposition? Suddenly, throngs of individuals flooded into the game. Whether they were large conglomerates strategizing or small players aiming to earn through gear. A myriad of people, each with diverse motives, entered the game. Gaming helmets sold like hotcakes. Prices for novice gear surged once more. Over the next 2 days, the materials sold by the Great Merchant Dynasty's vendors were nearly depleted, with each vendor raking in profits. This time we owe it all to the boss. Indeed, the boss opted not to sell himself just to ensure our sales. It brings me to tears. Boss, for life, I will follow you through thick and thin. Regardless of wealth or poverty, boss, I will do whatever you ask. The vendors grew wealthy, while those crafting gear felt the pangs of jealousy. Lin Feng shook his head in disbelief. He had really taken them off the market. Rather, he had transferred them to 2 other shops in Hongdu City and Suda City, each stocked with 20,000 materials. Those cities also had players reaching level 30. Despite differing sects, the items would still contribute to their standings. Both shops thrived, selling out in just 3 days. Lin Feng still had 20,000 materials left. Tomorrow, his mother would be discharged from the hospital, and tonight marked the inaugural auction of the Great Merchant Dynasty. As afternoon approached, Lin Feng announced, "Everyone, write the auction time at your stalls. The auction will commence on time tonight." Understood, boss. Boss, can we enter? Entry requires a ticket. The system will verify. However, if any brothers are selling items, they can enter without a ticket. Got it, boss. Lin Feng completed his tasks, reaching level 29. It was clear he would not reach level 30 today. Upon returning to the city, he busied himself with auction preparations. The guild wars, betting, auctions, and materials from the Lohas sect. All these events propelled the Great Merchant Dynasty to the pinnacle of prominence. Even before the auction began, many had gathered at the Wansher Tavern in Ningdu City, the largest tavern capable of accommodating 3,000 guests. Renting it for a night cost a staggering 1 million gold coins, quite a hefty sum. However, Lin Feng had already recouped that, along with an additional 1 million gold coins from ticket sales. In the past, he would have been elated. Now, 1 million gold coins merely served as a foundation for future endeavors. As the host of the auction, Lin Feng busied himself in the hotel, inspecting the order of auction items and meticulously reviewing each procedure. Finally, he met with the host of the live broadcast. Thunder Lowly, level 30, Great Merchant Dynasty, a major general under the reign of the Heavenly King. Currently, her live stream ranks third in viewership, only behind the Heavenly King. She is beautiful, with a sweet voice, high emotional intelligence, and speaks gently and courteously, never uttering a single curse word. Her skills may be average, but her popularity is astounding. Thunder lowly bit her lip, bouncing nervously. Lin Feng reassured her, "Don't be anxious. There's still half an hour. Take a moment to rest." "Boss, can I really do this? I'm afraid of messing it up." Thunder Lowly's worried gaze remained fixed on Lin Feng. "If it gets messed up, your salary will be docked." Lin Feng remained unfazed. Thunder Lowly smiled brightly. "All right, then I feel much more at ease." For the entire evening, she would receive a base salary in gold coins, plus a 0.5 commission on every item sold. Thunder Lowly continuously motivated herself, determined to succeed in selling items to help the boss acquire a Land Rover so she could buy a little donkey. "Boss drives a Land Rover, while I drive a little donkey. Let us work hard. The boss will make a fortune, and I'll earn a little." What a remarkable self-motivation. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly and moved on to check other items, hoping her nervousness would diminish alone. With 10 minutes remaining before the auction, everything was set. Many without tickets lingered at the tavern entrance, uncertain if they were there for the live broadcast or simply to join the excitement. Gradually, more magnates and players began to arrive. Suddenly, a commotion erupted. "Look, it's Big Watermelon." Big Watermelon and his crew. In the game, the greatest were revered. While Jiangnan Hall and the City of the Emperor were strong, they were merely among the elite. In everyone's eyes, Big Watermelon was the true powerhouse, with a level far surpassing all others. 3 days have elapsed, and the majority of skilled players have reached level 30. However, the Shigua stands out with an impressive level of 34, maintaining a significant lead. This marks the Shigua's first public appearance, which instantly draws a crowd. The Shigua. Aren't you gonna level up? Aren't you afraid of being surpassed? Why haven't you joined Jiangnan Hall or the Imperial City for a brick? These inquiries come from the throng surrounding her, resembling eager journalists. Fortunately, positioning is restricted within the city, preventing any crowding. The Shigua remains indifferent to the questions and walks alongside the brick to the entrance of the Wanshu Tavern. Jiangnan's swordsman greets her with a hearty laugh and an outstretched hand, saying, "The Shigua, it's good to see you again." The Shigua, typically serious, reciprocates the handshake. The brick chimes in, "Jiangnan, during the auction, please be merciful." "No problem. That's only natural," Jiangnan's swordsman replies. The Celestial Emperor interjects. "We can't let the merchant emperor profit excessively, can we?" Jiangnan's swordsman chuckles. "Indeed, let us not allow that cunning merchant to rake in too much profit. It breeds envy." As they engage in light-hearted banter, the grand entrance of Wanshu Tavern slowly opens. The first auction of the Great Merchant Dynasty is officially commencing. Though renting the tavern is somewhat costly, it is organized. From ticket inspection at the entrance to the internal bidding, everything is protected and executed by the system, relieving Lin Feng of any burdens. Profit is taken seriously, yet the services provided are equally commendable. Players gradually pass through the ticketing system, entering the venue. Excitement palpable in the air. Wow, the Great Merchant Dynasty has done quite well, presenting a lively atmosphere. Upon entering, players observe the transformed interior of the tavern, designed specifically for the auction. A stage occupies the center, designated for bids, while several broadcasting rooms have been prepared for the dynasty's prominent streamers, strategically positioned for optimal visibility. The attendees line up on either side of the stage, inciting frustration among many players. Damn it, the Great Merchant Dynasty is insatiably greedy. I spent 10,000 gold on a scalper ticket for this livestream, and this is the view I get. Haha, the Merchant Emperor established this auction to sell goods, not to boost your pathetic streamer's viewership. Exactly. It's reasonable for him to use his own streamers for his auction. Only the streamers grumble. Those genuinely interested in bidding remain unfazed. Gradually, all players settle into their seats, and within 20 minutes, nearly everyone has arrived. With a preparation time of 30 minutes, the auction will commence shortly. The steps are predetermined, and Lin Feng is not in a hurry. Sometimes, allowing them to wait can be advantageous. He permits 10 streamers from the Great Merchant Dynasty to enter, as they are among the dynasty's key nurtured talents. As the 30-minute mark approaches, they activate their streams, directing their cameras toward the stage. Suddenly, the stage illuminates, and Lin Feng's figure appears at the center. The crowd of 3,000 falls silent in an instant. Standing in the spotlight, Lin Feng smiles and bows to the gathered audience. The Merchant Emperor welcomes all players attending the Great Merchant Dynasty's auction, expressing gratitude for their trust and presence. Ha! Merchant Emperor, you're too kind. Unbeknownst to them, the Merchant Emperor has seamlessly transformed into the Merchant Boss. No one finds this inappropriate. The Great Merchant Dynasty earns their implicit approval. Lin Feng maintains a professionally polite smile. Thank you. The Great Merchant Dynasty owes its success to your support. I understand you prefer not to hear me ramble on, so I shall now hand over the auction to our esteemed streamer, Thunder Lowly. Please be kind to her. As he concludes, his figure gradually fades, only to reappear as the enchanting Thunder Lowly. Her sweet smile and exquisite attire captivate the audience. Wow, it's really Thunder Lowly. Who is she? So beautiful. Don't let her delicate appearance fool you. She's fierce in battle. I've been watching her streams. I'm curious about how formidable she is in reality. Oh no, you've drooled on my shirt, you rascal. Thunder Lowly appears slightly nervous. While she could be carefree during her streams, the sight of 3,000 people before her makes her clench her fists, instinctively biting her lip. This unconscious gesture, however, is captured by the live stream and screens in the tavern. Oh my, she's adorably charming. I want to be on the receiving end of her wrath. The Great Merchant Dynasty knows how to captivate an audience. Take my money. That lip-biting motion deserves legendary status. I can only imagine how sweet she must be. Oh no, she's so beautiful. Her farts must be offensive. The live chat erupts with excitement as the auction attendees gaze in awe. How can one person embody beauty, charm, and ferocity all at once? Is this not the ideal type? Such a delightful and spirited woman is universally appealing. The Merchant Emperor has made an astute play. Lin Feng watches backstage, astonished by the unexpected response, especially in the live chat where all 10 streamers are experiencing a surge in viewership, each reaching 100,000. Discussions predominantly revolve around Thunder Lowly. Lin Feng muses, the internet is unpredictable. One can never foresee when someone will rise to fame. It is so sudden. Thunder Lowly takes a deep breath amidst the applause, her chest rising and falling, revealing her sweet smile. The crowd stirs once more. Thank you all. I am Thunder Lowly, the host of the first auction of the Great Merchant Dynasty, and a proud member of the Battle Hall. She bows deeply to the audience, as they are her patrons. This gesture was requested by Lin Feng, who had also bowed earlier. However, unbeknownst to her, her position aligns perfectly with the live stream. The angle of her bow is just right, subtly alluring and mysteriously captivating. The live chat erupts once more. Brothers, I'm not saying much. Take my money. Kill me to liven things up. Thunder Lowly seems to oscillate between intentional and accidental charm. With a playful smile, she adds, of course, my boss promised that I would receive a share of each sale. I hope you'll help me boost my performance. Such straightforwardness is refreshing. Am I being too chatty? Let us get started. Chat away. I could listen to you all day. My wife is about to sell something. I'm ready with my wallet. What good is your money? Only those present at the auction can buy. Thunder Lowly, eager to commence the auction, quickly states, my boss said that for the first auction, the first item should be eye-catching and captivating. Huh, what clever boss. The audience bursts into laughter. Lin Feng, watching from backstage, is at a loss for words and quickly interjects. Don't mention I said that. Oh, I'm sorry. My boss doesn't want me to reveal that. With a hand on his forehead, Lin Feng exudes exasperation at her nervousness, yet the outcome is favorable. Laughter fills the tavern as he encourages, please stop laughing. The auction is about to begin. Her timid tone incites more laughter. The first item up for bidding is a level 30 mount, the Claw Yellow Flying Bolt. As Thunder Lowly announces, the auction commences. Behind the auction stage, the grand screen illuminated with the specific attributes of the mount, Zhua Huang Fei Dian, rotating effortlessly in a 360-degree view. Mount, Zhua Huang Fei Dian. Movement speed, 100 can accommodate 2 riders. The appearance of Zhua Huang Fei Dian rendered the auction hall silent in an instant. Stunned whispers filled the air. A level 30 mount and of yellow quality. How did the great merchant dynasty acquire such a treasure? Indeed, this mount is one I must have. The stables only offered mounts of white and green qualities. Little did anyone expect that the first item up for auction from the great merchant dynasty would be such a bombshell. The audience reacted enthusiastically. The Thunderous lowly remarked, "As you can see, there are currently no yellow quality mounts on the leaderboard. Acquiring this mount will surely secure the top position, given its added value." The starting bid for Zhua Huang Fei Dian was set at 1 million gold coins, with increments of no less than 10,000 gold coins. Ladies and gentlemen, the stage is yours. Let the bidding commence. Chapter 94. The last 2 auction items. The first auction of the great merchant dynasty was of great importance to Lin Feng. Whether it was about money was inconsequential. Brand power was key. The opening item had to be impressive. Most of the big players had already reached level 30 and were still using mounts purchased from the stables. Higher quality mounts, particularly blue or above, could only be obtained from wild beasts, while golden ones were exclusively dropped by bosses. The current scarcity made it ripe for a lucrative sale. 1 million? That seems rather steep. I could buy a car for 100,000. Huh. A car for 100,000 makes them call me Little Lou, but a mount for 100,000 earns me the title of Senior Lou. Would the big players be concerned about such trivialities? The moment the auction began, bids were placed. I bid 1,050,000 gold coins. The seat designated for the bidder lit up, not overwhelmingly bright, but sufficient to reveal the identity of the bidder, named Yang Le Duo. Who asked that? You don't know? He asked the leader of the 15th rank guild. Oh, the mount of a guild leader must indeed be superior. 1,050,000. Is that a joke? The number 1 mount on the leaderboard should fetch far more than that, even for just a few days. I bid 100,000. As expected, it wasn't too long before someone countered. I bid 110,000. 140,000. Each time the gentle glow of the highest bidder's seat dimmed. The light of the new highest bidder would gradually illuminate, displaying the bid amount in a manner that was not overly flashy, but certainly high-tech. This method ensured that in a crowd of 3,000, one could identify who was bidding. After all, ISNT reputation, what matters when one is out in the world? Zhua Huang Fei Dian was a magnificent sight, with its vibrant yellow fur and a robust frame that towered over ordinary mounts, complemented by its exclusive saddle. In no time, the bidding price soared to 5 million gold coins. That's enough, right? 5 million. Haha, you're overestimating. Several big players have yet to make their move. Just as the words left their lips, the Jiangnan swordsman raised his hand. I bid 2 million gold coins. Wow, Jiangnan swordsman doesn't disappoint. He just raised the bid by 500,000 gold coins. 2 million? A trivial matter. I bid 100,000. Before the crowd could react in astonishment, the Jiangnan swordsman's bid was surpassed. Everyone turned to the new bidder. Ning Tianzi, the great Ning dynasty? I've never seen him before. Another unfamiliar face from a seemingly new guild. Indeed, many new players had joined the game recently. You might not know, but the great merchant dynasty has earned a fortune from materials, attracting many real-world investors. Ning Tianzi, representing the great Ning dynasty, clearly aimed to emulate Lin Feng. Lin Feng was unfazed. As long as items sold, all were customers. I bid 150,000. 200,000. 210,000. 300,000. The price steadily climbed. The big players finally joined the fray, pushing the price closer to 5 million. Lin Feng stood to earn a 10 commission, equating to 250,000 gold coins. This was a remarkably profitable venture, leveraging others' assets to yield personal gains, and this was merely the beginning. Ultimately, Zhua Huang Fei Dian was sold for 2,870,000 gold coins to Ning Tianzi, who was ecstatic. His psychological price was around 1 million gold coins. Yet Lin Feng provided such a grand stage that it sold for 2,870,000. The 287,000 gold coins in commission were immensely valuable. Without the gathering of such big players, such a high price would not have been attainable. The thunderous Loli smiled broadly, unabashedly relishing the commission she would earn. Thank you, esteemed guests, for your support. For those who didn't win the bid, don't be disheartened. We have prepared 50 auction items for you tonight. All are meticulously selected treasures. The second auction item was a scroll for returning to town, consisting of 1,000 pieces, starting at a price of 70,000 gold coins, with increments of no less than 5,000 gold coins. The second item was Lin Feng's own merchandise. With 3 shops, he limited sales to 50 return scrolls daily, priced at 1,000 gold coins each, making them quite popular. For this auction, he decided to showcase his entire stock of 1,000 return scrolls. Selling at 700 gold coins each, they were 300 gold coins cheaper than those in the Great Merchant Dynasty shop. However, the big players wouldn't mind this 300 gold coin difference. Return scrolls were strategic commodities, not easily obtainable. Indeed, they drew attention. In the midst of guild battles, return scrolls were essential. This auction item was evidently tailored for major guilds. Ultimately, it was purchased by the Jiangnan swordsman for 110,000 gold coins. The third item was a red quality piece of equipment, followed by the fourth and fifth. One by one, items were auctioned off, with final prices hovering around 200,000 gold coins. Occasionally, items valued at 1 million gold coins warmed up the atmosphere. The entire auction unfolded rapidly. In just 3 hours, 50 items were auctioned, and yet, not a single person left midway. Lin Feng had an uncanny ability to gauge people's hearts, placing the golden legendary equipment at the end of the auction to ensure everyone remained attentive. Are we not yet at the golden legendary items? Indeed, only 2 items remain. Those should be the last 2 auction pieces. Everyone assumed that the final 2 auction items would be golden legendary pieces. Under their eager gazes, the thunderous Loli, wearing a smile, after 3 hours, had begun to adapt. The penultimate auction item, I trust you will all appreciate, is a level 30 skill book. The Flying Snow Sword Technique. Starting bid, 10 million gold coins. The attributes of the Flying Snow Sword Technique appeared on the screen. Everyone gazed at the skill book in astonishment. What an outrageous skill. Chapter 95. The climax of the auction. Flying Snow Sword Technique. Level 30 skill book. Universal. Description. Upon learning this skill, attacks will have an ice element damage attached, while simultaneously reducing the opponent's attack and movement speed. Level 1. 20 attack speed. Attached. 15 ice damage. Outrageous is the only fitting word to describe it. A 15 ice damage enhancement is already remarkable. The most astonishing aspect is the 20 increase in attack speed. Such attributes are rare. The total from all equipment might barely match that, and yet this skill boasts a 20 increase. Moreover, this is merely at level 1. Just imagine the capabilities at higher levels. Before the thunderous Loli could conclude her introduction, the Jiangnan swordsman declared, I bid 15 million gold coins. Skill books are not like mounts. They are immensely practical. Furthermore, being universal means there are no level restrictions. A voice immediately chimed in, Brother Jiangnan, what use is this skill for a swordsman? I bid 16 million. Indeed, if this skill were utilized by a Taoist, it could apply area control with speed reduction, which would be incredibly formidable. The Great Watermelon is a Taoist. It seems that I must purchase bricks for him. This skill is astonishing. Truly a divine technique in group encounters. Indeed, it feels even more beneficial than the legendary golden equipment. Skill books are inherently costly. One must understand that their entry into the sect was primarily for the sect skills. Although skill books may not be as expensive as sect skills, certain skill books are even more practical. The prominent figures of various factions clearly comprehend this. I bid 17 million, 17, 3 million, 18 million. TCH, you are all so incredibly wealthy. For just a skill book, selling an entire house. What a great misfortune. Ha! The Grand Merchant dynasty is indeed remarkable. It has attracted all the wealthy elites of Ningdu City to participate here. There are also some individuals speaking sarcastically. Among them, a few are particularly envious. Shangwan Tinga is one of them. Today, he even summoned his gravely ill grandfather to convene an internal shareholders meeting for the family. The Shangwan Group is a family business, with shareholders primarily being members of the Shangwan family. He presented the revenue and cost analysis of Lin Feng, expecting everyone to agree. However, to his surprise, they rejected his proposal to join the world, citing luck, coincidence, and the difficulty of replication. Intrigues and rivalries are commonplace within the family. They refused to seize a money-making opportunity, and naturally, he lashed out at their short-sightedness. His uncles were equally furious, stating in a low voice during the meeting, "If you can prove this is not mere chance, we will agree. Indeed, sustainable development is our pursuit, not exorbitant profits. The Shangwan family is not composed of gamblers. Short-sightedness, I shall prove it to you." Thus, he arrived, recording the entire process. He intended to bring the auction footage back to the shareholders' meeting. Shangwan Tinga indeed had a discerning eye. He recognized that the auction was profitable, yet he did not anticipate how profitable it would be. Witnessing Lin Feng's impending fortune, he felt a bitterness that made him grind his teeth. Not far from him, several other business owners who had just joined the world, including the Great Ning dynasty and other companies, were similarly observing. Seeing everyone bidding tens of millions of gold coins for a skill book only strengthened their conviction that they could earn money in the game. In the midst of contemplation, the price of the skill book had already been elevated to 20 million gold coins. The Stellar Emperor spoke solemnly. "It appears you all still possess considerable wealth. 20 million is about right. Once more skill books are available, their value will surely decline." The Stellar Emperor, "Your words are rather lighthearted. Do you think 20 million is sufficient? I bid 21 million. TSK. Who doesn't he know that the next faction competition is imminent? I will not concede. 22 million. Yes, Lin Feng is indeed that shrewd. The faction competition occurs weekly. During this week, these guilds have savored the benefits of holding territory, and naturally, they will not relinquish it easily. Lin Feng is seizing the opportunity to hold an auction, compelling these individuals to part with their coins. Numerous items are up for auction, such as 100 pieces of level 30 equipment and 100,000 potions, all sold at high prices. This skill book, when combined with the arrow tower, will be a lethal weapon. Regardless of its worth, it must not fall into the hands of opposing players. Brick took a deep breath. "I bid 30 million. My word." An immediate increase of 8 million? What a wealthy individual. When will I ever be able to amass such wealth? Damn, I feel envious. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Brick stood and declared, "Esteemed leaders, esteemed guild masters, this is my final bid. If anyone can outbid me, I shall withdraw." He was no fool. His gaze swept over the multitude, uncertain if there were any shills among them. Thus, he preemptively stated that he would withdraw if outbid. They understood the auction's tricks well, having participated in many in reality. Shills continually raised the price. None were true fools. However, this time he misjudged Lin Feng. As he realized with a spark of inspiration, "Oh, how could I forget to employ shills? What a splendid idea. As a cunning merchant, how could I not have shills?" At least in this auction, there were no shills. The Jiangnan swordsman sneered, "Brick, you know whether there are shills here. However, this skill book will not be yours. 30.01 million. You stated you would withdraw. Do not go back on your word." Brick frowned at the Jiangnan swordsman, saying nothing further. After sitting down, he truly did not compete again. Firstly, he feared the presence of shills. Secondly, he did not possess much cash. 30 million gold coins was already his utmost limit. If he were to backtrack and raise the bid, it would only harm his reputation. 30.01 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The Thunder Fairy's voice trembled as she scanned the crowd with beautiful eyes. With 30 million, she would earn a commission of 150,000, and with other earnings, her income for the night would be approximately equivalent to 2 months of live streaming revenue. How could she not be excited? 30.01 million is not the end. The leader of the Gentlemen's Alliance unexpectedly joined the bidding. 30.02 million. The leader of the Qingyun sect followed suit, 30.03 million. Joyful and Golden Wolf, 30.05 million. The Stellar Emperor, 30.06 million. It was evident that 30 million was already very close to their psychological price point. Each bid was cautiously raised by 10,000 gold coins. The Jiangnan swordsman shook his head. Gentlemen, if you lack funds, refrain from participating in the bidding. I bid 31 million. Hiss, the Jiangnan swordsman is indeed formidable. Indeed, have you not seen the face of the gentleman's leader turn pale? Wealthy indeed. The Stellar Emperor also frowned. Just as he pondered whether to make a purchase, someone suddenly called out, I bid 35 million. Chapter 96. The membership system of the Grand Merchant Dynasty. With a swish, all eyes turned toward the source of the voice. Ning Tianzi, is it this person? The Ning Dynasty's Ning Tianzi? What is his true identity? Who knows, perhaps he is just another rich second generation in Ningdu City. Seeing his level, he has just entered the game, yet he is so lavish with his spending. Ning Tianzi's expression remained calm, as if 35 million gold coins were but a triviality to him. Moreover, he relished this sensation. Lin Feng's fortune indeed attracted countless individuals to join the world. Ning Tianzi was among them, and he was far more magnanimous than Shangwan Tinga. Earning money from Merchant Tianzi, he had no qualms. Well, you are impressive, but I shall not follow. TCH, 35 million for a book, is he foolish? I shall not follow either. Several faction leaders gritted their teeth in envy, directly withdrawing. Ultimately, only the Jiangnan swordsman, the Stellar Emperor, and Ning Tianzi remained. The auction continued. 36 million, 37 million, until Ning Tianzi finally offered 40 million. The Jiangnan swordsman and the Stellar Emperor shook their heads, choosing not to follow. The Thunder Fairy took a few deep breaths to calm herself. Ning Tianzi has bid 40 million. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? 40 million for the first time. 40 million for the second time. 40 million for the third time sold. The Thunder Fairy felt as if she had finally exhaled a hell breath. The entire venue erupted in astonishment, gazing at Ning Tianzi. He slowly rose. In game, he appeared as a youth of around 20, not particularly handsome, just an ordinary-looking person. However, upon closer inspection, one might notice something startling. My word, his character model is almost identical to Merchant Tianzi. Indeed, the two look nearly identical. You must admit, is quite true. Ning Tianzi smiled. I believe everyone has noticed. Indeed, my character model is modeled after Merchant Tianzi. He is my idol, and his legend inspired me to join the game. In the future, I hope the great Ning Dynasty will receive your guidance. I extend my gratitude to the esteemed leaders who conceded to me. Thank you all. What excellent emotional intelligence. Although others had clearly run out of money or deemed it unworthy, he expressed gratitude for their generosity. Shangwan Tinga's expression darkened. Yet another competitor, and a formidable one at that. The acquisition of the flying snow sword by him holds little significance. It likely serves merely to elevate the renown of the great Ning Dynasty. By reselling it, he could attain celebrity status, a rather lucrative endeavor. Indeed, the leaders of other factions grasp this notion as well. As the Ning sun settles in, they eagerly add him as a friend, recognizing the potential resources he embodies, including the Jiangnan swordsman. Lin Feng, observing the screen displaying the Ning sun, furrows his brow slightly. The great Ning Dynasty and the Ning sun are unfamiliar to him. Such figures were absent in his previous life. Moreover, apart from Shangwan Tinga, there were scarcely any formidable factions thriving in the city of Ningdu. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly realizes that history has been altered. The uncertainty remains whether they will be allies or adversaries in the future. Regardless, fellow traders are unlikely to become friends. The reactions to the Ning sun's acquisition of the flying snow sword vary among the factions. However, the final item of the auction has now made its appearance, the renowned Golden Legend. A golden spear materializes on the screen, causing a stir among onlookers as they gaze at its formidable attributes. Such impressive attack power. Indeed, while the flying snow sword is a coveted treasure among major factions. This weapon is one that every expert longs to possess. It is believed that this weapon could single-handedly take on two opponents of the same realm and level. How much will these influential figures bid? The starting price for the Luaha spear remains set at 10 million gold coins, prompting a flurry of bids. If the flying snow sword represents substantial strength, then the Luaha spear symbolizes prestige. Earning a top spot on the rankings equates to the faction's honor. Although the atmosphere appears lively, the bids from each faction leader are not excessively high, unlike the soaring prices of the flying snow sword, ultimately settling at 35 million. As the Luaha spear is acquired by the Jiangnan swordsman, the auction draws to a close. Lin Feng reappears on the auction stage, bowing deeply to all those present. With a smile, he expresses his gratitude. I, the merchant's son, extend heartfelt thanks to each of you for your support. All items have been successfully auctioned. The inaugural auction of the Great Merchant Dynasty has come to a triumphant conclusion. However, before anyone departs, he announces that he has prepared a summary of the back-end data. Reviewing back-end data? Could we possibly glean our earnings from this? Some murmur. The merchant's son truly does not regard us as outsiders. Do you genuinely believe he is that benevolent? Just wait and see what he has to say. Amidst the curious gazes, Lin Feng smiles and addresses the crowd. You must be wondering why I am reviewing the back-end data at this moment. It is because our Great Merchant Dynasty will be introducing a membership card. Permanent, non-dropped, non-tradable, and bound to accounts. I have submitted a request to the system. Players who spend a total of 100,000 gold coins will receive a Level 1 membership card. Those who spend 500,000 will receive a Level 2 card, and a Level 3 card for 1 million gold coins. As Lin Feng details this, the screen behind him displays the tiered membership system, ranging from Level 1 to Level 10. Requiring a total expenditure of 100 million gold coins within the Great Merchant Dynasty. This is no mere auction summary. It is evidently a membership card launch event. As he continues, many attendees' expressions darken, for they comprehend Lin Feng's intentions. Each membership tier is accompanied by specific functions and benefits. Whether participating in auctions or shopping at stalls and stores within the Great Merchant Dynasty, members can accrue points, which can be redeemed for discounts. The higher the membership level, the greater the discount on points. While this concept is commonplace in reality, Lin Feng's application of it here transforms the situation. Those wielding these membership cards will inevitably patronize the Great Merchant Dynasty, effectively binding them to him. Shangguan Tinga's fingers crack ominously, while the Ning Sun appears utterly astonished, exclaiming, "Impressive!" Other business owners, enticed by profit, wear similarly grim expressions. Lin Feng has left them no avenue for survival. Shangguan Tinga snorts disdainfully and rises to leave. Each misstep leads to further error. Chasing after the Great Merchant Dynasty will be increasingly difficult, and who will still purchase items from Tiangong? The cost to establish a presence in the world will only escalate. Lin Feng, meanwhile, grins as he distributes the membership cards to players, bowing once more to express gratitude for their support, wishing them a pleasant evening. With a resounding clang, the spotlight extinguishes and the live stream concludes, marking the successful end of the inaugural auction of the Great Merchant Dynasty. Chapter 97. Profiting 86 million, Level 30 class change quest nightfalls. Players continue to level up. A common sight. However, the NPCs within the realm exhibit AI capabilities, with the exception of those in certain buildings. Wild NPCs maintain their own schedules, with some fishing even at night. One such figure is labeled the Mysterious Fisherman. Given his intriguing name and proximity to the tavern, he must possess valuable information. Adopting a trial-and-error approach, Lin Feng approaches him. Indeed, as he draws near, a line of small text appears beneath the fisherman's name, indicating a quest reminder. The fisherman fishes here daily. He should know the weather conditions of Liang Lake. Lin Feng promptly greets him, "Hello." The fisherman glances at Lin Feng, hushing him, "Sure, you've scared away my fish." "Forget the fish," Lin Feng states directly. "Cough, old man. Do you know when it will rain? You young people are so impolite. I just told you that you scared away my fish, and yet you still wish to converse with me? This NPC truly lacks manners. Is your purpose here not to provide us with information? Yet he acts so self-important. I have my methods for dealing with such individuals." Toxic zombie arise. In the darkness, a menacing aura distorts the fabric of reality. A coffin crashes to the ground, and the toxic zombie emerges slowly. The fisherman pretends not to notice, fixated on the lake. "What can you do to me?" His gaze remains locked on the water. "Fishing, are we? Let us see how you fish, toxic zombie. Release your poison." Under Lin Feng's command, the toxic zombie plunges its claws into the lake, green slime rapidly dissolving and spreading through the water. Before long, the fish at the lake's bottom begin to float belly up. The fisherman, wide-eyed, bursts into a tirade. "You young men are devoid of chivalry. Are you intent on ruining the world?" Lin Feng regards the fisherman with an odd expression. Wow, this NPC is quite intelligent to utter such words. "Now, can you tell me when it will rain? Say it and I will leave." "First, make him stop." "You speak first." As time progresses, the number of dead fish on the surface increases. The fisherman hastily relents. All right, I'll tell you. Liang Lake has peculiar weather. It rains for 15 minutes every 4 hours. Every 4 hours? When is the next rain? The next rain will come in 1 hour and 12 minutes. Lin Feng nods in understanding. "I see now. You could have mentioned that sooner. What a pity for these fish to perish for nothing." "You." The old man appears as if suffering from a heartache. Lin Feng, smiling, departs. With an hour to spare, the time is neither too long nor too short. A round trip to Ningdu City would take half an hour, so Lin Feng decides to find an open area nearby to train. The toxic zombie remains as formidable as ever, effortlessly dispatching a monster. However, observing others in battle, Lin Feng suddenly recalls something. The weapon mastery and Luoho will. Could these elder skills enhance his attack power? He has been far too busy lately, having completely forgotten about them. As I reflect upon the past, it seems fitting to give it a try. Lin Feng glanced around, noting that a few players nearby were engaged in leveling up. They often cast furtive glances in his direction. After all, Lin Feng had achieved a certain level of notoriety. The forums had long since mythologized him. Aside from the legendary tales of the great merchant dynasty, the most frequent topic of discussion was Lin Feng's remarkable restraint in never having engaged in combat. This persona was one he intended to uphold, continuously augmenting his notoriety. He could not afford to recklessly display his abilities before others. Thus, he began searching for secluded, leveling spots near the Sunlight Lake. After about 10 minutes, he discovered an unoccupied area. "Zombie, don't make a move. Watch how I dispatch this creature." Lin Feng grabbed a random weapon from his pack, a sword, and took a deep breath before charging at a fish monster. Under his tense gaze, his attack landed on the creature's head. The damage read 1049, bleeding, and 104 appeared as the health deduction information floated above the fish monster's head. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, then elated. "Ha! I've done it. I finally have offensive capabilities." His proficiency with weapons allowed him to wield any armament with ease, and the weapons he could equip, dictated by the River Luo's legacy, possessed unique attributes. The swords of a swordsman, for instance, had a bleeding effect. Although the attack power was modest, it was sufficient to contend with a